Chapter 1 The Chun Family Ho Pesto Producia Practitioner. In the year 129 of the Zhuanhuang calendar, a Sodom descended, I fool boy with that complexion that appeared somewhat juvenile, yet whose diepsities radiate das steadiness sunken spears, stoodeth the window wafrum. Helena dona complete lie blackwood umbrella, gazing intent lieth alive le gold fishly pungent the pond before him, lost in thought. At that moment, Ammon in his 30s, sportin' golf fool beard and wielding gay blade, strode up to the house. He placed a hand in his chest and leaned slightly forward, speaking in a respectful and deep voice. Young master, the master has requested your presence. After a prolonged silence within the room, a barely perceptible acknowledgment was sheared. Soon after, Theodore were swung upon. Clad in black, Chundeo emerged slowly, leaning in his umbrella. The bearded man outside couldn't help but where as my leash advised. Young master, why must you don black attire Murray? Today is a significant day. The master has finally managed to invite elder from Lingchuan secto facilitati on trying to the sect, tolerant through a soft cultivation. Only servants wear black, and note just in the Chin family, Butanel family is at Crown continent. Suckatire, mainly led Thelder Tunderistomedia. Chindeo cast a glance at the bearded man, gently patting his head, and so flar replied, given that the Sigir first time, I shall make ye an exception and remind. Ali our monthly wages and benefits are provided by him, not Bethesa called master. I would prefer not to hear you speak oft master again your true superiorism, not me father. The bearded man shewed readeth these words, a flicker off crossing his eyes, Ashaquit Clillian for dogain. Speaking earnestly, I shall remember, and it will not happen again. Very well. Chindea nodded slightly and, with his umbrella in hand, walked head steadily toward the family hall. Up and entering Thiel, a hearty logger sonated ha 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 ha. An elderly man, roughly in his 60s or 70s, sat in a chair, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. This man was the head of Chin Familianchind's father. Having had us in late teen life, he doted in Chin Dao, whose inspirationistica guide, hisson and toth path of cultivation. In Themainsa atoft he halsed a mancladina blue robe, idly playing with a string of prayer bids, his demeanorono fim patience shenoded absently. Thebluera bebereth the emblemo figero of spiritual spring. Upon Chindea's entrance, Theodor Lemon hurried lidstured for him to step forward, pointing to feminine Thebluera with a hint of flattery. Dower, the zis Thelder from Lingchuan sectuomayu, Havelong admired. His martial prowess a profound topidi bluntly, even if your entire Chin family wear it tonight, vood like clib unable to match this elder strength. Humph. A glimmer of disdain flickered in thy soft teeman in blue ashik as Ali remarked, it seems the head of the Chin family yovirstamitizi immortals. With your numbers, yo would barely last a stick o' fin since he gained stay practitioner. Theachism between mortals and practitioners is for greater thing you can't fathom. There a saying in the martial world only practitioners are truly human, while mortal seriacan to pigs and dogs. Hearing supplitant insult, Chindeash father fell tafliker feng erasing within yim, yet this fakadir main done perturbed and continued to laugh heartily. Indeed, the elder speaks truthfully in Thysoft practitioners, Wimmertals are certain lie inferior. Thus, we have invited Thelder here, willing to pay in a price, solely hoping thing Thelder will to chemison, Chindao, in totaling to insect tolerant Thysoft cultivation. My Chin family, too, aspires to produce a practitioner. For this, he declared earnestly, waving his hand, the Chin family offers anything Thelder desire savina falurwelthward obedican. It matters net, as long as miss an interthlanchusect. Everything is negotiable. Thrug hout the exchange, Chindea stood quietly tune aside, bowing his head slightly, remaining silent. Thoth heeded no tindors his father's nearly pleading approach to gain trans saintithilinchuan sect, here framed from undermining his father's insane public. Conflicts between father and son should bear solved privately. With outsiders present, unitus paramount. Ha! The elder in Theblurobe, holding Theprayer beer beads, smirked disdainfully Osif struck be an idea, spare meo you offering psi immortals possess novel thermo of cultivation. Allow me to inform my outati descent from the mountain azuli tor crut new disciples, so donat expect flattery from. Those worthy will naturally, bedicanthin worthy will not gain entry, regardless of their pleas. This year, there is butin a quota for Shiching to enterthlinchuan sect, and to a toyerchin familiciderness, your theffiers to be considered. Intrine ta the immortalgata require streetists. The fiercest assessones temperament. The lingchu insect elder turn at this gazi toward the quiet lie standing Qindao, his brow furrowing in discontent, Yuri proposing gasservant? Note at all, Qindao's father hastily interjected. This skill dismissin, thuff for some reason, hahasapin chant for blackatarth sekeltud, Annie habenable to him. Whatever. The man waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in this matter, and directly asked, what is Sayo Yursens most treasured possession? Qindao's father was momentarily perplexed, yet instinctively replied. Itis the pond off goldfish in front of his room has rised those fish since seckled who Dan cherishes them greatly. Excellent, Ledmathir. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance at Astwelling. Before a the house lay a clear pond, its waters pristine, and the goldfish within appeared well fed, occasionally leaping from the surface, tracing graceful arcs, reminiscent of Carplepen gover the dragongate. The elder in blue, with a swift motion, retrieved Asmolfis size a jaunt let from his waist pouch, wixo eridento hand. Then, with a serious expression, Hegas dath a pond, took a deep breath, and bellowed, whooshing palm. As the words left his mouth, a multicolor red palm, formed from spiritual energy, shot forth from his hand, crashing into the pond. Boom! A deluge of water erupted, and the body is soft a goldfish shittered, raining down on the ground. Theber Deadman, who had been following Qindao, felt a subtle shift in his expression, lowering his head, ice glinting with her. It was over. Those goldfish were of immense value to the young master, destroying them before his eyes was an amount according death. Even Shu da practitioner but he to obliterateth them. Others may be unaware, Buthen well. Despite their formidable cultivation, practitioners scood hard lib opposed, yet young master ad nother citata ta kill practitioners in the past. This was a matter of nth master ways oblivious to. Chapter 2 Are you so foolish shasto not discern your own master? Witnessing Thena hilation off the goldfish, Ashido flickered in Qindao's father's eyes a shesubbed lighter in his neck, his gaze narrowing, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Chunde stewed throughout here deal, one hand resting on his umbrella while at heather was clasped behind his back, his expression placid and observed. Whether it was Thelders's tricortha destruction off the goldfish, histamine nor betrayed no hint of disturbance. It weighs as if the fat off the goldfish had no bearing on him whatsoever. Excellent. The Lingchu insect elder, observing Chindea's countenance, couldn't help but claffishan sin amusement, what admirable temperament. To severe novice idicmento world liposuction service thriperposisto eliminate 30 hem mundane, tolo them to focus on cultivation, and to test her character. To witness sonisherish possession destroyed without a flicker of emotion is indicative of a promising practitioner. In response, Chindeogent lyrabid the hand lishes wood numbrella befor placing a hand over a shiart, slight libo and gaseous spoke calmly, thank you for our recognition, elder. To then Lucers, this appeared as respect and reverence. Yet o Thebir Deadman, it was a sourcey off dread. He was no utterly convinced that the young master harbored murderous intent toward the practitioner before him. The young master had a habitual gesture whenever a contemplated killing, yet found it inconvenient to act. He would get lyrab the handly fees umbrella. How cold he not be alarmed. He managed or smile, recalling the last had attempted to eliminate a practitioner, resulting in the deaths of 7 of Thyron. Trading 7 lives, foreign practitioner sways a perilous gamble. Well. The Lingchu insect elder, satisfied, uttered commendation and continued, congratulations, you have passed the fierce test and possess a degree of qualification to enter the Lingchu insect. Now, we shall proceed to ease contest, wicca cessacio your aptitude. Place our right hand upon this stone, commanded the elder, producing Gaston from his robes, while Chindea complied and dressed to change upon it. Before long, the stone erupted with a kaleidoscope of colors, a codicite strange like captivating display. Trollier one sane a millennium aptitude, simply astonishing. Upon hearing Fielder's exclamation, a flickerofo painted in Daosh father's Aisa sharried forward, Iagerto inquire, is Thizipta to detruli remarkable? Waddleveloff cultivation might heat tain? Itis, quite frankly, unprecedented rubbish. Fielder from Flinchu insect, maintaining Gastois expression, hurled the assessment stony chin's father's face. Yorsen is destined for a lifty void off cultivation, heis fateto be failure. If there were list off failures within the capital's 3 rankings, securing the top spot would be foregone conclusion. With that, Heflicadis Levy and strode away from Shin residence without a backward glance. Chindea's father was taken aback, his countenance shifting dramatically as Shehasan after Thielder, his voice rife with urgency. Sir, please reconsider. Myson Hasselway's been exceptionally bright. He cannot possibly lack any cultivation aptitude. Annie have given you on 100 spirit stones. Igia promised Thatragardal zo von saptitude, Hewald be granted. Before he could finish a sentence. Boom. Billingchu insectilder's sleeve swelled dramatically as she turned and unleashed a powerful strike towards Jin's father. A mere mortal stood accounts against such an slot from a practitioner of tarts. With almost no mean soft defense, Thielderlehman, nearing 60, wasnn't sprawling to the courtyard center, blood spilling from his lips. Thielder's expression darkened dash affixed disgazing and das father, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. These 100 spirit stone is merely Zacordio Yersen's opportunity for assessment. He does not guarantee his admission into the sect. Should I hear from a thirst thatchin families up to bribe me with spirit stones, I shall not need to elaborate the consequences. Amertali's life is worth no more than that of a pygordog. Having said this, Thielder fell silent, sweeping his robe behind him, hands clasped in am and herbe fittinger, clusivessage, a sheed parteth sheen state with a measured stride. Observing Thielder's retreating figure, Chindeo exhaled softly, his demeanor calm, before he approaching his father. Pausing before him, Hefinalis spoke in a low voice. Father, ye have expressed this bore. Such methods will not lead into the path of cultivation. Preposterous. Theni Arley 60-year-old man, his sharegraying, wiped the blood from his lips, a dark expression settling upon his face slowly rose with the Adolpha servants. He produced Aiden T. Diron play from his robes and cast it aside, pointing an accusatory finger at Chindao. He bellowed, Doyao think you possess no optia to diatal? If that were the case, ya would have along since Saint-Ered the celestial gate. 100 spiritones, it did not spin such simbin when a meridio or mother. I believe it auto be exceptionally gifted hakud havino nyalakadanyaptitude? Had a known, e would havka synthesire another. In the face of his father styrade, Chinde remained unperturbed. His father, a self-made man, was known for his fiery temperament, having grown from the streets a characteristic nate tall surprising. This was his father, Chun Pingda. The subserviency displayed early ere before Thildero Flinchu and sect Thad been a monument to Lafort to restrain his indignation. With a tranquil shake have ished, Chinde replied, in the realm of cultivation, apta to dias not the sole determinate. Haythin addressed the servant assisting his father, speaking softly, please help my father back inside, and summoned the finished physician in the city. Attance, young master. The servant nodded respectfully in response. To hell with irritants. Seeing the servant's deference, Chun Ping desire flare Dane washa struck the servant with a slap, scolding, you eremiman, and your wage scum from. Wisho suck respect to him? I jeer from a lysa stain beheem? Can ye not distinguish ye our master from others, you dog? The servant, rubbing the back of his head, lowered his gaze, unable to meet either man. Headed not wish forth this, Butit waste all known fact that those who ha showed disrespecto Thean master mysterious livenished from an estate. While he suffto earn his wage to support this family, he'll sow wished to avoid in time lidima in some forsaken place. Chindao, shaking his insolence, turned and walked head back into his quarters, while a Tiber Limon with a beard hurried to follow in the master's wake. Damnatal, Chun Ping decide, forcing himself to kelthifier with an asha glared at head a parting. Figurio flinchu insectilder, his facey portrait toft hundrous rich. He accepts mimoni yetter fusto fulfillizend. Very well, he has the audacity. What of the practitioners? Dosha think he haveries in from the street strumir words? Chapter 3. Long live young master, long live, long live. In the Chen residence, within a solitary chamber, Chan Dao sat before a table, meticulously unrolling a sheet of rice paper. With a solemn demeanor, he gripped the brush. His head bowed in concentration as he inscribed characters with care. Beside him stood a burly man with a knife and a bushy beard, his head lowered in silence. After a considerable time, Chun Dao gently set down the brush and gazed out at the setting sun. Pausing for a moment, he softly inquired, "Niu Meng, how long have you been with me?" The man, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, replied helplessly, 13 years. This was indeed an astonishing fact. The young master was merely 20 years old, and Niu Meng had been by his side since he was 7. In the early years, their communication had been shrouded in secrecy. And who would have guessed that the powerful brush strokes belonged to a mere child of 7? Before meeting the young master, Niu Meng had imagined him to be a scheming individual of at least 40 or 50. One who plotted treason in the shadows. However, upon their encounter, he realized that the young master had indeed been scheming, albeit at an age far younger than he had anticipated. Chun Dao nodded lightly, shifting his gaze to the rice paper, a satisfied expression gracing his features. "Come, take a look at this piece." Niu Meng complied, leaning in closer, his expression shifting to one of awe as he sincerely remarked, "Young master, I must say, your calligraphy has improved remarkably. The strokes are powerful and penetrate the paper with finesse. Even the masters of calligraphy in the capital may pale in comparison." The rice paper bore 4 bold characters, by Ren Chungjin. Chun Dao nodded once more, gradually rising and leaning on his wooden cane as he made his way outside. "Accompany me beyond the city. Roll this piece up and deliver it to my father later." "Understood," Niu Meng responded promptly. Seeing the young master rise, he hurriedly blew on the rice paper, ensuring the ink dried completely before hastily cradling it and stepping outside. However, as he stepped beyond the threshold, the sunlight from the setting sun illuminated the rice paper in his hands, and the 4 vigorous characters began to fade, revealing another phrase. "Ren Do Hui Si," yet, as the angle of the light shifted, the words vanished once more, replaced by Ren Chungjin. Noticing the change in the rice paper, Niu Meng paused momentarily, then rolled it up and tucked it away, unable to suppress a bemused smile. He knew all too well that the young master had never truly endured. Raising his gaze to the retreating figure of the young master, he called out urgently, "Young master, wait for me," with a calm expression. Chun Dao stepped out of the Chen residence and onto the bustling streets, quietly absorbing the lively atmosphere around him. This city was known as Shicheng. It was said that long ago, it had been called Lingshire City, but the current lord had indeed discovered a spirit stone mine nearby. To prevent attention from various rogues and spirits, he renamed it Shicheng. However, 2 or 3 decades prior, the rumor had somehow leaked, prompting numerous individuals to scour the area for the fabled mine, only to find nothing, turning the tale into a widely circulated jest among the neighboring towns. At this moment, he wandered down a street flanked by vendors. Niu Meng followed closely behind, his countenance serious as he wielded his knife, serving as a guard against any potential threats. Yet, the passers-by, upon spotting Chun Dao, parted respectfully. Most of the residents of Shicheng recognized this young man, clad in black attire and often seen with a wooden cane since 2 years prior. He was the sole heir of the Chen family, one of the 3 prominent clans in the city. Though he had never engaged in any notorious acts, he was not known for his warmth towards the citizens, often donning a frosty demeanor reminiscent of an iceberg, causing many to avoid provoking him unnecessarily. Before long, Chun Dao and Niu Meng exited the city, not by the main road, but towards a dense thicket. After walking for approximately half an hour, they arrived at the foothill of a low mountain. As dusk descended, they could survey a significant portion of Shicheng from their vantage point. Yet, Chun Dao did not linger. Instead, he ventured into a cave, descending through a narrow crevice into the depths below. There lay an underground river, and following its course for the duration of a fragrant stick of incense, they approached a cacophony of synchronized shouts echoing ahead. Chun Dao strode directly into the cavern, where his vision expanded to reveal a vast chamber, approximately 10 meters high, nearly 100 meters deep, and equally wide. The walls were adorned with candle holders, illuminating the entire cavern. A teacher stood before a whiteboard, inscribing notes with charcoal. Upon noticing Chun Dao's approach, the teacher blinked in surprise, hastily setting down his charcoal and turning to face him, placing his right hand over his heart in a gesture of respect. "Young master." The 30-odd men beside him, bare-chested and wielding large knives, sheathed their weapons in unison, turning to Chen Dao with a resounding salute. Long live the young master! Long live! Long live! Chen Dao surveyed the assembled men, nodding slightly before glancing at the teacher with a hint of exasperation. Is this what you've been teaching them? Coughing awkwardly, the teacher replied, I did not instruct them in this. I merely recounted tales from the royal palace in the capital. Enough, Chen Dao interrupted. His tone clipped. He then turned to the 30-odd men. Keep such talk to a minimum here. When you step outside, keep your mouths shut. If you lack fear for your lives, I still do. This represented a significant portion of the power he had accumulated over his 20 years in this world. Upon arriving in this realm, he had been fortunate to inherit the identity of a minor noble, which aided him greatly in his endeavors. Initially, he believed it to be a normal world, with cities, officials, kingdoms, and emperors, and began discreetly amassing power, preparing to rebel and perhaps become an emperor, or at the very least, a feudal lord. After all, having lived a second life, it would be remiss not to achieve something noteworthy. However, he soon discovered the existence of cultivators. Thus, he altered his ambitions, aspiring to become an emperor who could also cultivate. Chen Dao, leaning on his wooden cane, made his way toward a recessed cave in the wall. Niu Meng, gather the brothers and come here. Yes, Niu Meng replied, turning to the men standing idly by and chiding. What are you all standing around for? Waiting for a feast? Chapter 4. Cultivators are human, and if they are human, they will die. Seated at a table within the cavern, Chen Dao poured himself a pot of cool tea, lifting his cup to sip thoughtfully as he surveyed the rugged men before him. There were over 30 in total, including Niu Meng. These men were his primary force, each rescued from the dungeons over the years. The method of their extraction was simple. Spirit stones were the key. Niu Meng, for instance, had been rescued when Chen Dao was merely 7.as for how he acquired spirit stones at such a young age. It was simply a matter of pilfering from his father. Recalling the repercussions of that theft, Chen Dao's expression remained impassive as he instinctively rubbed his backside, still feeling a twinge of pain from that episode. Typically, these men engaged in highway robbery outside the city, serving as his main source of spirit stones. After a brief pause, he refrained from unnecessary chatter, placing the teacup down and speaking softly. Today, a cultivator has arrived in the city, and I require you to bring him back. Upon hearing this, Niu Meng chuckled wryly, his head bowed in resignation, choosing not to speak. He understood that the young master would never let such a matter rest. The destruction of his prized goldfish alone meant that the elder from the Lingquan sect had already entered the young master's death ledger. The young master appeared to hold no fear of cultivators, believing firmly that cultivators are human, and if they are human, they will die. The 30-odd rough men exchanged glances, a hint of hesitation evident in their expressions. They remained silent, recalling the last ambush against a cultivator that had cost them 7 lives. A mortal body could hardly withstand a single strike from a cultivator. To touch one was to invite death or grievous injury. Yet, none dared to voice dissent. Noticing the silence, Niu Meng sighed inwardly and steeled himself to speak. Young master, the last time we confronted an unaware cultivator, we lost 7 men. This time, we are dealing with an elder from the Lingquan sect. His strength is likely even more formidable. Stop, Chen Dao interjected calmly, raising his umbrella to silence Niu Meng. After a brief pause, he continued, I have supported you all for quite some time. Not only you but your families as well. I have gone to great lengths to orchestrate your release from the dungeons of Shicheng. Without me, you would have long since lost your chance at rebirth. I can extract you from this predicament, only to reinstate you thereafter. Your prosperity is contingent upon my own. Only when I thrive can you flourish, even to the extent of appearing in Shicheng with integrity. Do you comprehend? Niu Meng's expression was one of complexity as he nodded, while the 20 or so men behind him remained silent. For not everyone is privileged to voice their opinions. We are acutely aware of this principle and aspire to achieve great deeds alongside the young master. However, those who practice cultivation enough. Chen Dao placed the wooden umbrella upon the table, gently tapping its surface. There is no need for excessive fear. Cultivators are still human, and as humans, they too shall meet their end. He then procured a stick of incense from his bosom. This is the soul-confounding incense. Within a confined space, This quantity is sufficient to incapacitate 3 robust men. Yet, Niu Mang hesitated before speaking. The elder from Linghuan sect is a cultivator. Can such mundane items pose a threat to him? Indeed. Chan Dao nodded slightly. I too harbor doubts on this matter, hence the precaution. He paused, extracting a substantial handful of soul-confounding incense and placing 2 to 3 dozen sticks upon the table. Continuing, I have acquired a surplus. With this quantity, even a cultivator should require considerable effort to resist its effects. To him, Niu Mang's gaze fixated on the 2 to 3 dozen sticks of incense, his lips twitching slightly as he hesitated. The soul-confounding incense only works in enclosed spaces. Although the elder from Linghuan sect is lodging at the Tianxian Tavern tonight, should he sense any anomaly, he will undoubtedly flee the room. In that case, the efficacy of the incense would be severely limited. Moreover, this cultivator is different from the last. He is the elder from Linghuan sect. While his strength remains uncertain, the title of elder suggests he must possess considerable power. Chan Dao lifted his gaze to Niu Mang, speaking softly. I have already investigated the elder's reputation. It is merely a title, one that does not even surpass that of inner disciples. It is but a ruse employed by sects to deceive mortals when recruiting disciples in human cities. The previous cultivator possessed a treasure. It would be perfectly suited for the elder from Linghuan sect. This time, we will leave a survivor. Let him divulge the so-called methods of cultivation. You mean? Niu Mang paused, instinctively lowering his gaze to the wooden umbrella in the young master's hand. Yet, to this day, we remain ignorant of the treasure's purpose. After they ambushed the previous cultivator, they indeed discovered an item that might belong to a practitioner. However, as mere mortals, they have no understanding of its use. They dare not inquire of other cultivators, for Stone City is a remote place seldom visited by practitioners, and approaching them with a treasure in hand would be akin to a flock of chicks presenting their hatchlings to a tiger. Inviting disaster. Chan Dao gently shook his head. Our ignorance of the treasure's effects is inconsequential. I am certain that this so-called elder of Linghuan sect is well aware of its nature. I will personally visit the elder under the cover of night, vaguely describing the treasure and expressing my willingness to offer it in exchange for an opportunity to join Linghuan sect. This elder, with his arrogance and disdain for mortals, will likely not harbor excessive caution. I shall lead him to your ambush site, and the subsequent actions shall be yours to manage. Lure the elder to your designated location. I trust you will have ample means prepared in advance. Niu Mang and the others exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Understood. Although the risks remain substantial, they are certainly lower than engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the cultivator within the tavern. By the way, young master, there is another matter. Niu Mang's brow furrowed as he spoke solemnly. The bandits known as the Fierce Tiger Gang outside Stone City present a considerable challenge. Recently, one of our brothers stumbled upon a gathering of these bandits in the woods. Engaged in hushed conversation, as he approached to eavesdrop, he discovered that the Fierce Tiger Gang is not merely a group of 30 or so. There are nearly 70 or 80 of them. Concerned about being discovered, he retreated 70 or 80. Chin Dao's brow furrowed slightly as he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes in contemplation. Chapter 5. Have you ever seen a child who, after stealing money, goes home to concoct a false account? There were originally 3 or 4 bands of bandits outside Stone City. However, after years of overt and covert conflict, only 2 remain. The Dao Gang that he established and the Fierce Tiger Gang. The adage one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers holds true in Stone City. It is a remote locale with few merchant caravans willing to venture here. The profits are insufficient for both bands to coexist. The optimal solution is to eliminate the Fierce Tiger Gang, allowing the Dao Gang to monopolize the profits and thrive. Yet, alas, the movements of the Fierce Tiger Gang are elusive, and their hideouts remain unknown. This time, we finally catch sight of them gathered, only to discover they number nearly 70 or 80. Their ranks outnumber those of the Dao Gang by 2 to 3 times. Even if we could locate them, we would be outmatched in combat. In truth, had the Dao Gang's hiding place not been equally obscure, the Fierce Tiger Gang would have likely discovered it long ago. Just then, Niu Mang hesitated once more. Speaking up, young master, there's another piece of unfavorable news. A year ago, we reached an understanding with the Fierce Tiger Gang. The caravans entering Stone City through the east and north gates would pay us a toll, while those entering through the west and south gates would pay the Fierce Tiger Gang. This arrangement had been mutually beneficial until recently, when the Fierce Tiger Gang suddenly announced that caravans entering through their route would only need to pay a toll of 20% of the goods value. 20%? Qin Dao's brow furrowed slightly as he solemnly remarked. Is that worthless Fierce Tiger Gang struggling to survive? Lowering the toll to 20% is easy, but raising it back to 30% will prove difficult. Once the rules are broken, they are hard to reinstate. Does that pathetic Fierce Tiger Gang not comprehend such simple logic? Niumeng offered a wry smile. We have no recourse. Many caravans now prefer to take a longer route through the southwest gate rather than ours, since they can save a considerable sum by paying only 20%. Young master, how should we address this? Should we lower our rates as well? Chun Dao closed his eyes, pausing for a moment before opening them with a serious expression. We shall delay this matter. The most pressing concern is the cultivators' issue. If we can become cultivators, the mere Fierce Tiger Gang will be easily dispatched. You all set the trap in the usual place. I will prepare and lure the cultivator over tonight. Understood. Meanwhile, in a certain secret chamber within the Chen residence, Chun Pingda sighed deeply, weariness etched upon his face. Dower lacks the aptitude for cultivation. What shall we do? This child is utterly useless. Beside him sat an elderly man, his hair graying at the temples, who stroked his beard in consolation. My lord, do not be overly concerned. Dower has always been intelligent. Even if he cannot enter the path of cultivation, he can still secure a high-ranking official position in the capital of the Great Zhou. Do you not see that many high-ranking officials, lacking even the strength to crush a chicken, have numerous cultivators under their command? Excelling as a high-ranking official may indeed surpass the life of a cultivator. Chen Pingda nodded expressionlessly. True, he has always been bright since childhood. However, I may be inexperienced in raising a son, yet I have observed how others have done so. It is quite normal for a child to pilfer a bit of money from home. It is understandable, and with proper guidance, it can be rectified. However, these children steal from their parents, and yet you see no one whose 7-year-old child steals from home only to concoct a false account afterward? That is truly absurd. Did you ever create a false account after stealing money from your parents? The elderly man wore a bitter expression. My lord, my family was impoverished during my youth. We had no such thing as account books. That is not the point. Qin Pingda waved his hand dismissively, his anger rising. The crux of the matter is, can you believe it? A 7-year-old child capable of creating a false account. What will become of him as he grows? Can he truly become an official? Do you believe that his first act upon assuming office would be to fabricate a false account to test the waters? The elderly gentleman beside him, with an awkward expression, rubbed his nose and continued. The Treasury's accounts, even for someone of high rank, are not easily discernible at first. Moreover, that matter of the false accounts, well, perhaps he did not contemplate the implications at that time. No. Chun Pingda nodded, his expression grave as he remarked. You do not understand. Within a typical family, when someone embezzles or creates false accounts, it is usually done covertly under the guise of reporting losses. Correct? For instance, if a chair is broken, one reports a loss for a small sum to replace it. Yet, in reality, the chair remains intact, and that sum quietly lines the pockets of the wrongdoer. Such deceit is easily uncovered, as it is evident whether a chair is new or old. Even the keenest eye cannot miss the signs of wear, no matter how meticulously it is cleaned. However, the false account in question was different. It was intricately crafted, utilizing an entire ledger with no apparent flaws at first glance. Yet in truth, the spirit stones vanished amidst those convoluted entries, and no matter how one reconciled the accounts, they appeared accurate. But the spirit stones were undeniably missing at that moment. I did not suspect it was Dower who was responsible, and I nearly beat the steward to death. Yet the steward remained obstinate. I even remarked on how remarkably resilient he was. A true man. After all, only the steward kept the ledger, and if it was altered unbeknownst to him, he would still bear the consequences. Eventually, in my fury, as I nearly struck the steward lifeless, Dower emerged and confessed to having prepared those accounts. He claimed to have seen some beggars in the city who were exceedingly pitiable and sought to procure some spirit stones from home to donate to them. The white-haired elder next to me, who had been silently listening, interjected. This at least demonstrates that Dower is not only gifted with intelligence, but also possesses a kind heart. Were it not for Dower stepping forward, even if you were to slay the steward, you would remain oblivious to his involvement. Dower's decision to come forth likely stemmed from his unwillingness to witness the steward's demise due to his actions. Furthermore, donating spirit stones to beggars only honors Dower's benevolence. Does it not? Benevolence, my foot? At this juncture, Chen Pingda sighed heavily, weariness evident in his demeanor. There are but a few beggars in the city, all of whom we, the Tiger Gang, have bribed to serve as our eyes and ears. Whether he indeed gave spirit stones to the beggars, how could I not know? To this day, I remain oblivious as to what Dower did with that sum. I cannot resort to torture to extract the truth from him. Chapter 6. Failing to educate Dower is my deficiency as a father. Subsequently, Chen Pingda let out a profound sigh, his tone tinged with resignation. You have no inkling of why I am so determined for Dower to become a practitioner. I know my child better than anyone. From a young age, he has been somewhat mischievous, shunning the path of righteousness. As a father, my failure lies in not guiding my son towards the right path. However, I must at least ensure he becomes a practitioner. This way, should he engage in wrongdoing, he would possess the strength to silence those who might expose him, rather than be subjected to the so-called righteous retribution. Enough of that. By the way, Liuzi, what is the status of the Tiger Gang? Upon hearing this, the elderly man with graying temples and a stooped posture, his face lined with wrinkles, forced a bitter smile and replied, My lord, I am over 60 now. Must you still address me as Liuzi? Nonsense, a Liuzi for life. Very well. Liuzi shook his head, then turned serious as he spoke of the matter at hand. The Tiger Gang has quietly infiltrated the city. Upon your command, the brothers will storm the tavern and fight to retrieve that practitioner for you. All preparations have been made. Good. Chen Pingda nodded in satisfaction, pausing for a moment before sternly advising, always be cautious with your words. Ensure Dower does not discover that the Tiger Gang is affiliated with the Chen household. This child has lacked a mother since birth. It is imperative that I set a proper example as his father. If possible, I should steer Dower towards the right path. As elders, we can endure hardship, but what father does not wish for his child to walk the righteous road? Rest assured. Liuzi nodded earnestly. The few brothers remaining in the Chen household are tight-lipped and will not divulge anything. As for the other brothers, they are mostly outside the city and will not encounter the young master. By the way, my lord, a few years ago, did not a group of unknown mountain bandits rise swiftly outside the city? The Dao Gang, was it not? For the past 2 months, to gather spirit stones for Dower's initiation, the Tiger Gang has reduced the transport fees for all merchant caravans to a mere 20%. The Dao Gang is quite displeased with this and has been searching for our foothold outside the city, seemingly harboring intentions against us. This Dao Gang. Chen Pingda furrowed his brow, lost in thought and remaining silent. He was certainly aware of the Dao Gang, a sudden emergence of mountain bandits that had gained notoriety for their aggressive methods. However, due to their audacity and the blood on their hands, they posed a considerable challenge, and their base remained elusive. He had long desired to eradicate these bandits, but had yet to find an opportunity. After pondering for a while, he shook his head. Let us set this matter aside for now. If we can successfully capture this practitioner and have him instruct Dower in the ways of cultivation, or perhaps even increase the number of practitioners within the Chen household, then dealing with the Dao Gang will become a trivial matter. What does it matter if one possesses poor aptitude? Even the least skilled practitioner remains someone to whom mortals must look up. Very well, let us distribute those weapons we have hidden over the years to the brothers. They must retrieve that practitioner tonight, no matter the cost. Liuzi paused, his expression contorting with concern as he hoarsely inquired. My lord, do you mean the military equipment we concealed a few years back? Nonsense, my lord. Using those will leave traces behind. The possession of military arms is a serious matter, and the city lord cannot possibly overlook it. What do I care, so long as we capture that practitioner? I will handle the remaining issues. Understood. Chen Pingda exhaled deeply, his expression complex as he stood and gazed at the map hanging on the wall. Regardless of the circumstances, Dower has not engaged in any false accounting since that incident, and in recent years, he has taken to reading and writing, which can be considered a step towards the right path. Liuzi hesitated for a moment before cautiously suggesting, "My lord, do you think there is a possibility that the young master's skills in accounting have improved to such a degree that even you are unable to discern them?" Chen Pingde was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Liuzi with an impassive expression. "Get lost. Do not disturb my resolve." Very well. As night fell, the entire stone city became increasingly lively. Numerous vendors hung lanterns before their stalls, drawing crowds of people. In an instant, the city was enveloped in a rich atmosphere of festivity. Meanwhile, Chen Dao strolled towards the Chen estate, a wooden umbrella in hand, with Niumeng trailing behind him, exuding an air of leisurely exploration of the city. "Young master." After a moment of hesitation, Niumeng spoke. "I still think it is somewhat unsafe for you to visit the Lingquan sect's elder alone at night." "Who said I was going alone?" "Ah, did you not say?" Chen Dao glanced casually at Niumeng, nonchalantly stating, "Of course, you are coming with me." After a long silence, Niumeng expressionlessly slapped himself out of sight of Chen Dao. Oh. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Chen estate. There, they were greeted by a visibly anxious servant of the Chen household. Upon seeing Chen Dao approach, the servant hurriedly rushed over, breathlessly exclaiming, "Young master, you have finally returned. The master has been waiting for you for quite some time. You are to go to him immediately." "Very well." Chen Dao nodded slightly and led Niumeng towards the main hall of the Chen estate. As they entered the hall, he beheld his father seated sternly in the main seat, who fixed his gaze upon him and spoke in a deep voice. "Where have you been?" "Just out for a stroll." "You have always displayed exceptional intelligence. I will allow you to choose your own path." Chen Pingde paused briefly before continuing gravely. "Given your aptitude, even if you become a practitioner, the road ahead will likely be arduous. And you may very well end up as the weakest among practitioners. Yet, even the weakest practitioner is someone to whom mortals must look up. This is the first path. The second path is to enter the officialdom. If you decide to pursue this route, I will exhaust our family's wealth to send you to the capital tomorrow, to the Chanwang Academy, from which most officials in the capital emerge, emphasizing a lineage of integrity and virtue. The third path is to engage in commerce. With your intelligence, I have faith in your abilities should you choose to enter the world of business. If you were to engage in commerce, your father would later bestow upon you half of the family's spiritual stones, allowing you to venture forth. 3 paths lie before you. Choose one for yourself, and regardless of your choice, your father will support you. Chapter 7. Am I not fit to live? Is that box of pastries worth so much? Upon hearing this, Chen Dao raised an eyebrow, refraining from immediate response. Instead, he seated himself on a nearby chair, gesturing for a servant to bring him a cup of hot tea. After taking a few sips to warm his stomach, he regarded his father with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. "Father, there is a question I am uncertain whether to pose." "Speak freely," Chen Pingde retorted with irritation. He had initially intended to sit down calmly and engage in a heart-to-heart dialogue with his son. But each time he saw Dao's ambiguous expression, it vexed him. Spending too much time with this little rascal was surely detrimental to his longevity. Chen Dao placed his teacup on the table, pausing momentarily before continuing. "All 3 paths are commendable. However, father, should you not prioritize planning your own path? At nearly 60 years of age, on the brink of the grave, you remain in this small town as a mere clan leader." He shrugged, glancing around before continuing. "Father, surely you do not wish to reap the rewards without effort. Others speak of children relying on their parents, yet in your case, it seems you wish to rely on your son. A man should aspire to greater heights, rather than depend on his offspring. Consider your own future path, father. I believe in you. Do not fret over matters that need not concern you." "Very well," Chen Dao said, rising slowly and stretching his limbs before heading towards the exit. "Niumeng, let us depart. Damn it." Chen Pingde's eyes reddened, fury boiling within him as he shouted, "How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? Is it wrong for me to show concern for my son's future? And you tell me to reflect on my own path. Wasn't it I who toiled to establish the Chen family? granting you the confidence you possess today? I have never utilized the Qin family's spiritual stones, Chen Dao replied, halting and turning to face Qin Pingde with a light chuckle. Do not be so easily angered. It is detrimental to your health. Nonsense. Have you never pilfered the Qin family's spiritual stones during your childhood? Those were hard-earned spoils, certainly not to be counted as usage. Poppycock. Qin Pingde slammed his palm down on the table in frustration. Liuzi, seize this rascal today. I shall personally teach him the meaning of family discipline. As his words fell, the elderly man with graying temples who had been standing beside Qin Pingde let out a resigned sigh and approached Chen Dao with a weapon in hand. Simultaneously, Niu Meng, standing behind Qin Dao, stepped forward with a grave expression, brandishing his own weapon. Liuzi, let each person handle their own affairs. My apologies. Liuzi, also known as Sixth Master, was among the elite few in the Qin family, perpetually occupied with the household's affairs. Those within the Qin family would respectfully refer to him as Sixth Master. Although he was not closely acquainted with Liuzi, due to age, he would still address him as such when they crossed paths. Step aside, Qin Pingde commanded darkly, glaring at Niu Meng. I shall count to 3. If you do not move, you will bear the consequences. Chen Dao, meanwhile, stood quietly behind Niu Meng, leaning on his wooden umbrella, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, saying nothing. Huff. Niu Meng, feeling the weight of the situation, drew a deep breath, and suddenly the sound of cracking bones echoed as his demeanor shifted from lethargy to seriousness. Gripping his weapon tightly, bending slightly forward, and glaring at Liuzi with a flicker of ferocity in his eyes. I am the young master's dog. A dog must recognize its master. I have long wished to witness Liuzi's prowess. Upon seeing this, Liuzi narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly relaxed as he held his weapon, casually tapping the hilt with his finger. The atmosphere was charged, teetering on the brink of confrontation. Enough, Qin Pingde interjected weakly, rubbing his temples, momentarily at a loss for words. When Dao was 7, he had stolen spiritual stones from the family and forged false accounts. At that time, he had given Dao a beating. Little did he know that a few years later, Dao would return with this Niu Meng. Since then, he had never had the opportunity to discipline Dao again. Each time he prepared to act, Niu Meng would stand in the way. Once, he had attempted to confront Dao directly, only to find that Niu Meng fought with unyielding ferocity, wielding his blade with such skill that the ground was soaked in blood, having taken down 5 of the Chen family's servants single-handedly. Though these servants were merely responsible for daily tasks and lacked combat prowess, they were still 5 robust men, yet they could not even touch the hem of Dao's garment before Niu Meng dispatched them. From that moment on, he refrained from laying a hand on Dao. Whenever a fight broke out, Niu Meng was relentless. Sigh. Qin Pingde let out a heavy sigh, waving his hand weakly. Enough, enough, you two go on. Do not trouble me further. What sins have I committed to deserve becoming your father? Let us leave it at that. With a smile, Chen Dao performed a slight bow before turning to exit the hall. However, halfway through, he paused. By the way, Niu Meng, leave that painting for father. Understood. Niu Meng, still vigilant, did not immediately sheath his weapon but continued to stand his ground. Liuzi regarded this middle-aged man before him with a hint of admiration. Shaking his head with a smile and stepping aside, huff, with Liuzi withdrawing, Niu Meng exhaled in relief, retrieving a painting from his pocket and placing it on the nearby table. He then produced a box of pastries and set it down as well. Master, this is a box of pastries the young master bought for you on his way back. Get lost? Qin Pingde snapped, his expression darkening. Am I so destitute that I cannot afford a mere box of pastries? Niu Meng said nothing, turning to follow Qin Dao as they departed the hall. Once Qin Dao had left, Qin Pingde's expression darkened further, slamming his hand against the armrest of his chair in frustration. Glaring at Liuzi, Liuzi, you must judge this matter. Is it wrong for a father to discipline his son when he misbehaves? Liuzi rubbed his nose awkwardly. In a typical family, there should be no issue. Well said. Then why is it different in my case? I have never struck him in anger, except that time when he committed such a grievous act of forgery. Since then, he has brought back this person, and whenever I wish to punish him, this person steps in front. Chapter 8. Come, Liuzi, once you have finished, it is time to work. It is one thing to step in, but the issue is that Dao's subordinate is truly fearless. Does he not worry about getting hurt by my servants if Dao were to confront him? Liuzi stammered, struggling for words. This, however, in a certain sense, Dao possesses a considerable charm. You must understand that Niumeng appears to be in his 40s and possesses formidable martial skills. He is brave and willing to fight. Most importantly, when Chun Dao commands him, even if the one standing before him is Chun Dao's father, he would still dare to confront him with a blade. This displays loyalty. A subordinate ought to be loyal. If serving the crown prince, one must remain loyal to him, even against the emperor if necessary. Furthermore, while he may appear languid at times, when the moment arises, he possesses a fierce and decisive nature. He is a man capable of both gentleness and strength, and I hold a great appreciation for him. Though it remains unclear how Dao managed to win over this man, it is evident that Dao possesses some quality that earns this man's respect and willingness to follow. Chun Pingda did not refute this. Rather, he nodded in agreement, a smile appearing on his face. That man is indeed commendable. The saying holds true. One must recognize who their master is. If he has chosen to follow Dao, then regardless of who the enemy may be, he must stand in front and defend. If he were to step aside simply because I am Dao's father, that would be a grave error. How to manage my relationship with him is Dao's concern. The duty of those below is to obey their master's commands, not to think on behalf of their master. However, he paused, a frown crossing his brow. Has the background of this man been uncovered? Yes, Liuzi replied, his expression complex. He was a death row inmate over a decade ago. Originally sentenced to execution, yet for some unknown reason, he has resurfaced by Dao's side. Despite extensive investigation, we have yet to discern the reason. It was only through a fortunate coincidence a few days ago that we obtained this information. A death row inmate? Does Dower know about this matter? Uncertain. Perhaps we should inquire with the young master? No need. Chun Pingda's lips twitched slightly as he recalled the inexplicable disappearances of servants in the Chan household over the years. And he helplessly remarked, if Dower learns that you are investigating him, he will surely follow the trail and eliminate everyone involved in your inquiry. This lad possesses a ruthless nature. However, a man ought to be a bit merciless. He then unfurled the scroll that Dower had left behind. Perseverance transforms into gold. The glimmer of astonishment flickered in Liuzi's eyes as he stood beside Chun Pingda, and he couldn't help but exclaim, although this is not my first encounter with the young master's calligraphy, I must say, the young master's handwriting has improved remarkably. With such skill, once he arrives in the capital, he will undoubtedly become a distinguished guest in the homes of high officials and nobles. Ha! Despite a hint of uncontrollable pride and satisfaction on Chun Pingda's face, he still scoffed derisively. It's merely a trivial matter. No matter how well one writes, it can't be eaten. Yet, it is indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Distinctly different from the unruly populace of Shicheng. However, he furrowed his brow slightly. What does Dower mean by gifting me a piece inscribed with perseverance transforms into gold? Is he suggesting that I should endure? Has Dower discovered something? That shouldn't be the case. We haven't even made a move yet. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Chun Pingda shook his head and waved to summon a servant. Go, mount this and hang it in my study. Yes. Unfortunately, it was already dark outside. Had it been sunset, one could have seen the other 4 characters. Everyone will die. Subsequently, Chun Pingda casually grabbed the box of pastries left by Niumeng, snatched a walnut crisp, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This lad Dower is thoughtful. The taste is truly delightful, flaky and fresh out of the oven. It wasn't in vain that I've cared for him all these years. Come, Liuzi, come and take one as well. Once we finish eating, it will be time to get to work. Outside the Tianxian restaurant, Qingdao and Niumeng stood in the shadows. At this moment, the street vendors had begun to pack up, and there were few pedestrians on the road, while the waiters inside the restaurant had started to clean the tables with rags. Niumeng narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke softly. Young master. The brothers have everything arranged over there. In truth, young master, you could have one of the brothers lead you there. There's no need for you to personally take such risks. The danger is too great. Chun Dao glanced at Niumeng and sighed softly. The elder responsible for receiving disciples from the Linghuan sect is arrogant, not foolish. Does he think that any random person can command him to go wherever they please? All right, prepare to enter. Follow my lead. Chun Dao inhaled deeply, placing one hand behind his back, and strode towards the restaurant. This time, he did not lean on his wooden cane. Soon, he arrived outside the room of the elder from the Linghuan sect. To gather this information, it required little effort. Knock, knock. Chun Dao curled his index and middle fingers slightly and tapped lightly on the door, calling out from outside, "Elder, Chun Dao requests an audience. I am the one you referred to as a waste earlier today." "Get lost!" A gloomy roar soon echoed from within. Chun Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. After listening for a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of amusement flashing in his gaze as he continued, "Elder, there is something of great importance regarding the realm of cultivation." Before long, the door swung open. A man clad in white trousers and bare-chested, with a sullen expression, yanked the door open and rasped, "You had better truly speak of something concerning the realm of cultivation." This man was indeed the elder from the Linghuan sect who had visited the Chen residence earlier. As the man stepped out, Chun Dao lowered his head slightly and spoke softly. "I possess a treasure intended for cultivators. I am uncertain of its value. However, I am willing to offer this treasure to the elder without charge, hoping for another opportunity to assess my aptitude. Perhaps my talent will prove better this time." "Ha!" The man let out a disdainful scoff, prepared to swat away this intruder who disrupted his affairs, but hesitated momentarily, pondering the possibility that there might be some truth to it. After a brief pause, he replied, "In your searching, you could dig 3 feet into the ground and still not find a magical artifact. Do you truly believe you possess one? Do you think Wu, of all people, can be easily deceived?" Chun Dao was unperturbed, maintaining a steady tone as he continued. "It is a wooden umbrella, seemingly made of wood. There appears to be nothing unusual about it, yet no method can open it. It serves merely as decoration, incapable of shielding one from rain. Furthermore, it cannot be harmed by blades or swords, remaining remarkably resilient. Yet it is not heavy." As he spoke, he paused, observing the flicker of greed in the elder's eyes. Gaining confidence as a smile graced his lips, "Elder, might this wooden umbrella be a treasure meant solely for cultivators?" Chapter 9. No sooner had he departed than someone came to collect debts. Upon hearing Chun Dao's description, the elder from the Linghuan sect narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chun Dao up and down before coldly declaring, "Enter." He ushered Chun Dao into the room and closed the door. Then continued, "Whether it is a treasure or not can only be determined after seeing it. If it truly is a treasure, allowing you to enter the Linghuan sect as a servant disciple is not out of the question. However, what happens afterward will depend on your fortune." His gaze lingered on Chun Dao's chest for a moment. After hearing Chun Dao's description, he had already concluded that the wooden umbrella was indeed a magical artifact meant for cultivators. As for why it couldn't be opened, the reason was simple. Magical artifacts can only be activated with spiritual energy, and mortals lack such energy, rendering them incapable of using the artifact. He also recalled where he had seen that artifact before. At the Chen residence, Chun Dao had always leaned on a wooden umbrella, which he had initially overlooked, but now realized that it was a treasure. He had thought this trip would be a futile endeavor. Yet it seemed to yield unexpected rewards. What the master had said was indeed correct. Even among mortals, great opportunities can arise. As for the promise of a servant disciple, a flicker of coldness flashed in his deep-set eyes. But his expression remained largely unchanged. Where is that wooden umbrella now? The promise, of course, could not be fulfilled. What a joke. He currently possessed only one magical artifact suitable for the Qi refinement stage, which had been temporarily granted to him by his master for self-defense while collecting disciples. He would have to return it afterward. Allowing Chun Dao to enter the Linghuan sect would mean that everyone would know he had a chance encounter with a magical artifact among mortals. At that point, whether he could retain possession of that artifact would be uncertain. Noticing the flicker of desire in the elder's expression, Chun Dao internally chuckled, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, "It is in a pawn shop at the corner of the eastern city gate." The man instinctively felt a twinge of unease, furrowing his brow as he replied in a low voice, "Why do you not carry it with you?" Qian Dao's expression faltered slightly, hesitating before stammering, "My father, in order to gather enough spiritual stones for you, the elder, sold off a considerable amount of our family's assets and borrowed many spiritual stones. And no sooner had the elder left than someone came to collect debts. Left with no choice, most of the items in the Chen residence were pawned, and that wooden umbrella was also pawned there. Then I suddenly thought, this wooden umbrella is so peculiar. Could it be the legendary treasure mint for cultivators? Thus, I came to seek you out immediately." "All right," Elder Wu interrupted with a dark expression. "No need for further explanation. Just take me there. Mortals are indeed mortals, capable of pawning such treasures, with such short-sightedness. Even if they were fortunate enough to enter the Lingquan sect, they would ultimately achieve nothing significant." Just then, a series of deafening roars echoed from outside the window. The Dao Gang acts, and unrelated individuals swiftly retreat. "My blade shows no mercy, brothers, charge. I've heard there's a cultivator inside. If we succeed in this endeavor, we will be free from worries for the rest of our lives. Let this cultivator experience the might of our Dao Gang." Hearing the shouts outside, Qian Dao momentarily froze, his expression shifting as he turned to Niu Meng beside him. He had clearly arranged for the Dao Gang to lay in ambush at the pawnshop by the eastern city gate. How had they suddenly launched an attack? Who had unilaterally altered his plans? Niu Meng was also stunned, momentarily unable to react. It was impossible. The Dao Gang was supposed to be at the pawnshop by the eastern gate. They couldn't have come here. Soon, both of them simultaneously realized, exchanging a glance that revealed a shared shadow of foreboding. Someone was meddling. Another group had intentions towards the elder of the Lingquan sect. Acting under the guise of the Dao Gang, the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, the sound of stones slicing through the air resonated, as a dozen or so struck the papered window, crashing to the ground. Each stone was tethered to a small package. The moment the stones landed, the packages burst open, enveloping the entire room in a shroud of white smoke, drastically reducing visibility. Cough, 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 inadvertently inhaling the noxious fumes. Niu Meng's face turned crimson, and he could not help but cover his mouth, coughing violently while cursing inwardly. Who are these people, recklessly scattering soul-dispersing powder as if it were worthless? Have they lost their minds? Soul-dispersing powder shares a similar function to bewitching incense, yet with notable differences. The latter is primarily employed for stealthy infiltration, causing those ensnared in slumber to sleep even more soundly, often favored by flower thieves and gentlemen of the night. In contrast, the primary purpose of soul-dispersing powder is to irritate the nose and eyes. Typically used during home invasions or murders, it is thrown in first, followed by a cloth wrapped around the mouth and nose, before charging in to kill. But who on earth would throw out so much at once? This stuff is expensive, you know? It's tantamount to courting death. Wu Zhanglao, however, appeared unaffected. With a grim expression, he smacked his waist, and a pair of gauntlets flew from his belt to encase his hands. He strode towards the doorway, intent on crushing these ants. Elder, elder, seeing Wu Zhanglao prepare to charge into battle, Qian Dao, anxious and forgetting to hold his breath, urged, "That group outside has been plotting for a long time. Judging by the noise, they are numerous. We cannot confront them head-on. We must escape first and regroup later. If we collapse the wall on the left, it leads to an alleyway. The alleys beyond intertwine, and if we go this way, they won't be able to catch us." This alley was originally the escape route he and Niu Meng had scouted earlier. In case negotiations fell through or something went awry, he never anticipated it would come into play now. He was uncertain of the strength of the group outside, but he understood a simple truth. Whoever they were, their willingness to act indicated they had some confidence, and that confidence entailed risk. Furthermore, the reason they were shouting outside to draw attention while throwing in such a quantity of soul-dispersing powder was clearly to force the Lingquan sect's guiding elder out. At this juncture, it was certain that traps awaited them outside. Whether exiting the corridor or jumping from the third-floor window, those points were undoubtedly premeditated ambushes. The best course of action was to collapse the left wall and temporarily escape through the alley. He did not wish for Wu Zhanglao to perish here. That would render his journey futile. Yet, Wu Zhanglao disregarded Qian Dao entirely, his face aflame with fury as he kicked the door open and charged into the corridor. The guest room where Wu Zhonglao resided was on the third floor of the Tianxian Tavern, which housed 6 guest rooms connected by a corridor, and no sooner had he burst onto the corridor, ready to descend and eliminate the provocateurs, than he heard a piercing sound slicing through the air. Whoosh! Instinctively turning his head, he beheld a steel crossbow, as thick as an infant's arm, hurtling towards him. At the end of the corridor, 5 figures clad in black, their faces obscured by cloth, were operating a siege crossbow meant for city walls. As the crossbow bolt approached, Wu Zhonglao's countenance shifted dramatically. He had no time to evade and, bracing himself, swung his gauntlet right hand towards the bolt. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed. Ethereal white energy flickered on his fist, and astonishingly, the immense crossbow capable of skewering dozens of mortals like candied hawthorn was forcefully halted by Wu Zhonglao. The bolt did not even pierce the gauntlet on his hand before it lost its momentum and fell to the ground. Panting, though he had blocked the bolt, he absorbed the full brunt of the impact. The guiding elder of the Lingquan sect now knelt on one knee, his expression feral as he glared at the 5 black-clad figures across the corridor, rasping, "Very well, congratulations, you wretched insects, you have irked me." However, the next moment, puffed, a mouthful of blood erupted from Wu Zhonglao's lips. The force of the crossbow had inflicted significant internal damage upon his organs. After all, employing such siege weaponry against an individual was akin to using a hammer to crush an ant. A mere mortal would stand no chance of withstanding it. Wu Zhonglao slowly rose, wiping the blood from his lips, flexing his muscles as he focused on the 5 men frantically reloading the crossbow. With a sinister grin, he declared, "No need to struggle. You have no chance to strike again. Once a siege crossbow has been fired, it requires several strong men and a considerable amount of time to be reloaded." He would not grant them that opportunity. In truth, the power of the crossbow had not been maximized. Given the time constraints, they had not been able to pull the string fully taut. Had they managed to do so and endured the impact, the outcome might have been entirely different. Meanwhile, Niu Meng, witnessing the scene before him, felt a flicker of yearning and fervor in his eyes as he murmured, "Is this what it means to be a cultivator?" He recognized the steel crossbow. Decades earlier, some fleeing soldiers from a neighboring country had banded together, turning bandit-like near Shurcheng, even surrounding the city with intentions to seize it. That day, the crossbows atop the city walls had demonstrated the might of defensive weaponry to the world. Those colossal bolts, upon striking a body, left virtually no remains. An individual would be torn asunder, often taking a dozen lives with a single shot. Yet this cultivator before him had effortlessly blocked such a bolt with a single punch. At that moment, whoosh, a shrill sound sliced through the air once more. Just as Wu Zhonglao had regained his footing, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest. Another colossal bolt shot straight from behind him. Penetrating his torso, blood gushed uncontrollably forth. But that was not all. This bolt differed slightly from the previous one. Its tip resembled a ship's anchor, with a hook-like structure instead of sharp edges. Moreover, a long cord trailed behind it. Realizing that his life was rapidly ebbing away and that he might truly die here, Wu Zhonglao's expression turned feral, akin to a wounded beast, as he threw back his head and roared in fury, desperately attempting to channel his internal energy. However, at that moment, the cord went taut. The entire bolt, like a hook, latched onto Wu Zhonglao's body and began to draw him deeper into the corridor. Damn it! With excruciating pain preventing him from harnessing his internal energy, Wu Zhonglao's eyes filled with fear and despair for the first time, his hands flailing helplessly in the air. Just as he was engulfed in utter hopelessness, a large blade reached out from within the room, swiftly severing the cord attached to the bolt and pulling Wu Zhonglao back inside. Once back indoors, Wu Zhonglao suddenly recalled Chen Dao mentioning collapsing the left wall, leading to an alley. A fierce desire to survive ignited in his eyes as he bore the pain and urged, "Quickly, collapse that wall and take me out. As long as I live, I promise you entry into the Lingquan sect. I swear it on my life." Niu Meng held his breath, expressionless as he glanced at Wu Zhonglao, then yanked the bolt from his body and discarded it aside, before single-handedly hoisting Wu Zhonglao and charging towards the left wall. Fortunately, Wu Zhonglao was a cultivator. Had he been an ordinary person, he would barely be able to speak, let alone remain intact. Boom! The wall crumbled. Chen Dao led the charge, leaping down first, while Niu Mang carried Wu Zhonglao on his back. Closely trailing Chen Dao, not daring to lag behind at that moment, Wu Zhonglao coughed violently a few times, blood staining Niu Mang's clothing. Trembling with anxiety, he turned to gaze at the gaping hole in the wall. Fear evident in his eyes as he called out to the hastily fleeing Chen Dao, "Qian?" For a moment, he struggled to recall the name of this young man, but it mattered little. Pausing momentarily, he continued urgently, "Tell your subordinate to hold them off. You must get me to safety. If no one holds them back, we will surely be caught and won't escape far, I swear, if you get me out alive. I will ensure you enter the Lingquan sect. A mere servantess life is of no consequence. Let it be lost. Did you hear me? Hurry, tell him to hold them off." Chen Dao did not even glance back, continuing to sprint forward with fervor. Meanwhile, Niu Mang showed no sign of pausing, as if he had completely disregarded Elder Wu's words. This alley was a labyrinth with countless twists and turns. It was easy for outsiders to lose their way, and even locals could find themselves bewildered, unsure of how to exit. Before long, Chen Dao and his companions found refuge in a relatively safe location, and upon noticing the absence of any disturbances behind them, they allowed themselves a moment to catch their breath. At that moment, Elder Wu also felt a slight sense of relief, though he couldn't help but voice his frustration. Had they left someone behind to guard, their situation would have been much more secure. Gasping lightly, Chen Dao casually glanced at Elder Wu, snatching the bag from his arms and tucking it into his own, then removing the gloves from his fists and placing them within his clothing. He had seen clearly that these two items were treasures. Elder Wu, his expression darkened, fixed his gaze on Chen Dao and rasped, "What do you mean by this, you rascal?" Chen Dao, disinterested in further conversation, waved his hand dismissively. Silenced. "P.S. Finally, I have reached 20,000 words. I can now sign a contract. Starting tomorrow, I will attempt to update this new book with 10,000 words daily. I hope my brothers will encourage me. Additionally, I thank everyone for their support and will strive to not let you down. Small gifts will be distributed once the contract is signed. I don't seek divine endorsement, just some free little gifts to boost popularity on the rankings." Chapter 11. Do you know how difficult cultivation is? Soon after, Chen Dao and his companions arrived at the pawn shop located at the eastern city gate, their stronghold within the city. Young master. This, as soon as they entered, a group of men wielding large knives surrounded them, preparing to act, only to freeze in place upon seeing Niu Mang holding a blood-soaked man, looking utterly bewildered. This is the cultivator," Niu Mang said, dropping the man unceremoniously to the ground, shaking his slightly aching right hand, his tone tinged with an indescribable complexity. Taking a breath, Chen Dao quickly commanded, "Send a few brothers outside to keep watch. Time is of the essence, and we cannot be certain if there are pursuers behind us. Bring this man into the underground chamber. Cultivators possess various skills, so insert steel needles into all his joints to prevent any unforeseen complications. Assign several brothers to guard him. I will freshen up and then personally interrogate him." "Understood." The men responded solemnly, though their expressions bore confusion. Wasn't the plan for the young master to lure the man in, allowing them to ambush him? Why had the young master returned with this half-dead so-called cultivator? This seemed to deviate from their strategy. Was this cultivator truly so weak? Yet, there was no time to ponder further. A group of cautious men surrounded Elder Wu, who lay gasping for breath on the ground. Though it was evident to all that he was on the verge of death, no one dared to relax their vigilance. After all, he was a cultivator, and no one could predict if he might suddenly retaliate. Before long, Chen Dao had washed away the blood on himself and, after ensuring he looked presentable in the copper mirror, suppressed his excitement and adjusted his clothing before striding towards the basement. This had become a habit of his. When anticipating an event he had long awaited, he would often bathe and prepare himself to face it in the best possible manner. Today, this cultivator was precisely that long-anticipated event. Young master, as Chen Dao descended, the men, knives pressed against the bound Elder Wu's neck, dared not move, merely bowing their heads slightly in respect towards Chen Dao. Chen Dao nodded casually, picked up a chair at the entrance, and approached Elder Wu, placing the chair on the ground. He sat down and suddenly smiled at the bloodied Elder Wu. Looking to the side, he waved his hand. Soon, a man strode over, holding a wooden umbrella in both hands. Chen Dao took the umbrella and leaned on it, gazing at the bloodied Elder Wu with a light chuckle. Strictly speaking, this is our third meeting. Yet, I dare say this encounter is the most delightful, wouldn't you agree? Before him, Elder Wu was pierced by numerous steel needles at various joints, at least 20 or 30 in total, blood seeping from his skin along the needles. In such a state, not only would he be unable to retaliate suddenly, but even the slightest movement of his joints would elicit unbearable agony. A person unaccustomed to such pain would find themselves wishing only for death. Surrounded by men, each wielding a steel knife poised at Elder Wu's neck, there were more than 10 blades encircling him. Gasping for breath, Elder Wu, bound to the pillar, cautiously avoided the knife's edge as he slowly raised his head to meet Chen Dao's gaze. A grim smile on his lips, I concede. Release me, and the Lingquan sect will surely welcome you. I will have my master personally instruct you. Killing me will bring you no benefit. I may have called you a fool. But those were merely words exchanged in heated debate. There is no enmity between you. Why survival would yield far greater advantages to you than my demise. Chen Dao shrugged nonchalantly and waved his hand again. Soon, a maid hurried over with a tray, upon which lay steaming, soft delicacies. After casually snatching 2 and tossing them into his mouth, he remarked, "We haven't eaten all night waiting for you. We're quite famished. And you see, when I am hungry, I tend to act impulsively. Now, tell me, how does one embark on the path of cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Elder Wu fell silent for a moment, then smirked disdainfully. "You wish to cultivate on your own? How absurd. Your life is in my hands. I know, but I can assure you, no mortal can cultivate alone. One must join a sect to pursue cultivation." After a brief pause, Elder Wu continued, "It wouldn't hurt to reveal a bit of information about the cultivation world. But I must remind you, should I perish, the Lingquan sect will not turn a blind eye to embark on the path of cultivation. One must open the 5 orifices. The first, the body, commonly referred to as the body realm. Upon achieving this, one's physical strength alone can withstand several robust men. The second, Qi refinement, also known as the Qi refinement realm. Once the Qi Si is established, one can harness spiritual energy, enabling them to resist a dozen soldiers unarmed. The third, acupoint nourishment, also called the acupoint nourishment realm. Only after establishing the acupoints can one refine magical treasures, which can be kept in the acupoints for nurturing, significantly enhancing combat prowess. One could say that those who have reached the acupoint nourishment realm possess greatly augmented strength. If I were of the acupoint nourishment realm, how could I have fallen to such a state? As he spoke, a fierce unwillingness flickered in his eyes. Chen Dao pondered for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. So, you are at the Qi refinement realm, then. According to you, one must open all 5 orifices to be considered a true cultivator, and thus far, you have only opened 2. You hardly qualify as a cultivator. Nonsense. Even facing life and death, Elder Wu could not help but flare with anger at Chen Dao's words. Do you have any idea how difficult cultivation is? The journey is fraught with obstacles and dangers. And I have persevered to reach this point, making me one of the best among my peers. Tio claim that the Qi refinement realm does not count as cultivation is simply ludicrous. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Dao scratched his nails thoughtfully before continuing. I still fail to grasp why one cannot cultivate without joining a sect. It's quite simple, Elder Wu replied, glancing around before continuing. Cultivation is fundamentally about wealth, methods, and destiny. Chapter 12. Truly a pure and simple cultivation world. Speaking of the first orifice, the body. This stage requires a substantial amount of medicinal materials for medicinal baths, which must be taken once daily for at least 49 days, complemented by rigorous training, to successfully refine the body. Each medicinal bath requires an entire packet of herbs. The current market price for a packet of body-refining herbs stands at 100 spiritual stones. In other words, to achieve body refinement, one must spend at least 4,900 spiritual stones on medicinal materials. This does not include other expenses. Who among ordinary mortals can afford such a sum? Even if your Qin family is one of the 3 prominent families in Shiqing. Could you manage to gather such wealth by selling off your entire estate? Even if I were to share the cultivation methods with you, would you be able to afford it? And this is merely the first orifice. There are still the second, third, fourth, and fifth orifices, along with the proper path of cultivation that follows once all 5 are open. 4,900 spirit stones. Chen Dao leaned back against the chair, supporting himself with a wooden umbrella, his brow slightly furrowed, remaining silent. This was indeed beyond his knowledge. However, he was aware that the Chen family had paid a considerable price to produce those 100 spirit stones. During that period, everyone in the Qin household had gone 3 months without new clothing. Now, merely for a single aperture, a staggering 4,900 spirit stones were required. To say nothing of the Chen family. Even if one were to scour the entirety of Stone City, it was uncertain whether such a quantity of spirit stones could be unearthed. The path of cultivation was, indeed, not one that ordinary individuals could tread lightly upon. After a brief pause, he looked up at the man before him and softly inquired, "Are you suggesting that by joining the sect would cover this expense?" Naturally, the man replied, "Otherwise, why would so many aspire to join the sect? It is not without cost, of course. The sect merely lends this sum of spirit stones to its disciples temporarily, and once the disciple has grown, they must repay the principal along with interest. Furthermore, upon joining the sect, a disciple bears the obligation and responsibility of sharing the sect's fate, and they must not contravene the sect's rules or the commands of the sect leader. After reaching the Qi refinement stage, one may enter the sect's Grand Hall to accept tasks. Upon completion of these tasks, one can receive spirit stones, and occasionally, the rewards may even include rare herbs and treasures. Typically, those with keen intellect and diligence can repay their debts to the sect within 30 years. 30 years? Chen Dao fell into a contemplative silence, his expression impassive as he stated, "I hope you are speaking earnestly." "Huh?" The man scoffed derisively. "What, are you frightened? Do you truly believe that the sect would only expend 4,900 spirit stones on you? While that is indeed a substantial sum, it is merely the bare minimum for opening 5 apertures. In the future, each additional aperture will require a significant amount of spirit stones, all of which will be paid by the sect on your behalf. Apart from joining the sect, it is a daunting challenge for even the vast majority of mortals to open a single aperture. The only path for mortals aspiring to become cultivators is to join a sect. Moreover, once one reaches the Qi refinement stage, they can enter the sect's Grand Hall to undertake high-reward tasks, which are only available within the sect. Even those fortunate enough to become cultivators by chance cannot access these tasks. And lacking any other source of spirit stones, they find themselves unable to advance, ultimately relegated to some rural organization for the rest of their lives. He then took a deep breath, fixing a serious gaze on Chen Dao. Having laid the groundwork for this moment, these are all my heartfelt words. Through this experience, I have come to realize that although your cultivation aptitude is somewhat lacking, you possess intelligence and decisiveness. In the future, even with a slight deficiency in aptitude, you can still carve out a notable reputation in the cultivation world. Release me, and I will guide you into the realm of cultivation. We could even become teammates, completing tasks together. Should you take my life, the Lingquan sect will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly, sending individuals to investigate this matter thoroughly." Chen Dao raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain? The Lingquan sect would traverse such a distance to investigate the whereabouts of a mere Qi refinement cultivator at the second aperture? Do you believe you are worth that effort?" "I am not worth it." Elder Wu initially shook his head, then added earnestly, "However, the debt I bear is substantial. The sect has invested considerable spirit stones in us. If I perish, it would mean the sect could never recoup this investment. Thus, they will certainly seek out my killer to demand compensation for those spirit stones. At that time, my master will personally come to ascertain the truth and will exert every effort to do so. After all, if he cannot find the individual responsible for repaying these spirit stones, he will be the one held accountable. My continued existence presents you with numerous benefits. My demise, however, would bring you only peril. The treasure you pilfered from me was a temporary gift from my master. It is a well-known rule in the cultivation world that the greatest concern for any sect is the unexpected death of their disciples. Ha! Chan Dao found the situation somewhat ironic, a smirk forming on his lips as he pondered what to say next. The cultivation world is truly pure and unpretentious, though not find it amusing. The spirit stones required for cultivation are often a staggering sum. Even if you were to ask your father, he may not grant you such an amount, let alone a sect with which you share no blood relation. To obtain anything, one must be prepared to make sacrifices. The greater the reward sought, the heftier the price to be paid. That makes sense. Chun Dao rose to stretch his limbs casually, yet you still haven't mentioned where the method for cultivation lies. Specifically regarding the opening of 5 apertures. This is of little value. It is common fare in the cultivation world. Do you possess it? Naturally, it is within my storage bag. I cannot access it, but of course you cannot. This storage bag has already recognized its master. Only I can retrieve its contents, unless I were to perish. Therefore, before Elder Wu could finish his sentence, Chan Dao scrutinized the storage bag in his hands, nonchalantly waving his hand. Then let us dispose of him. As soon as the words left his lips, the man's expression shifted dramatically, panic evident as he exclaimed, "Wait!" At that moment, another voice echoed urgently, "Wait!" However, the men nearby exhibited remarkable execution. And at Chen Dao's command, a dozen steel blades simultaneously swung toward the man's neck. With a swift motion, a head rolled to the ground. Huh! One of the men holding a blade finally reacted. Looking at Chen Dao with a bewildered expression, "Young master, what did you just say?" I said, "Wait." Chen Dao stared incredulously at the severed head on the ground. I hadn't even inquired about the efficacy of my treasure or how to use it. And you all went ahead and dispatched him? Niu Mang, standing nearby, displayed a hint of embarrassment, hesitantly replying, "Young master, you've always emphasized obedience to orders. The brothers have taken it very seriously. P.S. The editor is on vacation. I can only wait until Monday to sign the contract. Regrettably, I will still be posting 2 updates regularly over the next couple of days. Once the contract is signed on Monday, I will attempt to increase it to 5 updates daily." Chapter 13. For the time being, we need not venture out to rob. Let us lay low. Very well. Chun Dao shook his head, momentarily setting aside his desire to discern the true nature of this wooden umbrella. He had possessed it for 2 to 3 years, the only thing he knew being that it was incredibly sturdy and could serve as a means of self-defense, yet its canopy could not be unfurled and thus could not shield one from the rain. He had previously instructed Niu Mang to strike the umbrella forcefully with a blade, only for the blade to bend upon contact, leaving not even a mark on the umbrella. Clean this place up? By the way, young master. Niu Mang hesitated before saying, "We still do not know which faction was behind today's disruption. The only name they mentioned was the Dao Gang." The commotion was so loud that anyone near the Tianxian Tavern would undoubtedly know that the Dao Gang had attacked this cultivator. When this individual's master comes to investigate, it will be easy to ascertain that it was the Dao Gang's doing and, at that point, it could lead to trouble for us. He did not need to finish his sentence. Everyone understood the implication. Chun Dao frowned slightly. As long as this man's master is not foolish enough to believe that the Dao Gang would announce their name before undertaking such actions, who would be so careless as to declare their identity, fearing that future vendettas would have no target? But what if he truly is that foolish? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Dao turned to Niu Mang. "Dispose of the body. If this man's master truly comes to investigate, we will simply discard the body. The wound inflicted by the crossbow is easily identifiable. Crossbows are military weapons, and the responsibility lies solely with the city lord's manor. Only the lord's manor possesses military arms in Stone City. If his master truly arrives, we will guide the investigation away from the Dao Gang and toward the military at that point. They need only trace the origins of the military arms, even reporting it to the governor's office in Qianlizu if necessary. Of course." Chen Dao paused, continuing, "These are merely diversions, meant to obscure our tracks. The primary objective remains to become a cultivator as swiftly as possible. At that point, we will have no use for such trivial tactics. Eliminate them all, if what this man said is true." Then, Niu Mang spoke with a complex expression. "The spirit stones required for cultivation are indeed exorbitant. Merely for a single aperture, 4,900 spirit stones are needed. This sum is beyond the means of common families. Even the entirety of Stone City would struggle to amass such a quantity. Do not worry about that. Chen Dao shook his head. Stone City is situated in a remote corner of the Great Zhou Kingdom, and its impoverished conditions are to be expected. In more prosperous cities, such a demand for spirit stones would likely be unheard of. I will find a way to address the issue of spirit stones. For now, let us refrain from venturing out to rob. Let us lie low here. Understood. The group of men exchanged glances, solemnly affirming their agreement. Chen Dao casually nodded and then picked up the storage bag. Making his way towards a nearby room, he closed the door. Chen Dao sat down at a table, placing the storage bag upon its surface. Peering inside the bag, he found nothing but obscurity, as if the opening had been obscured by a mosaic. Grasping the bottom of the bag, he shook it downwards several times, yet nothing fell out. Choosing to delve deeper, he reached into the bag, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Though the bag appeared no larger than a palm from the outside, its internal space was as vast as a wooden chest. He had to stretch his arm to its limit just to graze the edges. Once he emptied the contents onto the table, he stared at them with a blank expression, lost in contemplation. He couldn't shake the feeling that he might be using it incorrectly. After all, this storage bag was only the size of a wooden chest. It couldn't possibly fit larger weapons. Surely there were bags with greater capacity. Did one have to thrust their head inside to retrieve an item from those bags where even an outstretched arm couldn't reach the edges? Shaking his head, he temporarily cast aside the thought, deciding to use it as it was for now. His gaze fell upon the items laid out before him. 3 jars of elixirs, some garments, several shards of spirit stones, and a neatly arranged pile of spirit stones totaling 102, along with a sheepskin book and a badge resembling a pentagram. The jars were labeled as spirit recovery pills. Spirit recovery pills and spirit recovery pills. Chen Dao, feeling somewhat speechless, tossed the 3 jars back into the storage bag. Uncertain of the exact function of these spirit recovery pills, he surmised from their name that they likely serve to replenish spiritual energy. As for the garments, he discarded them onto the floor, intending to have someone come in later to collect and burn them. The shards of spirit stones numbered in the hundreds. These shards were fragments of spirit stones, which, while serving as equivalent currency, could also be utilized for cultivation. When the spiritual energy within a spirit stone was depleted, it would shatter. However, these shattered stones could not be used for cultivation and were not subject to forgery. Thus, they were relegated to serving as currency among mortals. Their sole purpose was to function as money in the mundane realm. The 102 neatly arranged spirit stones beside them were undoubtedly provided by his father, while the remaining 2 stones were likely all that this individual could produce. Chen Dao, feeling somewhat incredulous, placed all these spirit stones into the storage bag. Seemed this person had claimed that thousands of spirit stones were necessary for cultivation. Yet he could only muster 2? The last item was the pentagram badge, presumably a disciple's insignia from the Lingquan sect, which he also tucked into the storage bag, thinking it might come in handy in the future. Another treasure was the man's gauntlet, a magical artifact designed for cultivators. However, he was oblivious to its usage or effects, thus unable to harness its full potential. Unlike the wooden umbrella, this gauntlet, while unknown in application, could still be worn to catch a blade without issue. After stowing this item in the storage bag, he hung it within his inner robe. With a hint of satisfaction, Chen Dao patted his bulging storage bag and exhaled lightly. Regardless, this marked his first step on the path of cultivation. Next, it was time to investigate the so-called method of cultivation. He picked up the sheepskin book and began to examine its contents closely. However, as he read, his brow furrowed deeply, and moments later, he set the book aside, his expression devoid of emotion. He finally understood why this individual had said that those with poor aptitude could never hope to cultivate in this lifetime. P.S. There will be another chapter later. I am currently stockpiling content. The editor will return to work on Monday, and I prefer not to release too many chapters before signing the contract, as there are no earnings to be had before that. Chapter 14. Tomorrow, I will go to the temple outside the city to light some incense. My luck has been quite poor lately. The reason is simple. The worse one's aptitude, the more spirit stones are required for cultivation. This sheepskin book details the cultivation methods for the first 3 orifices. The first orifice connects the body, the second orifice cultivates qi, and the third orifice nourishes the cavity. The methods of cultivation are straightforward. To connect the body at the first orifice, one must spin spirit stones to purchase medicinal materials for a medicinal bath. For cultivating qi at the second orifice, spirit stones must be spent on spirit recovery pills at the third orifice. To nourish the cavity, one must purchase magical artifacts and use a significant amount of spirit stones to warm the cavity. The book does not record details for the latter 2 orifices. Despite the sheepskin book being filled with text, it could essentially be summarized in 5 words. Poverty prevents cultivation. He held the sheepskin book before him, attempting to discern some profound insight, but all he could perceive from the lines was the word spirit stones. Connecting the body requires spirit stones. Cultivating qi requires spirit stones. Nourishing the cavity requires spirit stones. What kind of cultivation path is this? It would be more accurate to call it the path of spirit stones. He gazed blankly at the sheepskin book on the table, falling into silence. Initially, he had hoped to lead the Dao gang onto the path of cultivation, but it seemed that now, the chances of that happening were minimal. Just to elevate a single person to the first orifice would require at least 900 spirit stones. If he aimed to elevate 10 individuals, that would amount to 49,000 spirit stones. Yet he had over 30 subordinates. The Dao gang relied on a meager income from their exploits, earning perhaps 10 spirit stones a month when business was booming. This meant that to accumulate enough spirit stones for the entire gang to reach the first orifice would take a staggering 225 years. Quite a predicament, and no wonder cultivators are said to have long lifespans. If their lives were shorter, they would never amass such wealth in spirit stones. Sighing, Chen Dao stood up, slightly irritated, and made his way outside. Young master, young master. Upon seeing Chen Dao exit the room, the men engaged in cleaning the bloodstains paused their actions and spoke in hushed tones. Chen Dao nodded slightly, annoyance evident in his demeanor as he waved his hand dismissively. You all stay here for a few days. I will return shortly. Understood. With that, Chen Dao did not linger, exiting the secret chamber and heading toward the Chen residence under the cover of night. The only feasible way to quickly acquire such a large sum of spirit stones was through a spirit stone mine. Long ago, there had been rumors of a spirit stone mine located near Shiqing, drawing many to search for it. Unfortunately, after several years, all had returned empty-handed. Subsequently, the rumors had become a joke. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was no smoke without fire. If such tales had circulated, there might be some truth to them. He would return and ask his father, who was a native of Shiqing and would likely know more details about the rumors. Meanwhile, within the Qin residence, the atmosphere was akin to a powder keg ready to explode. All the servants had been confined to their quarters. Chen Pingda sat in the main seat of the grand hall, his expression dark as he surveyed the 10 or so men standing below, all with their heads bowed in silence. After scanning each of them, Chen Pingda could no longer contain his frustration and hurled the teacup beside him to the ground. Crash! The shattered porcelain splattered across several men, leaving traces of blood, yet they remained motionless, still bowed in silence. Did the mission fail? Chen Pingda erupted, pointing at the 10 men below. Are you all useless? If you truly could not overpower that cultivator, I would not utter a word, as I understand that dealing with cultivators is no easy feat, but the plan was executed flawlessly. And you mean to tell me that the severely injured cultivator was rescued by 2 men in black? 2 mortals? You couldn't even hold on to 2 mortals? After all this time I've invested in you, and this is the answer you give me? Why should I keep you around when I could just support those 2 men in black? Supporting 2 is equivalent to supporting all of you. Enough. Enough. At this moment, Liuzi, standing to the side, offered a cup of tea to Chen Pingda. Why, Lord, can you temper your temper a bit? There must be a reason for the mission's failure. At least let the brothers explain themselves. They've been with you for so long, and you know their capabilities. Something unexpected must have occurred. Chen Pingda downed the tea in one gulp and slammed the cup down heavily before responding, his expression still grim. Yin Laowu, speak. Yin Laowu first glanced gratefully at Liuzi and then straightened up to face Chen Pingda, steeling himself to speak. The plan started off smoothly. The cultivator was indeed forced out of the guest room. But when he was rescued after his ropes were cut, we hesitated to charge in. We thought there might be other cultivators inside the guest room, so we took the time to reload the crossbow. Preparing for a confrontation, as without the crossbow, we would find it difficult to contend with the cultivator. While I had considered the possibility of their escape, I did not anticipate that they would leap directly through the wall into the alley beside the building. The alley, with its labyrinthine paths, would prove a challenge for our pursuit, and by the time we realized what had transpired, it was already too late. Damn it, what a bunch of useless fools. After taking a deep breath, Chen Pingda muttered another curse, gradually calming his demeanor. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and asked, "Have the traces been dealt with?" "Yes, but the practitioner's dwelling still harbors a woman from the Red Mansion," came the response. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingda narrowed his eyes. "Where is this woman?" "Inquire about the identities of those two men in black. She is already deceased." "Deceased?" "Indeed." Before fleeing, those two men in black dispatched the woman from the Red Mansion, delivering a swift cut to her throat with a steady hand. "Very well." Chen Pingda sighed once more, wearily rubbing his temples. "Not only have we failed to capture the practitioner, but we also resorted to military weaponry. Once that practitioner regains his strength, he will undoubtedly return to exact vengeance. We have gained nothing while leaving ourselves with a significant threat. Truly, we have lost both our lady and our soldiers. Damn it, I shall go to the temple outside the city tomorrow to light some incense. My luck has been abysmal lately. Let us wait a few days and see how the situation unfolds." However, those two men in black, at that moment, a man suddenly burst into the hall, brandishing a weapon, his expression fraught with urgency. "Master, master, the young master has returned?" Chen Pingda momentarily froze before leaping from his chair, exclaiming quickly, "Everyone get the hell into the secret chamber. Liuzi, hurry and gather some items. Clean up these shattered pieces on the floor. I will temporarily confront this rascal. You all must move swiftly." Chapter 15. The ruthless mountain bandits known as Dao Gang kill at Wilhelm. Chun Dao leaned on his wooden umbrella, flanked by Niu Meng, as he strode into the brightly lit Chen residence. The night had fallen, yet the oil lamps adorning the walls illuminated the interior with a dim glow. These oil lamps, referred to as everlasting lamps, were installed during the construction of the house, ensuring that they would remain lit regardless of the time of day. They would extinguish only in the event of a significant calamity befalling the family. Ordinary households could not afford such luxuries, nor would they find them necessary. It was only in grand residences like the Chun family's that one would find walls adorned with these everlasting lamps, serving the dual purpose of providing light for those who needed to traverse the halls at night and offering a measure of deterrence against nefarious intruders, as well as being a token of good fortune. The principle behind their perpetual illumination was simple. The household servants merely needed to replenish the oil at regular intervals. On a typical evening, the residence would not be overly noisy, but it certainly would not be as eerily silent as it was now. After all, some servants were required to keep watch and attend to their master's commands during the night. Yet now, as Chen Dao ventured deeper into the inner courtyard, he had yet to catch sight of a single servant. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowed his steps, feeling a twinge of unease. With his left hand grasping the wooden umbrella, he began to cautiously explore the inner courtyard. Although this umbrella could not open, its pointed tip was exceptionally sturdy, serving as a weapon far superior to ordinary implements. Meanwhile, Niu Meng, with a tense expression, held his broadsword at the ready, preparing to sound a special whistle from his pocket at any moment to summon the Dao Gang members. Just then, a furious voice erupted, "You little brat!" An elderly man with graying hair, clad in a long coat, stormed out, cursing loudly. Despite his age, he walked with remarkable vigor, resembling an old soldier still capable of battle. "Returning at this hour, where have you been wandering?" Chen Dao squinted, observing his father closely, and after a moment of studying his father's subtle expressions, he relaxed and furrowed his brow. "Why is there not a single servant in the residence? How does the steward manage the staff if no one is here to keep watch? According to the family rules, this warrants punishment. Enough." Chen Pingda glanced at the wooden umbrella Chen Dao leaned upon, irritation evident in his tone. "I do not rely on a cane. Yet here you are, a young man, propped up by a wooden umbrella, looking utterly lifeless. You lack the vigor of youth. Come inside with me. You've been out all day and likely haven't tea eaten, have you? There are leftovers in the kitchen. I've had someone heat them up. Come in and have a bite. All right, Qingdao, feeling a slight hunger in his belly, did not refuse. Having only eaten a few pastries throughout the day, he indeed felt a pang of hunger. Chun Pingda strode confidently ahead, entering the inner courtyard and stepping into the main hall. He first scanned the room to ensure no evidence remained before turning to Qingdao. You still haven't told me where you went tonight. That can wait. Let me eat something first. I'm famished with that. Qingdao tucked the wooden umbrella at his waist and rolled up his sleeves, striding to the table, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he surveyed the dishes laid out before him. 6 dishes and 1 soup, 3 meat, 2 vegetables, and 1 cold dish constituted a rather simple yet homely meal. Qingdao picked up a piece of food and chewed thoughtfully before breaking into a smile and looking at Liuzi. Uncle Liu, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. Ha ha ha. Liuzi, still seated at the table, chuckled amiably. I've grown old and less capable, so in my spare time, I've been honing my cooking skills, which indeed required considerable effort. If the young master enjoys it, I shall prepare more in the future. You little rascal. Chun Pingda's eyes sparkled with affection, though he shook his head in resignation. Liuzi, you spoil him. It's because you indulge him that he never eats outside. Even when he is starving, he merely nibbles on pastries, only to eat properly when he returns to the Chen residence. Liuzi did not see anything wrong with this, merely nodding in satisfaction as he watched Qingdao eat. If the young master enjoys it, that is my honor. My age, I have little else to offer. Cooking is the only skill I can still showcase. Every time I see the young master, I am convinced he will become a remarkable figure. Uncle Liu? Qingdao picked up a napkin from the table, wiping the corners of his mouth before jokingly addressing Liuzi. Why, father, hasn't he departed yet? And you're already trying to curry favor with me? Your thinking is quite astute, Uncle Liu. When I inherit the Chen residence, you shall certainly be the second in command. You little brat. Chun Pingda, who had been listening with a smile, suddenly froze, leaping from his seat, pulling off his shoe sole and brandishing it at Qingdao while shouting furiously, I'm not dead yet. Is this how you curse your father? Let me tell you, I am destined for longevity. Even if I send you off, I won't perish. Enough. Liuzi hurriedly pushed Chun Pingda back into his seat, a look of exasperation on his face. Master, you really must temper your temper. Let us speak calmly while sitting. Your anger is excessive and could harm your health. Qingdao remained seated throughout, lifting his chopsticks to take another bite, and only after swallowing did he chuckle and say, Rest assured, father, you will certainly live a long life. Yesterday, I went outside the city to light a longevity incense for you, ensuring that you enjoy a lifespan longer than the southern mountain. Outside the city? Chen Pingda's brows furrowed as he admonished, You ought to refrain from venturing outside. There are ruthless mountain bandits known as Daogang who kill indiscriminately. If you encounter them, it would be dire for you. Qingdao paused, his expression slightly incredulous, before setting down his chopsticks and looking up at his father with earnestness. There is something I wish to consult you about. Humph. Chun Pingda, still brimming with anger, plopped onto the bench with a huff. You have questions for me? I thought you were a prodigy, knowledgeable about the heavens and the earth. I do. There has long been a rumor regarding Shiqing. Qingdao began earnestly recounting. It is said that Shiqing was not always known by this name. It was once called Lingshi City. A former lord, upon being appointed here, allegedly discovered a spirit stone mine nearby. To keep this discovery hidden from the cultivation community and to embezzle the wealth for himself, he changed the name of Lingshi City to Shiqing. Chapter 16. Dower, are you aware of the Qin family's rise to prominence? This news, which circulated 2 or 3 decades ago, attracted throngs of people to Shiqing in search of the rumored spirit stone mine. Yet all returned empty-handed. I wonder if you have heard of this rumor. Father? As the last words fell, Chun Pingda and Liuzi exchanged a knowing glance, stroking their beards, their eyes reflecting a profound amusement, akin to 2 cunning old foxes. Moments later, they cleared their throats. Chun Pingda cleared his throat lightly, instinctively straightening his posture, his voice growing serious. tinged with an undeniable pride and satisfaction. Dower, you are no longer a child. There are many matters you ought to be enlightened about. Are you aware of the history of the Chen family's rise to prominence? History of rise? Chen Dao furrowed his brow, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Are you suggesting that the Chen family's fortune was built upon the secret discovery of that spirit stone mine 2 or 3 decades ago, which we claimed as our own? What nonsense is this? Chen Pingda, appearing utterly exasperated, remarked, if that were indeed the case, whether the Chen family possesses it now or not would be inconsequential. When sudden wealth does not align with one's capabilities, it can lead to misfortune rather than fortune. The Chen family's ascent was achieved through commerce. Commerce? Qin Dao shook his head skeptically. I have examined the Chen family accounts of the various shops owned by the Chen family. Half are merely breaking even, a small portion yield profits, while the majority suffer losses. Relying solely on these establishments, it becomes evident that you possess little business acumen. Father, in truth, I have long harbored doubts about the true source of the Chen family's revenue. Those barely surviving shops should have led the family to ruin long ago. After a prolonged silence, Chen Pingda finally responded, his expression devoid of emotion. Did I ever permit you to scrutinize the Chen family's accounts? I am the eldest son of the Chen family. You are aware of your status as the eldest son. Wait until you become the family patriarch to concern yourself with such matters. With a deep breath, Chen Pingda suppressed his rising anger, massaging his temples wearily. You need not speak further. If I were to perish one day, it would surely be from the frustration you cause me. Having lost the will to elaborate, he had initially intended to cultivate an image of a sagacious father in Dower's mind, but now it seemed futile to share so much with this impudent child. The rumor you heard was indeed disseminated by me. The Chen family's rise was precipitated by the influx of cultivators seeking that spirit stone mine. Following the release of that information, I built the family's fortune by selling maps of the stone city and its surroundings. Cultivators are often quite generous and prefer not to haggle like mere mortals. Rumor? Chen Dao blinked in surprise for a moment. He had considered the possibility that the tale was mere gossip, but had never imagined it originated from his father. He looked at his father intently, still incredulous. Surely this idea must have come from Uncle Lu. Can you truly conceive of such a scheme? Humph! Chen Pingda scoffed, falling silent thereafter. Young master, Lu Zi sighed, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. This idea was indeed conceived by your father in his youth. He was exceptionally capable. Otherwise, he would not have built the Chen family's estate from nothing as an ordinary man. However, age has tempered his brilliance. At that moment, Chen Pingda suddenly choked, coughing violently, as Lu Zi realized he had nearly divulged too much. Lu Zi quickly sealed his lips, choosing silence. Yet Chen Dao remained oblivious to this exchange, pondering deeply before finally voicing. But it's not as though only you can sell maps, father. Others can do so as well. Why, then, did only the Chen family prosper? Humph! Chen Pingda disdainfully snorted. That is the essence of business acumen. It cannot be revealed lightly. Very well, Chen Dao nodded, finishing his last bite of food before rising to take his leave. Then, father, you should rest early. I shall return to my quarters now. With that, he led Niumeng out. Niumeng, Qin Dao halted suddenly before his room, whispering, Are you aware of the events from 2 or 3 decades ago? Niumeng frowned, contemplating for a long moment before shaking his head. I have a vague recollection, but no little. Although the matter garnered considerable attention at the time, it did not directly concern me. So I paid it little heed. Investigate it. Understood. With a firm grip on his wooden staff, Chen Dao strode back into his quarters, not immediately undressing. Instead, he leaned against the window, gazing up at the bright moon. His thoughts drifting far away. The long-awaited path of cultivation finally seemed to reveal itself today. Yet this glimmer of hope was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of despair. To pursue cultivation, one must first possess spirit stones. Unlike other cultivators, he could not simply join a sect and rely on them to procure spirit stones for him. After all, his innate talent was among the lowest, possessing the qualities of all 5 elements. This meant that the spirit stones required for his cultivation would exceed 5 times that of an ordinary person. In such circumstances, no sect would dare to accept him, given the excessive resources he would demand, especially without connections or a background. Even if he were the master of a sect, he would be loath to take on a disciple of such poor qualifications. People are inherently self-serving. Thus, one cannot blame others. Nor can he blame himself. He never sought responsibility within himself. To him, all responsibilities were merely consequences of failures. He focused on solving problems rather than shouldering so-called responsibilities, for that was not his way. For 1,900 spirit stones, Qian Dao murmured, gazing out the window at the radiant moon. Acquiring such a sum in Stone City seemed nearly impossible, unless he ventured to the capital, a flourishing locale brimming with opportunities. Remaining in Stone City meant he would never glimpse the hope of cultivation in this lifetime. He pondered whether he could persuade his father to sell their hard-won estate to embark on a new journey in an unfamiliar land. Such a notion was hardly easy to accept for a self-made man. Chapter 17. The most tragically deceased in this world are the intelligent. The crux of the matter lay in the disparity of status in Stone City. He was one of the patriarchs of the three great families. In the capital, he would be but a destitute and nameless stranger. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Dao exhaled softly, closing the window and undressing for bed, yet within, he resolved firmly. A journey to the capital was imperative. Master, once Qian Dao had departed, Lu Zi remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. The young master is exceedingly clever. Indeed, Chun Pingda sighed wearily, so clever it instills a measure of fear in me. You see, those who perish most tragically in this world are invariably the intelligent ones. The clever are driven by ambition, striving to ascend, yet the path to such heights is littered with the fallen. The foolish, on the other hand, lead lives of security and contentment. The common folk of Stone City live their days joyfully, unbothered by cultivators who may come to extinguish their lives. They thrive in their simplicity. People like Dower must become cultivators. Otherwise, I fear his insatiable ambition may lead to his demise before my eyes. Master, this time we have failed. This failure is inconsequential. There will be other opportunities. Chun Pingda shook his head. I have reached this point not to be defeated by a single setback, but master, you are growing old. Indeed, I am aging. Chun Pingda sighed again, irritation creeping into his voice. At my age, this rascal should be more settled and refrain from causing me trouble daily. Why can't he be like that Lu family boy, taking leisurely strolls in the red buildings, smiling and carefree? If the young master were truly like that Lu boy, you would have been the first to draw your blade against him. True. Chun Pingda fell silent for a moment, seemingly unburdening a weight from his heart, before exhaling hoarsely. Let South sell the Chun estate entirely and proceed to the capital. There, cultivators abound, and opportunities are plentiful. We shall find our chance to become cultivators. To the capital? Lu Zi hesitated. But Stone City is where you built your empire from nothing. Stop with the excessive talk, Chun Pingda interjected, a sudden surge of youthful exuberance emanating from his aged form as he turned to Lu Zi with a grin. I was able to rise from nothing back then. I can do so again in the capital. Besides, do you truly intend to remain here in this small town for the rest of your days? I am not yet finished living. I still aspire for us to cultivate together and extend our lifespans. Lu Zi paused, gazing at Chun Pingda before smiling in agreement. Then let us heed your wisdom. Ah, it has truly been ages since I last heard that title. Notify the brothers to prepare for our journey to the capital. We shall commence our movement in the next couple of days. It just so happens that due to issues concerning military equipment and practitioners, Shurching will soon be in disarray. Indeed, just as the practitioners were ambushed and rescued, our Qin family hastily withdrew from Shurching overnight. Is this not rather conspicuous? If it is conspicuous, let it be so. Upon our arrival in the capital, it is said that practitioners abound. Would they dare to cause trouble there? Should we instruct the Tiger Gang to act decisively in these few days and consume everything? No, that would be too overt, leaving behind too many traces that could lead to complications. The following morning, Qian Dao awoke promptly. After a brief wash, he donned a black robe and stepped outside, only to find a group of unfamiliar men under the direction of the servants, busily transporting items from the estate. Slightly taken aback, he approached to inquire, "What is this?" "Young master, the master has announced the sale of the Qin estate, and these items have been sold as well. What? Chun Dao stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had he, in a single night, transitioned from a young master to an ordinary person? Was his father truly facing financial ruin at such a rapid pace? He refrained from further conversation with the servant and strode towards the main hall of the estate. Upon entering, he overheard his father engaged in a fierce argument with a man. Chun family head, while your estate is indeed grand, it is rather aged. Even if I were to take it over, it would require extensive renovations. Your asking price is simply too high. Nonsense, Qin Pingde retorted, visibly displeased. You have merely enjoyed a recent surge in business and aspire to establish your own household. Yet lack the means to construct a new estate, thus you seek to purchase mine. Moreover, acquiring my estate would lend you legitimacy as one of the three great families. Enough of these convoluted implications. Let me be clear, I shall not sell for less than this price. I, Qin Pingde, am not in dire need of these spirit stones. Should it come to it, I would rather keep the estate as a relic of my time in Shurcheng. Very well, the man sighed, producing a pouch of spirit stones and handing it to Qin Pingde. Qin family head, I wish you smooth sailing in your future endeavors. Rest assured, I am destined for greater success than you. Qin Pingde replied, glancing at the spirit stones before retrieving a deed from beneath the table and presenting it to the M.A.N.Y. handprint is already affixed. You merely need to add yours, and then proceed to the Lord's office for notarization. The property is yours. Within 3 days, ensure everything is cleared out. How you manage it thereafter is entirely your concern. With that, he waved dismissively, indicating the conversation was over. After the man departed, Chun Dao stepped forward. A frown etched on his brow. Father, why the sudden decision to sell the estate? If there are spirit stone shortages, just state the amount. I have some spirit stones here that might suffice. Not necessary. Qin Pingde replied, casting a scornful glance at Chun Dao. He paused, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he spoke in a low tone. You cannot enter the Lingquan sect this time. I just received word this morning that an elder from the Lingquan sect was ambushed last night at the Tianxian Tavern. Their fate is uncertain. It appears your entry into the Lingquan sect for cultivation is no longer feasible. However, fret not. I have decided to liquidate all Qin family assets and take you to the capital, where you will encounter more practitioners and opportunities, ensuring you become one in time. Last time, I built my fortune from nothing in Shurcheng. This time, it is our turn to do so together in the capital. The capital? Chun Dao frowned, his voice lowering. Why was I not consulted on such a significant matter? Wait until you attain the position of family head before making such decisions. Enough talk. Prepare your belongings. We depart tomorrow. At that moment, a sinister, somewhat feminine-sounding voice pierced the morning air from outside the inner courtyard. This early in the morning, the Chun family head intends to abandon the estate and flee. One wonders what calamity has befallen him this time. Could it be that last night's incident at the Tianxian Tavern was orchestrated by the Qin family? As Qin Dao turned to look outside, he saw a notably effeminate middle-aged man, his voice piercing and accompanied by a throng of followers, casually surveying the nearly emptied Qin estate. He addressed Qin Pingde with feigned indifference. You will not be able to leave this estate. The city lord has issued an order. Last night, the welcoming elder of the Lingquan sect was attacked at the Tianxian Tavern, and their fate remains unknown. The hurried preparations of the Chun family to vacate Shurcheng do not bode well. It is said that the elder's first stop upon arriving in Shurcheng was your estate. Clearly, your son was not favored by the elder, leading you to harbor resentment and retaliate by attacking the tavern. The logic is sound. There are hardly any other plausible explanations. The city lord has decreed that your family will not be leaving Shurcheng today. In a moment, the city lord would lead his forces here, and soon, the Lingquan sect would send representatives to investigate this matter. One could not help but feel a sense of pity as the effeminate man shook his head with a tinge of sorrow. Lamenting, how could you, Qin Pingde, commit such a foolish act in your later years? It is truly lamentable. Lu Taiguan. Qin Pingde glared at the man before him, his voice hoarse with anger. Do not overstep your bounds. If I wish to leave today, I shall see who dares to stop me. I will count to 3. Should anyone stand in my way, I shall have your other testicle removed. The man before him was none other than Lu Yiming. the head of another of the three great families in Shurcheng. Behind him were the martial men of his household. Ha! Lu Yiming's eyes glimmered with malice, showing no intention of retreating. You think you can intimidate me? When I was establishing myself in Shurcheng, you, old dog Chen, were still playing house, and here I stand today. Dare you lay a hand on me? Chen Pingda said nothing further. He seized a massive tiger-headed knife from one of his followers, weighing it in his hand before striding towards Lu Yiming. In the past, you were never a match for me. I could take one of your testicles then, and I can do so again now. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the Chen estate as a contingent of armored soldiers filed in, weapons drawn, encircling Chen Pingda and his companions. Subsequently, a man clad in official robes advanced through the parting soldiers. Chen Pingda halted, gripping the tiger-headed knife, and gazed at the man, rasping, "City Lord, it seems you have not donned that official robe in many years." Alas, the City Lord sighed, speaking with apparent exasperation. I would prefer not to wear such garments. Each time I do, it signifies that trouble is imminent. I had arranged my affairs, anticipating a few more years before retiring to enjoy my twilight years with my family. Yet, this unforeseen incident has left me quite vexed. After a brief pause, Chen Pingda returned the large knife to his follower and calmly stated, "As I understand it, the total number of armored soldiers in Shurcheng is a mere 100 today. You bring them all to my doorstep? Are you implying that I, Chen Pingda, am akin to a rebellious child in this chaotic world?" "No," the man replied, his expression serious as he shook his head. "I have no desire to elaborate further. The fact remains that your family will not be leaving today, to be precise, until the Lingquan sect sends representatives to investigate. None of the three great families may depart in Shurcheng. Few possess the courage and strength to act against practitioners. I do not know who orchestrated this, but I must say it has been handled poorly." With a wave of his hand, the soldiers stepped back in unison, and the man turned to leave. "There is no other matter today. I merely wish to inform you that for the next few days, none of you will be leaving the city. If matters escalate beyond control, we will be forced to resort to violence." With that, the man led his contingent out of the Qin estate, as if simply showcasing his cadre of armored soldiers. Lu Yiming, standing nearby, offered a mocking smile and clasped his hands, saying, "I shall not disturb you further. Chun family head, let us await the representatives of the Lingquan sect together. Perhaps you possess some extraordinary skills that may turn the tide in your favor. Farewell." Having spoken, Lu Yiming disdainfully flicked his sleeve and let out a cold snort, dismissing the group of attendants behind him as he departed. The sun had just begun to rise. The Lu family, accompanied by their servants, and the city lord, accompanied by soldiers, arrived in unison. This was merely the beginning. The death of a disciple from the Lingquan sect in this remote little city was far more serious than they had anticipated. As he watched the crowd disperse, Chen Pingda, who was normally quick to anger, surprisingly remained calm. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Dower, we cannot leave. Cultivators have appeared. That armor is a lethal weapon against foes. 180 well-trained soldiers clad in exquisite armor stand at the city gate. This force is simply beyond what my tiger gang can overcome. I might devise a way to acquire crossbows for city defense, but those armors are utterly beyond my reach. We can leave." Chen Dao, who had remained silent with a wooden umbrella propped under one arm, paused before softly stating, "If we liken Shurcheng to a battleground, then our Chun family is the offensive party, while the other two families, along with the city lord's residents, constitute the defensive side. Up to this point, the defense has merely sought to delay us, as long as everyone in the Chen family is willing to risk their lives. The remaining factions cannot withstand us. After all, they only aim to stall for a few days and have no intention of engaging us in a life-and-death struggle, as that would benefit them not. To fight with our lives is to exit the city. The question remains, is it worth it? Indeed, is it worth it?" Chen Pingda sighed, paused for a moment, and then turned to Chen Dao with a hint of puzzlement. "Dower, yesterday a cultivator from the Lingquan sect was ambushed at the Tianxian Tavern, and their fate remains uncertain. Coincidentally, our Chen family is set to head to the capital today. It would be easy for others to suspect that I, Chen Pingda, orchestrated yesterday's incident and am now attempting to flee, which would understandably raise suspicions. Have you not considered that it was truly my doing? Chen Dao cast a glance at his father and shook his head. No, I do not believe so. It was not due to blind trust in his father, but rather because he was acutely aware that he himself had been the one responsible for the incident, making it impossible for his father to have been involved. Chapter 19. Do boys without beards dare to call themselves men? Indeed. Chun Pingda chose not to pursue the matter further. After a brief pause, he waved his hand. Since we cannot leave, then we shall not for now. Liuzi, come inside with me. The rest of you may disperse. Dower, refrain from wandering about for the next few days. Understood. Outside the Chen residence, Chen Dao led Niumeng down the bustling streets, the two walking in silence without any particular destination, aimlessly wandering. They could overhear numerous conversations among passers-by discussing the events at the Tianxian Tavern the previous night. Given Shurqing's remote location, encounters with cultivators were rare, and the arrival of one had sparked much curiosity. Young children, having heard their parents recount tales of formidable cultivators, were eager to see if these figures possessed extraordinary abilities. However, they were met with the disheartening news of the cultivators' ambush and uncertain fate before they could catch a glimpse of them. In a city where novelty was scarce, the sudden occurrence of such an event became a topic of considerable gossip. At that moment, Chen Dao, leaning on his wooden umbrella, abruptly halted and gazed into a corner. There stood a young boy, approximately 7 or 8 years old, somewhat dirty but clad in clothing that indicated a family not destitute, at least not lacking essentials. The boy gripped a wooden sword in his small hands, waving it vigorously in the air while shouting enthusiastically. Yet, being just a child, his feeble arms wielded the sword ineffectively, resembling more a delicate dance than a display of martial prowess. Pfft! Niumeng, following Chen Dao's gaze, could not suppress a chuckle, shaking his head as he remarked, "This child lacks the talent for swordsmanship. I once encountered a swordsman, an ordinary man, whose swordplay left only fleeting afterimages. A single strike to the throat, yet no blood was shed. That is the mark of a true swordsman." Chen Dao shook his head, opting not to comment further as he continued walking down the stone street. Just then, the boy's mother emerged from the house, snatching the wooden sword from her son and tossing it to the ground. Upon seeing her muddy child, she could not help but raise her arm in anger and swat the boy on his backside. Observing this scene, Niumeng nodded, clicking his tongue as he remarked, "That woman possesses far greater talent for swordplay than this child. Look at how swiftly and directly she swings her arm." Before long, Chen Dao reached the city gate. Contrary to his expectations, the city lord had not sealed off the city. Everything appeared normal, except for the increased presence of armored soldiers. He and Niumeng stood in a shadowy alley opposite the city gate. After a moment of silence, Chen Dao spoke. That group last night was likely from the Tiger Gang. Indeed, otherwise they wouldn't have acted under the guise of the Dao Gang. The only group with vested interests in us is the Tiger Gang. After a prolonged silence, Chen Dao continued, "I have a pond of goldfish outside the Chen residence." Niumeng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the significance, as that pond of goldfish had been destroyed by the cultivator. Before he could voice his confusion, Chen Dao elaborated, "That pond represents Shurqing. We are the goldfish. To leap out of Shurqing is to embrace a world of boundless possibilities, while remaining within its confines spells certain doom. We must inform our brothers. We will charge the city at midday. Overthinking can be exhausting, and in the end, it comes down to the clash of blades." Niumeng hesitated, glancing at the armored soldiers guarding the city gate. "Charge it head-on?" "Yes, head-on." "Understood." Niumeng nodded, then hesitantly added, "But perhaps it would be better to wait for nightfall?" "No need. We will proceed at midday." Chen Dao shook his head, letting out a sudden sigh as he gazed towards the city gate. "I have grown weary of this small place. You go gather the families of our brothers and settle them near the Chen residence. Then bring our brothers to the Chen residence. I shall seek out my father." "Understood." Niumeng replied solemnly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. "Young master, will you be honest with the old master?" Indeed, as one ages, their courage diminishes. Without offering him a bit of leverage, he may deem it unnecessary to breach the city. After all, he likely sees no connection between the Tianxian Tavern incident and the Chen family. believing it acceptable to delay a few days for the Lingquan sect's envoy to arrive. As our family is innocent, but we know we must leave. Otherwise, once the Lingquan sect arrives, they will inevitably investigate us, and the Chun family will find itself in dire straits. After Niumang departed, Chan Dao wandered alone down the stone streets, casually surveying his surroundings. Having been in this world for quite some time, he had journeyed from infancy to his current state, becoming intimately familiar with every corner of the city. Yet he had never felt a shred of attachment to it. Like those goldfish, confined within the bounds of Shurcheng, today was the day to depart. Whether he could leave successfully remained uncertain, but at the very least, it marked a promising beginning. Just then, he caught sight of the boy once more, still fervently waving his wooden sword, tears staining his cheeks, yet his stubborn little mouth remained set in determination. Unfortunately, his swordplay showed no improvement. Still lacking strength, akin to a child playing with cotton. Intrigued, Chun Dao approached and observed for a while before chuckling lightly. "Why do you practice swordsmanship?" The boy, undeterred by the question, continued swinging the wooden sword with all his might, replying, "A man must learn to wield a sword, not a man." Chin Dao raised an eyebrow. "Do boys without beards dare to call themselves men?" "Of course. My father says that as long as you carry a sword, you are a man. I carry one, so you can believe it. That may not be necessary." "Does your father practice swordsmanship?" "My father does not practice swordsmanship. He serves in the city lord's residence. Soldiers cannot wield swords. They can only use spears and halberds, clumsy and heavy, not at all elegant. At this, Chun Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. After a brief pause, he continued, "Your father serves in the city lord's residence?" "Indeed. My father is the captain of the long spear squad at the city lord's residence. The lord's mansion is home to a phalanx of spear-wielding soldiers, a garrison, and a city defense team. The garrison is tasked with maintaining order within the city, while the city defense team, as its name suggests, is responsible for guarding the city. The spear team, on the other hand, comprises the lord's private soldiers and is not part of the military structure of the Dezhou kingdom. Today, upon arriving at the Chen residence, one would encounter a formidable contingent of nearly 180 armored soldiers, all members of the spear team, the lord's personal militia and the only armored soldiers within Shurcheng. As for why the lord's private soldiers are outfitted better than the city defense team, which operates under the Dezhou military structure, the answer is quite simple. This is a commonly employed tactic among the lords of remote small towns. Utilizing the military funds allocated by the Dezhou kingdom, they retain only a token number of personnel for the city defense, thereby fulfilling their obligations. The remainder of the military funds is naturally funneled to sustain their private soldiers. After all, whether one abdicates or relocates, the city defense soldiers cannot be taken along, but one's private militia can be taken at will. Even if an inspection were to occur from above, it could be easily covered up. The spear team, consuming the bulk of the military funds, is officially referred to as the training reserve, ostensibly part of the Dezhou military structure, yet as long as they remain in training, they will indefinitely be considered reserves. In fact, many lords of these remote small towns engage in similar practices, maintaining a reserve force that has undergone years of training, yet continually fails to meet expectations and remains in training. As long as the appropriate individuals are placated, no one pays attention to such matters. Given the current lack of warfare and national instability, no one is inclined to involve themselves with these issues. Lest they attract unnecessary trouble, it can be said that the spear team represents the strongest force at the Lord's disposal and indeed the most formidable power within Shurcheng. Today, a young boy wielding a wooden sword is none other than the son of the spear team's captain. Chun Dao observed the child in silence for a moment before suddenly raising his hand to gently stroke the boy's head, chuckling softly, "Come with your brother. I shall teach you the art of the sword." "You?" The boy looked up with skepticism, scanning Chin Dao. "You do not appear to be someone who practices swordsmanship." "I do," Chin Dao replied. Just then, Niumang emerged from an unknown location, striding up to Chin Dao and whispering in his ear. "The families of the brothers have been settled, and they are all awaiting orders near the Chun residence." "Very well." Chin Dao nodded slightly. "Bring this child with us?" "Huh?" Niumang was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the boy in front of him, struggling to comprehend the situation. Given that a life-and-death battle was imminent, bringing a child along seemed burdensome. He is the son of the Spear Team's captain. Understanding dawned on Niu Mang, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes as he approached to take the child away. At that moment, a door within the room burst open, and a woman rushed out, anxiously clutching her child to her chest, her expression tense as she looked at Chen Dao. "Young Master Chen, is there something the matter?" She recognized the young man clad in black before her as the eldest son of the Chen family. "Take them both." Chen Dao did not elaborate further, merely leaving that statement before turning to exit. Niu Mang nodded, approaching the woman with an impassive expression, softly saying, "It is not suitable for a child to witness bloodshed. Come with me." The woman, fear etched on her face and her lips trembling, held her child tighter, unable to articulate her thoughts as she glanced around, wanting to cry out for help but swallowing her words upon meeting the fierce gaze of the man before her. The boy, still not grasping the gravity of the situation, clutched his wooden sword and tilted his head, asking, "Why bring my mother? She does not practice swordsmanship. Why father said that swordsmanship is for men, and men should protect women." Niu Mang chuckled amiably, gently ruffling the boy's hair. "That is precisely why we must bring your mother. Otherwise, how will you protect any woman?" He then turned his gaze back to the woman, his eyes narrowing as he rasped, "Let us go." At the entrance of the Chen residence, Chen Dao stood calmly, leaning on his wooden umbrella. A number of men, casually munching on sunflower seeds, had gathered outside, likely sent by other families, showing no pretense as they loitered at the entrance, keeping watch over the Chen residence. Chen Dao shook his head slightly, ignoring these men as he strode into the Chen residence. Niu Mang followed closely behind, leading the disguised boy and his mother into the mansion. Upon entering, Chen Dao made his way directly to the main hall. He glanced at his father, who sat in contemplation on a nearby chair, and chose not to disturb him, finding a seat opposite and remaining silent. Niu Mang stood quietly behind him. After a moment, Chen Pingda opened his eyes and looked at Chen Dao, frowning. "What brings you here today?" His son rarely visited during the day, so his presence was unexpected. Chen Dao gently shook his head, pouring a cup of tea for his father before speaking, "You need not deliberate any longer. The Chen residents must breach the city today. Delaying further will only introduce more variables. A swift blade is needed to cut through the chaos." Chen Pingda replied, somewhat displeased. "The affairs of the Chen family are not for you to consider. Furthermore, do you think breaching the city is as simple as mere words? Lives are at stake. Besides, why must we breach the city? The cultivator was not eliminated by our Chen family. We can simply wait to head to the capital later. What is the rush?" Chen Dao shook his head again. "We must breach. Otherwise, once the people from Linquan sect arrive, we will lose our chance to do so. What is there to fear?" Though Chen Pingda acknowledged the validity of this statement, he still expressed discontent. After all, it was not our Chen family who took down that cultivator. It was two men in black who abducted him. Even if the Linquan sect arrives, they will be searching for those two men in black. Not us. That I refuse to take the blame for this. That blame may indeed fall upon you, father. Chen Dao set down his teacup and lightly tapped the table with his index finger. "The two men in black from last night were Niu Mang and myself. We were the ones who abducted that cultivator." That moment, around 30 rugged men, dressed in disguises, filed into the hall. Once they had removed their disguises, they transformed into fiercely intimidating warriors brandishing large blades. Standing respectfully behind Chen Dao, "The group you refer to, the ruthless gang outside the city, is comprised of my men." Chen Pingda stared in astonishment at the men standing behind Chen Dao, shock and disbelief flooding his features as his mouth trembled, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even the sixth son beside him gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene, his body rigid with disbelief. Last night, the plan was to lure the cultivator to a designated ambush point and then act. However, an unforeseen complication arose, disrupting our plans. Thus, we had to adapt. Therefore, father, I must insist that we breach the city. Otherwise, when the Linquan sect investigators arrive, we will not be able to evade this matter. Wait, Chen Dao suddenly paused, furrowing his brow as he looked at his father. You just mentioned that two men in black abducted the cultivator? You were not present at the scene last night. How do you know this? Chapter 21. Dower, it must be said that your cultivation is indeed somewhat lacking. Chun Pingda did not respond but rather regained his composure, his expression agitated as he leapt up from the bench. Seizing a shoehorn and charging towards Chan Dao, I raised you with great effort so that you could become a bandit. If your mother were alive, she would rise from the grave to slap us both for this. Chun Dao narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before a flicker of incredulity crossed his mind. Father, you wouldn't happen to be involved with the group that disrupted our plans last night, would you? Humph. Chun Pingda grumbled, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he sat back down on the stone bench. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. At this point, there is little left to conceal. The group you saw last night was indeed mine. The gang outside, the fierce tiger gang, belongs to me. I thought this gang felt familiar. I should have realized it had connections to you, you rascal. The original intention was to abduct that cultivator and have him teach you cultivation, but your sudden appearance disrupted our plans. You little brat. I have always instructed you to walk the righteous path. Yet it seems you have not absorbed a single word of advice. If our ancestors were to find out that my child became a bandit, where would I hide my face when I go down? Chun Dao remained silent, lost in thought. After a moment, he finally spoke softly. Father, I never anticipated that you would be a bandit, and I never expected my son to become one either. Subsequently, the two individuals raised their heads to exchange a glance, both letting out a resigned sigh in unison. It has become evident that we must indeed breach the city. Until now, they had been hesitating, contemplating whether there was a way to shift the blame onto another faction, thereby absolving themselves of any wrongdoing. However, it now seems that such hopes are utterly in vain. Regardless of whom the blame is cast upon, the Chen family cannot escape their fate. After a brief pause, Chen Pingda, with a look of utter resignation, sighed deeply. It is rather unfortunate. While others belong to noble families of loyalty and valor, we find ourselves entrenched in a lineage of bandits, though it may sound rather disreputable. It at least reflects a certain unity between father and son. Liuzi, bear witness for me. Should his mother inquire after this, you must emphatically state that it is not my failure as a father that has led the child astray. I have not revealed a single hint. It is this child who has chosen this path of his own accord, and it bears no relation to me whatsoever. At that moment, Chun Dao suddenly interjected with a grave expression. Father, I wish to know why the Tiger Gang abruptly reduced their fees a few months ago, resulting in a significant decline in our earnings. Do you not understand the rules of the martial world? Chen Pingda, upon hearing this, could not help but respond with a mix of fury and laughter, slamming his palm on the table as he exclaimed, You dare speak to me of rules? When I was navigating the underworld, your mother had yet to make her appearance. It is not I who has lowered the fees. Where do you think I would procure that 100 spirit stones for you? Do you think 100 spirit stones is a trifling sum? Enough of this. We shall discuss it further in due time. He shook his head, his expression turning serious and hoarse. Since you have captured that practitioner, have you managed to extract any insights into their methods of cultivation? Naturally. Chun Dao nodded, retrieving a parchment from his bosom and tossing it onto the table. It contains the cultivation methods. There is nothing particularly difficult about it. One may roughly understand it as requiring ample spirit stones for even a dog to cultivate. To enter the realm of cultivation, the first threshold necessitates at least 4,900 spirit stones. I had never imagined that cultivation would be a matter so explicitly priced. Chen Pingda gazed at the parchment with a complex expression, flipping through its pages before shaking his head. For this, I have indeed toiled for many years. Dower, come with me. Very well. I in the study of the Chen residence. Chen Pingda looked at the bookshelf with a complex expression. To my shame, I have not turned a single page of these books since purchasing them all those years ago. I will speak to you about your dealings with the Dao Gang later. Allow me a moment to collect myself, for I am still processing everything. Now, let us speak of something serious. In the next moment, Chen Pingda pressed firmly against the bookshelf, giving it a strong push. With a resounding rumble, the bookshelf slowly moved aside, revealing a dark cavity behind the wall. Chun Dao observed the secret chamber before him, slightly bemused. I must admit, Father, your design for this secret chamber lacks a certain sophistication. Is it not rather commonplace? Enough of this chatter. Chun Pingda initially retorted with displeasure, but then led Chen Dao inside, while Niu Meng and Liuzi quietly followed behind him. My lord. At the bottom of the cavity, a staircase awaited them, and after a brief descent, they encountered a gathering of 70 or 80 men, who were currently shoveling food into their mouths. Upon noticing Chen Pingda's arrival, they hastily set down their bowls and chopsticks in a show of respect. However, in the next moment, the men stood frozen, gazing at the Chen Dao who followed behind. My lord, this young master. Had not the lord consistently instructed them to conceal their identities in front of the young master? How could this happen now? Enough. Chen Pingda waved his hand with a hint of fatigue. We shall discuss this matter later. Continue your meal. Very well. After that, Chen Pingda did not linger but continued deeper into the secret passage. Soon arriving before a bronze door, Chen Dao glanced around, slightly astonished, and remarked, Father, you have certainly excavated a sizable secret chamber here. I had no idea that beneath the Chen residence lay a stronghold of the Tiger Gang. No wonder I was unable to locate their base despite searching for so long outside the city. It appears the Tiger Gang has been hiding right beneath my feet. Chen Pingda shook his head in response. They do not typically reside here. Last night was unsuitable for leaving the city, so they plan to take refuge here temporarily. With that, he turned to Chen Dao. Do you understand why I wish for you to become a practitioner? Speak on point. 2 points. Chen Pingda placed his hand gently on the bronze door, speaking softly. First, you have never been a docile child. With my protection, even if you were to cause trouble, I could manage it. However, as you age, the troubles you evoke become increasingly grave. For instance, this time I find myself unable to shield you. Thus, you must become a practitioner, and a powerful one at that, in order to survive. Good individuals need only seek stability to endure, but if you wish to survive, you must possess strength that surpasses the ordinary. Otherwise, you will certainly meet a grim fate. I cannot influence whether you will become a benevolent individual or a villainous one. But I desire for you to live, and to live well. As for the second point. He paused momentarily, exerting force to push open the bronze door. It is this. If you do not become a practitioner, how will you expend the vast accumulation of spirit stones that have nearly gone stale over the years? With a swift motion, as the bronze door creaked open, neatly arranged spirit stones filled the secret chamber behind it. At a glance, it was impossible to ascertain their quantity. It was neither wide nor deep. Yet these spirit stones, gleaming like white jade, lay perfectly aligned within the chamber, reminiscent of a young woman, freshly washed and garbed in delicate silk, lying quietly upon a jade bed, awaiting the attentions of her lord, evoking a sense of longing. This, even Chen Dao, who usually maintained a stoic demeanor, found himself momentarily breathless, his expression one of astonishment and disbelief. Where did the Chen residents acquire such an abundance of spirit stones? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, one too incredible to fathom. Is it a spirit stone mine? But did you not claim that the spirit stone mine was merely a rumor you spread? The sheer quantity of spirit stones amassed here, though indeterminate in width and depth, must surely amount to tens of thousands at the very least. Ha ha ha. Witnessing his son exhibit such an uncharacteristic display of emotion for the first time, Chen Pingda could not help but stroke his beard with satisfaction, laughing heartily. Welcome to the world of adults. Dower, I must say, your understanding of this path is still rather shallow. Allow me to impart your first lesson today. Remember, any accounts presented in the open are never true. Chapter 22. The sole purpose of rules is to be broken. Chen Dao stared at the vast collection of spirit stones filling the secret chamber. Unable to suppress a reflexive gulp, his pupils alight with the glimmer of white jade. Momentarily at a loss for words, he was 20 years old this year, having spent precisely 2 decades within the Chen residence. Yet, this was the first time he had learned of the existence of a secret chamber beneath the estate, much less the vast fortune of spirit stones hidden within. The purchasing power of a single spirit stone is immense in the realm of mortals. To be precise, it is highly unlikely that one could spend a single spirit stone in the mortal realm, for the combined wealth of vendors would scarcely amount to even 1 spirit stone, rendering it impractical. Yet here, beneath the Chen residence, lay tens of thousands of spirit stones. Such a quantity would be more than sufficient to purchase the lives of every living being within a 100-mile radius surrounding Shurcheng. That saying holds true. Sometimes, one must press their father to truly grasp the extent of his wealth in spirit stones. Meanwhile, Niu Meng, standing behind Chen Dao, was utterly dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on the gleaming spirit stones. His mind teetering on the brink of days. The sheer magnitude of spirit stones before him had delivered a profound shock to his value system. Just over a decade ago, he had been imprisoned for the mere possession of less than one spirit stone. Yet now, here lay enough spirit stones to imprison countless versions of himself. After a moment, Chen Dao finally regained his composure, still in shock, and turned to his father. So, the spirit stone mine is indeed real? Ha ha ha! Qin Pingde chuckled, exchanging a knowing glance with Liuzi, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Naturally, it is real. When our group of brothers first discovered the spirit stone mine, we dared not disclose it to anyone, opting instead to wield shovels ourselves for the excavation. However, as is often the case, wealth stirs desire. Even though our bonds of brotherhood were forged through blood, where each had shielded the other in times of peril, some could not resist the temptation, leading to a breach of secrecy. Although we acted swiftly to deal with those few, the information had already leaked beyond our control, and it was too late to mend the situation. If we had attempted to suppress the news at that point, it would have only drawn more attention to ourselves. Thus, we chose to cease all activity, first sealing the mine and then weaving several tales to circulate regarding its existence. In truth, we have crafted numerous tales, yet the one that has become widely circulated is the story of Shurcheng, originally known as Lingshi City. Apart from that, there are various other accounts, such as the chaotic tales of ancient battles. Subsequently, these rumors attracted many cultivators, and we endeavored to guide them away from the sealed mine by selling maps. When the matter became neglected, we planned to reopen the mine for excavation, of course. While it sounds simple, we were essentially walking a tightrope each day. The risks involved are incomprehensible without personal experience. Fortunately, I am no ordinary man. I suppose I have left you a modest inheritance. Qin Pingde gazed at the neatly stacked pile of spirit stones before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. What do you think? Your father was quite capable back in the day. Wasn't he? Chen Dao let out a gentle sigh, nodding in slight admiration. It must be said, the execution of this plan is truly commendable. Wait, he suddenly recalled something, furrowing his brow. Where did those 2 crossbows come from? They are military weapons that I attempted to infiltrate the city lord's manor numerous times, yet was unable to succeed. How did you manage to acquire them? Simple. Regardless of the military supplies, they must always traverse the official roads to reach Shurcheng. I simply gathered intelligence in advance and seized them, Qin Pingde explained. Niu Meng, standing nearby, momentarily stunned, instinctively remarked, "Isn't it against the rules of the martial world to rob military supplies on the official roads?" Qin Pingde raised his head, casting a glance at Niu Meng, and chuckled. The only purpose of the rules in the martial world is to create substantial benefits for those who dare to break them. If everyone adhered to the rules, wouldn't everyone possess military supplies? It is precisely because the majority follow the rules that our Tiger Gang stands as the sole martial power with military arms. Is it not? All rules, since their inception, exist like a gift package, awaiting those audacious enough to break them and unveil what lies within. Niu Meng stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization crossed his mind, and he incredulously stated, "A few years ago, the city lord's manor seemed to have gone mad, clearing out all the mountain bandits around Shurcheng. What are you shocked about?" Qin Pingde scoffed, casting a disdainful look at Niu Meng. If military supplies are pilfered from the official roads, someone must pay the price. If the city lord remains silent, do you think that the governor of Qianlizu wouldn't view him as an accomplice and send troops to eradicate him the very next day? Wait. At this moment, Chen Dao suddenly furrowed his brow in deep thought. "Father, if I recall correctly, a few years ago, you and representatives from 2 other clans collaborated with the city lord's manor to eliminate the bandits." "Indeed." Qin Pingde nodded in agreement. "As a part of Shurcheng, it is my duty to join forces and eradicate the bandits if I possess the capability. It is also a matter of responsibility." After a moment of silence, Chen Dao continued, It is said that on that day, the city lord's manor seemed to have an insider, as they cleared all the mountain bandits around Shurcheng within a single day. Precisely as you surmised, a glint of cunning flashed in Qian Pingda's eyes as he grinned. I was that insider. I knew better than anyone where those bandits were hiding, with my family's unintentional discovery of their hideouts. The city lord dispatched troops to launch a surprise attack, thus eliminating them all in a day. Chun Dao raised his gaze to his father, pausing momentarily before continuing. And prior to this? You had already instructed the Tiger Gang to conceal themselves. From that day forth, there was only one bandit group left in Shurcheng, and that was the Tiger Gang indeed. Chun Pingda proudly stroked his beard, and your faction only began to rise after that. One could say my indirect assistance has greatly contributed to your ascent. Qin Dao inhaled deeply. However, even after the city lord dispatched troops to annihilate nearly all the bandits surrounding Shurcheng, they still failed to uncover the stolen military supplies, correct? Qin Pingda raised an eyebrow, regarding his son with admiration. But the city lord has grown old. It is time for him to retire and enjoy his twilight years. Whether the supplies are lost or not is of no concern to him. His sole focus is to present the heads of the mountain bandits to the governor, ensuring that his position remains secure for the coming years. As for the missing military supplies, that old fox will find a way to resolve it. Chapter 23. I, Chun Dao, never accept handouts. Huff. Chun Dao could not help but feel a wave of astonishment wash over him, exhaling softly and shaking his head as he continued. So, father, by seizing the military supplies on the official roads, you not only acquired 2 crossbows, but also took this opportunity to eliminate all competitors, establishing the Tiger Gang as the sole dominant force, thereby solidifying its position. Without incurring a single loss and instead reaping immense profits, you are indeed my father. Ha 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 ha. Qin Pingda, elated by his son's praise, could not help but laugh heartily. So, do you think I am impressive now? Do you believe I built my empire from scratch? That I relied solely on the feeble shops in the ledgers? The waters must be shallow for turtles to hide. Dower. There remains much for you to learn. Never presume that rallying a group of brothers without my knowledge grants you the right to challenge me. You are far too arrogant. If you carry this arrogance into encounters with other foes, it may very well lead to your demise. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Until you sever the enemy's head, you can never know the extent of their hidden capabilities. It is better not to draw the sword than to draw it and leave no room for retreat. Chen Dao gazed at his father, who spoke with such fervor, and could not help but shake his head and chuckle softly. Father, what was it you said about teaching me a lesson just now? What? Are you unwilling to accept it? Qin Pingda's brow furrowed. I stated that one should never trust the surface of the ledgers. Not a single one is genuine. A smile graced Chen Dao's lips as he nodded. Then, Father, allow me to impart a lesson to you today. Do you remember why the news of your discovery of the Spirit Stone mine was leaked by your subordinates? Because you trusted them too much. Today, I offer you your first lesson. Never place complete trust in anyone around you, not even if that person is your own son. Chen Pingda momentarily froze, a flicker of unease crossing his mind as he instinctively queried, "What do you mean?" At that moment, he suddenly felt his legs weaken, his body uncontrollably stumbling forward, and he plopped down onto the ground. It was then that he noticed a faint, elusive fragrance wafting from his mouth and nose. A wisp of pale smoke filled the air, its origin unknown. A surge of alarm coursed through him as he abruptly turned his head, only to see Chen Dao in the corner, having ignited 3 sticks of mesmerizing incense. With the smoke rising gently into the by the heavens. In the heat of the moment, he had been so caught up in the conversation that he had failed to notice the familiar scent. This pale smoke, amidst the abundant white jade spirit stones, would be nearly imperceptible unless one actively looked for it. While he had been speaking animatedly, he had been wholly oblivious to the changes occurring around him. You little rascal! Attempting to leap to his feet, he found himself utterly powerless, forced to remain seated against the wall, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Chen Dao and roared, "If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, when I awaken, you will be the first to meet your end. I cannot believe I fell for your mother's trick. I am your father. Have you ever seen a son bold enough to use enchanting incense on his own father? Such despicable tactics employed against your own father? Meanwhile, Liuzi, nearby, was also rendered powerless, utterly helpless on the ground. He had been so focused on the master that he had failed to notice these developments. He simply felt that the master had not been this joyful in many years, reminiscing about the past of the Tiger Gang, which had captivated him. Little did he know that the young master had seized this opportunity to employ the mesmerizing incense. Truly, like father, like So and It that moment, Chen Dao casually produced a lozenge from his mouth, tossing it aside, squatting down with a tilt of his head and grinning at his father. In truth, there were many flaws just now. For instance, when you spoke of robbing the official roads, Niumang responded, questioning whether that wasn't a violation of the martial world's rules. If you hadn't been so caught up in your own triumph, you would have noticed why Niumang dared to interject. You must understand, Niumang is my subordinate and you are my father. How could he interject in your conversation? That would be overstepping. Reflect closely. Has he ever interjected in our discussions? Yet, father, you were so engrossed in your own elation that you allowed Niumang to capture your full attention, thus granting me the opportunity to act. Father, Chen Dao gradually rose, a satisfied expression upon his face as he lightly nodded. Today, I impart this lesson to you. The world of martial arts is perilous, and human hearts are fickle. At all times, one must maintain absolute composure. In times of intense emotional turmoil, it is precisely then that you are closest to danger. The journey in the world is still long, father. Your path requires further cultivation. Subsequently, he waved his hand with satisfaction. Summon the brothers outside and prepare to move. When passing by the Tiger Gang, just concoct some excuse to deceive them. Understood. Niumang nodded respectfully and strode outside. He had sensed that the young master was laying a trap when he saw the latter's astonished expression just moments ago. The reason was simple. The young master would not exhibit such pronounced and alarming emotional fluctuations. Just as a widow would never don a red belly band. Should she do so, there must be a reason behind it. As expected, it wasn't long before the young master cast a glance over. They say that old ginger is spicier, yet sometimes, new ginger can be equally fiery. Ha! Qin Pingda, seated on the ground, couldn't help but laugh in fury, retorting with a sarcastic smile, "Are you really lecturing me now? If it weren't for my trust in you, do you think you could have succeeded?" Naturally, Chen Dao squatted before Qin Pingda, retrieving a smoking pipe from his bosom. After igniting the tobacco, he placed the mouthpiece at his father's lips. "That's why I say the world is perilous. But what's the point of your actions? Do you think I wouldn't let you use these spirit stones?" "No, it's not the same," Qin Dao replied seriously, shaking his head. "You have your own people to support, and I have mine. The distribution will undoubtedly be uneven. I am rather greedy. If you were to give me half, I would feel it to be a loss. Hence, to quell my greedy desires, I have decided to keep all these spirit stones in my own hands. This way, I will no longer be greedy. Most importantly, I, Chen Dao, never partake of food that is given out of charity. If you give me spirit stones, that is mere almsgiving. However, should I seize these spirit stones? It would be the fruit of my labor. Later, if I allocate a portion to you, that would be called filial piety. You see, it's a win-win situation. I always consider matters comprehensively." Chapter 24. In my world, there are my rules. He. Qin Pingda trembled with rage, turning sharply to Liuzi. "Once you see my wife, be sure to relay this matter exactly as it is. This brat is absolutely not the result of my poor influence. I am not that villainous. This is a case of the pupil surpassing the master. I, Qin Pingda, have lived a life of calmness and virtue. How could I have such a son? Enough." Chen Dao flicked the ashes from the pipe, casually remarking, "Don't be too angry. Every setback brings wisdom. The world is inherently like this. Today, one may feast on others, and tomorrow, one may be feasted upon. Just get accustomed to it." That moment, young Master Niumang, accompanied by a throng of brothers from the Dao Gang, approached. Nearly 30 men wielding knives entered, creating a chaotic scene that would make even the timid lower their heads and take a detour. Meanwhile, around 60 to 70 members of the Tiger Gang also set down their bowls and followed suit. Although they were acquainted with Niumang, they did not recognize so many armed men. Who could tell if Niumang had suddenly betrayed them, leading an ambush against the master? The entire passageway quickly filled with a dense crowd. Soon, the members of the Tiger Gang spotted their master. Weakly seated on the ground, momentarily taken aback before their expressions shifted dramatically as they pointed their knives at Niu Mang and his company. "Don't move! If anyone stirs, I swear I'll chop you all to pieces." Boss, can you still speak? What is going on?" At that moment, a man behind Niu Mang, clearly dissatisfied, retorted, "Chop us. With that frail frame of yours, do you believe I couldn't take you down in 3 moves? When I was busy butchering, you were still holding a potty for your kid." As tensions mounted between the Dao Gang and the Tiger Gang in this somewhat cramped corridor, Chen Pingda leaned against the wall. His expression dark. "It's fine. Put down your weapons. These brothers are all from the Dao." The leading man, none other than Yin Laowu, looked somewhat confused as he lowered his weapon, glancing at Chen Dao standing nearby. When did the young master acquire such a group? They were entirely unaware. However, now is not the time for such concerns. He anxiously turned to Chen Pingda, his tone urgent. "Boss, what happened to you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Chen Pingda replied expressionlessly. "I inhaled some mind-numbing incense. It was a bit strong, and I haven't recovered yet. You may all leave now." Yin Laowu hesitated for a moment, but seeing the displeased expression of the boss, he wisely retreated. "Leave? Soon." The members of the Tiger Gang dispersed in a chaotic rush. Chen Dao casually tossed the storage bag he had in hand to Niu Mang. "Fill it up." Then he leisurely turned his gaze back to Chen Pingda. "Father, speaking of our wealth in the Chen residence, why did we struggle so much when gathering those 100 spirit stones, with water money deducted and the entire Chen household not changing its clothes for 3 months? Couldn't we just take a bit from here?" "Humph." Chen Pingda first snorted in discontent before responding. "You know nothing. Figure it out yourself. From today onward, I will no longer lecture you. I am not your teacher." "You were never my teacher," Chen Dao interjected. "That's your role. It's all the same." "This is not the same." Chen Dao shook his head. "What matters is I'm curious about something. The members of the Tiger Gang all know you have hidden these spirit stones here. Yet they have managed to endure years of hardship. Even if you can withstand living a hard life by guarding a mountain of gold, can so many others do the same? A brother who has fought tirelessly alongside you, yet enjoys none of the blessings, still has to continue enduring hardship. Such a contrast is not something everyone can bear." After a moment of complex silence, Chen Pingda finally spoke. "You have experienced too little. You do not understand. Only underhanded schemes do not constitute the world. The world encompasses both cunning plots and deep affections, as well as brotherly bonds. That is what truly defines it. The world is a pot where all sorts of chaos can be tossed in, ultimately converging into something that we call the world." Upon hearing this, Chen Dao raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "You speak too profoundly. I do not comprehend such matters. All I know is, wherever I stand, that is my world. And in my world, there are my rules." "Well said." Chen Pingda nodded, his expression unchanging. "Your rule is to dare to rob even your own father. You might as well just kill me and inherit my fortune." "Father, saying that is an insult to me." Chen Dao replied earnestly. "You are my father. Committing patricide for wealth is something I, Chen Dao, would never do. I, Chen Dao, have my own principles. So robbing your father does not fall within your principles? Naturally, that is the fruit of my labor. In business, there are no father-son bonds. Very well at times. I truly cannot discern whether you are a hypocrite or a true villain. Contemplate it slowly." At that moment, Niu Mang jogged over with a peculiar expression, handing Chen Dao the storage bag. Young master, this bag is already full, but..." He gestured towards the chamber filled with spirit stones. Without speaking, his meaning was clear. The spirit stones behind him appeared as if a rat had gnawed a corner off. With only a negligible amount missing, yet a vast quantity remained, unable to be transported. Chen Dao furrowed his brows slightly, gazing at the mound of spirit stones, momentarily perplexed. The storage bag's space was too limited. There was still a large bunch of spirit stones that couldn't fit. What to do about it? He couldn't possibly use a cart to haul the spirit stones into the city. Such a thing would be a fantasy. And the horses used for carts were not war steeds. Encountering blades and blood would surely frighten them. and who knows where they would run off to. Yet, he could not simply leave the spirit stones behind. What a joke! After all his hard work to acquire this fortune, how could he leave it here? Meanwhile, Chen Pingde, gradually regaining his strength, propped himself against the wall and looked at Qin Dao, who was deep in thought. With a mocking smile, "What's this? Can't take them with you? Weren't you skilled? Didn't you say you'd seize them? Now that you have them, you can't take them away." Qin Dao pondered for a moment before turning to Chen Pingde. "So? Father, do you have a better idea? Hee, now you're seeking my help." Chen Pingde first mocked him, then, after catching his breath and stretching his limbs, said, "Go to Lu Taijian's house. He has a secret passage that leads straight outside the city." Qin Dao was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. "Lu Taijian? The same Lu family patriarch from today? Is he one of yours?" "Naturally not. What are you thinking? Then how do you know he has a secret passage leading outside the city?" Humph! A flicker of disdain crossed Chen Pingde's eyes. "I've been managing affairs in Shurcheng for decades. What is there that I do not know? Don't even mention his secret passage, even his old." Coughing abruptly, he suddenly realized that speaking such words in front of his son was inappropriate, and with a somewhat flushed countenance, he hastily corrected himself. "Enough of this nonsense. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you." Chapter 25. I have guarded this batch of spirit stones my entire life. Chen Dao, with an oddly contemplative expression, spoke after a brief silence. "Will clan leader Lu allow us passage?" "Naturally not." Chen Pingde exhaled softly, casting a rather exasperated glance at Qin Dao. "Enlighten me on your line of thought. They have painstakingly constructed a secret passage, shrouded in secrecy to avoid detection, and you wish to approach them and say, 'My friend, I am aware of your hidden passage. May I borrow it?' Is that plausible?" Of course, they would have him dismembered before granting access. Enough of the chatter. We are pressed for time. He rolled up his sleeves, stretched his limbs to restore his body to optimal condition, then clapped his hands and addressed Liuzi. "All right, have the brothers bring the boxes over. Prepare to transport these spirit stones and then withdraw. If we do not move swiftly, it will be too late once the Lingquan sect arrives. Get a few brothers to lead the horses from the backyard." Chen Dao furrowed his brow slightly, pondering before he spoke. "I recall that these horses belong to the Tianfu Inn, which is under the Chen family's ownership." "Indeed." Chen Pingde yawned languidly, responding nonchalantly, "That establishment you mentioned, which incurs losses every year. Did you think I had any other motive for opening an inn in this little town of Shurcheng, where few outsiders tread? It was merely to facilitate our escape when the time comes. All right, let us get to work." An hour later, Chen Dao stood in the inner courtyard, leaning on a wooden umbrella, while Niumang and a group from the Dao gang stood quietly behind him. Chen Pingde, meanwhile, stood in the center of the courtyard with a complex expression, surveying the moss-covered, oil-lamplit space he had inhabited for over 20 years, now suddenly faced with the prospect of departure. Though be honest, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Having lived here for so long, he had grown accustomed to the place, but now, as the moment of farewell approached, he was struck by the realization of how much life had been etched into every corner of the courtyard. The courtyard had been sold that very morning, but the hurried exit meant that the Chen family's assets could not be liquidated. Yet, it mattered little. Collectively, they amounted to scant spirit stones. He gazed at everything before him and sighed softly. An inexplicable sentiment washing over him as he mused. "Dower, do you remember that boxwood tree?" Other children, in their youth, would often be mischievous, running amok, either smashing someone's chicks or getting filthy while wandering in groups around Shurcheng, full of joy. Yet you were different from the start. You never cared for the company of children your age. Instead, you preferred climbing trees. One night, when the servants reported you missing, we searched high and low, only to find you had climbed that boxwood tree at some point, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. How is it that a child could possess such depth of contemplation? Your mother left us too early. Initially, I worried that your mischief would vex me, yet you have always been remarkably well-behaved since birth, which has left me feeling somewhat." As Chen Pingde spoke, he suddenly felt a bit awkward, pausing before slapping his forehead. "Forget it. Let us not dwell on this. Dower, are you ready?" At that moment, in the inner courtyard, There were 8 horse-drawn carriages, each led by 2 restless horses, all of which were filled with boxes brimming with spirit stones. They had just finished counting, over 70,000 spirit stones. This was the reserve of a small spirit stone mine. If it were a larger one, it could easily contain hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit stones. Moreover, the courtyard was bustling with people, 70 to 80 from the Tiger Gang, nearly 30 from the Dao Gang, over 30 servants from the Chen household, and numerous family members from both gangs, totaling nearly 300 individuals. This was no small number. While 300 might seem manageable, it could lead to significant complications in action. Chen Dao furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the Chen household servants beside him. Do they need to come along? Too many people will be a burden. They must accompany us, Chen Pingda replied earnestly. Our flight signifies a guilty escape. The incident at the Tianxian Tavern has already been established to end this situation. If we leave them behind in Shicheng, they will face certain death. They have served us for over a decade. We share a bond. Moreover, having familiar faces in a new place is advantageous. All right, if there is nothing else, let us depart. We've already attracted quite a bit of attention. More people are gathering outside the Chun residence. There is no need to wait for nightfall. We'll head straight to Lu's house. Once we enter his secret passage, we will be safe. Wait. At that moment, Chun Dao suddenly realized, with so many carriages, how will we enter Lu's secret passage? Naturally, we cannot. Chun Pingda sighed heavily. We will split our forces. I will lead the Tiger Gang and the carriages to boldly breach the city. Drawing attention. Dower, you take your Dao Gang through Lu's secret passage. I will inform you of the entrance later. I know Lu's strength. It pales in comparison to your Dao Gangs. Should the worst occur, should I fall, you will have the spirit stones in that storage bag, providing you a means to make a comeback. Truth be told, the best course of action would be to conceal these spirit stones here and escape together through Lu's passage. Yet, I cannot bear the thought of it. I have guarded this batch of spirit stones my entire life, living in constant fear of leaks, wanting to use them yet afraid to do so. This obsession has consumed me for 20 years. I simply cannot leave them behind. Even if death awaits, I must attempt to carry these spirit stones out of the city. Otherwise, living on would be worse than death. I had thought you might devise a good plan. Chun Dao's expression darkened as he twisted his wrist, stowing the wooden umbrella in his storage bag, then took a steel knife from Niu Mang, weighing it thoughtfully. All right, let us go. Together, we will breach the city. Chen Pingda was momentarily taken aback, slightly displeased. Dower, you have always been so rational. Do you not understand the principle of not putting all your eggs in one basket? If you accompany me to storm the city, the odds are high that both father and son may perish at the city gates. Chen Dao cast one last glance at the boxwood tree, remaining silent as he tightened the fabric around his legs and wrists. Gripping the knife firmly as he strode purposefully toward the courtyard entrance. Father, you talk too much. Chapter 26. A storm is brewing, and the winds are rising. Dark clouds loom over the city, threatening its collapse. With that, Chen Dao stood at the courtyard entrance and pushed forcefully. Crash! As the door to the Chen residence swung open, a group of spies chatting at the entrance halted abruptly, turning to behold Chen Dao, who stood with a knife in one hand. For a moment, they were caught off guard. In the next second, they beheld the sight within the courtyard. Hundreds of men, each wielding a knife, alongside 8 horse-drawn carriages. Instantly, all realized the implication. The Chen residence was preparing to forcefully breach the city. Without hesitation, the spies swiftly retrieved their specially designed whistles, blowing them urgently. A cacophony of piercing sounds reverberated above the Chen residence, signaling to all factions that trouble had arisen. Hey! After a long absence from wielding a blade, Chen Dao twisted his neck, producing a satisfying crack, and grinned. Raising his knife, gentlemen, the main act has begun. With that, Chen Dao dashed forward, leading the charge. The nearest man, still blowing his whistle, barely had time to register the danger before Chen Dao severed his hand, which fell to the ground. Blood gushed from the severed limb. Awakened by the searing pain, the man's eyes filled with sheer terror as he screamed, the intensity of the agony crashing over him like waves, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. At that moment, Chen Dao showed no signs of slowing down. gripping his knife with both hands as he delivered a powerful downward slash. Slash! The man's abdomen was split open, a deep gash forming. The man had utterly succumbed to his inability to resist. Stumbling and collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with terror as his feeble hands clutched at his abdomen. Yet, like grains of yellow beans, fat droplets spilled from the gaping wound in his belly, splattering onto the blood-soaked earth, while his intestines uncontrollably tumbled out of his body. The entire scene resembled a bowl brimming with sheep's offal floating in a soup of sheep's blood, adorned with scattered yellow beans. Although, at that moment, the man's voice grew unexpectedly stronger, it was evident to all that his fate was sealed. Any action now was rendered futile. Chen Dao, splattered with blood, felt his eyes gradually blaze red under the overwhelming stench of gore. After wiping the blood from his face, he pointed angrily at a nearby scout and shouted, "Kill!" As soon as he uttered the command, the members of the Dao gang exchanged glances, their faces twisting into sinister grins. They hastily bound their large blades to their right hands with cloth and surged forward in a chaotic frenzy. This group of men, in their 30s and 40s, roared in unison, "Kill!" like a pack of ravenous wolves. They charged towards the scouts stationed at the entrance of Chen's mansion. They had taken many lives in their time, but never had they felt such exhilaration as they did now. The reason was simple. They had seen the mountain of spirit stones piled high, 8 cartloads in total, and glimpsed hope and a future. If they could break out of the city with such a fortune, the young master would undoubtedly have a promising future. Just as the young master had said, for those like them, who were destined for the gallows, their only hope of rising above was to rely on him. Chen Pingda watched the scene unfold before him and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Damn it, this little brat has indeed inherited my former flair." Taking a deep breath, he turned to the others and shouted, "Keep pushing forward through the city. Do not stop along the way." Meanwhile, several members of the Tiger Gang dragged out large boxes and kicked them open, revealing a collection of blades, which they distributed among the servants and family members. Although these individuals possessed little combat prowess, even a fraction of a weapon was better than being unarmed, that moment. The Dao Gang had already dealt with the scouts stationed at the entrance of Chen's mansion. Aside from a few who managed to escape, the rest lay lifeless at the doorway, the ground soaked with blood, as if declaring to the stone city that today was markedly different from any other. Standing amidst the bloodied scene, Chen Dao glanced sideways at his father within the mansion, a smile breaking across his face. Chen Pingda, witnessing this, could not help but shake his head with a wry smile, muttering, "Damn it, you've rekindled a flicker of my former bravado." Standing tall, he accepted a blade from Liuzi and strode forward with purpose. "Let us go. Today, I shall see who dares to stand in my way." Thus, a throng of men set forth, marching boldly under the bright sun along the stone street towards the city gate. Their pace was neither hurried nor slow. They needed to conserve energy for the impending battle awaiting them at the gate. The Dao Gang led the way, while the Tiger Gang safeguarded the 8 carts, encircling their family members and servants in the center. Clad in black, Chen Dao walked at the forefront, while the remaining members of the Dao Gang donned gray attire. Initially, Chen Pingda glanced back at the Chen mansion, but as they progressed, his steps quickened, his demeanor resolute, eyes fixed ahead without a backward glance. Around them, merchants hastily closed their doors, while vendors scurried into alleys. Many women rushed to cover their children's mouths, hurrying them home. Just then, the sky darkened unexpectedly, obscuring the sun. Looking up, one could only see the oppressive gray clouds looming overhead. As the saying goes, the mountain rain is about to come, with winds filling the building. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to crush it. Along the route, no pedestrians were visible, and all shops had shuttered their doors. The only sounds that filled the air were the echoes of Chen Dao and his entourage's footsteps. Chaotic yet harmonious, reminiscent of crickets jumping through the summer jungle, creating a rustling sound as they brushed against the grass tips. At that moment, a single raindrop landed on Chen Dao's eyelashes. Unfazed, he continued walking, calmly gazing upward. The sky had completely darkened, as if the heavens themselves were bidding farewell to the Chen family. The rain fell swiftly, transforming into a light drizzle that scattered around. Not a downpour, but rather a gentle shower that caressed the skin like feathers. Accompanied by an unexpected chill, the cool breeze mingled with the fine rain enveloped Chen Dao and his companions, infusing the air with a refreshing scent of damp earth. Not a word was spoken among the group. In this atmosphere, each individual seemed to share a silent understanding, their footsteps gradually synchronizing. It was unclear when it had started, but nearly 300 people, be they from the Dao gang, the Tiger gang, or the servants of the Chan household, began to step in unison, their movements perfectly aligned. The only sounds that resonated along the street were the gentle patter of raindrops against the stone bricks and the harmonious rhythm of Chen Dao and his entourage, akin to the thunderous hooves of galloping steeds. Chapter 27. Hibernation for decades, awaiting a single rain. Thus, under the shrouded, gloomy clouds, Chen Dao and his companions marched steadily through the rain along the cobblestone streets toward the city gate. Throughout their journey, not a single word was exchanged. Yet, in this shared silence, the distance between the Dao gang, the Tiger gang, and the Chen household seemed to diminish. Before long, they arrived at the city gate, which stood firmly shut. A contingent of armored soldiers, stern and vigilant, blocked their path, while over 20 archers atop the city walls readied their bows, aiming at the advancing group. At the center stood a man draped in an official robe, who, upon noticing Chen Dao and his entourage braving the rain, sighed heavily and spoke. "I have stated that no one may leave the stone city without my consent in these days." Beside him, a maid held an umbrella high, shielding him from the rain, though her own shoulders were soaked. The rain blurred the vision, as if washing away the tension that hung in the air. Chen Dao and his followers had drawn closer, now well within the archer's range, yet inexplicably, the man did not give the order to fire. Chen Dao, clad in black and standing at the forefront, halted a mere 10 meters from the gate, raising his hand in a gesture of command. Instantly, the group behind him came to a halt, their movements sharp and precise, reminiscent of seasoned soldiers. After a brief pause, Chen Dao's gaze shifted from the archers on the wall to the nearly 100 armored soldiers before him. With his legs slightly bent, he lowered his body and suddenly broke into a grin. "I, Chen Dao, have never needed the nod of others to act." Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced, wielding his great blade, and with a powerful stomp, splashed water around him as he roared into the rain, "Kill!" With no further words to spare, he charged at the line of armored soldiers brandishing their spears, like a cornered beast. He bore a fierce countenance, eyes ablaze with madness. As Chen Dao surged forward, Niumang, standing beside him, took a deep breath, raising his great blade high and bellowing with ferocity, "For the master, kill!" With astonishing speed, he propelled himself ahead, momentarily outpacing Chen Dao. He landed heavily in a puddle, leaping into the air, his blade raised like a mighty warrior striking down upon the ranks of armored soldiers before him. At that moment, his singular focus was to break free. The title master was a term of endearment they used in private, while they still referred to him as young master in his presence. Not just anyone could earn the right to be called master. The reason they used this title was simple. They hoped for the young master to achieve greatness, to become a true master, so that they too could rise alongside him to newfound glory. The opportunity had finally arrived. If they could escape the stone city, with the young master's prowess and the fortune of spirit stones, they all firmly believed that he would achieve great success in the future. They followed the young master not only because their families were under his protection, but also due to the gratitude they felt for him rescuing them from their dire fates. The young master's abilities were evident to all. What man does not yearn for a brighter future? They all wished for it. Everyone in the Dao gang aspired for it. No man is born to dwell in the shadows, fretting over daily survival. A man should strive for greatness or perish in the pursuit. As Niumang shouted that phrase in honor of the Dao Yi, the members of the Dao gang behind him exchanged glances, each catching the glimmer of excitement in one another's eyes and the subtle smiles at the corners of their lips. Dao Yi. What they yearned for the most was to one day address the young master as Dao Yi, rather than merely as young master. In the next moment, nearly 30 men from the Dao gang collectively inhaled deeply, their expressions fierce as they surged forward, simultaneously roaring, "For Dao Yi, kill!" We are willing to pave the way for Dao Yi. Only one man diverged from the group, moving towards a woman and a young boy behind him. The reason for not immediately pulling them forward to shield them was that Dao Yi had declared the need for a battle. Though he did not fully comprehend, he complied. Clang! The piercing sound of blades clashing erupted amidst the downpour. The leap of Niu Mang, wielding his sword high, failed to harm anyone, as several soldiers raised their long spears to intercept his descending blade. A nearby soldier prepared to thrust his spear toward Niu Mang's abdomen. However, at that moment, Chen Dao arrived, seizing the opportunity as the soldiers in front were momentarily unguarded. With a powerful sweep of his dual blades, he severed the throat of one soldier. Even as the soldier clutched his neck, blood gushed uncontrollably until his eyes dulled and he collapsed to the ground. Armor does not protect the neck. In the realm of mere mortals, how could a band of armed brigands break through the defenses of nearly 100 armored soldiers? The answer is singular: by shattering the soldiers' morale with ferocity and rage. Years of peace had dulled their edge. Despite training in the past, these soldiers lacked the fierceness of battle. The recent campaigns against banditry hardly qualified as warfare. Their families waited in the city. They fought merely for a bowl of rice. If they perished, their families would lose a father, a man forever. The men following Chen Dao understood this all too well. Unlike the soldiers, their families stood behind them. If they were to lose, none of their loved ones would survive. It was akin to a tug-of-war at the precipice of a cliff. One side could not afford to lose, while the other could. These 30 men, their expressions twisted with rage, charged into the fray, wielding their blades. The strength of the spear formation lay in its wall of spears. The only way to breach this wall was through reckless abandon. Charging into the throng, dismantling the spear barricade. Clang! Niu Mang, struck by several spears in midair, fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he laughed heartily and surged forward once more into the throng. He bore no armor, yet concealed beneath his chest was a steel plate. Still, he was grievously wounded, though not mortally so to that moment. Chen Pingda also led the Menghu gang into the fray. This elderly man, nearing 60 with graying temples, displayed no hint of sluggishness. Rather, he charged forward with the same vigor as a youth, brandishing his machete high. A grin upon his face as he scolded playfully, Dao Yi, your men are truly audacious. I have yet to dare call myself such. I hope you little rascal, will one day be worthy of the title Dao Yi. He inhaled deeply and bellowed, Liuji, don't let these Dao gang scoundrels push you down. The Menghu gang I've raised must not bring me disgrace. At this moment, Liuji shed his upper garments, revealing his bronzed skin, though aged and wrinkled. His muscles beneath were robust and firm. He charged forward into the rain, grinning fiercely. After decades of dormancy, I awaited this rain. Brothers, today, the rain has come. Kill. Chapter 28. Dao Yi has bestowed favor upon me. This life of mine, I gift to Dao Yi, is worth it. Liuji, who often advised Chen Pingda to temper his anger and maintain his composure, now revealed his scarred torso, clutching a blade as he followed closely behind his lord into the fray. Not a trace of frailty could be discerned. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see he stumbled slightly, a reminder of his agi in his youth. He fought fiercely, bearing scars from countless battles. Though he had survived to this late stage, he bore the consequences. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained undaunted, his face a mask of fearlessness. Kill! He roared, a fierce expression on his face, as he surged forward behind his lord. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the days of following his lord into battle. A self-made man, he had rallied a host of brothers to carve out their existence in Shurcheng, facing innumerable hardships, with bloodshed being an inevitable companion. Back then, his lord was not yet called lord, but simply the boss. As he gazed ahead at the armored soldiers brandishing their long spears, Liuji did not falter. Rather, he quickened his pace. Clang! The sound of blades clashing resounded in the rain. Chen Pingda, wielding his tiger-headed knife, leaped into the air, bringing his blade down upon the head of a soldier before him, sending the severed head rolling to the ground. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! he wiped the blood from his face. His eyes momentarily obscured by rainwater, unable to discern whether it was blood or rain that coated his visage. Yet, the nearly 100 well-trained armored soldiers were the elite troops of the city lord. The moment they engaged, casualties ensued. Both the Dao gang and the Menghu gang suffered losses. In such circumstances, lives were merely expendable. When enough lives were sacrificed, the formation would naturally break. It was impossible to avoid death. As the elder of Ling Quan's sect had once said, mortals are frail, easily broken by mere iron. Zhou Tu! Qin Dao shouted at the man impaled on a spear. With a fierce expression, he rushed forward, delivering a powerful blow to sever the spear shaft and rescue the man before him. However, the spearhead was specially crafted. Once embedded in the abdomen, it created an unhealable wound, blood gushing uncontrollably. He cradled the man in his arms, his lips parting to speak, yet not a word emerged. This man, a brother of the Dao gang, older in age, preferred not to reveal his true name, and was known by the nickname Jianghu. Cough, cough. The man in Qian Dao's embrace erupted into violent coughs, eventually expelling a dark, thick pool of blood. Lowering his gaze to his abdomen, where blood flowed freely despite his attempts to stem it, he paused momentarily. Then, he lifted his gaze toward Qin Dao, a pained smile gracing his lips. Dao Yi, such is fate. I, old Jiu, have lived a solitary life, without children or kin. Yet, you, Dao Yi, pulled me from the depths of despair and avenged my grievances. I owe you a debt of gratitude. This life of mine, I gift to Dao Yi. It is worth it. Suddenly, a light of clarity flickered in his eyes as he turned his head to gaze at the battle raging around him. A smile breaking across his face, but alas, in the next instant, before Chen Dao could respond, the man's mouth opened and closed a few times, his body growing limp, and he fell silent, his head slumping to the side. Chen Dao, expressionless, stared at the man in his arms, and after a long moment of silence, he reached out to close the eyes of the man known as Old Jiu. Jiu, may you rest in peace. Subsequently, he gently laid the man's lifeless body upon the ground and rose, lifting his great blade as he cast his gaze upon the chaotic battlefield where combatants clashed. He held the families of the captain of the spear-wielding brigade in his grasp. He had concealed his father's 2 crossbows atop the first 2 horse-drawn carts. Should he choose to do so, he could unleash an unforeseen devastation upon these unprepared soldiers with the crossbows at their first encounter. At the very least, he could diminish their ranks. Yet, he refrained from taking such action. What he craved was a battle, an intense and bloody conflict that would unite the Dao gang. He sought individuals capable of forming a robust power structure in the future. Not mere mountain bandits. Without undergoing a genuine bloodbath, mountain bandits would forever remain as such. He required a fierce confrontation to establish an image within the hearts of the Dao gang members. To allow the fierce Tiger gang to re-evaluate their perception of him as the young master, facilitating his future plans, he needed this blood-soaked conflict. Lives might be lost, yet it was worth the risk. Such an opportunity was rare. Qian Dao clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he lowered his head and roared, brandishing his great blade, and charged fiercely toward a gap opened by the Dao gang. Rationality dictated that this was indeed the correct choice. The Dao gang needed a bloody fight, and he too needed one to solidify his own image. However, emotions stirred within him. Each member of the Dao gang had been carefully vetted before being extricated from the death row, and he had invested considerable sentiment in each of them. He still recalled the moment after Uncle Jia's vengeance was exacted. A man in his 40s, tears streaming down his face, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing, expressing gratitude for finally having someone to avenge him. That time, he had wished to say more, yet ultimately refrained. Depending on one's position, one could only act in accordance with it. Perhaps it was not his intention, but it was unavoidable. Death is good. Qian Dao bellowed, propelling himself into the air with force, raising his great blade to deliver a fierce downward strike that cleaved into a soldier's neck, nearly severing his upper body in 2. He struggled to extract the blade, only to find it ensnared by bone. Resolved, he ceased his attempts and kicked the corpse aside. He picked up a blood-soaked great blade, the origin of which remained unknown, and plunged back into the fray. heedless of his injuries. No one knew whom he referred to when he exclaimed that death was good. Was it Uncle Jiao, or the soldier before him? No one knew. Nor did anyone care. Perhaps even he was unaware to whom his words were directed. In this world, clarity is a rare commodity. Each person lives and dies in a state of bewilderment. At that moment. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums atop the city wall thundered ominously. It signaled a retreat. Yet, war drums are typically only effective before combat begins. In the heat of melee, all become consumed by bloodlust, oblivious to everything but the desire to kill. In the vast scale of a battle involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers, it is not uncommon for bloodlust to lead to fratricidal violence. However, the spear-wielding brigade had not yet been utterly overwhelmed. The situation had not escalated to complete chaos, and most soldiers began to withdraw. The Dao Gang and the fierce Tiger Gang did not pursue. Chapter 29. I said, "You shall not pass these men." Each with disheveled hair, bore the remnants of diluted blood washed upon their bodies by the rain. They stood slightly bent, using their blades as makeshift crutches to prevent themselves from collapsing, panting heavily as they gazed up at the Lord atop the city wall. Clad in black, Qian Dao leaned upon his great blade, wiping the blood from his face before fixing his gaze intently upon the Lord, who stood beside a maidservant. After a brief pause, a smile inexplicably crept upon his lips. There were 20 or so archers nearby. He awaited the Lord's command to unleash their arrows. The strength of archers lies in their rain of arrows. Beneath such a deluge, there is no escape. In truth, 20 or so archers pose little significant threat. He was merely observing their response to determine whether to employ the crossbows within the carts. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to kill this lord in broad daylight. Though a mere mortal, he was an official of the great Zhou kingdom. Openly slaying an official would be tantamount to treason, beyond redemption. At that point, it would not merely be a matter for the Lingquan sect. The great Zhou kingdom would take action to eradicate him, leaving naught but remnants, as a warning to others. At that moment, the Lord, garbed in official robes, broke the silence. "Chun Pingda, we have known each other for many years. When did you become so bold?" he sighed, shaking his head before Qin Pingda could respond. "Forget it. I shall report everything truthfully to the Lingquan sect, even if you escape death and rise to prominence. Remember, I am not your enemy. I merely fulfill my duty." With a wave of his hand, he feebly commanded, "Open the city gates. Let them go." Yet, below, Chun Dao and his companions stood unmoving, even with the gates ajar. The path clear, none dared to advance. One was a fool. Every 10 meters atop the city wall, a crossbow lay in wait. The reason they had not been employed earlier was that the crossbows were fixed to the wall during construction. Aimed outward, unable to target those within, however, should they step beyond the gates, they would expose their backs entirely to the crossbow's lethal range. Should the crossbows unleash their bolts simultaneously, the casualties would be innumerable. Qian Dao forced the blood rising in his throat down before swiftly turning to scan the crowd for his father's figure. Upon seeing his father unharmed, gasping for air in a corner, he felt a slight sense of relief. He then redirected his gaze to the ever-present Niu Meng. "How are the Dao Gang brothers faring?" "Unknown. The tally has yet to be conducted. It was too chaotic earlier to see clearly." Chun Dao nodded slightly, then gestured with his hand. Soon after, a man emerged, a blade pressed against a woman's throat, dragging a young boy along. The next instant, a heavily armored man from the spear-wielding brigade, tending to his injuries, momentarily froze upon witnessing the scene. Suddenly, his expression twisted with rage as he howled, "Are you seeking death? Leave my wife and Huzi alone. I will confront you blade to blade." "Damn you, beast!" Qian Dao's expression remained impassive as he gently stroked the young boy's head, preparing to speak when a surge of pain from his injuries caused him to stumble forward uncontrollably. Steadying himself, his complexion paled slightly as he forcibly swallowed the blood in his throat before calmly continuing, "Huzi, a fine name. If you allow us to exit the city smoothly, 1 mile outside, I will leave the woman and child there for you to collect. Within that mile, should any mishap occur, the woman and child shall perish before us." The lord atop the city wall observed the unfolding drama, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he remained silent. None of you shall leave today. The captain of the spear-wielding brigade, a rugged man, stripped off his heavy armor, holding his spear aloft with one hand, blocking the city gate. Standing in the rain, he fixed his gaze intently on Chen Dao. His face contorted with rage as he shouted, "As a man, I tell you, you shall not pass today." At that moment, the middle-aged man in official robes atop the city wall, visibly displeased, interjected, "Let them go." His objectives had been achieved. Some lives lost would suffice to demonstrate to any future inquiries that he had not been idle from the outset. He had no intention of allowing these individuals to remain. Those who dared to kill practitioners of the arts would not fear his status as lord. The deceased were from the Lingquan sect, not his own. While it was true they had died on his territory, which posed some complications, many of his own men had also perished, leaving him with little to say should the Lingquan sect come to hold him accountable. Forcibly detaining Chen Dao and his companions would yield him no advantage. The Lingquan sect would not reward him, and in the eyes of those practitioners, he was merely a larger ant. Yet the man from the spear-wielding brigade, seemingly oblivious to his command, stood defiantly at the gate. Unyielding, Chen Dao regarded the rugged man, who stood in the rain, one hand gripping his spear and clad in scars, shaking his head slightly without uttering a word, instead raising his blade against the woman's throat beside him. I said, "Step aside." The woman, stifling her fear, bit her lip, her hands bound behind her back as she looked at the scarred man blocking the gate. Tears spilled from her eyes, and she choked out, "Please, let him go." I said, "You shall not pass." The man standing in the rain before me forcefully wiped away the rain obscuring his vision, his feet firmly rooted to the ground as he bellowed at the refined gentleman who had a knife pressed against his wife's throat. "Release my woman, and I shall comply immediately." He had no faith in the man's words about releasing them a mile away. That moment, he had shed his armor, no longer the captain of the spear squad under the Lord, but merely a man. He had strived to attain the position of captain for a modest increase in salary, to provide a better life for his wife and children, yet now, with his wife at the mercy of another's blade, what significance did his rank hold? In a fit of rage, he raised his spear, pointing it at Chen Dao, his face twisted in fury as he screamed, "Once more, I demand you release her." Chapter 30. Matters of Stone City are not for you to discuss at that moment. The soldiers of the spear squad, who had been retreating to the side, exchanged glances. The next instant, one man shed his armor and, wielding his spear with one hand, approached the city gate, standing resolutely behind the rugged man. Soon, one after another, all the men of the spear squad stripped off their armor and silently followed him with their spears in hand. In the rain, they stood at the city gate, blocking the way. They were no longer serving anyone, nor heeding any commands. They were merely standing up for their leader. Witnessing this scene, the lord atop the city wall wore a grim expression, his fingers clenched tightly in silence. Without his orders, this group of spear soldiers acted independently, signifying a departure from his control, a serious act of rebellion. He glared at the back of the rugged man, who he had personally promoted. Now the first to defy him, bound by emotions that belied his potential for greatness, as the men stood at the city gate, brandishing their spears, Chen Dao narrowed his eyes but remained silent. While the hand holding the knife at the woman's neck showed no sign of loosening, that moment, the boy standing beside the woman suddenly raised his wooden sword, aiming it at Chen Dao. Tears streaming down his face as he shouted, "You promised to teach me swordsmanship. You are a liar. You are not a good person. Let go of my mother." Chen Dao cast a glance at the boy wielding the wooden sword, then lowered his gaze to the rain-soaked ground, where a pool of diluted blood lay. After a long pause, he looked up at the rugged man blocking his path and spoke softly, "I cannot release them. Without these two, my heart is unsettled." His voice was quiet, particularly amidst the patter of the rain, yet it clearly reached the rugged man's ears. The man took a deep breath, his eyes reddened, and raised his spear. Pointing it at Chen Dao, his voice hoarse as he growled, "Release her, I swear as a man. I will ensure your safe passage out of the city." "You?" Chen Dao shook his head lightly. "Your words hold no weight. You are merely a soldier, Matters of Stone City are beyond your jurisdiction. Then you would not have taken them hostage, the man gasped. He wiped the rain from his face, striving to soften his tone as he implored. The brothers on the wall operating the crossbows are all mine. If I do not command them to shoot, no one will act. Release her, and I guarantee your safe exit from the city. Your men? Chen Dao echoed, suddenly shaking his head and chuckling. You dare to utter such words. Do you comprehend what they entail? However, Chen Dao's expression abruptly turned serious, his demeanor calm as he regarded the rugged man. Pausing momentarily before continuing, I do not trust you. Upon hearing this, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within the man. He glanced at the fear in his wife's eyes and the tightly pressed lips. Then at the boy beside him, whose expression was filled with rage. His mind began to drift. After a moment, he collected himself. Forcing a grim smile, he discarded the spear beside him, picked up a blood-soaked large knife from the rain-drenched ground, and without hesitation, brought it down towards his pinky finger. With a swift motion, the blade cut cleanly, and the sharp pain caused him to stifle a groan, his body trembling as he bent down to retrieve the severed digit. Raising it high above his head, wiping the rain from his face, he shouted desperately at Chen Dao, with this finger, I swear, release my wife, and I will ensure your safe passage out of the city. Truly foolish, the lord atop the wall thought, unable to suppress his fury as he slapped the wall. He had never intended to force this group to stay. The best outcome would be for them to leave, which would also allow him to maintain his reputation when the disciples of the Lingquan sect arrived. Yet, the situation had spiraled out of control. He cared little for the lives of Chen Dao's family. They were not his own, and whether or not he released them had little bearing on him. What he valued was his position. Yet now, he found himself unable to issue any commands, forced to allow events to unfold. This group no longer heeded his orders, and he could only wait until the matter concluded to impose punishment gradually. To issue commands now would only diminish his authority. Without authority, he would cease to be a lord and would merely be an ordinary man, weaker than those below him. Chen Dao narrowed his eyes, peering through the rain at the man standing at the city gate, holding his severed finger aloft and shouting. After a moment of silence, he turned to the woman beside him. She was an ordinary mortal woman, neither ugly nor exceptionally beautiful. Yet, it was this very woman who compelled a man to stand resolutely at the city gate, willing to sacrifice his life. Indeed, once the man had made his stand and uttered those words, his fate was sealed. Even if Chen Dao chose not to kill him, the Lord would inevitably do so. Compelled by necessity, the mortal woman, suppressing her inner terror, fixed her gaze on her husband, who held his severed finger high, her lips tightly pressed together, remaining silent. She was but a mortal woman, lacking the courage to take her own life to relieve her husband's burdens. She could not speak for fear of influencing his emotions, nor did she know how to assist him. It was as if she were a burden to him, and this overwhelming sense of powerlessness caused tears to stream down her face uncontrollably. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dao lifted his head to regard the man, his lips slowly parting as he emotionlessly stated, not enough. Good. A flicker of hope ignited in the man's eyes as he cast aside his severed finger. Gritting his teeth, he raised the blade to the base of his index finger and with a sudden motion, he severed it. The intense pain caused uncontrollable convulsions throughout his body. He bent down to retrieve the severed digit, raising it high and shouting hoarsely, "Is this enough?" Behind the man, his fellow soldiers, their faces etched with sorrow and fury, raised their spears in unison, pointing them at Chen Dao, refraining from advancing or uttering a word. Chen Dao, maintaining his calm demeanor, paused for a moment before continuing, "Not enough. Good. Now, is this sufficient?" The rain intensified, washing the blood away as if the heavens themselves disapproved of the chaos below, attempting to cleanse the world of its turmoil. Not enough. Good. Still not enough. Good. With each affirmation from the man, his fingers fell to the ground, the excruciating pain nearly toppling him. Dizziness enveloped him as he struggled to remain upright, the mist of rain obscuring his vision. His voice, no longer as strong, emerged hoarsely as he raised his bloodied left hand, the crimson liquid streaming downward, forcing himself to articulate, "Is this enough?" Chun Dao glanced at the severed fingers lying on the ground and then at the bodies of the fallen brothers, pausing in silence before softly stating, "Enough. Release them. Let them exit the city." Chapter 31. I, Su Baijiu, have faith in only one thing in life, and will not abandon it even in death. Release them? The ever-vigilant Niu Mang, standing beside Chen Dao, faltered in disbelief. Are you truly letting them go? Just as the man across would not believe they would release them a mile away, he too found it hard to trust that letting go of the mother and child meant placing their hopes entirely in the man's promise. Chen Dao, with a calm expression, glanced at Niu Mang, offering no further words, merely repeating, "I said, release them." Yes. Upon hearing Chen Dao's cold, detached voice, Niu Mang could not help but lower his head, unable to meet those eyes. Without hesitation, he pushed the woman and the boy toward the man at the city gate. The rain continued to fall, and the wind howled. The woman, her face streaked with tears, looked up at the man holding his severed hand aloft, forcing a grim smile as she straightened her posture, pulling the boy along as they stepped forward, determined not to lose face in front of so many. The city gate, a man, using his remaining right hand, embraced a woman tightly, forcing a smile as he spoke in a faint voice, "It's nothing. Even with one hand less, it matters not." He then gently stroked the boy's head, falling silent as he raised his gaze towards the figure of Chen Dao standing opposite him. After taking a deep breath, he hoarsely declared, "I am steadfast in my beliefs. I have lost much in life, but never my faith. For the sake of my brother Su Baijiu, I implore you to lower your crossbows and let us descend." He wished to provide the man with peace of mind, so let him have it. As his words fell, Niu Mang, standing not far away, furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend the man's intentions. This man was merely the captain of the spear squad, while the crossbowmen manning the city walls were part of the city guard. They were not of the same ilk. Could a mere captain command the city guard? If the spear squad heeded your orders, then what authority did the city lord possess? At that moment, a rustling sound akin to crickets chirping rose from the battlements, and a man, expressionless, slowly descended from the wall to stand at its base. He did not position himself at the city gate nor at Su Baijiu's back. He simply stood at the foot of the wall. Soon, one after another, men clad in cloth armor followed suit. Gathering at the base of the wall, the city guard, numbering 106, stood in formation, demonstrating their stance through their actions. As members of the city guard, abandoning their crossbows to descend was a serious breach of military discipline, punishable by execution. While exceptional circumstances warranted special consideration, the city lord could not simply eradicate the entire guard, yet punishment for violating military law was inevitable. Meanwhile, the city lord atop the wall wore a grim expression. His arms braced against the battlements, veins bulging, as he glared at Su Baijiu's back, his eyes filled with resentment. For many years, in pursuit of longevity, he had cultivated patience, striving to remain calm and composed. Yet today marked the first time he truly felt rage. The very Su Baijiu he had nurtured not only commanded the spear squad's loyalty but had also gained the trust of the city guard. Was this a rebellion brewing? Who was truly the city lord? He had bestowed his favor upon Su Baijiu. Had it not been for him, Su Baijiu would have perished long ago. And now, this was how he repaid him. If this man were to survive, what authority would he have left? He would become a laughingstock of the great Zhou, a topic of idle chatter in every household. Gazing at the more than 100 city guards descending in an orderly fashion, Chen Dao raised an eyebrow, focusing on the trembling Su Baijiu, who leaned on the woman for support, struggling to remain upright. After a moment of silence, he suddenly chuckled softly. "Are you truly reckless enough to gamble with your life?" The chain of actions and words from this man had already sealed his fate, and summoning over 100 city guards only indicated that a grim outcome awaited him. Just as Su Baijiu, with one arm draped over the woman, was about to speak, a surge of pain struck him, causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. The pain was excruciating, far more intense than before. It felt as though he were ensnared in a trap of needles. After gasping for breath, Su Baijiu turned to the city guards, forcing a grim smile. "I, Su Baijiu, have lost much in my life, but my faith remains unwavering until death. I have never lost it before." And I shall not lose it now, and I vowed to ensure your safe passage out of the city, and I shall not allow you to worry. Beside Qingdao, Niumeng regarded the rain-soaked Su Baizhou with a complex expression, choosing not to speak. Frankly, he found this man to be foolish, not just in one regard, but in every action he took. Had he been in Su Baizhou's position, he would have pretended to let Qingdao and his party leave when they returned the woman and child. Then, at the moment they exited the city gate, he would have ordered the crossbows to be fired. This way, the city lord would understand that all his prior actions were merely a ruse to deceive Qingdao. Not a betrayal of loyalty. The wife and child would be saved, the city lord's grievances eased, and his own life preserved, a perfect outcome in Niumeng's view. If he were in Su Baizhou's place, this would have been the correct course of action. Yet Su Baizhou chose to honor his promise, appealing to the humanity of the city guards by urging them to abandon their weapons. This act positioned him squarely against the city lord. Now, Su Baizhou had only two paths left, to rise in rebellion or to await execution. However, given the current might of the great Zhou, a rebellion with mere hundreds would be tantamount to courting death. Both paths led to a fatal conclusion. How amusing! Qingdao mused silently before nodding slightly, suddenly shaking his head as if recalling something that struck him as amusing. He did not voice any further thoughts but turned to Niumeng, instructing, "Gather our fallen brothers and find a suitable place outside the city to lay them to rest. Once that is done, we shall depart." Understood. Niumeng nodded solemnly, casting a glance at the lifeless bodies of the gray-clad men, their grips unwavering on their blades even in death, his expression layered with complexity. Meanwhile, Chun Pingda stood silently beside the cart, observing the scene with an impassive demeanor since the battle concluded, his presence darkening the atmosphere around him. The absence of his ever-present companion, Liuzi, was palpable. Once everything was settled, Qingdao handed a knife to Niumeng, then retrieved a wooden umbrella from his coat. Shaking his head, he leaned on the umbrella and slowly walked toward the city gate, rain pouring down. Let us proceed. Chapter 32. Greetings, Jianghu, I am Qingdao. Drawn here by reputation. Dark clouds loomed over Stone City, casting a pallor over the day. Rain, resembling yellow beans, fell relentlessly from the sky, while the howling wind swept through the city, rustling the leaves and creating a cacophony reminiscent of battle standards flapping in the breeze. As he stepped out of the Chen residence, Qingdao remained calm, holding the umbrella with one hand, leading the way. Behind him trailed Niumeng and several brothers from the Daoist sect, as the driver's shouts and the crack of the whip signaled the cart's movement. At the city gate, Su Baizhou struggled to raise his right hand and waved weakly. Soon, the spear squad, having shed their armor, dispersed, clearing the way at the gate. With the support of his woman, Su Baizhou stepped aside. Before long, Qingdao and his party arrived at the city gate, all eyes upon them. Just as they were about to exit the city, Qingdao suddenly halted, turning to the soaked and disheveled figure of Su Baizhou, who was shifting to the side in silence. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Su Baizhou, is it? What is it?" Su Baizhou lightly patted the woman's back, signaling her to stop, before turning to face Qingdao. "What do you want?" Qingdao remained silent, observing this man before him. A rugged figure, a stout man with a scruffy beard, utterly unremarkable save for the absurdity of his completely bald left hand. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Come with me." "Come with you?" Su Baizhou first appeared stunned, then burst into laughter, as if recalling something amusing, though his voice was tinged with a faint, poignant sorrow. "Just a moment ago, you threatened me with my woman and child, demanding I sever my fingers, and now you wish for me to accompany you. How utterly ridiculous." Qingdao shook his head, choosing not to pursue that line of conversation. "Instead," he said softly, "if you stay here, you will die." Su Baizhou fell silent, his laughter fading as his expression gradually steadied. After a moment, he replied hoarsely and without emotion, "There is no way I can leave. The city lord provided me with sustenance in my most desperate hour, ensuring my woman and child would not go hungry. He has elevated me, granting me his favor. I am acutely aware that I have committed a grave military offense for my family's sake. And whatever punishment the city lord deems fit, I shall accept without complaint. Even if it means my death, As long as my wife and child remain safe, I would not bat an eyelash. His words rang with conviction, filled with a tragic loyalty that left those present momentarily speechless. The city guards and spear squad, their expressions complex, regarded the man in the rain with newfound understanding. They recognized the gravity of their earlier actions and new punishment awaited them. Yet, if it was for this man, they would willingly face the consequences. Unlike familial bonds, when a man chose another man, it signified a willingness to traverse through fire and water for him. They might merely face punishment, but this man could not escape the specter of death. At that moment, they sincerely wished for his escape. For staying could very well lead to his demise. Chun Dao fixed his gaze upon the resolute man before him, pausing momentarily before a faint smile graced his lips. Rather than continuing to speak, he uttered, "In this world, there are but two types of individuals who remain steadfast in their faith until death. The first type is the vile and nefarious. The second type is," before he could complete his thought, Su Baijiu, his expression unyielding, rasped, "No need to elaborate. I am indeed that second type." "Very well." Chun Dao refrained from further words, withdrawing his gaze from the man and striding purposefully towards the city gates. "Should we meet again in the days to come, I shall reveal to you the essence of that second type." With that, he turned, never looking back. His character was never one to linger in ambiguity. Yet this man stirred within him a sense of affection. Such a person was too valuable to waste in searching. Alas, it was a pity. Chun Dao gently shook his head, choosing silence as he walked ahead, gazing out towards the official road and the verdant thickets beyond the city. Outside the city, the forest, rejuvenated by the rain, appeared particularly vibrant, with leaves of a lush green. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, pausing for a moment before allowing a subtle smile to appear. "Greetings, Jianghu. I, Chun Dao, have come at your behest." At this moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of liberation, having spent 2 decades in this world, now finally experiencing the ease akin to a dragon returning to the sea. Subsequently, he spoke no more, leading the way with a quiet command. "Keep up." He chose not to ride in a carriage, instead walking ahead with a wooden umbrella propped against his shoulder. Though the wounds on his body throbbed faintly, he felt an invigorating sense of exhilaration. After traversing the official road for the duration of 2 incense sticks, Chun Dao paused, turning to gaze at the stone walls of Shurcheng. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Here shall suffice. Let us give our fallen brothers a place to rest. Born in Shurcheng, so too shall they be laid to rest here." "Very well." Niu Mang, his expression one of complexity, nodded slowly before turning to depart. At that moment, Chun Pingda, who had remained silent until now, approached with an impassive countenance and hoarsely stated, "Dower, come with me." He then turned towards the thicket beside the official road. Chun Dao raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he followed. Before long, father and son arrived at a secluded part of the forest. Devoid of onlookers, Chun Pingda straightened his posture, turning to face Chun Dao. After a prolonged silence, he hoarsely declared, "Dower, it has been 20 years, yet for the first time, I find you inexplicably unfamiliar, so much so that I feel I do not know you." Chun Dao narrowed his eyes slightly, bowing his head in a gesture of respect before responding softly, "Father, I do not entirely grasp your meaning." "No, you do understand." Chun Pingda shook his head, forcibly suppressing his emotions as he coldly replied, "In the past, though you strayed from the path, you were still a person. My failure to guide you onto the right path is my own inadequacy. Even if you rallied a band of brothers to become bandits, I had no grounds for anger, for I too have walked this path, and someone must undertake such deeds. If we do not, others will. But what you have done today, what you did today, can it truly be termed as human conduct?" Chun Pingda struggled to keep his inner fury at bay, pointing an accusatory finger at Chun Dao, his words seething with resentment. "Chun Dao, you have crossed the line. What matter is this?" Chun Dao furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing his father's suppressed rage. "Are you referring to the abduction of Su Baijiu and his mother? Without that, would we have even managed to leave the city today? When did you become so soft-hearted? Am I speaking of his mother?" Chun Pingda could no longer contain his inner turmoil, pointing an accusatory finger at Chun Dao, his expression twisted in rage. Why did you not bring that mother and child out before the battle commenced? If you had done so at the first opportunity, would so many brothers of the mighty Tiger Gang have perished? Would those of your faction have died? Ah? You waited until nearly everyone was dead before dragging them out. What were you attempting to prove? Were you hoping to showcase your cunning at the expense of those brothers who fought alongside you? Liuzi is dead. Liuzi's mother is dead. My Liuzi's mother is dead. As a stalwart man, tears now streamed from his eyes, his voice breaking with heart-wrenching anguish. Liuzi's mother stood by me all her life. I promised him I would take him along on the path of cultivation. To lead him to wealth and prosperity, Tiomi, she was my closest brother, shielding me from countless blades. Not only did I fail to provide him a life of luxury, but I could not even ensure his peaceful twilight years. Now she lies dead, her stomach pierced while shielding me, and I was the one who had to stuff his entrails back into his body, hoping to grant him at least a semblance of wholeness. Why did you not bring them out at once? Qin Pingda, consumed by emotion, seized Qin Dao by the collar, his voice nearly breaking as he bellowed, "Why? Return Liuzi to me. You must return Liuzi to me." The pent-up emotions erupted in that moment. Had it merely been a straightforward death in battle, he would not have crumbled so. What left him most powerless was the realization that Liuzi's death stemmed largely from his son's failure to act quickly in rescuing that mother and child. This sense of helplessness and grief threatened to drive him mad. Upon hearing of Liuzi's demise, Qian Dao was momentarily taken aback, offering no resistance as he gazed at his father, whose face was streaked with tears and whose emotions were frayed. After a moment of silence, he calmly raised a hand to gently pat his father's wrist, speaking hoarsely, "The death of Liuzi was unforeseen. I too grieve. I never intended for Liuzi to perish. However, father, once we step beyond the walls of Shicheng, we must commit ourselves fully to survive. We need a surge of morale, a momentum that carries us forward from the moment we breach the gates." Most critically, the hostages could not be revealed before the conflict began. Doing so would only bolster the enemy's resolve, emboldening the city's defenders to fight without fear of death. It would lead them to a desperate stand, resulting in even greater losses on our side. Until we know the extent of the commanding officer's authority, we cannot predict what he might do for his family. The hostages must only be revealed when the enemy has lost their will to fight, thus ensuring it serves as a decisive blow, rather than a mere bargaining chip to rally their spirits. Death is an inevitability in our assault. Perhaps it will be Liuzi, or Juzi, or even Niumang. Anyone could fall. Today, some will surely perish. Yet through this bloody battle, we will ignite the fighting spirit within us, and both the Dao Gang and the mighty Tiger Gang will gain valuable combat experience and cohesion. I do not seek a band of brigands. We are but mortals, our potential for cultivation limited. If we remain paralyzed by the fear of death, refusing to act, even an abundance of spirit stones will prove futile. Death can unite us. Igniting our bloodlust, it will demonstrate to the survivors how I handle the aftermath of our fallen brothers, instilling confidence in them for future battles. They will come to realize that following me is their most prudent path. Those who stand by me will thrive. Qin Pingda stared incredulously at his son, rendered speechless, his hands slowly losing their grip. His eyes filled with bewilderment as he muttered, "You possess not an ounce of remorse. You believe you have committed no error. That old Jiao, who perished alongside you in the mountains, you deem his death inconsequential. Liuzi regarded you as his own son, yet you find solace in his demise. I had always thought you merely a wayward child, yet I never fathomed you could be so cold-blooded and heartless." He stood in stunned silence for a protracted period before finally lifting his gaze to the unfamiliar visage of the man before him. Trembling as he asked, "Do you truly possess even a shred of humanity? So many brothers, driven by your command, charged forth like fools, sacrificing their lives. Yet in your eyes, are they merely pawns to be sacrificed for your own gain? Are you still human? Do you comprehend the meaning of brotherhood? These were my brothers, your brothers, and now they lie dead, yet you harbor not a whisper of guilt. What kind of Jianghu is this? Devoid of brotherly bonds. What kind of Jianghu do you wish to traverse? A beast, a heartless beast." Qin Pingda's lips quivered with suppressed rage, his fingers trembling slightly as he raised a hand. For a moment, he felt as though something had lodged itself in his throat, rendering him speechless. After a prolonged silence, Qian Dao fixed his gaze upon his father, whose temples were graying, and with a hoarse voice, he finally spoke. In the world of martial arts, there exists brotherhood, yet it is not solely defined by such ties. The deaths of 6th uncle and 9th uncle caught me off guard, and while I am deeply saddened, I harbor no regrets. The loss of others brings me the same sorrow. Ultimately, death is inevitable. Chun Pingda stared incredulously at the refined young man before him, and after a lengthy pause, he suddenly forced a bitter smile and trembled as he spoke. Well, my son has truly grown up. Well. How wonderful. He then fell silent, emerging from the thicket, dragging his injured body with great effort along the official road towards the carriage. His back appeared somewhat desolate, evoking a sense of solitude. Meanwhile, Qian Dao stood motionless, enveloped in silence. Unbeknownst to him, 2 tears streamed down his cheeks, starkly contrasting against his stoic demeanor, much like the unexpected arrival of nourishing rain upon a parched riverbed. Moments later, with reddened eyes, Qian Dao retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the traces of his tears. After taking a few deep breaths, he turned to face the direction of Shicheng. Suddenly, he knelt, bowing 3 times with resounding thuds, his bloodshot eyes conveying a hoarse apology. 6th uncle, forgive me. 9th uncle, forgive me. To all my fallen brothers, I beg your pardon. I bow to you now, for later. Amidst the multitude, I shall be unable to do so. When my time comes, I shall accept any punishment without retort. But for now, I must endure. Slowly rising, he gazed into the distance, pausing for a moment before breaking into a sorrowful smile. His voice barely audible in the wind. Death, a fitting end. Some actions, though known to be wrong, must still be undertaken. He then composed himself, striving to restore a semblance of calm, and stepped out of the thicket. Striding purposefully towards the carriage along the official road, as a Taoist priest, one cannot allow excessive emotional turmoil. Even in the face of a loved one's death, one must engage in light-hearted banter about the martial realm. Intense emotional fluctuations often lead to fatal vulnerabilities, much like Su Baijiu, who was easily manipulated by others. Being a Taoist priest is exhausting, challenging, and merciless. Yet, Qian Dao remains resolute. Each individual possesses their own path, and this is the path of Qian Dao. It is not a matter of right or wrong. He pays no heed to where the martial world lies, for wherever he stands is the martial world. Brotherhood is not the sole essence of this realm. It also encompasses Qian Dao. So many brothers have entrusted their futures to him, and he must honor that trust. Casualties are unavoidable along this journey. Should no one perish now, even greater losses will ensue in the face of future crises. Many matters offer no path of retreat. His father may not comprehend him, but he bears no resentment. One day, when the glory of the Chen family illuminates the great Zhou kingdom, and the names of the Taoist priest and the virtuous man resonate throughout the land, his father will come to understand him. Standing in the middle of the official road, Qian Dao gazed at the approaching group led by Niumong, pausing momentarily to look up at the sunset obscured by dark clouds. The sun, once golden and radiant, now appeared dim, resembling a bloodstain washed away by rain, emanating a resolute shade of crimson. He lingered for a moment, lost in thought, murmuring to himself, "It is nearly dark." Chapter 34. You are clever, you consider yourself ruthless, yet you are equally tender-hearted. He gently shook his head, adjusted his attire, and resumed his previous calm demeanor as if nothing had transpired. Only the reeds in the thicket rustled in the gentle breeze, seemingly mocking a 7-foot man for shedding tears, a rather disgraceful display. Leaning on his wooden umbrella, Qian Dao slowly approached Niumong and the others, scanning each of their faces before finally asking in a hoarse voice, "Have all the brothers been laid to rest?" "Yes," Niumong replied, a flicker of barely perceptible sorrow passing through his eyes as he stepped aside to reveal 5 freshly dug graves. "The pits are ready. We await your command to fill them." "Very well." Qian Dao nodded slightly, his expression serene as he regarded the 5 graves, each containing a brother he knew well, having personally rescued them from the depths of despair. After a moment of silence, he stepped forward, grasped a shovel embedded in the earth, and threw a scoop of dirt into a grave. The others exchanged glances, their eyes reddening as they stepped forward to join him in the somber task. Those with shovels used them, while those without resorted to their swords. Some, having lost their weapons in battle, used their hands to gather soil and cast it into the graves. In that moment, silence reigned. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of shared grief, a poignant reminder that any one of them could be the next to find rest in that hallowed ground. Soon, 5 small mounds of earth were formed. Qian Dao tossed the shovel aside, inhaled deeply, and turned to face Niumong and the others, his eyes slightly reddened as he spoke hoarsely. "Ninth uncle is gone. Several brothers have also perished. I understand your thoughts. You fear that you too may share this fate. I will not offer platitudes. When I rescued each of you from the depths of despair, I made it clear that the choice to follow me was yours alone. Now that you have chosen to stand by my side, you must understand the dangers that lie ahead. Tomorrow, more brothers may be laid to rest here, and I too may find myself among them. But so what?" He cast his gaze over each of them. "As men, we must don fine garments, ride noble steeds, wield power, and command respect across the land. Let us not forget the ambition that brought us together. We did not aim to be mere bandits. Times have changed. Now, we have a formidable band of brothers who have weathered bloodshed together, and we possess a substantial fortune. If we find a solid foundation, I, Qian Dao, am confident that we can rise to prominence in the great Zhou kingdom in no time. I shall refrain from further elaboration," he continued, waving his hand. "Niumong, take stock of the families of the fallen brothers. Distribute 20 spirit stones to each family. From now on, the families of these brothers shall be regarded as our own, as my family. As long as I, Qian Dao, draw breath, they shall want for nothing." "Understood," Niumong replied, astonishment flickering in his eyes. 20 spirit stones were no trifling sum. More brothers had perished during the ambush of that cultivator, and at that time, each family had received only 1 spirit stone. As if sensing Niumong's surprise, Qian Dao shook his head casually. "Times are different now. Today, we possess spirit stones, but we must be prudent in our distribution. This wealth must be carefully managed in the future. When we stand atop the great Zhou kingdom, enjoying wealth and honor, we shall dispense even more. The families of our fallen brothers will also receive compensation. However, I advise them to refrain from spending this wealth for now, lest it attract undue attention. Our strength remains somewhat lacking, but soon, this situation will improve. That is enough. Attend to the aftermath." With that, Qian Dao fell silent, his steps slightly unsteady as he wandered off, his mind adrift. He had initially prepared a stirring speech, but his father's words had stirred a sense of melancholy within him, rendering his carefully crafted sentiments stuck in his throat. Thus, he chose to remain silent. After walking a few paces, he spotted his father standing amid the tiger gang in the thicket. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to temporarily avoid the encounter. However, just then, a hoarse voice wafted through the breeze. "Come here." His father did not turn, remaining rooted in place. Yet Qian Dao could clearly sense that his father was addressing him. After a moment's hesitation, he approached his father, maintaining a calm demeanor as he leaned on his wooden umbrella. Fathered at that moment, Chun Pingda seemed to have regained his composure, his voice steady as he waved his hand, signaling the surrounding tiger gang brothers to withdraw, leaving only the father and son in the clearing. Along with the 13 graves before them. 13, Chun Pingda paused before stating flatly, 13 brothers from the tiger gang have perished. He then fixed his gaze on the 6 bodies lying in the graves, remaining silent for a long time before continuing, though it pains me to say this, I must confess. The loss of those 12 brothers does not weigh as heavily on me as that of Liuzi. Liuzi's death is a reality I cannot accept. What am I to do? Chun Dao regarded his father, whose hair had turned white without his notice, and after a moment of silence, he replied calmly, "Perhaps through the highest cultivation, one might find a way to resurrect the dead. Do you believe that?" "I do." "You are deceiving yourself. It is faith. Ha." Suddenly, Chen Pingda seemed to recall something, letting out a derisive chuckle before speaking hoarsely, "Dower, you have grown. You understand more than I do, your ambitions surpass mine, and you are even more ruthless than I. However, do you truly comprehend the path upon which you tread? This path is one you cannot traverse indefinitely. To continue down it, your heart must be mercilessly cold. Yet you have not reached such a state in your youth. Your deceitful accounting nearly led to the demise of your steward, and ultimately, it was your words that spared him, thereby exposing your own vulnerabilities. You consider yourself clever and believe yourself to possess a hardened heart, yet you are equally soft-hearted. Should you choose to pursue this path, any flicker of compassion in the future will plunge you into an abyss from which there is no return. This path permits no softness, yet you are incapable of such detachment. Should you find yourself ensnared in that abyss due to a moment of weakness, reflect upon my words now, and perhaps you will realize this path is ill-suited for you. Qian Dao remained silent, merely standing there, fixated on the pit containing Lu Shu. Chapter 35. I have followed you my entire life, yet in death, you grant me no complete remains. The rain had ceased. Yet the ground remained muddy. Lu Shu lay quietly in the pit, as if sitting beside a reclining chair, chuckling as he observed his father's fervent curses, occasionally murmuring to calm him, "I will assist you." Suddenly, the voice of his father reached Qian Dao, causing him to momentarily falter. Unable to grasp its meaning, I said, "I will help you." Chen Pingda paused for a moment before shaking his head and laughing derisively. "You are my son? Who else would I assist if not you? This is a curse. If you wish to pursue this path, then I shall aid you. Having resolved to walk this road, you must cast away every shred of sympathy from your heart. Not a trace of it should remain. Such feelings will become the very Achilles heel that leads to your downfall." He expressionlessly extended the knife in his hand to Qian Dao. "Jump into the pit and dismember Lu Shu into 8 pieces." Qian Dao stared at the knife in disbelief, momentarily hesitant to accept it, unable to comprehend why his father would ask him to undertake such a task. Hesitating? Chen Pingda scoffed derisively. "Take the knife and proceed to chop him into 8 pieces. With each strike, remember the meals Lu Shu prepared for you. Recall how he always spoke up on your behalf, and think of how he would carry you down from trees in your childhood. If you cannot even sever ties with your own kin, how can you claim to be heartless?" Qian Dao fixed his gaze on his father, speechless for a long moment, before shaking his head. "You have lost your mind." Just then, Lu Shu, lying in the pit, let out a muffled groan. The sound was faint, yet in the stillness, it resonated clearly in the ears of both men. Chen Pingda, poised to speak, suddenly froze, disbelief flooding his eyes. And he leapt into the pit, landing clumsily in the mud. Yet, he paid it no mind, gently cradling Lu Shu's head, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope as he tentatively called, "Lu Shu?" In that moment, he resembled a man, decades prior, lifting the veil from his bride's face on their wedding night, cautious and filled with trepidation, as if everything before him might shatter like glass at any moment. Seeing that Lu Shu did not respond, Chen Pingda continued to softly call, "Lu Shu, Lu Shu?" In the next instant, Lu Shu, lying in the muddy pit, slowly opened his eyes and sighed in resignation. "Master, will you ever be finished? Why must such a simple task as burying someone take so long?" Lu Shu. Upon seeing Lu Shu awaken and speak, Chen Pingda rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his entire being trembling with excitement, momentarily at a loss for what to do. "Lu Shu, you are alive, you are alive. How can you not be dead?" At that moment, Qian Dao, standing beside the pit, suddenly realized something, furrowing his brow. "Lu Shu? Have you been conscious this whole time?" Naturally, Lu Shu, lying in the pit, winced in pain, a smile stretching across his lips as he spoke with difficulty. "I wasn't thinking about a tearful farewell with the master. That would be too effeminate. I thought it might be better just to be buried like this. After all, with my injuries, even the best of doctors would be helpless. I could only wait for death, though I could still cling to life for a few more breaths. But who would have known?" Lu Shu's voice suddenly faltered, a surge of dark blood rising in his throat before he continued. Though this time his voice was considerably weaker. "Who would have thought the master would take so long to fill the grave? I'm exhausted. Please stop talking and just bury me. Don't let the young master chop me into 8 pieces. If you want to train his resolve, can't you find someone else?" I would prefer to keep my body intact. Damn it, I've followed you my entire life, and in death, you want to even leave me a whole corpse. The sensation of being addressed as master felt oddly satisfying. His voice grew fainter as he spoke, until it was barely audible, a whisper that anyone could recognize as Lu Shu's final exertion of strength. Chen Pingde, tears streaming down his face, gazed at Lu Shu, who closed his eyes after uttering his last words, his body trembling uncontrollably, his throat choked with emotion. Unable to utter a single word, he was gone, this time. Truly gone. Yet Chen Dao, no longer believing in the finality of death, leaped into the pit, extending his index finger to Lu Shu's nose, feeling a faint breath, a heartbeat still pulsing. There was still hope. Chen Pingde hesitated for a moment, looking up at Chen Dao, then down at the horrific wound on Lu Shu's abdomen, where a great portion had been punctured, resembling a mass of congealed blood. How could there be any hope in such a situation? Even a celestial being from the highest realms would be of no use. There is hope. Before I encountered the elder from Lingquan's sect, I killed a practitioner who lacked a storage bag but possessed a recipe for a pill. It is called the meat-bone pill. As long as one continues to breathe and the heart beats. If one's injuries are not the result of decapitation or dismemberment, consuming this pill will preserve one's life. However, the recipe is incomplete. Even if it were complete, we are not practitioners and cannot concoct pills. But we can travel to the nearest city where there are alchemy shops and purchase a single meat-bone pill to save Lu Shu's life. We have the spirit stones. Before his father could respond, Chen Dao, with a serious expression, continued, 200 miles along the main road, there is a major city for practitioners called Xianlong City. Unlike the mundane city of Shicheng, Xianlong City frequently sees practitioners, and there are numerous alchemy shops catering to them. We can ride there. Our horses are domesticated and lack wildness, at most covering 50 miles in half an hour. We will need 2 hours. Before he could elaborate further, Chen Pingde carefully lifted Lu Shu's body from the pit and strode towards the horse cart. Enough nonsense. Mount up. All right. Chen Dao said no more. Nodding as he walked briskly alongside his father, I will personally go to Xianlong City. You place Lu Shu in the cart and head towards Xianlong City along the main road. If all goes smoothly, including the round trip, we can deliver the meat-bone pill to Lu Shu's lips within 3 hours. He paused, his expression complex. I hope Lu Shu can hold on until then. Chapter 36. Is this alchemy shop part of Lingquan's sect? With that said, he did not delay any further, striding towards a horse cart, unfastening the reins from the horse's head, and leading down 2 horses while glancing at Niumeng beside him. Mount up. Yes. Niumeng nodded, mounting without hesitation, unsure of what Chen Dao intended, but ready to comply. Father, Chen Dao, now mounted, turned to Chen Pingde and instructed. Take a few brothers with you. Use the cart to hasten after us, which will at least save some time. The brothers on foot should follow behind. At long last, Chen Dao ceased his idle chatter. With a firm grip on the reins, he struck the horse's flank with a swift lash of his whip. The steed beneath him let out a resounding neigh, rearing up before galloping forward, its pace steadily increasing. Meanwhile, Niumeng mimicked Chen Dao, following closely behind, charging ahead. Children from ordinary families seldom had the opportunity to interact with horses, let alone ride them. However, the Chen family, being a prominent household in Shicheng, had raised an array of horses since childhood, making the act of riding a familiar endeavor for him. Unlike the young masters from other families, who often rode in a display of grandeur, he preferred to traverse the cobblestones beneath his feet. The clouds after the rain often carried a profound depth that beckoned one to lose themselves in contemplation. A mere glance upwards could leave one feeling insignificantly small. Yet, if there existed a scene more breathtaking than the post-rain clouds, it would be the dark clouds following a stormy night. These oppressive clouds concealed the stars and moon within their embrace, rendering the entire sky an expanse of darkness. Beneath this shroud, along a governmental road, 2 men gripped the reins tightly, their legs clamped firmly against their mounts, dashing towards their destination with unwavering determination. The whips they wielded were specially crafted, their tips stained with faint remnants of flesh, while the hindquarters of their horses bore the marks of bloodied lashes. Dao Yi, Niumeng leaned forward, nearly burying his upper body in the horse's back. urging for greater speed against the night wind. At this hour, even if we reach Xianlong City, we cannot enter. In the haste of their journey, they had momentarily forgotten the time. The city gates would have long been closed, rendering their efforts futile. What use was it to arrive at Xianlong City if they could not enter? Could they possibly force their way through? That would be mere folly. We can enter, Chen Dao asserted, burying himself deeper into the horse's back, delivering a firm strike to its flank. The horse emitted a pained whinny and surged forward with renewed vigor. The curfew only restricts mortals, not practitioners, as long as we are cultivators. We can gain entry, but Niomang faltered, confusion etched on his face. Are we truly cultivators? Indeed, Dao. He nodded. Though the perplexity in his eyes deepened, he began to grasp Chen Dao's implication that they could invoke the title of cultivators. Yet, could they convincingly play this role? Their true nature would inevitably be revealed. Soon, at the end of the road, a towering city wall, standing nearly 10 meters high, came into view, resembling a slumbering giant amidst the night. Yet, despite having covered a considerable distance in just over an hour, the journey to the city gates would take them much longer, as the sight of the city was deceptive. By the time they arrived at the gates, it had taken them several incense sticks worth of time, an hour and a half in total. The two horses had reached their limits, having run with all their might. At last, Chen Dao delivered one final whip to the horse's rear, propelling them toward the brightly lit city gate. The gate was not shut, but numerous obstacles had been set up. A group of soldiers, clad in armor, gathered at the entrance, engaged in casual conversation. Upon hearing the sound of hooves approaching, they straightened, their expressions turning serious as they raised their spears, bellowing at the two horses emerging from the darkness. Wait outside until dawn to enter the city. Chen Dao showed no sign of slowing down. As they neared the barricade, he pulled on the reins, halting the horse just before the obstacles. Without waiting for the soldiers to speak, he pulled out a 5-pointed star badge from his cloak, slapping it onto the face of the foremost soldier. Business of the Lingquan sect's elder. Follow me. Lead the way to the nearest apothecary. As Chen Dao and Niomang dismounted, their horses' knees buckled, collapsing onto the ground. Breathless. Logically, a 200-mile journey should not have exhausted a horse to death. It was merely the overwhelming pressure. Had they not stopped, the horses might have endured a while longer, but once they ceased their frantic pace, their vitality slipped away. Lingquan sect? The leading soldier momentarily hesitated, glancing at the badge in the moonlight, confirming it to be the disciple's token of the Lingquan sect. However, he recalled the declaration of a Lingquan sect elder. Before he could voice his inquiry, Chen Dao delivered an expressionless slap to the soldier's cheek. Lead the way. If you do not move within 3 breaths at dawn, it shall be the day of your family's demise. The soldier's countenance shifted, torn between anger and apprehension. Although he was a mortal facing a cultivator, the Great Zhou Kingdom did not fear these practitioners. As a soldier of the Great Zhou, he could not be so easily humiliated. Yet, before he could dwell on his thoughts, Chen Dao struck him again. This time, the soldier comprehended it was not that the Great Zhou feared these practitioners. Rather, he himself was afraid. Without further hesitation, he cleared the path and walked ahead. Just a few steps further, at the base of the city wall, stood an apothecary. Conveniently, it was one operated by the Lingquan sect. However, at this hour, the person in charge was likely asleep, requiring some effort to awaken. Meanwhile, Niomang, who had previously been marveling at Chen Dao's audacity, now found himself frozen in place, bewildered, as a pang of anxiety gripped him. What was this man saying? That the apothecary belonged to the Lingquan sect? Was it truly possible? After all their struggles to escape searching and their arduous night ride, had they not aimed to evade the Lingquan sect's pursuit? Now, they had unwittingly arrived at the very heart of their domain. It was a classic case of walking into a trap. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Dao's mouth, yet he masked his unease, his expression darkening. The sooner we act, the better. Chapter 37. An elder of the sect no longer considered an elder? All right then. The leading soldier responded, feeling somewhat puzzled as to why Chen Dao, bearing the Lingquan sect disciple's token, claimed to be an elder of the sect. However, he thought better of questioning it. Whatever secrets might lie within were beyond the purview of a mere foot soldier. Behind him, Niumang felt his legs grow heavier with each step, every movement becoming increasingly laborious. He focused on the blue bricks under the moonlight, feeling as though each step brought him closer to the gates of the underworld. What a farce, to impersonate an elder of the Lingquan sect and head to an apothecary operated by them. This could not merely be termed a self-constructed trap. It was akin to openly challenging them, akin to courting death. Meanwhile, Chen Dao, who remained calm in the wake of the soldier, felt a twinge of anxiety within. He could not reveal to the soldier that he intended to visit a different apothecary. Doing so would expose his ruse, leaving no room for retreat. While he could deceive these mortals, encountering disciples of the Lingquan sect would inevitably lead to the revelation of his true identity. In that moment, the three men remained silent, each lost in their own tumultuous thoughts. After a few breaths, Chen Dao unconsciously sighed, straightening his posture. Since he was posing as a Lingquan sect elder, he needed to embody the demeanor of one. As for what would transpire next, he would have to adapt to the unfolding circumstances. Time was of the essence. His Uncle Liu awaited the medicinal bones. Just then, the soldier ahead came to an abrupt halt. Pointing to a closed shop along the street, "Elder, this shop is the apothecary of the Lingquan sect, the closest one to the city gate. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Very well." Chen Dao nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. "You may go." Once the soldier departed, Niumang stared at the closed door, swallowing nervously, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Dao Yi, should I knock?" "Go ahead." Chen Dao shot a disapproving glance at Niumang. "Banish that cowardice from your bones. We are Lingquan sect elders. What is there to fear?" "Yes, yes." Niumang nodded, a nervous twitch at the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he strode boldly to the shop's entrance and knocked gently on the wooden door. "Is anyone there?" "Knock louder." "Understood." Hearing Chen Dao's reprimand from behind, Niumang quickly suppressed his anxiety, striking the door with greater force. "Is anyone there? I urgently need a pill." No sooner had he spoken than a groggy, irate voice echoed from within. "Who's banging on my door at this hour? My master is not at home. I am the only apprentice in the shop and cannot sell anything. Please return tomorrow when my master is back to make your purchase." "Leave?" Upon hearing these words, Niumang paused for a moment, then turned to Chen Dao and remarked, "Only one apprentice?" "Ha!" Chen Dao, who had been tense all along, could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. Truly, it was a stroke of fortune. With only one apprentice, the situation would be considerably easier to manage. He was, however, uncertain whether this apprentice was a practitioner or an ordinary person. Niumang quickly grasped the situation, his expression regaining its usual composure as he knocked on the door with increased force, raising his voice. "My master is an elder of the Lingquan sect. If you do not open the door, you shall bear the consequences." Although he did not know whether this apprentice was a practitioner or an ordinary person, he assumed that if he called himself an apprentice, he likely would not be too formidable even if he were a practitioner. The next moment, the door swung open. A head that appeared sharp and angular peeked through the crack, and in a state of panic, it knelt and bowed deeply. "I have met the elder. I am Li Sanbai, the personal apprentice of the Lingquan sect's resident steward. The prolonged delay in opening the door was due to my master's absence, and I alone cannot sell pills. I did not realize who you were." After a brief pause, he raised his head, looking bewilderedly at the two before him, hesitating before tentatively addressing Chen Dao. You must be the elder of the Lingquan sect. Correct?" "Ha!" Niumang crossed his arms and smirked. "Good eye." Chen Dao, realizing time was of the essence, strode towards the shop without further delay. Yet, the apprentice, who had been kneeling, unexpectedly rose and blocked his path. Nervously chuckling, "Please do not take offense, elder. I am not well acquainted with the ways of the world and have never encountered an elder of the Lingquan sect before. I must see the token first, lest I have trouble explaining to my master upon his return." In truth, he felt a twinge of doubt. After all, the elder of the Lingquan sect was a person of considerable stature. Though he had never met one, he imagined their demeanor would be imposing. How could such a figure patiently knock on the door multiple times? If he were truly an elder of the Lingquan sect, he should have simply broken the door down upon his first utterance. No matter, Qian Dao replied calmly, waving his hand and producing the 5-pointed star token from his pocket, tossing it into the apprentice's arms. Examine it closely. Certainly. The apprentice quickly knelt again, cradling the token in his arms. However, after a mere glance, he froze in place, staring up at Qian Dao in bewilderment, murmuring, "Elder, you just said you are an elder of the Lingquan sect. But this token is for the disciples of the Lingquan sect." "Oh no." Niu Meng's heart sank, and he casually stepped aside, adopting an impassive demeanor. Once exposed, there was no doubt that violence would ensue. Yet, he wondered why the guards at the city gate had not noticed anything amiss when they entered. How could this apprentice discern the truth? Qian Dao raised an eyebrow, momentarily speechless. In truth, he had no idea what this 5-pointed star token signified. He had simply found it in the storage bag of the guiding elder and assumed it was a token of identity. However, he had not anticipated it was a disciple's token. Hadn't the guiding elder always referred to himself as an elder? The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Qian Dao, slightly displeased, spoke up. "What? Is the guiding elder not considered an elder?" The apprentice, still kneeling, was momentarily taken aback before comprehending, slowly rising and brushing off the dust from his knees. "The guiding elder is indeed considered one. However, elder, my master is not here today. Please return tomorrow to purchase the pills." This is also the rule of the Lingquan sect. Apprentices do not possess the authority to sell pills independently. "Very well. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." He then strode confidently into the shop, shedding the previously obsequious demeanor, akin to a dog that suddenly lifts its head high. Chapter 38. Are you a practitioner or an ordinary person? Wait. Qian Dao casually glanced at the shop behind the apprentice, discreetly signaling to Niu Meng before inquiring, "Where has your master gone, and when will he return?" The apprentice snorted derisively, preparing to close the door but paused again, looking up. "I had not intended to ask you. But considering you are the guiding elder of the Lingquan sect, this matter does indeed pertain to you. An elder from the guiding sect has died in Stone City, and my master has gone to investigate the situation. You should be cautious as well. Things have not been peaceful lately. This marks the third guiding elder from the Lingquan sect to die this month. Such occurrences were unheard of before. I am concerned I will hear news of yet another guiding elder perishing in Shanglong City by tomorrow." His words dripped with disdain for the guiding elder, nearly akin to cursing them to death. Goodness. Niu Meng's lips twitched slightly, feeling exasperated. Truly, the coincidence was uncanny. Meanwhile, Qian Dao furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed about whether this individual was a practitioner or an ordinary person. The guiding elder was, after all, a practitioner, and to display such contempt for him suggested that this apprentice must hold some significant status. Yet, he was merely an apprentice. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to probe further. "Are you a practitioner or an ordinary person?" "Of course, I am an ordinary person." The Lingquan, however, before the apprentice could finish, Niu Meng, who had been poised for action, lunged forward as soon as the words ordinary person left the apprentice's lips. Raising his large blade and striking down at the apprentice's neck, whoosh! The blade descended swiftly and decisively. Not even a faint scream escaped the apprentice's lips as his head rolled away under the moonlight, landing on the blue bricks. Yet, it seemed that the apprentice's head retained a flicker of awareness, staring wide-eyed at Niu Meng, mouth moving as if to speak. But no words emerged. Within moments, he lay completely still. "Damn it!" Qian Dao glanced at the severed head, his expression one of mild irritation as he cursed. "An ordinary person, wasting my time pretending to be something he is not." Had he known this apprentice was merely an ordinary person, he would have struck him down long ago. However, the apprentice's earlier arrogance upon discovering he was the guiding elder had led him to believe he was a formidable practitioner, leaving Qian Dao uncertain. Little did he know that he was just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person dare to confront a practitioner with such hubris? It was beyond his comprehension. Subsequently, he stepped forward and kicked open the pill shop door, revealing the interior like an unadorned bride exposed in the throes of intimacy. The redwood floor gleamed beneath a long redwood counter, and a lengthy cabinet filled with pills stood behind it. Resembling a traditional herbal shop from the mortal realm, the two did not linger, immediately searching through the cabinets, quickly discovering a vial of meat-bone pills. Yet, they did not leave immediately. Their eyes gleamed with a peculiar light as they scanned the pill cabinet before them. Since they were already in this predicament, merely seizing a vial of meat-bone pills felt insufficient. Having already offended the Lingquan sect, they might as well deepen their transgressions. However, they were pressed for time. Uncle Lu was waiting for the meat-bone pills, and they could not afford to delay. Chun Dao pondered briefly, grabbing 2 vials of meat-bone pills to tuck into his robe, quickly resolved, "I will take these meat-bone pills back first. You stay here and pack up all the pills as swiftly as possible. As for what to use for packing." He glanced at the lifeless body of the apprentice, approached, and rummaged through his belongings. Retrieving a storage bag, emptying its contents, and tossing the bag to Niu Meng. "Use this, understood." After saying this, Chun Dao prepared to leave, casting a final glance at the scattered items from the storage bag on the floor. Somewhat astonished that an ordinary person possessed a storage bag, it truly intrigued him. Could this individual have some hidden background? However, the ground was littered with odds and ends and unknown herbs, lacking anything of value. With the exception of a single key. Just as he was about to depart, Chun Dao halted, staring at the key for a moment. Yet, he did not linger, using his foot to flick the key towards Niu Meng. "Take this key. There may be a chest containing treasures in this pill shop. Exercise caution." One knew when the apprentice's master would return. Regardless of whether they managed to gather everything, they had to leave the city before dawn. "I will not re-enter the city. I will wait for you outside at the place where you relieved yourself earlier. If anything goes awry, and you cannot exit the city, create some commotion at the city gate, and I will find a way to come back for you. Understood?" Niu Meng nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, I am confident." "Good." After Chun Dao finished speaking, he paid no further attention and, clutching the meat-bone pill, strode purposefully towards the city gate. His horse had perished from exhaustion, and he would have to borrow another from the soldiers stationed at the gate under the auspices of the Lingquan sect's elders. Once Chun Dao departed, Niu Meng did not immediately gather up the pills. Instead, he first picked up the wooden bucket filled with water and retrieved the severed head that had fallen outside the house. After washing away the bloodstains from the blue bricks, he returned to the pill shop and securely closed the door. After all, dawn was not far off, and he wished to avoid any unwelcome witnesses to this scene. He then turned eagerly towards the pill cabinet behind him, rubbing his hands in excitement and murmuring, "I'm going to strike it rich, by heavens!" He had just come from searching and had already landed a substantial haul. If the Lingquan sect were to catch wind of this, Niu Meng quickly shook his head, dismissing those unwelcome thoughts, and hurriedly made his way to the pill cabinet, carelessly stuffing an assortment of pills into his storage bag. He resembled a burglar in the act of thievery. 3 clear pills? What is this for? I can't make sense of it, he mumbled, his hands never ceasing their motion. 6 yellow cracking earth pills? Goodness, that name sounds formidable. It must be something valuable. Qi restoration pills? Not bad, not bad. They should also be quite useful. In just a few moments, Niu Meng managed to transfer all the items from the pill cabinet into his storage bag. He then patted the bag at his waist with satisfaction, preparing to exit the city. He grimaced, realizing that the quantity was somewhat scant, as he had not even filled a single storage bag to capacity. Chapter 39. It seems this apothecary boy is merely a theft trap. At that moment, just as Niu Meng was about to leave, he suddenly halted, recalling the key left behind by the Taoist. Glancing at the dim light outside, he noted that dawn was still some time away. He began to search around. Yet, even after scouring the small dwelling of the apothecary boy, he found no locked chests. The next moment, a gust of night wind blew through the door crack, causing a painting hanging in the corner of the hall to fall, revealing a keyhole embedded in the wall. Niu Meng stepped forward, hesitated for a moment, then tentatively inserted the key and turned it. Instantly, the wall before him began to slowly retract to either side. Niu Meng, expressionless, glanced down at the key in his hand, then raised his gaze to the secret chamber before him, momentarily at a loss for words. After years of wandering the martial world, this was the first time he had heard of a secret chamber that required a key to access. The chamber was small and unobscured. In the center stood an alchemical furnace, indicating it was indeed a place for pill refinement. Just as Niu Meng was about to step inside, He hesitated, his foot hovering in the air, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. He felt that something was amiss. This key was meant for this secret chamber, and since it was a place for alchemical work, logically, this key should belong to the apothecary boy's master. Moreover, the apothecary boy was merely a mortal. Could his master truly trust him with the key to such a secret place? Considering it from another perspective, if he were the master, he certainly would not entrust such a key to a mere apprentice. After all, it was not a trivial matter. Carrying it himself would not be burdensome at that moment. His peripheral vision caught sight of a large pile of bound herbal bundles beside the secret chamber. Each bundle likely contained dozens of packets, and the corner of the chamber was stacked with a total of 7 or 8 bundles. The bundles bore the inscription, "Body Refining Herbs." Gulped out a clear and distinct sound of swallowing echoed within the silent apothecary. Niu Mang's eyes widened as he stared at the massive heap of herbal bundles, his eyes turning red, resembling a lustful dog. If he recalled correctly, the first step on the path of cultivation necessitated a herbal bath using these bundles. 1 packet each day for a total of 49 days, complemented by body refining aids, thus allowing one to enter the realm of qi, officially becoming a cultivator, and now, here lay 7 or 8 bundles meant for herbal bathing. He could not discern the exact number in each bundle, but it was reasonable to assume there were 49 packets. He remembered the elder who guided him stating that each packet of herbs required 100 spirit stones. The value of these herbs amounted to nearly 40,000 spirit stones. Damn it. This time, he was truly striking it rich. At that moment, Niu Mang's eyes were completely bloodshot as he gazed at the large bundle of herbs. His breath growing increasingly rapid. If he brought these herbal packets back, not only could the Taoist become a cultivator, but Niu Mang could cultivate as well, and other brothers from the sect might also have the chance to ascend. Without a second thought, he dashed inside. The allure of immediate profit easily clouded his judgment. After all, this was 40,000 spirit stones. If one could convert mortal lives into spirit stones, those 40,000 spirit stones could buy far more than 40,000 lives. However, the moment he rushed in, the wall behind him unexpectedly closed shut. Niu Mang paused, not immediately reaching for the body refining herbs, but rather feeling a sudden pang of alarm as he turned to inspect the stone wall behind him. There was no keyhole, no mechanism, extraordinarily solid. A blade would only leave a white mark upon striking. A wave of intense unease surged within him. He hastily searched around the secret chamber, refusing to believe it would lack other exits. Even if it had no other exits, surely there must be a vent. Could it be that he was to die here while attempting to refine pills? Yet, moments later, Niu Mang, with a slightly gloomy expression, abandoned his search. There were no gaps. The entire chamber resembled a prison, devoid of any exits or vents. At that moment, he began to grasp why the key to this secret chamber had found its way into the apothecary boy's storage bag. It appeared that the apothecary boy's master had anticipated such a day and entrusted the key to the boy in the event that a malefactor broke in and killed the boy. Curiosity would surely lead them to search for the key. They would then unlock the secret chamber, discovering the stacks of body refining herbs and the alchemical furnace. Most would likely be blinded by greed, rushing in, only for the stone wall to close behind them, trapping the intruder within the chamber. This not only ensured that the intruder left empty-handed, but also confined them until the master returned to deal with the situation. All for the cost of a single apothecary boy's life. It was a scheme that offered immense benefit with no downside. This was no mere secret chamber. It was an elaborate trap designed to ensnare prey. Realizing all of this, Niu Mang, his expression darkened, slammed his fist against the wall, producing a resonant thud. He had tested all the walls, each solid and unyielding. Now, he understood why a key to a secret chamber had ended up in the apothecary boy's storage bag. It seemed this boy was nothing more than a theft trap. What a unique method of security! The people of Xianlong City were far more cunning than those of Shiqing, lacking any semblance of innocence. Nevertheless, he stuffed all the herbal bundles and the alchemical furnace into his storage bag, sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes tightly shut, his expression tinged with urgency as his thoughts raced. He opened one of the herbal packets. Although he did not recognize the herbs, they certainly did not appear to be weeds. The alchemical furnace showed signs of use, and the surrounding walls bore traces of smoke. All of this indicated that, although the secret chamber was indeed a trap, the master of the apothecary boy had indeed engaged in alchemical work here, using it to store important items. And since this secret chamber had no keyhole, let us consider this from the perspective of the master. After completing his alchemical work behind closed doors, how would he exit? He certainly could not rely on the apothecary boy to open the door. For what if the boy refused? Would he then be trapped indefinitely? Thus, there must be a special method to open the door from within. Yet, lacking a keyhole meant that this method did not involve a key. Therefore, there could only be one truth. Some mechanism existed, a means to open the door from inside the chamber. Given that the secret chamber had no vent, it was inconceivable for a fire to be lit for alchemical work without some form of airflow. Thus, the vent must be concealed. If he could locate this vent, he would uncover the mechanism to open the door from within the secret chamber. With this thought in mind, Niu Mang, sitting on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes wide, nodding in satisfaction as he exclaimed, "By heavens, I'm truly clever." Chapter 40. This child is indeed a promising candidate for cultivation. At this moment, Chan Dao had already mounted his horse. Riding through the encroaching night as he embarked on the return journey along the official road. As for the source of the horse, it was certainly not borrowed from the guards stationed at the city. It was implausible for a mere sentry to possess a steed. Even if one were to have a horse, it would be a war horse, a rare and precious resource not easily commanded by mere sentinels. The horse beneath him was, in fact, taken from the stables at the city gate, specifically those belonging to the Linghuan sect, where various sects house their mounts. Typically, one could simply present their sect's token to reclaim a horse from these stables, a privilege afforded to disciples of the major factions. Yes, he had temporarily borrowed it. With a firm resolve, Chan Dao urged his horse forward, galloping rapidly along the road, his body bent low over the saddle, his expression resolute as he made a silent vow. Once this affair was concluded, he must distance himself as far as possible, especially beyond the territory of the Linghuan sect. Although he had had minimal direct interaction with its members, he had already slain an elder of the Linghuan sect, killed a young apprentice, looted one of their shops, and even stolen a horse. It seemed he had indeed incurred their wrath. He could not fathom why he had become so entangled with the Linghuan sect. Apart from the death of that elder being a conscious decision on his part, the other incidents were merely thrust upon him. Perhaps it was simply a matter of fate clashing against him. It was prudent to flee sooner rather than later. Thus far, he lacked the strength to confront a sect, given that he did not even have a single cultivator under his command. However, this situation would soon change. Once he resolved the matter regarding his sixth uncle, he would vacate this area swiftly, seeking out a large city to procure herbs for body refinement and commence his first step in cultivation, the medicinal bath. With a soft exhale, Chan Dao lifted his gaze toward the foreboding, shadowy stone path illuminated by the moonlight, a faint smile gracing his lips. Despite the darkness ahead, obscuring the tangled thorns on either side, he felt an undeniable clarity in the path that lay before him. Less than an hour later, the dawn began to break, revealing a hint of pale light on the horizon. At last, he spotted Chen Pingda, who had inexplicably halted the horse-drawn cart by the roadside. Sighing with relief, he squeezed his legs tightly against the horse's sides, urging it to quicken its pace, and the next moment, with a swift tug on the reins, Chan Dao leapt down from the horse, his face betraying a hint of urgency as he strode toward the cart. He turned his gaze toward Chen Pingda, who sat at the front of the cart, and produced a vial of meat-bone pills from his pocket, extending it forward. "Father, the meat-bone pills have arrived. How is sixth uncle? He must take them quickly." Chen Pingda, seated at the reins, stared at the vial in his son's hand, momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he shook his head. Chan Dao hesitated, fixated on his father's grim countenance, his fingers instinctively loosening their grip, the vial teetering dangerously close to slipping from his grasp. Yet, in the next instant, he tightened his hold and tucked it back into his robes, inhaling deeply his memories of past reprimands from his father, with sixth uncle always defending him, flooded his mind. After a brief pause, he spoke hoarsely yet calmly. "Father, if sixth uncle must depart, Let him go peacefully. Trust me, his passing will not be in vain." However, before he could finish, a feeble voice emerged from within the cart. "My dear young master, must you insist on sending me off? If you continue, I might feel that my survival is a waste of your affection." Huh? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chun Dao froze momentarily, turning abruptly to his father. If sixth uncle was not dead, why did his father appear so peculiar? Was he jesting? Surely, his father would not make light of life and death. Yet, as he scrutinized his father's expression, it had only grown more somber, his eyes narrowing as he shook his head, seemingly signaling something. Chun Dao furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by his father's intentions. He pulled back the curtain of the cart, peering inside, and was greeted by the sight of sixth uncle lying there, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he turned to look at him. Chun Dao's eyes moistened involuntarily, his voice trembling with emotion as he exclaimed, "Sixth uncle, you are safe. Thank goodness. You?" Yet before he could finish, he suddenly noticed another figure seated beside sixth uncle, a venerable elder clad in a blue robe, clutching a few packets of herbs. Momentarily taken aback, he instinctively asked, "Who is this?" At that moment, he became acutely aware of a detail he had previously overlooked. Sixth uncle's injuries were severe, necessitating the use of the meat-bone pills for recovery. How, then, had he managed to heal without them? Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he focused on the elder in the blue robe, a surge of hostility igniting within him. The elder bore a familiar insignia embroidered on his chest, one he recognized all too well, the emblem of the Linghuan sect. Had the Linghuan sect already tracked him down? This revelation caught him completely off guard. Fortunately, his head remained inside the cart, most of his body still outside, granting him room to maneuver and a chance to act. However, just as he reached for something in his storage bag, he felt a rough hand grasp his wrist, lightly tapping his hand twice. He did not resist, recognizing the familiar touch. It was his father, Chun Pingda's. His father was signaling him not to act. Chun Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. Though only a brief moment had passed outside, his mind raced with countless thoughts. Just as he prepared to speak, the elder in the blue robe smiled and remarked, "This child must be the one you speak of, a rather clever lad. You should take the time to assess his potential for cultivation. He may very well be a remarkable candidate." Upon hearing this, Chun Dao was momentarily taken aback, his hand instinctively withdrawing as he swallowed hard, his mind racing with a singular realization. This time, he had truly stirred a hornet's nest. The Linghuan sect member before him was unaware of his cultivation aptitude, indicating he was lacking crucial information. At the very least, he did not know they were the ones responsible for the elder's death. Chapter 41. This matter has become rather peculiar. Coughing lightly, Chun Pingda sighed and resolutely pulled back the horse's curtains, not waiting for Chun Dao to speak before introducing the elder Daower. "Allow me to introduce you to this esteemed individual from the Linghuan sect. A steward who oversees a herbal medicine shop in Xianlong City, also a skilled alchemist, akin to a celestial being. It is indeed our fortune to have encountered this esteemed personage. Earlier, upon seeing my anxious demeanor, he inquired about my troubles and graciously healed sixth uncle's injuries with a meat-bone pill. Dower. Remember this face well. He is our benefactor, and we must find a way to repay this kindness in the future." As he spoke, Chun Pingda's expression was one of complexity, lacking the straightforwardness one would expect. The situation had indeed taken a rather bizarre turn. Having navigated the world for many years, he held loyalty in high regard. When others did him a favor, he felt compelled to repay it tenfold. In battle, he employed every ruthless tactic at his disposal without hesitation. However, when it came to gratitude, it was imperative to reciprocate genuinely. There was a clear distinction between the two, and they did not conflict. When sixth uncle was on the brink of death, the Linghuan sect steward had offered a meat-bone pill to save his life, a tremendous act of kindness worthy of his utmost gratitude. Yet, in their earlier conversation, he had learned that this steward was traversing the official road at night to reach Shurching, investigating the death of the elder. In other words, this individual was on a mission to uncover the very culprits who had slain the elder. Unaware they were the ones he sought. After hearing his father's introduction, Chun Dao's eyes widened with disbelief. his mouth opening and closing several times in confusion, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He understood the treacherous nature of the world, yet he had not anticipated its depth of peril. If he recalled correctly, the apprentice he had robbed had mentioned his master was heading to Shurching that very night. And now this steward from the Lingquan sect. He lowered his head slightly, his thoughts racing. Even with his composure, he struggled to devise a sound strategy. Truly, it felt as though misfortune was piling upon misfortune. Ah, the Lingquan sect steward, exhibiting no airs of superiority, feigned anger as he chided, "Pingda, I have told you countless times not to refer to me as a celestial being. You are a human, and so am I. It is merely that fortune has favored me, allowing me to cultivate my skills for a longer duration. Thus I can be regarded as something akin to an immortal." Do not utter such words that would cause this old man to flush with embarrassment. "My surname is Wu, and I am not much older than you. Since we share the same aspirations, simply call me Brother Wu. Should you persist in addressing me with such lofty titles, do not blame me." Wu, for taking my leave in a huff. At this moment, Chun Pingda gazed with a slightly complex expression at the steward of Lingquan sect within the carriage, suppressing the complexity in his eyes. And with a somewhat stiff yet hearty laugh, he said, "Ha ha ha, since Brother Wu has spoken thus, I, Chun, shall no longer feign modesty. Very well." Chun Pingda then turned to Chun Dao and instructed, "Address him as Uncle Wu." After a brief moment of silence, during which Chun Dao's expression stiffened slightly, he finally uttered, "Uncle Wu." The sun had just risen, painting the horizon in splendid hues. The sun following a rain is always particularly enchanting. Though the torrential downpours may be perilous, emerging from them reveals breathtaking vistas. At this moment, Chun Dao, Chun Pingda, and Steward Wu were seated cross-legged by the roadside, encircled by a flickering campfire over which chunks of beef were sizzling. Meanwhile, members of the Tiger Gang and the Dao Gang, lacking sufficient mounts, were forced to proceed on foot along the road, still lagging behind. Steward Wu, rolling up his sleeves and disregarding the decorum expected of a practitioner, took a hearty bite of the beef in his hand, tossing a clove of garlic into his mouth without hesitation. After chewing a few times, he lifted a wine jug and gulped down a substantial swig. Only after downing half a bottle did he finally swallow the meat with a satisfied expression, wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth before letting out a contented sigh. "Ah, what a delight! It has been a long time since I have felt such unrestrained joy." At this juncture, Chun Dao had exchanged a few words with Steward Wu and learned that the latter was still unaware of their true identities. Feeling somewhat relieved, he silently thanked his stars that this individual had not recognized the steed he rode as belonging to Lingquan's sect. Tentatively, he picked up a peanut and tossed it into his mouth, cautiously inquiring, "Uncle Wu, as a steward of Lingquan's sect and a practitioner of profound cultivation, why does the mundane beef and wine still bring you such delight?" "Ah, you young ones," Steward Wu replied, shaking his head in a display of resignation, "I must say, you harbor misconceptions about practitioners. Even those of us who cultivate must eat. Like you, we too partake of this beef and wine. Is it possible that the beef consumed by practitioners is of a more exalted nature? Perhaps those who have reached the pinnacle of cultivation may indeed have access to superior beef, but for me, my daily sustenance is not markedly different from that of ordinary mortals. In my view, there is no distinction between mortals and practitioners. Some are simply a tad luckier and have inadvertently embarked on the path of cultivation." However, Wu paused, smacking his lips, and looked up at Chun Pingda with a smile. "These peanuts are truly delightful. Each morsel is perfectly seasoned with salt. It has been ages since I have tasted such exquisite peanuts. Do save some for me later." Upon hearing this, Chun Pingda stood up immediately, heading towards the carriage. "Brother Wu, what are you saying? You bestowed upon us a meat-bone pill, which is an immense favor. Do not mention these peanuts if you desire them. I would gladly offer you all the possessions in the carriage." "What nonsense!" Steward Wu feigned anger, his brows furrowing slightly. "I am, after all, a steward of Lingquan sect. Would I truly lack for your possessions? Our acquaintance is a matter of fate. Let us not speak of such dreary topics." Meanwhile, Chun Dao sat cross-legged on the ground, contemplating, before continuing, Uncle Wu, That meat bone pill must be quite valuable, as you used it to save my sixth uncle's life. This is a tremendous favor to us father and son. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. We will do our utmost to fulfill them. With a sigh, Steward Wu expressed mild dissatisfaction as he rose and brushed off his sleeves. You two are dampening the mood. It is a rare delight to encounter kindred spirits, to share tales of the world while enjoying beef and fine wine. Yet you two persist in bringing up this matter as if you suspect I, Wu, have ulterior motives for intervening. Chapter 42. Ah, what a surprise. Is this not a pill I crafted myself? Chen Pingde was momentarily taken aback, about to hastily clarify, no, but was interrupted by Steward Wu, who shook his head in resignation. Never mind, I understand. You have been conditioned to believe that practitioners are above mortals, and it is only natural for you to feel uneasy in their presence. My reason for intervening was merely the sight of Brother Pingde. Flustered and urging his horse-drawn cart, his voice hoarse from calling out. After inquiring out of curiosity, I was moved by the brotherly bond between Brother Pingde and the gentleman inside the cart, which compelled me to offer assistance. As one grows older, one's heart becomes more complex. Witnessing such genuine brotherhood in this mundane world is truly heartwarming, and I could not bear to see such a bond dissipate over something as insignificant as a meat-bone pill. I too once had. Steward Wu suddenly shook his head, his expression turning complicated. Let us not dwell on the past. He then lifted his gaze to Chen Dao. Earlier, I heard you mention that you obtained a meat-bone pill. Correct? Thankfully I was present. Otherwise, your father's brother would have perished despite having a chance at survival. The meat-bone pill is a healing remedy for practitioners. How could a mortal withstand its potency? The effects of a pill meant for practitioners are no different from those of an ordinary pill when ingested by a mortal. It must be specially prepared to reduce its potency to 1/3 before it can be safely consumed by mortals. Furthermore, your father's brother is gravely injured. One meat-bone pill is far from sufficient. External and internal treatments must be administered together to ensure survival without long-term repercussions. By the way, continued Steward Wu, a glimmer of curiosity appearing in his eyes as he scrutinized Qingdao, the nearest city is Xianlong City. I presume you acquired that meat-bone pill from there. However, given that all the pharmacies in Xianlong City close at night, how did you manage to procure it? Qingdao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he mustered the courage to respond. I could not enter through the city gate, so I sought the guard outside for quite some time, and he eventually mentioned he had a meat-bone pill he could sell me. I see. Steward Wu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Xianlong City has regulations against mortals entering or exiting at night. But if you acquired that meat-bone pill from a guard, those guards are often cunning. They may very well have deceived you. Present that pill to me, and I shall help you discern its authenticity. If it is genuine, I may even be able to identify which alchemist in Xianlong City produced it. He spoke with a sense of pride. Chen Dao's heart raced, and he desperately sought a way to respond. Presenting the pill was out of the question. What a ludicrous notion! This steward of Lingquan's sect had just claimed he could identify the alchemist from Xianlong City based on the pill. How could he dare reveal it? If he did, and it turned out to be his own concoction, that would lead to quite the predicament. At that moment, Chen Pingde noticed his son standing frozen, brow furrowed, and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a jolt of realization. He knew his child best. The hesitant demeanor, could it be? A surge of incredulity washed over him as he subconsciously swallowed hard, rapidly merging two pieces of information in his mind. Steward Wu was the proprietor of an apothecary in Xianlong City, and Dao had somehow managed to procure a meat-bone pill from there. Initially, he assumed it had been purchased, but the earlier mention of Xianlong City's pharmacies being closed at night raised doubts. Chen Pingde swallowed again, increasingly doubtful of the possibility that had just surfaced. If it were true, the consequences could be dire. A misstep could lead to their demise once more. Back in Shurcheng, he had never felt that death was so imminent, yet since leaving, everything seemed fraught with peril. Though it felt prolonged, merely a couple of breaths had passed. Just as Steward Wu prepared to inquire again, Chen Dao, with a resolute expression, lifted his head and fixed his gaze on the steward of Lingquan's sect, declaring firmly, Uncle Wu, I too wish to cultivate. I wish to join Lingquan's sect. I beseech you to grant my wish. As he spoke, determination radiated from his countenance, and his tone was exceedingly earnest. Chen Pingde, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief, thinking that surely Steward Wu would find a way to decline, thus steering the conversation away from the precarious topic. His son was indeed clever. Very well. Steward Wu responded with a smile, nodding. You, my young friend, appear to possess great potential for cultivation. At the very least, you seem quite astute. Allow me to see what I can do for you. Subsequently, the steward of the Lingquan sect rummaged in his bosom for quite some time before finally producing a token. Smeared with grease, which he handed to Chen Dao, his expression briefly betraying a hint of embarrassment. Ahem, it's a bit dirty. You see, it's mainly because it hasn't been used for a long time. I usually just use it to prop up the table legs. Each steward possesses the authority to recommend a disciple to enter the Lingquan sect once a year. Ever since I assumed the role of steward, I have not utilized this privilege, primarily because I find it bothersome. I despise such trivial matters, and thus this recommendation token has remained untouched. Holding this token, to the east, 1,500 miles away, lies a towering mountain known as Lingquan Mountain, atop which rests the Lingquan sect. The disciples typically practice their cultivation on that very mountain. Once you arrive there, you may ascend to the sect directly with this token, irrespective of your qualifications. However, if your innate talent is truly lacking, although the Lingquan sect will not turn you away, I would advise you against forcing your cultivation, as poor talent often yields unsatisfactory results. That meat bone pill can be examined by me. If it turns out to be a counterfeit, I shall settle the score when I return to Xianlong City. Chen Dao stared at the token in his hand, momentarily bewildered, and lifted his gaze to his father, only to find his father equally perplexed. What on earth is happening? This steward of Lingquan sect appears akin to a prodigal, so readily bestowing such a precious entry token without a trace of hesitation. Yet the issue is, he had just slain this man's alchemist and robbed him of his pill shop in Xianlong City. Oh, and that horse. Most importantly, how did the conversation divert back to this meat bone pill? If this pill is given away, it would indeed be the case that the father and son, though born in different years, would perish on the same day. At that moment, Chen Pingde, in a moment of desperation, feigned dissatisfaction and exclaimed angrily, Dower, how can you be so oblivious? Do you truly believe that Brother Wu would covet your meat bone pill? Earlier, Brother Wu used one to save Liuzi, and now he is merely returning that pill to him. We must not let Brother Wu bear a loss. Although he is magnanimous, we cannot take advantage of him. Chapter 43. 1,000-mile slash for the head, a sword traversing 90,000 miles. As soon as Chen Pingde's words fell, Steward Wu, his face flushed with anger, waved his sleeve and retorted, Pingde, I was moved by your brotherly sentiment, which is why I intervened. Otherwise, even if you cracked your skull, I would never have stepped in. I am, after all, a dignified steward of the Lingquan sect. Would I truly be concerned about such a trivial meat bone pill? I merely wish to help Dower ascertain if this pill could be a deception by nefarious individuals. Do you think I am attempting to take your pill, as if it were a one-for-one exchange? If that is how you perceive it, then I shall not examine it. Just don't bring up today's events again. And let us consider ourselves as having never met. Should we cross paths again in the future, we shall be mere strangers. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingde inwardly sighed in relief. Regardless of the situation, not examining the pill was sufficient. This tactic of provocation was indeed effective. Once his mind settled, he weariedly explained, Brother Wu, I did not mean it that way. Alas, he shook his head, his voice tinged with resignation. In that case, Brother Wu, you still need to travel to Shurching to investigate the death of the elder responsible for receiving disciples, right? Liuzi's matter has already delayed you for quite some time. Why not attend to your official duties first? Once this matter is resolved, I shall host a banquet for you at the finest establishment in Xianlong City. As he spoke, Chen Pingde felt a flicker of apprehension. He had numerous questions to pose to his precious son. This debt of gratitude must be repaid, but certainly not at this moment. The immediate priority was to swiftly send this steward of Lingquan sect on his way and then hastily depart, taking the opportunity to inquire about his son's situation during their escape. Only after clarifying everything could he contemplate how to repay this favor, and how to do so without jeopardizing his life. Alas, Little did Qin Pingda know that the moment he mentioned the elder's death, Steward Wu halted in his tracks, returning to the campfire, his face clouded with sorrow as he sat cross-legged on the ground. After downing a bowl of wine, he gazed vacantly at the distant red sun, murmuring, "The world believes that those who practice cultivation are carefree, but little do they know that cultivation is akin to a prison. It is easy to enter, yet difficult to exit." Seeing this, Qin Pingda and Chan Dao exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in unison, momentarily at a loss for words. This Steward Wu, in his current demeanor, seemed to be inviting them to inquire why cultivation felt like imprisonment, as if he longed to share his woes over a drink, a camaraderie to drown their sorrows. Yet, they were more concerned with making a hasty exit. What if the Tiger Gang arrived with 7 horse-drawn carts and a throng of people? Should it be discovered that these carts were filled with spirit stones, there would surely be trouble. Although the official road appeared deserted, none could predict when others might arrive. Chun Dao took a deep breath, resolutely deciding to see this old man off first. He then approached Steward Wu with a serious demeanor, taking a seat beside him, and without further ado, consumed a cup of wine, fixing his earnest gaze upon the steward before asking, "What do you mean by that?" Noticing someone engaging him, Steward Wu withdrew his gaze, cleared his throat a few times, and then lamented, "What does the world seek when they first embark on cultivation? Most likely, it is the pursuit of a carefree existence. Just think of it. 1,000-mile slash for the head, a sword traversing 90,000 miles. What practitioner of the martial arts would not yearn to hear such words? Yet, how many among the multitude of cultivators truly attain such heights? Most are like me, shackled by substantial debts owed to the sect. As the years pass in repayment, a good portion of one's life slips away. And yet one must serve the sect for a lifetime, much like I am bound to the alchemy shop established by the Lingquan sect in Xianlong City. Do you think I desire to spend every day cooped up in that alchemy shop? Nonsense. How grand could it possibly be to remain confined in a small room? Even in our hometown, we would occasionally let the pigs out for fresh air. Yet, we cultivators are condemned to remain cooped up, unable to leave even for a day. While mortals aspire to the lives of cultivators, do we not envy you, free to go wherever you please, unencumbered by any constraints? What true freedom that would be! The world proclaims that cultivators live freely, yet in reality, it is the unencumbered mortals who truly enjoy their freedom. Just today, if it were not for the Lingquan sect's orders for me to travel to Shurching to investigate the death of that elder, I would likely be confined to that alchemy shop for months on end. Alas, at this point, Steward Wu suddenly exhaled a deep sigh, shaking his head with a smile that bore an ineffable sense of resignation. I fear you may mock me when I say this, but if given the choice, I would much prefer to be a swordsman. Yes, the kind spoken of by bards, dressed in azure, wielding a long sword, a wine flask at my waist, galloping on horseback, intoxicated by the spring breeze, leaving affection in my wake. How sublime that would be! Yet, this dream has been with me since I joined the Lingquan sect. And now, it remains unfulfilled, gradually fading away. Chun Dao listened quietly to this lamentation, contemplating for a moment before tentatively inquiring, since Uncle Wu finds his time at the Lingquan sect so unfulfilling, why not leave the sect? It is not that simple. After downing another bowl of wine, Steward Wu shook his head in exasperation. To withdraw from the sect, one must pay a substantial sum of spirit stones, equivalent to the total debt accrued throughout one's earlier years. To leave the sect freely would result in a pursuit order being issued against you. Whoever brings my head to the Lingquan sect would be rewarded handsomely. S1 ages. There is little desire left for bloodshed. And I certainly do not wish to find myself pursued by a throng of cultivators in my twilight years. Alas, I shall simply continue living this way. Chun Dao nodded thoughtfully, following the logic before continuing. Then, Uncle Wu, you must be rather pleased to be traveling to Shurching, as it finally offers you the chance to leave the city. How could you be so pleasant? Nonsense. At this, Steward Wu interjected with evident displeasure, exclaiming, "The elder who died in Shurching was a disciple of the Nine-Demon Child. When I was cultivating within the Lingquan sect, I was never on good terms with that Nine-Demon Child. Just consider the name Nine-Demon Child. Does it not sound utterly foolish? Who would choose such a ridiculous name for themselves? Why not simply use the name given at birth? Must they adopt a nickname? As if their birth name were too shameful to bear, such a character, incapable of even possessing a respectable name, could hardly be expected to be anything of worth. Were it not for the fact that I cannot defeat him, I would have already devised a way to eliminate him. A sudden outburst of furious invective, akin to a torrent, left Qian Dao momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, Steward Wu showed no signs of relenting. Instead, he downed a bowl of wine, stood with one hand on his hip, his face flushed, and his ire intensified. Not to mention, I have encountered that disciple of the Nine-Demon Child, who bears the surname Wu, though his given name eludes me. We are, in a sense, distant relatives. Yet, this individual, despite his inferior cultivation, possesses an audacious arrogance. He is merely a guiding elder, yet he struts about, barking orders as though he were a true elder, when in fact, he merely deceives the common folk. Being a guiding elder is hardly impressive. Were it not for my inability to contend with the Nine-Demon Child, I would have long since dispatched this disciple. And now, he has met his demise in Stone City. Good riddance. I have long known that with such a character, it was only a matter of time before he met a bloody end. His brazen and overbearing demeanor, coupled with his disdain for all, mirrors that of his master, the Nine-Demon Child, and I dare say, such a person is destined to be slain by a multitude of blades. Now, to investigate the cause of his death is something I am decidedly reluctant to do. If I were to discover who was responsible, I would rather share a drink with that individual and revel in the misfortunes of such a petty character. However, Steward Wu paused, shook his head, and sighed in resignation. Yet, the edicts of the sect are not to be defied. If I were to cross paths with the perpetrator, I would have no choice but to apprehend him. Thus, at this moment, I am naturally disinclined to proceed. If I were to inadvertently deliver a nemesis into the hands of my foe, it would feel akin to consuming a bowl of cockroach porridge. Utterly repugnant. After all, it is the disciple of that old scoundrel, the Nine-Demon Child, who has perished. It is he who should be concerned, not I doubt were it not for the sect's directive for me to investigate. I would have no desire to undertake this journey, alas, while the death of that old rogue's disciple could be deemed a cause for celebration. The thought of having to meet the Nine-Demon Child in the coming days fills me with a profound sense of distaste. Why has that old scoundrel not yet met his demise at the hands of a hidden assailant? How can such a wretch persist in this world? Why have the passionate youth of the realm not put an end to him? Qian Dao stood there, his eyes glazed in bewilderment, momentarily unable to process the overwhelming influx of information. The gist of it seemed to suggest that Steward Wu was a benefactor to his father. And he, unknowingly, was a benefactor to Steward Wu. Moreover, his father, who had raised him, could also be deemed a benefactor. Hm. Qian Dao paused, expressionless, nodding slightly. Perhaps this was the cycle of cause and effect. The world of martial arts is indeed fascinating. He had only ever heard of grievances being repaid. This was the first time he had come across the notion of gratitude seeking retribution. At that moment, Chen Pingda, standing nearby, spoke with a face full of sympathy. Brother Wu, we mere mortals have always perceived individuals of your cultivation as exceptionally carefree and unrestrained. Yet, little did we know that you too have your share of grievances. Brother Wu, you saved Liuzi's life, which is a great favor to me. Should my son achieve success in the Lingquan sect, I shall have him slay the Nine-Demon Child to repay your kindness. Steward Wu shook his head. That is unnecessary. The Nine-Demon Child possesses unfathomable cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have remained so arrogant for so many years. As for you, he turned his gaze toward Qian Dao. You must keep this token safe. Ensure that it is not seen by those with ill intentions. Though this token holds little value to me, for those who have long yearned for the path of cultivation yet lack access, it is worth countless spirit stones. After all, with this token, anyone can enter the Lingquan sect. My alchemy apprentice has been with me for 3 years, yet I have never bestowed this token upon him. Of course, I have already spoken to you about the hardships of cultivation. You must make your own choices. Qian Dao, with a serious demeanor, carefully tucked the token into his robe, stating earnestly, rest assured, Uncle WU.AS for the Linghuan sect. He had no intention of going there. What a jest! That would be a path to death. At that moment, Qin Pingda interjected. Brother Wu, your apprentice has been with you for 3 years just for this token? Naturally, Steward Wu paused, shaking his head dismissively. But even if it were 3 years or 30 or 300 years, I would never entrust this token to him. A mere mortal. He has dared to act so arrogantly under my name, presuming himself superior and viewing others as lesser beings. If such a person were to enter the path of cultivation, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the region. Once this petty individual attains enlightenment, do you truly believe his first act would not be to come and eliminate me? In these 3 years, for every day I withhold this token from him, a fragment of resentment accumulates. When he finally attains enlightenment, it will be the day his resentment erupts in full force. Qian Dao was momentarily taken aback. He indeed remembered the apprentice. By his calculations, this individual, whom Steward Wu foresaw would one day become a calamity, was likely nearing the point of no return. He hesitated, then inquired with curiosity. If that is the case, Uncle Wu, why have you kept him around for 3 years? Was it a mandate from the Linghuan sect? Not at all. Steward Wu shook his head. This individual was brought in by me personally. My initial choice was based on his brazen and arrogant character. Though I do not favor such individuals, a person with such a disposition is necessary in the alchemy shop. Alas, you may not comprehend this. Let us not dwell on the matter. Chundao nodded thoughtfully. Then, Uncle Wu, are you not concerned that he might steal all the elixirs from the shop in your absence? Ha! Upon hearing this, Steward Wu scoffed derisively. If he had the audacity to do so, I would actually admire him a little. Those elixirs do not belong solely to me. While I may have crafted them, I receive only the meager wages of an alchemist. Hence, all those elixirs are essentially the property of the Linghuan sect. In that case, the sect would pursue him relentlessly, and I could take the opportunity to rest for a few days. Consider it a blessing in disguise. Chundao nodded, glancing at the rising sun, estimating the progress on the Niumang front. But the elixirs would still be lost, and the sect would surely penalize Uncle Wu. Not at all. Steward Wu, now in high spirits after their conversation, took another hearty gulp of wine and continued. The elixirs displayed on the counter are of little value. Even if lost, the Linghuan sect would not impose any penalties. The truly valuable elixirs are stored in a secret chamber. Those that are lost would warrant punishment from the sect. However, I have devised a brilliant mechanism to ensure that not a single elixir in the secret chamber goes missing. As he spoke, Steward Wu suddenly adopted a childlike demeanor, winking at Qin Dao and his companion with a grin. Can you guess how I designed this secret chamber? Without waiting for a response, he continued, The secret chamber requires a key to unlock. There are 2 keys in total. One is with me, and the other is in the hands of that apprentice. However, this key can only unlock the secret chamber. Once the chamber is opened, the stone walls will automatically descend, rendering the intruder helpless. Truly a situation where neither heaven nor earth will heed their cries. As for why I placed 1 key in the hands of the apprentice, the reasoning is quite simple. Imagine if a rival sect were to keep a close watch on me and, seizing the opportunity while I was out of town, stormed the alchemy shop to steal the elixirs. I would then be left to bear the consequences, would I not? If he were to break into the alchemy shop, then the apprentice would naturally be doomed. I even provided that apprentice with a storage pouch, ensuring that the intruder would find a key within it. That key would unlock the secret chamber. At that moment, when the intruder sees the abundance of precious elixirs within the chamber, their eyes would undoubtedly gleam with greed, prompting them to rush inside. It is then that the stone walls will descend. Steward Wu, with a hint of self-satisfaction, chuckled. This secret chamber cannot be opened from the inside. The intruder will be trapped within. There are no ventilation openings in this chamber, so by the time I return, the intruder will likely be suffocated to death. Not only will I effortlessly eliminate the intruder, but I will also retain all the elixirs, losing only a single apprentice. But this apprentice, should I desire, could be easily replaced. It's merely that individuals of such overbearing nature are challenging to recruit. Upon hearing this, Qian Dao felt a chill run down his spine. A profound sense of foreboding washing over him. He never anticipated that this seemingly amiable old man would devise such a sinister trap within the secret chamber. Niu Meng had been left at the alchemy shop. Now, he could only hope that Niu Meng had not discovered the secret chamber. Otherwise, following Steward Wu's account, he would certainly be trapped inside. But most likely, he paused, attempting to suppress any reaction, and tentatively asked, "Then, how does one exit this secret chamber, given that Uncle Wu, you also need to enter?" Upon hearing this, Chun Pingda's face darkened with anger as he muttered, "Dower, such intimate matters, how could you?" However, midway through his sentence, he locked eyes with Dower, and a sudden chill gripped his heart as he recalled that Niu Meng had not been seen for quite some time. The words he had been about to utter became caught in his throat. Raising his fist to cover his mouth, he coughed lightly, allowing a hint of embarrassment to creep onto his expression as he turned to Wu Zhisher. "Brother Wu, though I am quite curious. It may be best not to speak of it." Wu Zhisher waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, and replied, "There's nothing wrong with discussing it. Unless you intend to march directly to Xianlong City and seize my alchemy shop? If you truly possess the audacity to oppose Lingquan's sect, I would have to admire you for undertaking what I have never dared to do in my lifetime. In truth, it is rather simple." Ahem. At this point, Wu Zhisher's expression shifted slightly as he awkwardly continued. "Within the secret chamber, I arranged a rudimentary formation. As long as one lets out a loud shout inside, the old scoundrel Jianghu is finally dispatched by a flurry of blades. Ha 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 ha. The door to the secret chamber will then open. The stone walls are soundproof. Those outside cannot hear anything unless they are pressed against the wall. Even if they did hear, they would hardly fathom that my words hold the key to opening the chamber." His motivation for such an arrangement stemmed primarily from a desire for vindication. Suddenly, Chen Dao fell silent, his expression blank as he gazed into the distance, momentarily at a loss for words. It was evident that Uncle Wu harbored a deep disdain for the individual known as Jianghu. "Indeed, it is rather tragic to think that I can only await his natural demise after decades of cultivation, unable to take down the one I despise. What sort of cultivation is this? It lacks the thrill one desires." "Enough," Wu Zhisher finally said, clapping his knees as he rose slowly, exhaling a breath of relief. "I have had my fill of wine. It is time for me to take my leave. The commands of the sect cannot be disobeyed." I must hasten to Shurching at that moment. A throng of people suddenly appeared at the end of the official road. Quickly approaching the group, it was none other than the members of the Tiger Gang and the Dao Gang. My lord, Dao Yi. Dao Yi?" Wu Zhisher paused for a moment, turning his head to Chen Dao with a smile. "To have attained the title of Dao Yi at such a young age? My brothers are quite complimentary." "Ha ha," Wu Zhisher chuckled, shaking his head lightly without probing further, then turned back to Chen Pingda. "I did not expect that Brother Pingda hails from a prominent family." "Prominent family? It's merely trivial matters. I have a few brothers who depend on me for their livelihood," Chen Pingda replied, forcing a smile. "Humbly spoken, but," Wu Zhisher paused, frowning. "Why is it that all of you bear injuries?" "Alas," Chen Pingda sighed heavily, "even among mortal families, disputes arise this time. I grew weary of the intrigues in Shurching and, disheartened, decided to leave in search of a different city to make a living. I understand." Wu Zhisher nodded, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave without looking back. "The world is vast. Until we meet again, let us share a drink next time." "Very well," Chen Pingda nodded, then turned to Wu Zhisher's retreating figure, his expression earnest. "Brother Wu, the favor you have bestowed upon Liuzi's life is one I, Qian, shall never forget. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I promise to repay you 100-fold. Enough of that. If you truly wish to repay me, simply pray for my longevity each night before you sleep. Pray for Brother Wu to live 100 years? No, pray that the heavens take the life of Jianghu swiftly. Strangely enough, I have consistently cursed that old scoundrel 10 times every night for nearly 30 years, yet he still refuses to die." As his voice trailed off, Wu Zhisher stepped lightly upon the ground as if gliding, moving with the pace of a galloping horse, soon vanishing from Chen Dao and the other's sight. Chen Pingda exhaled softly and turned to Chen Dao. "Dower, what is the situation? What else could it be?" Chen Dao rubbed his temples lightly. Niumeng is most likely trapped in that secret chamber and cannot escape. Qin Pingde fell into a long silence before finally speaking. Before we depart, we must leave a note explaining that we raided his alchemy shop before encountering Brother Wu, not after he revealed to us how to unlock the secret chamber. Is there a difference? Indeed, one is an act of unintentional circumstance, the other a deed of treachery. Father, you are quite meticulous in your ways. One must be discerning in the world of Jianghu, Qin Pingde replied. This favor must be repaid. Correct? Certainly. Then let us proceed. I shall go ahead to rescue Niumeng, and you all follow behind. Chapter 46. The old scoundrel Jiamadong is finally dispatched by a flurry of blades. Ha 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 ha. Qin Pingde nodded, then furrowed his brow in contemplation before asking, Dower, do you not find this Wu Zhishe somewhat lacking in depth? He speaks without restraint, indulging freely when in high spirits, even divulging details about his own secret chamber's mechanisms. This, Qian Dao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That is not of great importance. Moreover, this Wu Zhishe appears to possess considerable cultivation and status, yet his actions seem rather juvenile. To harbor hatred for 30 years, and his only recourse is to curse that person 10 times each night. It bears a resemblance to a childlike heart. Qin Pingde fell silent for a moment, then remarked dryly, to describe a grizzled old man with a head of gray hair as possessing a childlike heart seems rather incongruous. Indeed, though I too feel a sense of dissonance, it is of little consequence. Very well, you go ahead, and we shall follow. All right. As Qian Dao departed, Qin Pingde could not help but rub his temples lightly, lost in deep thought. What on earth has transpired? Despite traversing the Jianghu for many years, he had never encountered such absurdity. Even storytellers in tea-houses would likely shy away from recounting such bizarre tales for fear of having their heads bashed by patrons with teacups in the past. He had admired those storytellers for their breadth of experience and their ability to weave fascinating narratives. Now, he realized that those storytellers were still lacking in comparison. With a soft sigh, he set aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and strode towards the carriage where Liuzi lay. Step by step, he contemplated that Dower had grown up and had his own ideas. If worst came to worst, he would simply assist Dower. However, having a father aiding his son might inevitably stir thoughts among those beneath him. As Qin Pingde approached the carriage and lifted the curtain, he gazed at Liuzi, who lay inside with his eyes closed in slumber, his expression complex and silent. Liuzi's injuries were severe, and he needed time to recuperate. What troubled him most was that he had initially thought Liuzi was dead. In a fit of emotion, he had spoken many things he would not ordinarily say, only to discover later that Liuzi had merely been feigning death. And all of it had been heard. Now, upon reflection, those words sent shivers down his spine. How would he face Liuzi upon his awakening? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Pingde resolved that when Liuzi regained consciousness, he would first give him a beating to diffuse the awkwardness. Meanwhile, Qin Dao was hastening towards Xianlong City. Within the span of less than an hour, he arrived at the city gates. The team leader who had initially led him was taken aback upon seeing Qin Dao return, quickly donning a welcoming smile. Why has the immortal returned? Do you wish to enter Xianlong City once more? Qin Dao nodded casually, handing over the reins of the horse he rode. This horse will be left at the city gates for now. I shall be exiting the city shortly, understood. The man nodded without hesitation but hesitated before adding, I am on night watch. The sun has risen, and in half an hour, I must hand over to the next shift. No problem. I shall be out within half an hour. Very well. With that, Qin Dao strode into the city towards the alchemy shop without a moment's delay. As the sun rose fully, the streets began to teem with pedestrians and merchants. The air thick with the scent of bustling life and a faint trace of blood. Meanwhile, within the secret chamber of the alchemy shop, Niumeng sat on the ground, his face pale and dazed, resembling a person on the brink of collapse as he muttered to himself in despair. Impossible. My deductions cannot be flawed. Without an outlet, how can I refine elixirs? Am I to suffocate myself alive? But why can I not find the outlet? After a moment, he paused, lifting his gaze to scan the stark, unyielding walls surrounding him. With a bitter smile, he suddenly leaped to his feet and shouted, Illusions, mere illusions. How could I, Niu Meng, be incapable of solving a secret chamber? Impossible, utterly impossible. I must be dreaming. I need to awaken quickly. I must have sustained serious injuries during the city gate incident that caused this hallucination. Indeed, all of this is but an illusion, and I must awaken swiftly. With that, he took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He closed his eyes tightly, spreading his hands from his abdomen to his chest in a slow, deliberate manner, channeling his energy while exerting effort. His entire body tense, as he directed the force from his abdomen along the meridians towards his dantian. In the next moment, a peculiar odor surged into his nostrils, causing Niu Meng to instinctively cover his nose and cough violently, his face contorting in distaste as he waved his hand in front of his nose repeatedly. At that moment, he faintly heard what seemed to be the voice of the Taoist master drifting from the horizon. Niu Meng, can you hear me? Niu Meng was momentarily stunned. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he could no longer bother to cover his nose and hurried to the door, his eyes filled with hope, his emotions surging as he pounded on the stone wall, crying out with a quavering voice, Taoist master, I can hear you. This secret chamber is too difficult. Wu. He certainly did not genuinely believe he was trapped in an illusion. It was merely a way to find solace amidst his suffering. He had utterly given up on this secret chamber. It was insurmountably difficult for him to break through to that moment. An ethereal voice wafted through the crevices of the stone wall. The old scoundrel of the 9 demons has finally been slain by a flurry of blades. Ha 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 ha. Remember, not a single word should be amiss. Outside the stone wall, Chen Dao endeavored to mimic the tone of the late Elder Wu, uncertain whether any deviation in tone would prevent the secret chamber's door from opening. Meanwhile, Niu Meng, within the confines of the stone wall, wore a perplexed expression, struggling to comprehend the meaning of the phrase he had just heard. Noticing the silence from within the stone wall, Chen Dao sighed softly, cleared his throat, glanced outside, and bellowed, "The old scoundrel of the 9 demons has finally been slain by a flurry of blades." Ha 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 ha. The door to the secret chamber swung open. Oh. This time, Niu Meng finally grasped the meaning, though a flicker of incredulity crossed his face. It was no wonder he could not break through this secret chamber. Who could possibly do so? Why could a secret chamber be opened by sound? Yet, in the next moment, he realized that, after all, it was a secret chamber for practitioners. A touch of peculiarity did not seem entirely implausible. Chapter 47. This matter requires further discussion. He then took a deep breath, his expression resolute as he licked his lips, coughed lightly a few times, cleared his throat, and grounded himself before bellowing. The old scoundrel of the 9 demons has finally been slain by a flurry of blades. Ha 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 ha. Moments later, everything within the secret chamber remained unchanged, devoid of any response. Observing this, Chen Dao furrowed his brow slightly and reiterated the phrase. The old scoundrel of the 9 demons has finally been slain by a flurry of blades. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, he could affirm that not a single word was amiss on his way here. He had repeated this phrase in his mind numerous times, fearful of any omissions or errors. Could it be the tone was incorrect? Chen Dao pondered for a moment, then, through the stone wall, emphasized, "Your tone might be off. The 9 demons is an enemy of the owner of this pill shop." The owner had harbored hatred for this enemy for 30 years, yet the foe remained alive. Thus, you must convey the exuberance and excitement of having avenged a great enmity that has persisted for 30 years with a resounding shout. The enemy has finally died. Come, shout it again. All right. Niu Meng, with a serious demeanor, nodded, closed his eyes to cultivate the necessary emotions, and then shouted with all his might, "The old scoundrel of the 9 demons has finally been slain by a flurry of blades." Ha 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 ha. However, the door to the secret chamber remained firmly shut. Still not right. Chen Dao furrowed his brow in contemplation, then continued, "It seems there is still an issue with the tone. I hadn't considered it thoroughly. 30 years of enmity not avenged by your own hand would indeed evoke excitement, but alongside that, there would also be other emotions, such as self-reproach for being powerless to avenge for 30 years and a sense of emptiness at the sudden death of the enemy after all this time. Come, Incorporate these two emotions and shouted again. Oh? Niu Meng, somewhat perplexed, nodded. This request seemed a bit demanding. He mustered the courage to cultivate the feelings of self-reproach, emptiness, and excitement before bellowing once more, "The old scoundrel of the 9 demons has finally been slain by a flurry of blades." Ha 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 ha. Yet, the door to the secret chamber remained sealed tight. This time, Chun Dao's brow furrowed deeply. The initial tone was correct, but the latter part, the ha 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 ha, was amiss. This laughter should convey a sense of sorrow and a feeling of being lost in life after the sudden death of an enemy after 30 years. Come, add these two emotions and shouted again. Oh? Niu Meng, expressionless, nodded, his voice weary as he shouted while surveying his surroundings, contemplating the fine alchemical furnace nearby. Perhaps he could lie in there as a makeshift coffin. The medicinal herbs might accompany him into the furnace as a form of burial. Yet, the feng shui of this place seemed rather unfavorable. Alas, with no options in this life, he would seek a better location in the next. At that moment, Chan Dao, his brow furrowed, stood before the wall of the secret chamber, deep in thought. Could it be that Elder Wu was deceiving him? However, from Elder Wu's perspective, he could not comprehend what advantage there would be in lying to him. After all, if Elder Wu did not wish to speak, he could simply remain silent. Just then, a booming laugh resonated nearby. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the sound, a sudden jolt surged through Chun Dao, and he swiftly drew his blade. Turning to face the source of the noise, there stood Elder Wu, having stealthily approached, now grinning at him. After taking a deep breath, Chun Dao gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, his expression taut as he narrowed his eyes and stepped back. "Uncle Wu, are you scheming against me?" "TSK. In response, Elder Wu could not help but shake his head and chuckle. "Look at you. How shameless can one be? You come to my home to steal, yet you dare accuse me of plotting against you? It is merely a pity for my little apprentice. He has perished once more." He then cleared his throat, adjusted his posture, and with a satisfied smile remarked, "Your tones are all incorrect. Come, learn from me. The old scoundrel of the 9 demons has finally been slain by a flurry of blades." Ha 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 ha. In the next instant, there was a resounding rumble. The door to the secret chamber swung wide open, revealing the scene within. The once smiling Elder Wu now stood frozen, staring in shock at the interior of the chamber. Momentarily at a loss for words, a heartbeat later, he stormed inside, his expression filled with fury as he yanked the cowering Niu Meng from the alchemical furnace and hurled him to the ground. "What the hell are you doing in my furnace? Huh? Are you out of your mind?" At that moment, Niu Meng, who had been bracing himself for death within the furnace, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of an elderly man. Before he could react, he was thrown to the ground. Just as he prepared to spring up and knock down this seemingly lightweight old man with a single punch, realization struck him. The door to the secret chamber had opened. In disbelief, he lifted his gaze to behold the Taoist master standing at the entrance, his expression dark and silent. Stunned for a moment, tears welled up in his eyes, shimmering like crystal as he trembled and called out, "Taoist master, I can still see you. This secret chamber nearly trapped me, and when I find the scoundrel who constructed it, I shall undoubtedly sever his head and stuff it where the sun doesn't shine." Just then, he realized there was still an old man beside him. Rising from the ground, he sniffled, rubbed his eyes, and pointed at the elderly figure, asking Chen Dao, "Taoist master, who is this frail-looking old man?" In the next moment, with a thud, he felt a heavy force strike his chest, and the impact sent him crashing against the wall, where he slowly slid down to the ground in a daze. Gazing up at the elegant old man who had just retracted his foot, feeling as though all his bones had been shattered, collapsed on the ground, he stared blankly at the ceiling, utterly speechless. What has happened in this world? Just a day prior, he was the second in command of the Taoist faction in Shurching, but upon leaving the city, his journey had become fraught with misfortune. Chun Dao, witnessing this, exhaled lightly, sheathing his blade, leaning on his wooden umbrella, and calmly addressing Elder Wu, "Uncle Wu, let us draw a line here. How do you propose we proceed?" He refrained from explaining that he had already seized Elder Wu's pill shop upon encountering him. Such matters were complex and did not require clarification. The most crucial point was that this elder Wu from Lingquan sect had not immediately resorted to violence, indicating that there remained room for negotiation. Thus, there was still much to discuss. Chapter 48. Uncle Wu, are you preparing to depart from Lingquan sect? At this moment, Elder Wu, having elegantly retracted his foot, heard Chun Dao's words but did not respond. Instead, he gazed around, lost in thought, and murmured, "This small room has confined me for a whole decade. A decade ago, I was assigned to guard the alchemy shop in Xianlong City, and since then, I have remained in this place. Over the years, I have often contemplated leaving, yet when the moment truly arrived, I found myself feeling a twinge of reluctance." Upon hearing these words, Chun Dao paused momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly. "Uncle Wu, are you preparing to leave Lingquan sect?" "Naturally," replied Wu, taking a deep breath and nodding in satisfaction. "Everything here is yours except for this alchemical furnace. I shall take nothing. Consider it a form of assistance to you. You must understand, these elixirs are worth a considerable fortune." Chun Dao narrowed his eyes, hesitating for a moment before softly responding, "I do not comprehend what you mean." He had never believed in unprovoked kindness, especially from a stranger. Is it truly so difficult to grasp the literal meaning? "Are you certain you wish to defect from Lingquan sect?" After a brief flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, Chun Dao spoke earnestly. "If you are resolute, you may choose to join the Dao Gang. Though it is currently in decline, its potential is vast. With your involvement, Uncle Wu, the Dao Gang would leverage your influence to access greater benefits, facilitating its rapid rise. In that case, you could elevate yourself to the pinnacle and personally avenge your enemies." "Wait, hold on," Wu interrupted with a peculiar expression. "How dare you invite me to join your faction? While I harbor no disdain for mortals, there are far too many members in your Dao Gang for me to contend with alone. If I were to join, would I be the leader? Or would you? Speaking of leveraging for greater profit sounds appealing, but why not just admit that I would become the Dao Gang's top enforcer? Moreover, who said I intended to defect from Lingquan sect? Defecting would invite a manhunt, which is perilous. You know, as an old man, I do not wish to spend my days evading pursuers. It would be exhausting." Chun Dao found himself somewhat bewildered, replying, "Did you not just say you wanted to leave? Leaving does not equate to defecting. After all, one could be killed in the process." Wu surveyed the chaotic surroundings with satisfaction. "Look at this mess. The signs of robbery are all too real." With not a single elixir left, Wu, an elder of Lingquan sect, received orders from the sect late at night to hasten to Shicheng. However, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten something and returned to Xianlong City. Unbeknownst to him, while he was away, assailants murdered the alchemy apprentice and seized the elixirs, laying a trap. Wu, caught off guard, inadvertently stepped into the alchemy shop and fell victim to the attackers. Wu, an elder of Lingquan sect, met his demise at the age of 69, and the entire sect mourned his loss. "How does that sound?" Wu mused, nodding in satisfaction. "Finally, the day has come. It has not been easy. The reason I specifically recruited such an arrogant apprentice was to provoke certain individuals, prompting them to storm into the alchemy shop and kill him, allowing me to feign death and escape Lingquan sect. Yet, I had not anticipated that the reputation of Lingquan sect was so formidable. Despite my efforts to recruit a brash apprentice, no one dared to come after me all these years. For a time, I even left my door unlocked at night, yet still, no one dared to intrude. I never expected today to arrive when mere mortals would dare to invade. I am truly impressed." At this moment, Chun Dao grasped the situation, frowning deeply. "You intend to use me as a means to feign death?" "No, more accurately, you would be using the Dao Gang for that purpose. But it is essentially the same. Of course, the reward is all the elixirs in this room, save for the furnaces. There is a wealth of materials for refining the body here, which should be quite beneficial for you. You also have the option to decline." After a brief pause, Wu added thoughtfully, "However, should you decline, you must rephrase your reasoning. For instance, one could say that the thief who killed the elder of Lingquan sect was pursued to his death by Wu." "An elder of Lingquan sect?" Chun Dao took a deep breath, rubbing his temples slightly in annoyance. "Uncle Wu, I always thought of you as a carefree senior, yet your thoughts are so heavy. Hey, you little brat. Don't be ungrateful. I saved your father and brother, and this is how you repay me." with resentment for kindness? The order is reversed. I plundered your home first, and only then did you rescue my father and brother. It is not I who repays kindness with malice, but rather you who repays malice with kindness. Wu chuckled coldly, his expression devoid of warmth. Just tell me whether you are in or out. I am in, though the risks are elevated. Without this matter, would you not be pursued by Lingquan's sect? True enough. Then I wish you a swift return to the world, carefree and unrestrained. Indeed, Wu replied, his eyes gleaming with longing. At last, I have the chance to break free. If I do not act boldly now, I shall become soft-eye in the next moment. Wu resolutely drew 2 long swords from his robe, without a hint of hesitation, plunging them into his abdomen. With a sharp intake of breath, blood gushed forth from the wound, swiftly pooling at his feet until it formed a large puddle. Niu Meng, seated in the corner, stared blankly at the blood flowing beneath him, pondering if the human body contained an excess of blood. The last time he slaughtered a pig, it did not bleed this profusely. Clearing his throat, Wu glanced at the blood pool beneath him, awkwardly chuckling. It seems I underestimated the volume of blood. I was initially concerned that the merchant cut corners, so I used an extra few bags, only to discover he was a conscientious vendor. I have misjudged him. All right, let us make it brief. Here is the plan. You will pursue me to the city gate, and then, in public, you will chop me into pieces and carry away my remains. Niu Meng, still bewildered, murmured, Wait, we are storming the city gate again. What is there to fear? Wu scoffed at Niu Meng. At the city gate, I will help you fend off the guards. Furthermore, in battles between cultivators, those mortal soldiers will not intervene. This will also serve to elevate the Daogang's reputation. Do you not seek to expand the Daogang? Given your current posture, it seems you are not planning to join a sect, but rather to forge your own power. To grow the Daogang, you must establish a name for yourselves. Otherwise, who will pay you any mind? Wu nodded, satisfied with his reasoning. Killing the elder of Lingquan's sect, robbing their alchemy shop, and slaying Wu. An elder of Lingquan's sect. This would create quite a stir, the likes of which have not been seen in decades. It has not been easy. I have waited for you all for many years. And finally, the moment has come. At last. I have reached 100,000 words. Tomorrow marks the beginning of my debut, and I can finally determine the fate of this book. Since signing, I have consistently updated 3 chapters daily. I sincerely hope everyone will follow along, and if the data is favorable, I might achieve 5 chapters a day, or even more. Allow me to earn a little pocket money, at least enough to cover the cost of writing. Writing can be quite disheartening. I have not savored meat in a year. Just last week, I passed by a small alley and saw someone enjoying McDonald's, and I couldn't help but salivate. I silently vowed to earn money through my writing. So one day I can indulge in a chicken leg from McDonald's. No, 2. I hope everyone can help me realize this dream of enjoying 2 chicken legs. I have a small gift to offer. Thank you all for your support. Those who support can press 1. And those who do not can press, Chapter 49. This child, could he be too immersed in the role? Enough. Wu surveyed the blood staining his clothes with satisfaction, wiping his hands across his body and then vigorously rubbing his face. Only then did he turn to Chen Dao, who stood at the door of the secret chamber. Let us go. What are you hesitating for? There are plenty of materials for refining the body here. If you can evade the pursuit and cultivate to the level of a Qi refinement adept, it should not pose too much of a challenge. Strive to survive, young Man. Be kind to your father. He is a good man. If we have the chance to meet again, let us share a drink. With that, he took one last glance around the secret chamber, tucked the alchemical furnace into his robe and sighed. You young people are truly bold. Enough talked. In the next moment, Wu Zhisher took a deep breath and dashed out of the house. The instant he burst through the door, his steps faltered, and he stumbled forward like a child who had just learned to run. Covered in blood, each footfall left a crimson imprint, a sight that was particularly unsettling. Meanwhile, the passers-by outside were taken aback, collectively gasping and scrambling to the side. They recognized the elderly man as the owner of the elixir shop, a practitioner of the arts. Although they were unaware of the circumstances, the dire state of the display cabinet indicated that something perilous had transpired. Wu Zhisher, stumbling out of the shop, glanced at the bystanders with a fierce expression and bellowed, Even if you kill me today, the Lingquan sect will surely avenge me, and your Dao gang will be fed to the dogs." Inside, Chun Dao and Yo Meng exchanged glances after hearing the roar from outside, sighing in resignation. Chun Dao folded up his wooden umbrella, seized a large blade, and charged outside, his voice booming with ferocity. "Old dog, don't escape. Anyone our Dao gang wishes to kill shall not evade their fate." He had realized that this mission was worth undertaking, and moreover, he stood to gain from it. He felt it was only right to honor Wu Zhisher, who genuinely needed this batch of body-refining herbs. Since exposure was inevitable, it was better to confront it with strength. Wu Zhisher's words rang true. After all, they were bound to clash with the Lingquan sect. Being relentlessly pursued like a stray dog was far different from boldly declaring war against the Lingquan sect before onlookers. Although they were both fleeing, the latter sounded more dignified. Meanwhile, Niu Mang struggled to rise from the ground. Casting a helpless glance at the fleeing Taoist, he never expected that navigating the martial world would involve such theatrics, a performance filled with songs and drama. Shaking his head, he too raised his large blade, resembling a character from a story, and sprinted after the beleaguered Wu Zhisher. "Old dog, don't run. One more step, and the Dao gang will storm the Lingquan sect and drag every one of its members to be fed to the cattle." "A mere Lingquan sect? The Dao gang can extinguish it with a wave of our hand." Ahead, Wu Zhisher, caught up in the act, paused momentarily upon hearing the bold proclamation, instinctively glancing back at Niu Mang. He meant to play a part, but not to such an outrageous extent. The Lingquan sect was among the most powerful forces in the region, and to suggest annihilating its entire lineage was audacious. To say the least, was he not afraid of incurring the wrath of the entire sect? What unfolded was a truly tragic scene for the onlookers. An elderly man, bloodied and staggering toward the city gate, pursued by two men wielding large blades, their expressions menacing and intent on ensuring Wu Zhisher's demise. At that moment, a young man clad in armor approached with several guards in tow, ready to intervene, but halted in his tracks upon hearing Niu Mang's brazen shout, his expression shifting from determination to uncertainty. He had heard of the Lingquan sect's leader, a master of the Golden Core realm. Yet, the way the blade-wielding man spoke of annihilating such a figure left him feeling uneasy. He had merely chanced upon the scene, intending to rescue the elderly man, but the Dao gang's claims were grandiose. These two did not appear to be exceptionally skilled practitioners. They seemed more like ordinary individuals with some combat training. If they truly possessed such strength, why engage in this farcical pursuit instead of swiftly dispatching their target? As Wu Zhisher stumbled forward, fully immersed in his role, he caught sight of the hesitant young man in armor. His heart sank. How unfortunate that they would meet at this moment. This young man, the second son of a prominent family in the city, was a close acquaintance of Wu Zhisher. If he intervened, it would jeopardize Wu Zhisher's plans. This was unacceptable. Today, no one could thwart his intention to perish at the city gate. Taking a deep breath, Wu Zhisher glanced at the young man and shouted, "Zhou Shizhong, do not interfere. The Dao gang is not a force your Zhou family can provoke. Do not impulsively invite disaster upon yourself. My life is of little consequence. The Lingquan sect will avenge me." This scene was quite comical. An elderly man addressing a youth who appeared barely in his 20s as brother, clearly a generational mismatch. Yet, that was Wu Zhisher's nature. He referred to anyone he felt a connection with his brother. At the same time, Niu Mang pointed his blade menacingly at the young man in white armor. Threatening, "So it's the Zhou family, is it? Should you dare to intervene today, every member of the Zhou family in Xianlong City will perish within 3 days." Chen Dao, upon hearing this, instinctively turned to Niu Mang, his expression one of exasperation, unsure of how to respond. Has this kid truly gotten lost in his role? Must he utter such cringe-worthy lines? After their exchange, the three were now closer to the city gate. The young man in white armor, struggling with his decision, took a deep breath, raised his long blade, and shouted, "Zhou Pingzi, 5 Apertures Selection Realm. I will confront the Dao Gang's might." Initially, he had hesitated, understanding that a person who spoke of wiping out the Lingquan sect was not someone to be trifled with. However, Wu Zhisher's concern for him only fueled his shame. Throughout, Wu Zhisher worried about dragging him into this mess, while he had been cowardly hesitating. What kind of man was he? Overcome with shame. Zhou Pingzi bit his thumb with determination, though only a few drops of blood emerged. Embarrassed, he quickly drew his large blade and pressed his bleeding thumb against his armor. In the next instant, his armor erupted with blood-colored spiritual energy, and he charged toward Wu Zhishi, shouting, "Do not fear, Wu Lao. Zhou Pingzi is not a coward who can stand idly by while a friend faces death. Today, I shall test the Dao Gang." The guards exchanged glances, sharing a silent resolve as they surged forward. Hearing their battle cry, Wu Zhishi paused to glance sideways and saw Zhou Pingzi leading a group of guards toward them. His expression one of disbelief and frustration. "Damn it. I just want to die at the city gate today. Why is that so difficult?" Yet, amidst his irritation, a flicker of warmth emerged. At least he had not misjudged his old friend. However, warmth aside, he had to act. The once stumbling Wu Zhishi suddenly found his footing, swiftly moving to position himself before Zhou Pingzi and his guards, unleashing a powerful punch. An elderly man who appeared feeble now struck with the force of a raging bull. The sound of the impact echoing as he landed a heavy blow on Zhou Pingzi. The force sent both Zhou Pingzi and his guards flying. After delivering the punch, Wu Zhishi seemed to expend the last vestiges of his strength. Staggering to one knee, blood and sweat mingling as his white hair fell messily around him, he raised his gaze to the now aloft Zhou Pingzi, his voice a heart-wrenching cry. "Run! The Dao Gang is not something your Zhou family can meddle with. Do not bring ruin upon yourself. Hurry!" His voice, filled with despair, moved the onlookers hiding in the shops to tears. Meanwhile, Niu Meng, feeling slightly awkward, stared at Wu Zhishi, who had now knelt with his back turned to him. Raising his blade uncertainly, Wu Zhishi's delay had inadvertently brought Niu Meng closer, but now that he had caught up, what should he do? Should he strike? If he refrained, wouldn't he that expose the ruse with so many witnesses? In contrast, Qian Dao sighed, raising his large blade and bringing it down upon Wu Zhishi with force, shouting, "Die for me!" The impact sent Wu Zhishi flying, and as he rose from the ground, he discreetly crushed a few blood packets. Then cried out with a hint of desperation, "Dao Gang! Ha ha ha! The Lingquan sect will avenge me." Zhou Pingzi, who had been struck back by Wu Zhishi's punch, felt as though his bones had been shattered. Just as he prepared to rise and charge forward, he was taken aback by the sight of Wu Lao being sent flying by that man's blow. Now he finally comprehended that the man's strength completely overshadowed old Wu's. Such a formidable figure as old Wu was utterly incapable of withstanding a single strike. This conveniently elucidated why the two men were not quick on their feet. The answer was singular. They were methodically tormenting old Wu, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, intent on driving him to his demise. Cursed be it. Zhou Pingzi struggled to rise from the ground, unsteadily using his blade to prop himself up. Gazing upwards at old Wu, who was desperately fleeing, drenched in blood in that moment, he found himself devoid of the courage to charge forward. In a fit of anguish, he raised his head and let forth a powerless roar. He despised his own lack of diligence in cultivation, realizing that he could only stand by helplessly as old Wu met a tragic end before his very eyes. Old Wu, in a bid to shield him from danger, would rather face a blade than allow his last ounce of strength to be used to propel Zhou away. Such selflessness, Zhou Pingzi, was unworthy of the friendship of old Wu at that moment. Wu Zhishi, with an expression of anticipation, gazed towards the city gate ahead. Almost there, almost there. Just a few more steps and he could burst through the gate. Should he perish at its threshold, he would embrace a rebirth, savoring the true essence of life. At this juncture, he heard a hoarse shout from behind, akin to a mute imitating speech. Slightly taken aback, he turned his head to glance at Zhou Pingzi, who was bellowing in fury, momentarily perplexed as to what the boy was up to. Surely he wasn't daft from a single punch? Impossible. He was mindful of his strength. However, at that very moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. Fei Yuan Merchant Association, Foundation Establishment Stage Second Layer, Spokesperson Lu Xinyang, here to confer with the Dao Gang. A woman clad in sheer fabric, holding a fan and emanating an icy aura, emerged from a nearby shop, flanked by two towering men resembling giants, blocking Wu Zhishi's path. Wu Jujian, I know you have always regarded me as your daughter. Yet, I have never viewed you as a father. Today, I shall convey my sentiments through action. The woman held her fan, entirely jade in hue, with a tiny, ethereal green serpent swirling within its handle. After uttering these words, her expression remained frosty as she lifted one foot, lightly treading upon the air, ascending until she stood above the eaves of the shop. With a forceful sweep of her jade fan, she glared at Niu Meng, gritting her teeth. This is Xianlong City. Even the Dao Gang must adhere to the rules here. Others may fear you, but my Fei Yuan Merchant Association does not. 10,000 serpents return home. In the next instant, dozens of illusory green serpents surged forth from her fan, hurtling towards Niu Meng and his companions, causing the very air to tremble, as if unable to endure such intimidation. Meanwhile, Niu Meng, who had been following Wu Zhishi, slowed his pace momentarily, raising his gaze to the woman suspended in midair. Foundation Establishment Stage Second Layer, truly impressive. He had never heard of such a realm. She could even fly. How remarkable. What did it mean that even if the Dao Gang came to Xianlong City, they would still have to bow to its customs? This statement made him feel as though the Dao Gang had become an overwhelmingly powerful force. He almost wanted to inquire of this lady. Does your mother know you fancy an old man older than her? At this moment, Wu Zhishi stared at the woman hovering before him, slightly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? He recognized her, considering her a good friend. But why was she here now? Chapter 51. Uncle Wu, the script seems a bit off. He simply wished to die at the city gate, to feign death and escape from Ling Quan's sect. Was that truly so difficult? Alas, Wu Jujian's expression resembled one who had consumed a cockroach, marked by a profound sense of constipation, as he fixed his gaze on the illusory green serpents darting towards Niu Meng and his companions. His lips twitching slightly. In the next moment, with a thud, Wu Jujian stomped a foot upon the blue bricks, propelling himself into the air, using his body to shield against the oncoming serpents. Boom! Struck by Lu Xinyang's full force, Wu Jujian could not help but spit blood, his body plummeting from the sky. This time, he was not pretending. It truly hurt. This woman was merciless. Jujian. Lu Xinyang, who had been preparing to unleash her full strength, was taken aback upon witnessing Wu Jujian block her attack with his body. In a state of panic, she lost her footing and fell from the air. Rushing towards him with a trembling voice tinged with tears, Jujian, why must you go to such lengths? Others may fear the Dao Gang, but I, Lu Xinyang, do not. Even if we are slaughtered by the Dao Gang. To die alongside you, Jujian, is a lifelong aspiration of mine. Get lost? Wu Jujian gasped for breath, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his lips twitching as he unleashed a punch, sending Lu Xinyang aside with a heart-wrenching cry. Do not interfere. The Dao Gang seeks only my life. Do not entangle yourself in this. Promise me you will survive. You vowed as a child to strive for life. Now go. Lu Xinyang, having been knocked aside, gazed at the bloodied Wu Jujian on the ground, her heart swelling with sorrow. She attempted to rise with all her might, yet found herself powerless under that punch. Tears streamed down her face, smearing her makeup, as she glared venomously at Niu Meng and his companion, summoning all her strength to shout, if the Dao Gang dares to lay a finger on Jujian today, the Fei Yuan Merchant Association will fight to the death with the Dao Gang. She had known Wu Jujian for a long time. Even back when she was a beggar, abandoned by her parents. She had been taken in by an elderly man just before freezing to death on the streets, growing up to adulthood. From childhood, she had harbored dreams of marrying Wu Jujian. He was the only one who had ever treated her kindly. Yet Wu Jujian had never reciprocated her feelings directly. In frustration, she left him and established the Fei Yuan Merchant Association. However, just moments ago, Wu Jujian had willingly absorbed her full force strike to spare her from the Dao Gang, which was more than enough to demonstrate his feelings. Yet such feelings were validated through the prospect of Wu Jujian's death. Niu Meng cast an impassive glance at the woman sprawled on the ground, her face contorted with hatred, momentarily at a loss for words. He looked down at the large blade in his hand, Feeling somewhat speechless, it seemed the good people had all been dispatched by them. The Dao Gang was indeed the villain. The existence of the Dao Gang was merely to witness the unyielding brotherhood and the life and death bonds of kinship. Quite the spectacle, he glanced down at Wu Zhishi, who was slumped on the ground, and sighed with resignation. Are you running or not? If not, I might just swing my blade. Run, run, run. Wu Zhishi executed a roll, scrambling to his feet, bloodied and staggering as he continued to flee. Ling Quan's sect will surely avenge me. Niumang seized the opportunity to slash, sending Wu Zhishi flying several meters away. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when another furious roar echoed. Qing Yun sect, stationed in Xianlong City, external steward, Foundation establishment stage first layer, Li Shangping, Brother Wu. Although we belong to different sects, your magnanimity has always been admired by us. A person like you should not meet their end at the hands of such petty villains. Prepare to receive my strike. In the next instant, Wu Zhujian, with a face full of anguish, once more braced himself against Li Shangping's full-force punch, crashing to the ground while retaliating with a punch that sent Li Shangping reeling. In a fit of exasperation, he shouted, "Get the hell out of here. The Dao Gang merely wants my death to be a spectacle. Your involvement will only lead to your demise. I, Wu Zhujian, shall not allow my fate to entangle my friends and family. If death comes, let it be mine alone." Having uttered these words, he did not hold back any longer, straining to charge towards the city's exit. He was beginning to feel frightened. Should any more friends emerge, he truly would not be able to withstand it. These individuals were all using their full strength against him. His old body was nearing its limit. If this continued, he might very well perish in Xianlong City. In the next moment, from the Sun family of Xianlong City, the head of the Sun family, Foundation establishment stage third layer. Sun Yonghao, Brother Wu, do not speak further. The Sun family will lend our assistance today. Even if the Dao Gang is a force we cannot provoke, they must bow down upon entering Xianlong City. You saved my father's life 10 years ago. It is our duty to help. It was over. Wu Zhishi's heart sank. He could not withstand a full-force strike from a third-layer Foundation establishment expert. Yet, in the next moment, he steeled himself and charged forward. Boom! Sent flying by a punch, Wu Zhishi felt excruciating pain coursing through his body. Despite his age, he could not suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Feeling a sense of injustice as he cried out with a choked voice, "Please, just stay out of this. You can't contend with the Dao Gang. Do not involve yourselves. My death is sufficient with that." He struggled to rise, this time genuinely staggering as he dashed towards the city gate. Finally, he burst through. Kneeling at the city gate, he looked up with a wretched smile. "In the final moments of my life, I have so many brothers willing to lend a hand. It was worth it. But the Dao Gang is not something you can provoke. My death alone will suffice in our next lives. Let us still be brothers." In the next moment, he hastily exchanged a glance with the two individuals beside Chun Dao. Niumang, with a look of exasperation on his face, raised his large blade and swung it forcefully at Wu Zhujian. At that moment, he realized that the old man's cultivation level far exceeded their own, rendering their great sword utterly ineffective against him. Simultaneously, Wu Zhujian discreetly scattered several formation stones around him. Clang! The large blade struck Wu Zhujian, as if it had collided with a solid rock. To the onlookers within the city, it appeared as though Wu Zhujian had been cleaved into 3 pieces by the Dao Gang duo. Undeniably dead. Once everything was in place, Wu Zhujian, lying on the ground with an anxious expression, urged, "Hurry. This illusion array can only last for the duration of an incense stick. Quickly move me away. Once the time is up, we will be exposed." The reason he insisted on being killed at the city gate was precisely because the illusion array was too close and could easily be discerned by those who practiced cultivation. However, at a greater distance, it would be much harder to detect. Chun Dao sighed softly, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. Wu Shu, the script seems a bit off. Given the current situation, I suspect that the pursuit of the Dao Gang may not solely involve Ling Quan's sect. Chapter 52. The Dao Gang is destined to incite a storm of bloodshed. Lying on the ground, Wu Zhujian turned his head to glance at the group within the city, who were struggling to rise with sinister expressions directed towards Chen Dao. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "In truth, being pursued by a multitude is no different from being pursued by the Lingquan sect. Thus, from this perspective, there is essentially no difference." Chen Dao shook his head, choosing not to respond, and instead strode towards the soldier holding the horse at the city gate. Given the escalation of events, he had no intention of allowing Wu Jujian to escape. A strong individual capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a third-layer foundation cultivator would significantly expedite his progress if he could be made to work for him. Not more than half an hour had passed. Chen Dao cast a casual glance at the man before him, lightly patting the horse's head before taking the reins from his hands. Not more than that. The man's expression was one of sheer terror, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his legs trembling as he stammered, Just about right. Damn it." This person had just claimed to be an elder of Lingquan's sect, instructing him to temporarily guard the horse, stating he would return in half an hour. And indeed, he was punctual. Yet, the fact that the steward of Lingquan's sect was publicly executed had genuinely frightened him. At that moment, a realization dawned upon him. Swallowing hard, he slowly turned his head towards the city. And sure enough, the group within was glaring at him with fiery rage, evidently regarding him as an accomplice of the Dao gang. At that moment, he desperately wished to shout that he was innocent, that he had done nothing wrong. Chen Dao, however, did not linger, leading the horse to load Niumang and Wu Jujian before vanishing along the official road from the sight of the crowd. As for the guards at the city gate, none dared to step forward to obstruct them, for battles among cultivators were beyond their jurisdiction. After Chen Dao and his companions departed, news of the incident rapidly spread throughout the entire Xianlong city. However, in this era, the flow of information primarily relied on word of mouth, devoid of videos or photographs, which often led to the embellishment of facts as the story was relayed from person to person, resulting in a complete distortion of the original message. For instance, at this moment, on the streets of Xianlong City, everyone was discussing the previously unheard-of Dao Gang. Hyinat house. A middle-aged man clad in a luxurious robe sat before 3 plates of dried fruits and a pot of hot tea, intently listening to the conversation at the adjacent table. The group at the neighboring table consisted of 3 men in coarse clothing, appearing to have just finished a laborious task and seeking respite in the tea house. "You should have seen the Dao Gang's might. I heard that 2 lowly henchmen of the Dao Gang chased down the steward of the Lingquan sect's apothecary from the city gate, publicly executing him. The scene was utterly chaotic. Do you know the Zhou family? The Zhou family owns most of the taverns in Xianlong City. It is said that the second son of the Zhou family led all their guards to rescue that steward. Guess what happened next? That Dao Gang henchman swung a single punch, sending all of them flying, and issued a warning that if the Zhou family dared to interfere again, within 3 days, all individuals with the surname Zhou in Xianlong City would perish because of them." "What?" A nearby individual furrowed his brow and stated, "I also bear the surname Zhou, yet I am not from the Zhou family. This is utterly absurd." Indeed. But they issued such a proclamation with an air of dominance. It is said that the second son of the Zhou family was so frightened that he soiled himself, and the elder of the Zhou family appeared unaffected at first, yet merely hours later, he was found dead, blood flowing from all 5 orifices. 5 orifices? Why not 7? Well, apparently, the Dao Gang member had shown some restraint, but the Zhou family's elder had an internal injury and couldn't withstand it, resulting in his demise. A wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding individuals. The elder of the Zhou family, reputed for his profound cultivation, was killed by a single punch? Indeed. The Dao Gang is said to be a hidden power that has existed since before the founding of the Great Zhou Kingdom. This time, they targeted the steward of the apothecary for some transgression he committed. Is that so? Do you think the Dao Gang's emergence will incite a wave of bloodshed? Then, do you think it would be a good business opportunity to open a coffin shop now? Well, in that case, I might consider opening a flower wreath shop. That sounds good. We should also establish a funeral service. Someone must be there to carve the epitaphs. After all, however, boss, the Dao Gang has already left Xianlong City. No one knows where they might incite bloodshed next. We can't exactly wait in Xianlong City for the Dao Gang to arrive, can we? I propose we open a mobile coffin shop, flower wreath shop, and funeral service. This way, we can accompany the Dao gang wherever they go. Wherever they venture, we shall follow. That should yield a considerable profit in spirit stones. That makes sense, so shall we set off now? Brother? Damn it! The burly leader bellowed, downing the tea in one gulp, then suddenly sprang to his feet, his foot atop the chair, his expression brimming with bravado as he addressed the two men beside him. Second brother, third brother. There's no need to choose a date. Let us act today. Since we have resolved to follow the Dao gang through the impending storm of bloodshed and establish our funeral business, let us commence from this very day. All right, we shall heed your command, boss. The two men exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Then the trio tossed a few spirit stones on the table, embracing each other as they strode out of the tea house. However, each of these three men bore an obvious tattoo on their left cheeks, inscribed with the character for criminal. The man in the luxurious robe, observing the trio depart, felt a mix of bemusement and intrigue. He had initially come to Xianlong City with the intent of gathering information in the tea house, particularly fascinated by the Dao gang they mentioned. Yet, the tales grew increasingly absurd, culminating in a declaration to follow the Dao gang through a storm of bloodshed to establish their funeral business. He could not help but take another sip of his tea. Noting its slightly bitter flavor, though warm, the tea was infused with cooling herbs, not the finest quality, yet unmistakably tea and not wine. Why, then, did these individuals appear so intoxicated? After a moment of contemplation, he beckoned a nearby waiter and placed a few spirit stones on the table. Come here, I wish to inquire about something. Chapter 53. The three heroes of Xianlong shall leave their mark in the Jianghu. The waiter's eyes lit up at the request, quickly scanning the area to confirm the absence of the owner. Then deftly pocketing the spirit stones with a broad smile, bowing respectfully. Ask away, esteemed guest, I shall share all that I know without reservation. Surely you wish to inquire about the Dao gang. Let me elaborate. The previous conversation was somewhat incomplete. This morning, aside from the Zhou family being repelled by the Dao gang, there were also the Feiyuan merchants and Qingyan sect involved, as well as— Stop, the man interjected, his expression one of irritation. Did I ask you about that? Mind your own business. I inquired about the background of the three men who just left at Those three? They are laborers, though I do not know their specifics. They simply come here every afternoon for some cold tea. As for the character criminal tattooed on their faces, they were imprisoned by the authorities a few years back for some offenses, and upon their release, they were marked Dado? The man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do you know what crimes they committed to warrant imprisonment? The legal code of the Great Zhou Kingdom is not excessively strict. Those subjected to the punishment of tattooing are often guilty of offenses that, while not warranting capital punishment, still pose significant harm. Thus, the character for offender is inscribed upon their faces as a warning to others that this individual is dangerous and should not be approached too closely. The innkeeper, with a somewhat complex expression, chewed his lip in silence. After a pause, a man, exhibiting mild dissatisfaction, produced several shards of spirit stone and slammed them onto the table, demanding, Speak, the innkeeper, with a sheepish grin. Clarified, you misunderstand, esteemed guest. It is not a matter concerning spirit stones. As he spoke, he discreetly pocketed the shards of spirit stone before continuing. These three brothers have long proclaimed themselves the three heroes of the Celestial Dragon. A few years back, for reasons unknown, they conspired to embark on a business venture. Within the city of Celestial Dragon, there are numerous widows whose husbands have passed away. According to local customs, these widows must remain unmarried for 5 years, covering their heads with black cloth and raising their doorsteps by a foot to signal their status to their neighbors. These three brothers would go from door to door at night, knocking on the widows' doors. It is unclear what methods they employed, but they lured these widows into prostitution. Having endured years of solitude, the pent-up desires within these widows made them exceptionally accommodating, leading to an enhanced experience for their clients, thus commanding higher prices than those typically found in the red light districts. The concept of enticing widows into prostitution. The man's brow furrowed as he spoke in a grave tone. This indeed lacks moral integrity. However, if this is the sole reason, according to the laws of the Great Zhou, it hardly seems sufficient to warrant the punishment of tattooing, which is a lifelong mark. Well, the innkeeper paused, his expression turning contemplative. This brings us to the cunning methods of the three heroes of the celestial dragon. A significant reason they engaged in such practices was that there was no cost to them. No cost? The man pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon him. I see now. These widows, having long suffered in silence, would willingly participate without monetary compensation, and thus all the profits would line the pockets of the three heroes? Not only that, the innkeeper shook his head and continued, the three heroes not only refrained from paying these widows, but instead charged them spirit stones. You must understand, these widows would never dare to venture into places like the red light districts. If they were spotted by neighbors, they would face a lifetime of gossip. Moreover, during their period of mourning, they could not consort with other men, as being discovered would lead to severe consequences. Therefore, the three heroes promised the widows that if they provided a certain amount of spirit stones, they would ensure that they were matched with men whose identities would remain concealed, with all proceedings kept discreet. Thus, the three heroes introduced men to the widows, collecting payments from both parties, effectively doubling their earnings. Both sides were satisfied with the arrangement, feeling their investments were worthwhile. These widows, unable to interact with men openly, could only associate with fellow widows, rapidly spreading the reputation of the three heroes among the chambers, leading to an ever-expanding business. Then, the man stood in silence, his expression impassive, not uttering a word. The ensuing events, naturally, need not be inquired about. One day, the truth surfaced, leading to the apprehension of the three men. No wonder my father urged me to venture out and gain exposure to diverse experiences. Indeed, the world outside is astonishing. While I could not fathom such a business, it is evident that every trade has its prodigies. Although I hold this business in disdain, I must concede that its success can be understood from the perspective that Celestial Dragon City indeed had a demand for such an enterprise. Meanwhile, in a certain plain outside Celestial Dragon City, Chen Pingda gazed at Wu Jujian with a somewhat speechless expression. Brother Wu, since our last parting, I have missed you dearly. Ahem. Wu Jujian chuckled awkwardly. It seems you have undergone quite a transformation as well, Pingda. Enough of that. He shook his head. Let us part ways here. The journey ahead truly is long, and perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Wait. Chen Dao, his demeanor serious, fixed his gaze on Wu Jujian and spoke with a hint of helplessness. Uncle Wu. This time the incursion into the city was fraught with unexpected dangers, and it appears that the forces pursuing the Dao gang may extend beyond just the Linghuan sect. Under such circumstances, if you leave, and we are captured, it could potentially expose you. Oh? Wu Jujian, slightly taken aback, glanced at Chen Dao. Are you suggesting that I ought to eliminate witnesses to ensure silence? Not at all. Chen Dao replied earnestly. From this incursion, it is evident that you enjoy considerable favor among others. While some may resort to silencing witnesses, I believe you would never harm those who have aided you. Assisting you in faking your death and severing ties with the Linghuan sect entails significant risk for the Dao gang. Humph. Wu Jujian paused momentarily, then impatiently shook his head. Troublesome. Very well, follow me. I shall find someone to instruct you in your cultivation. He is a remarkably strong individual, and with his guidance, your Dao gang should progress more swiftly. Oh? Chen Dao's brow furrowed slightly. Who is this person? His initial intention was to persuade Wu Jujian to remain, but it seemed that Wu Jujian was resolute in his departure. He was curious whether this individual could match Wu Jujian's formidable prowess. Chapter 54. The Fate of the Sword. Who is he? Wu Jujian replied. He is famously known by the moniker the fastest sword under heaven. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Not at all. There is no one whose sword can rival his speed. 2 days later, in a gorge several hundred miles from Celestial Dragon City, Wu Jujian exhaled a deep breath. At last, we've arrived. He then summoned a surge of spiritual energy, lifting a robust poplar tree and hurling it deep into the gorge. Boom! Almost instantaneously, an elderly man with disheveled hair leaped out from the depths of the gorge, his expression filled with fury. Which brat dares to litter? The next moment, upon spotting Wu Jujian, the old man's expression shifted to one of delight as he approached with open arms. Disciple, it has been far too long. What brings you here today? Did the Linghuan sect permit you to leave the city? Naturally not. Wu Jujian, a hint of pride flashing across his face, replied with his hands clasped behind his back. But who am I? I have my ways of escaping the Linghuan sect. The old man paused, instinctively asking, "Did you also fake your death?" "Not at all. Why would you also need to fake your death? You are the last disciple of our Yuanjin lineage within the Linghuan sect. If you too have faked your death, it seems rather implausible. There are no disputes now. Is our Yuanjin lineage to perish one by one each year? How can you have the audacity to criticize me?" Wu Jujin's expression darkened slightly. "I was your 9th disciple. Yet as soon as I joined Yuanjian Mountain, you faked your death, and soon after, my senior brothers began to perish one after another. Initially, I grieved for a long time, vowing to avenge you, only to discover that you all faked your deaths, leaving me to look like a fool. Had I not coincidentally encountered him?" The old man interrupted sharply, coughing violently, then turned to Chen Dao and the others, his expression one of surprise. "And who might these be?" "Oh, master, you have often lamented the difficulty in finding a suitable disciple to inherit your teachings. Today, I have brought one to you. He possesses excellent cultivation talent and, most importantly, can help elevate the reputation of Yuanjian." "Really?" A glimmer of excitement crossed the old man's eyes as he turned to scrutinize Chen Dao. His lifelong aspiration was to take on a close disciple who could carry forward the legacy of Yuanjian. Indeed, this lad has made enemies of the Linghuan sect, the Feiyuan Chamber of Commerce in Celestial Dragon City, the Zhou family, the Sun family, and the Qingyun sect. If he survives, he will surely be capable of amplifying the prestige of your Yuanjian. The old man turned his head, expressionless, to Wu Jujin. "You dare to pass such a hot potato to me? Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed? Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me if you will accept him. Let me be clear. If you miss this opportunity, you will never find another willing disciple for your Yuanjian teachings." "Accepted." After a moment of contemplation, the old man, with a grim expression, nodded. "How could I refuse? But can you assure me that this lad will wholeheartedly dedicate himself to mastering Yuanjian? That, you must ask him." Seeing the old man's gaze shift towards him, Chen Dao quickly adopted a serious expression and bowed respectfully. He did not answer immediately, but rather cautiously proposed, "I would like to request a demonstration of your esteemed Yuanjian." "As this is a lifelong commitment, of course, that is entirely reasonable." Seeing Chen Dao's earnestness, the old man too adopted a serious demeanor. "I do not wish to deceive you. I genuinely desire a disciple who can elevate the name of Yuanjian. Given your current status as an ordinary mortal, I shall initially share concepts that you can comprehend. Before embarking on the path of cultivation, one must traverse the 5 gateways. Upon completing these 5 gateways, one officially enters the realm of cultivation. The 5th gateway is known as the selection of the path, which, as its name implies, requires one to choose the path they will follow henceforth. For instance, the path chosen by Jujian is the path of virtue, which can be simply understood as a route where performing good deeds accumulates merit, thus enhancing one's cultivation. The more merit one accumulates, the faster the progress in cultivation. Chen Dao's eyes flashed with astonishment. It was the first time he had heard that performing good deeds could enhance one's cultivation, a stark contrast to his previous understanding that cultivation merely involved the expenditure of spirit stones. Chen Pingda nodded thoughtfully. "It seems this method of cultivation is quite suited to me." "Humph," the old man scoffed dismissively, "such a trivial path. While choosing the path of virtue may indeed accelerate your initial progress, as you advance further, the rate of cultivation will inevitably slow down. After all, at higher realms, how much merit must one accumulate to break through to the next stage? It is far better to pursue the path of combat. Although few choose this path, a practitioner of the path of combat can match the fighting prowess of at least 3 practitioners of other paths at the same level. I, myself, have dedicated my studies to the path of combat, wielding a sword as my weapon." Chen Dao nodded, albeit with some confusion. If the path of combat is so formidable, why are there not more practitioners of it? Ahem. The old man cleared his throat and replied sheepishly, "The path of combat is powerful, but it also presents certain thresholds that many cannot surpass. Unlike the path of virtue, where one simply needs to perform good deeds to enhance their cultivation, advancement in the path of combat is primarily achieved through the expenditure of spirit stones. Generally speaking, not everyone can afford this path." Chen Dao maintained a stoic expression and nodded. "I understand, in other words." The path of combat is essentially the path of spirit stones, correct? That is one way to perceive it. The old man's expression turned serious as he looked toward Wu Zhijian. Have you informed him of my moniker? I have. The fastest sword in the world. Indeed, a glimmer of pride illuminated the old man's face. There may be those with greater sword power or higher cultivation than I, but none can match the speed of my sword. With that, he took a deep breath, raised his index and middle fingers in a sword gesture, and commanded, "Sword, arise!" In the next instant, a flying sword, radiating with a brilliant white light, shot forth from the depths of the canyon with astonishing speed. Too swift for the naked eye to perceive, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, it struck a nearby withered tree with immense force. Boom! The tree exploded upon impact, sending splinters of wood scattering through the air. The old man, with one hand behind his back, turned his back to the canyon, exuding an air of a great master, and nodded with satisfaction. How is that sword? Did it catch your eye? Standing nearby. Wu Zhejian's lips twitched slightly, but he remained silent. He did not deceive Qin Dao. His master's sword technique was indeed the fastest in the world, and of course, the accuracy of that claim was another matter. But it was certainly true that it was the swiftest. If Qin Dao were astute, he might glean some insights from the name Yuanjian itself. After all, the concept of fate plays a significant role in wielding a sword. When fate aligns, the sword naturally strikes true. Chapter 55. Someone told my fortune, claiming that the longer the name, the longer the life that sword. Qian Dao gazed, somewhat dazed, at the withered tree that had been obliterated by the flying sword. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The power was self-evident. With a single stroke, not only could it pierce through armored soldiers, but it could also effortlessly penetrate solid rock as for its speed. That was beyond question. He had not even caught a glimpse of the flying sword, only sensing a flicker before hearing the sound of the tree shattering nearby. That sword, if it were to strike him, there was no doubt he would have no chance of survival. To encounter such a master was indeed his fortune. That sword. Qian Dao squinted, a flicker of shock coursing through him. Without hesitation, he turned to the old man before him with a serious expression. Disciple Qin Dao greets master. Niumeng, please prepare some tea. Niumeng nodded in confusion, glancing around, pondering where to procure tea in such a desolate place. Was it too late to start a fire and brew some? Very well, the old man said with a smile, stroking his beard. To be honest, before you, I had taken on 9 disciples, all in hopes of passing on my Yuanjian lineage, but none of them proved capable. Not a single one could grasp the essence of my swordsmanship. This sword technique is my own creation. Otherwise, the Lingquan sect would not have established a peak solely for me to pass on Yuanjian. This is a testament to the sect's recognition of my abilities. Wu Zhijian mentioned your aptitude for cultivation. I hope you can carry on the legacy of Yuanjian. Qian Dao nodded resolutely. Though he felt a twinge of anxiety, Wu Shu's compliment regarding his aptitude was merely out of kindness. In reality, he knew his cultivation talent was subpar. Enough, Wu Zhijian observed the camaraderie between the two and couldn't help but twitch his lips. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Master, good luck. With that, Wu Zhijian dashed away with sprightly bounds. The old man chuckled. Since you have become my disciple, you should know my name. The fastest sword in the world is merely my moniker. My real name is Wu Tian, the fastest sword in the world. So your full name is Wu Tian, the fastest sword in the world? Precisely. Seems a bit long. Once, a fortune teller told me that the longer the name, the longer the life. After a moment of silence, Qin Dao inquired, is the eldest brother named Wu Yijian? Very clever. Why does everyone share the surname Wu? It is a rule of the Lingquan sect. Upon joining, disciples adopt the same surname as their master. Must I change my name as well? You need not, for I am no longer a member of the Lingquan sect, and thus, you are not bound by their rules. Oh. Qin Dao felt a slight sense of relief, but then furrowed his brow in confusion. If the brothers all changed their surname to Wu, why did they change their names too? Having altered their surnames, they naturally changed their names as well. It sounds better when the family name is uniform. Do not dwell on this. Cultivators tend to be indifferent to such matters. After all, who among us hasn't a few alias names? Who can guarantee they won't engage in a bit of mischief during their lifetime? Very well. Are these all your family members? Yes, Chen Dao said solemnly. This is my father, Chun Pingda. The group beside him consists of my sworn brothers. The ones behind them are my father's sworn brothers, and further back are some family members and servants. The old man fell silent for a moment before remarking, this is the first time I've encountered someone bringing so many people to become disciples and cultivate together. Everyone wishes to cultivate. Humph. The old man scoffed lightly. That is somewhat fanciful. Setting aside the matter of each person's cultivation aptitude, just consider the sheer amount of spirit stones required for cultivation. With so many wishing to cultivate, where will you find such an abundance of spirit stones? Enough of this, follow me down. Let us settle in first. You are an interesting lad. You seem quite clever. Deep within the canyon lay a forest. Looking up from the ground, one could only see a canopy of green leaves overhead, with rays of sunlight occasionally filtering through to illuminate the ground. At this moment, Wu Tian, the fastest sword in the world, stood with one hand on his hip, slightly out of breath as he leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. He had just transported this entire group, along with their cart, to the depths of the canyon. A rather strenuous task for his aging bones, nearly exhausting him. After catching his breath, he turned to Chen Dao. Stop dawdling. Let your family settle themselves, and then accompany me to assess your aptitude. I have some medicinal herbs for body refinement, which I had set aside for new disciples. Before we proceed, there are a few matters I must clarify. Unlike sects that take in disciples, we loose cultivators prepare the necessary herbs and spirit stones for our apprentices. Sects often require you to sign a spirit stone loan agreement, and any spirit stones consumed during your training must be repaid once you achieve success in cultivation. However, with loose cultivators, such expectations do not exist. In essence, the relationship between sects and their disciples is often driven by mutual benefit, while the bond between loose cultivators and their apprentices is more emotional and less transactional. And of course, I see potential in you. But how things will unfold in the future remains uncertain. Just know that the spirit stones and herbs I provide will not require repayment. Chun Dao was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, Really? Indeed. It is true. A glimmer of pride flashed in the old man's eyes. Although I have been separated from the Lingquan sect for many years, I have accumulated quite a fortune while living in solitude in these wild canyons. Taking on a disciple naturally entails providing for the resources and spirit stones required for their cultivation, though this is merely a series of materials for the 5 aperture stage. Rest assured in your practice. I shall bear all expenses that I ask for nothing in return, save for your assistance in elevating the reputation of the Yuan sword in the future. At this point, the old man paused, a hint of indignation creeping into his voice. Let those who are blind to my capabilities witness whether I can pass down the legacy of the Yuan sword. Those old geezers claim that no one will ever cultivate my Yuan sword in this lifetime. I shall show them that my Yuan sword can indeed be inherited. Upon hearing this, a flicker of unease crossed Chun Dao's heart, as he sensed something amiss in the old man's words. Chapter 56. Oh, your spiritual roots, so colorful and rather pleasing to the eye enough. The old man shook his head. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Follow me, and I shall assess your cultivation aptitude. Very well. Chun Dao felt a twinge of anxiety, but steeled himself to follow. A moment later. White, green, blue, red, yellow, wow. The old man stared at the multicolored stone in his hand, his expression unchanging as he remarked, quite pleasing to the eye. Indeed, I have taken on 9 disciples. Yet this is the first time I have seen someone with such visually appealing spiritual roots. You see how colorful it is? Consider this. Perhaps you should abandon cultivation and pursue a career as an actor instead. It may prove more promising. With that, the old man tossed the stone aside. Enough? Congratulations, our master-disciple relationship has just been severed. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Please, no. Typically composed, Chun Dao now felt a surge of panic and hastily attempted to salvage the situation. While my aptitude may indeed be lacking, at the very least, Chun Dao stammered momentarily, unable to articulate any other advantages he possessed. After a brief pause, he looked up at the old man, blinking his bright, watery eyes, and awkwardly said, but at least. It's pretty, right? The old man nodded expressionlessly. It is indeed quite beautiful, this colorful array. And then what? You expect to bring along that entire entourage of yours to ascend? Do you understand? At this moment, he was very angry, furious, in fact. Even though he was a master of the Foundation establishment realm, managing to transport such a large group and those cumbersome carts from the cliff to the depths of the canyon was no small feat. Had he known, he would have assessed their aptitude beforehand. It was all due to his foolish trust in the slanders of those 9 swordsmen. Chen Dao's expression grew frantic as he rapidly contemplated. This opportunity was not one to be missed. Who knew when he might encounter another such benefactor? Thus, he decided to cast aside his reservations and boldly declared, "Once a master, always a father. Master, if you wish to sever our relationship, that is one thing, but surely the bond of a father and son cannot be so easily broken." After a moment of silence, the old man replied, "I have never heard of such a saying as once a master, always a father. Is it a custom from your homeland? There's some truth to it. I find this saying quite appealing." The old man pondered for a while before frowning and stating, "This 5 spiritual roots body is not incapable of cultivation, but it comes with numerous complications. The so-called 5 spiritual roots means you possess 5 types of spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, resulting in an exceptionally vibrant appearance. However, cultivating with 5 spiritual roots is extraordinarily challenging. The rationale is simple. For instance, if you are cultivating the path of virtue, while others with a single spiritual root need only 100 units of merit to break through, you with 5 spiritual roots would require 500. If you are on the path of war, while others need 100 spirit stones to advance, you would need to expend 500 spirit stones. In summary, regardless of the path you pursue, you must pay 5 times the cost compared to others. Thus, most sects do not accept disciples with 5 spiritual roots. After all, the same resources could nurture 5 individuals with single spiritual roots, and solitary cultivators would also refrain from taking on disciples with 5 spiritual roots. For the reason is simple: they cannot afford it. Then, Chen Dao's eyes rekindled with hope. If it merely entailed a 5-fold expenditure, it did not seem insurmountable. What he feared was that his aptitude would directly impact his potential. Did having 5 spiritual roots confer no advantages at all? There are benefits to the same level of cultivation. Those with multiple spiritual roots are certainly stronger than those with a single one. Huh? Chen Dao's eyes brightened, sparkling with curiosity as he ventured, "Isn't that a good thing? One would think that 5 spiritual roots would indicate superior aptitude." "Not at all," the old man replied, exasperation etched across his face as he gazed at Chen Dao. "While those with multiple spiritual roots may indeed be stronger at the same level, what use is that? With the same resources devoted to training, others may have already advanced to the 8th or 9th layer of foundation establishment, while you remain at the 2nd or 3rd layer. In a real confrontation, who do you think would prevail? At that point, if you were to seek out a peer who had cultivated with only 1/5 of your resources, would you still have any semblance of pride? Moreover, the time required for your cultivation would also be 5 times longer. Not only you, but even the children of wealthy families with 5 spiritual roots are discouraged from pursuing cultivation. It is simply the heavens not providing sustenance. "So accept it, Father," Chen Dao said, his expression grave as he declared, "My aspiration for the path of cultivation is unwavering, and there are indeed advantages to possessing 5 spiritual roots. After all, as long as I keep it to myself, who would know that I have 5 spiritual roots? This way, when I venture into the cultivation world, I can triumph over my peers and elevate your Yuan sword's reputation. Wouldn't that be even more effective?" "Ah." The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before conceding with a nod. "There is some merit to your argument, though you may not fully grasp that the Yuan sword I created is not suitable for sparring." "Not suitable for sparring?" Chen Dao pondered, nodding in understanding. "Oh, you mean that the Yuan sword is a lethal technique, unsuitable for holding back?" "Not quite." The old man shook his head, his expression earnest. "Very well. Since I have stated that I will accept you as a disciple, it would be unseemly to go back on my word. Follow me." "Understood." Before long, the master and disciple arrived at a relatively open clearing, surrounded by towering trees, rendering it invisible from above. With the fastest sword in the world resting on his back, The old man pointed solemnly toward a massive ancient tree, as thick as an ox. Though you have yet to refine your body, since you have entered the lineage of my Yuan sword, today I shall impart to you the essence of the Yuan sword. Unlike other sword techniques that focus solely on combat, the Yuan sword is imbued with the mysteries of the cosmos, elusive to outsiders. Though you see that ancient tree? I do. Qian Dao nodded gravely, fully aware that his master was about to demonstrate a skill. He squinted, fixated on the ancient tree, determined to perceive the trajectory of the sword this time. He could not afford to miss it as he had on the cliff earlier, failing to even catch a glimpse of the sword's shadow. Very well, the old man, with his sword resting on his back, closed his eyes, and an ancient sword leaped from his bosom, spinning around him at an increasing speed. The next moment, he took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on the ancient tree, and quietly commanded, "Sword, arise!" Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, the ancient sword shot forward with the swiftness of a thief, hurtling toward its target. Chapter 57. This sword of mine only strikes those fated to meet it. As the ancient sword surged forth, Qian Dao's nerves tensed, his eyes locked onto the ancient tree, hoping to capture the fleeting shadow of the sword as it pierced the tree. However, this time, he failed once more. He could not discern even a trace of the sword's trajectory in that instant. A resounding crash echoed as the ancient sword swiftly penetrated a nearby tree, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. Yet it continued its relentless path until it finally fell to the ground, exhausted. Qian Dao was momentarily stunned, turning to the left at the tree that had been pierced, struggling to comprehend the situation, and instinctively asked the old man, "Master, did you not say you were aiming for that tree? Why did you hit this one instead? Did I mishear?" "No, you heard correctly," the old man replied seriously, shaking his head. "You did not mishear. I simply shot the wrong tree." "Huh?" Qian Dao stood dumbfounded, momentarily unable to process the information. This technique could be misfired? I know what you're thinking. You're wondering why I missed the shot, right? The old man, with his hands still resting behind his back, pointed toward the original target tree. The reason is simple. This tree and I share no fate. The essence of the Yuan sword's philosophy is that many who lack fate shall not destroy that which is fated to remain. The reason I did not hit that ancient tree is not due to a misfire, but rather because I share no connection with it. Conversely, the tree that was struck was targeted precisely because it and I are fated to connect. I, Wu Tianxia, the unparalleled swift sword, only slay those fated to meet me and obliterate that which is destined to be destroyed. Such words, delivered with unwavering conviction, evoke a sense of heroic bravado reminiscent of tales from the martial world. Moments later, a gentle breeze swept by, causing the old man to slightly falter in his ostentatious pose. Qian Dao, with an expression devoid of emotion, clasped his fists and bowed slightly. "Farewell, Diane." The next instant, without a hint of hesitation, he strode purposefully towards the exit. He was utterly convinced of the absurdity of the situation. If he were to learn this sword technique, would he henceforth be limited to slaying only those deemed fated? What kind of ludicrous sword art was this? No wonder the old man's 9 disciples never chose to learn this technique. Who in their right mind would? Sigh, sigh, sigh. Where are you going? My sword technique is truly formidable. It possesses profound significance. Observing Qian Dao's intent to leave, the old man hurriedly chased after him, a look of anxiety etched on his face. Although this child's aptitude was rather lacking, he found himself at a loss for disciples willing to practice this sword art. If he missed this opportunity, the next village was a mystery. Moreover, aside from my willingness to take you as a disciple, no one else would accept you given your 5 spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, Qian Dao furrowed his brow and halted. It was undeniably true. That moment, the old man positioned himself squarely in Qian Dao's path. After a brief pause, he spoke. My 5 spiritual roots are indeed rather inadequate, are they not? From a certain perspective, that is accurate. And your fateful sword technique is rather flawed as well, is it not? Hey, you, the master continued. What do you suppose would occur if someone with exceedingly poor aptitude practiced an exceedingly flawed sword technique? The old man's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly replied. Well, it might lead to a miracle. Negative times negative equals positive, right? What does that mean? Never mind. Chun Dao gently rubbed his temples, bowing his head in contemplation for a moment before reluctantly inquiring, Master, is it truly impossible to control the trajectory of your sword technique? Is it all just random? One can control a direction, such as southeast, southwest, and the like, but the rest is left to fate. You merely need to strike. The rest is up to destiny, so it truly is just random, indeed. After a prolonged silence, Chun Dao finally lifted his gaze to meet the old man's. Then what use is this sword technique? It is swift, yet it lacks precision. Do not concern yourself with precision. I ask you, is it fast or not? But it is imprecise. Setting aside precision, just answer me, does it possess speed? Chun Dao fell into silence once more, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Master, if you allow me to learn your fateful sword, I may not survive long after I step outside. That is not the case. I am still quite well. Master, have you never encountered any battles? Of course I have, but I have always emerged unscathed. This sword technique must be used in conjunction with incantations. Relying solely on the sword technique will not unleash its full potential. Oh? Chun Dao's eyes gleamed anew. I knew that my adoptive father's sword technique would not be so simplistic. If it prioritizes speed over precision, then what kind of sword technique is it? I wonder what the incantation is. It is quite simple, just 2 phrases. The old man cleared his throat, raising his head slightly with an air of pride, his hand resting behind his back as he began to speak. If the opponent is fated, then the sword shall strike true. If there is but one enemy, there is naturally no issue. However, if there are multiple foes, one must chant the incantation loudly, and any who believe they can evade my strike may step forward and test their luck. If the opponent is not fated, then the sword shall not strike true. One must also chant the incantation loudly. I have no desire to kill indiscriminately. Should you fail to retreat the next time, the sword shall come for your head. That is the gist of it. This requires gradual comprehension, and emotional control is equally crucial. Thus, I say that my fateful sword encompasses profound wisdom of the world, far beyond mere brute force. Chun Dao gazed calmly at the old man, pausing for a long while before softly stating, Master, I beseech you, please expel me from your tutelage. What? The old man snorted in displeasure. Do you look down upon my sword technique? Then, if you turn around and run, I shall strike with a single sword. Do you dare? Chun Dao's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Tio claimed that this sword technique was effective seemed absurd given its lack of precision. Yet to assert that it was worthless, he hesitated to turn his back and gamble on whether he was indeed this old man's fated one. What a ridiculous sword technique. It only slays those fated. Could it be any more outrageous? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flared in Chun Dao's eyes as he raised his head to look at the old man. Master, is it true that you can only vaguely control the sword's direction, leaving the rest to fate? Indeed, that is correct. Why do you ask? Then why must you control only a single flying sword? If you could command thousands, even tens of thousands, would that not eliminate the need for precision, allowing for widespread coverage instead? That is impossible. The old man shook his head. I contemplated this long ago. Do you have any idea how much spiritual energy is required to simultaneously control 1,000 flying swords? The energy stored in a single spiritual root is insufficient to activate that many deity is simply unfeasible, and, in the next moment, both individuals locked eyes, frozen in place, their mouths moving soundlessly as they shared a moment of fervent realization. A single spiritual root cannot command 1,000 flying swords. Yet, there are those who are not limited to a single spiritual root. P.S. This book's debut performance has been somewhat disappointing, with numerous negative reviews. Leaving me feeling rather dejected, I initially considered pausing for a day to reflect. However, today I unexpectedly received 3 endorsements from esteemed authors, so I shall add 3 additional chapters instead. I am grateful to the esteemed author Ronghua Diaoling for the endorsement. Upon glancing at their profile, I see they have just released a new Xinxia novel that is quite eloquent, with a writing style far superior to mine. For those interested, do take a look. I also extend my thanks to the esteemed author Shan Qinghuai for their support of so many works. Sister Huai is truly impressive. Lastly, I appreciate the endorsement from the esteemed author Xianling. Sky, Though I must admit I am somewhat reluctant to express gratitude, having noticed this individual sneering at me on several occasions. Chapter 58. Does wasteful aptitude combined with a wasteful sword technique equal a miracle? Subsequently, the two stared at each other for a prolonged moment. Finally, the old man, his face flushed and panting with excitement, exclaimed, "I have attained enlightenment. I have suddenly realized that my years of striving for precision in flying swords were misguided. All I needed was to recruit a disciple with 5 spiritual roots to address this issue." This was not entirely his fault, as the disciples he had previously taken in were all from Lingquan sect, which would never accept a disciple with 5 spiritual roots. At that moment, Chun Dao could not contain his exhilaration. Indeed, does wasteful aptitude combined with a wasteful sword technique lead to the creation of miracles? All along, his aptitude had indeed been the most abysmal, yet coupled with this flawed sword technique, it seemed to yield unexpected results. Truly remarkable. Precisely. The old man sighed contentedly, stroking his beard. With 5 spiritual roots? To achieve a breakthrough in cultivation, one must fill all 5 danchans within. The difficulty of cultivation is 5 times that of a single spiritual root at the same level. However, the spiritual energy storage capacity of the 5 spiritual roots is also over 5 times that of a single spiritual root. This explains why, at the same level, a single spiritual root struggles against a 5 spiritual root. After all, one can be exhausted to death. With your 5 spiritual roots combined with my fateful sword, you shall be able to control 5 flying swords, granting you 5 opportunities to determine if your opponent is fated. The power will be significantly enhanced, indeed. Chun Dao nodded in satisfaction. 5 swords. Wait, he suddenly paused mid-sentence, frowning. Did you say 5 flying swords? Yes. Why only 5? 5 is already a considerable number. Ordinarily, practitioners can only control 1. Dio, you think I can control more? I can currently manage only 1. But can 5 flying swords not cover the sky with swords? Naturally not. Then this still does not resolve the issue of precision. But at least you will have 5 chances, will you not? Moreover, once you become proficient, you can attempt again should one strike miss. Surely one will hit eventually? Is that all there is to it? I desire 10,000. 10,000 flying swords? The old man looked at him, slightly speechless. Let us not even discuss whether you can control 10,000 flying swords. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones that would consume? Flying swords are not like other magical artifacts that can be placed outside the body. Flying swords must be nurtured deep within your spiritual roots. You can control as many flying swords as you have spiritual roots. If you wish to control 10,000 flying swords, it's simple. You just need to possess 10,000 spiritual roots. However, everyone's limit is 5 spiritual roots. That is the rule of heaven and earth. Chun Dao felt somewhat dissatisfied with this explanation, pondering for a moment before frowning. Is there truly no way to control 10,000 flying swords? This is certainly non-existent. What are you thinking? The old man waved his hand impatiently, prepared to speak again but hesitated as if recalling something, and then said, "It seems there is indeed one." Chun Dao's eyes lit up once more. "Adoptive father, please enlighten me. As for this, Wu Tianxia, the fastest sword in the world, hesitated for a moment before cautiously continuing. In addition to the path of virtue and the path of battle, when a practitioner reaches the 5 orifices and selects their future path of cultivation, there is another path to choose from. That is, the kingly path. The kingly path? Yes, the kingly path. Those who cultivate the kingly path are unlike other practitioners. There are many stringent conditions and restrictions. For instance, the leader of the Lingquan sect practices the kingly path. To cultivate the kingly path, one must first establish a force, and the method by which you enhance your cultivation is directly tied to the strength of your force. To put it simply, the stronger the individuals under your command, the greater your cultivation will be. The more followers you have, the stronger you will become. This alone is a rather harsh condition. Not everyone is qualified to establish a force. It is not like the Dao Gang, but a truly established sect. Both personal strength and reserves of spirit stones are indispensable. You must possess formidable strength to create a powerful force, yet you need a powerful force to attain considerable strength. Herein lies a conflict, and the greater drawback is that as your followers perish, your strength wanes. If one day all your followers are slain, your cultivation will revert to 0. This point alone discourages many from pursuing the kingly path. However, the benefits of cultivating the kingly path are numerous. For instance, one can harness the fortune of their force, which only those who practice the kingly path can utilize. You can use the fortune of your force as an offensive means, which is a formidable method of attack. Naturally, those who cultivate the kingly path will see their personal strength soar if their force develops swiftly. The reason is simple. Everyone who joins your force will, while enhancing their own strength, also transfer a portion of their cultivation to you. Although this portion is small, the sheer number makes a significant difference. This is why sects eagerly recruit disciples. Moreover, due to the connection with the individuals in your force, you can nurture your flying sword deep within their spiritual roots, achieving the effect of a myriad of swords soaring into the sky. But of course, you need to have at least 10,000 individuals for that. They also cannot use their spiritual roots to nurture the flying sword, but as long as they do not cultivate the sword of fate, they will not require it. Well, that's the gist of it. I am not certain if I have made myself clear, but if you wish to compensate for the precision of the sword of fate with numbers, this may be the only method available. The kingly path? Chen Dao furrowed his brows slightly, pondering for a moment before nodding thoughtfully, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Such a path of cultivation seemed remarkably suited to him. All right. The old man shook his head with a complex expression. You should go and settle your family for now. Tonight, I will prepare body-refining herbs for you, and starting tomorrow, we will commence the medicinal baths. Understood. That evening, Chen Dao and Chen Pingde sat in a cave adorned with animal skins, their expressions serious as they conversed. Father, we currently have 8 bundles of body-refining herbs, enough for 8 individuals to begin the medicinal baths. What are your thoughts? Chen Pingde furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and remained silent. The 8 bundles of body-refining herbs could potentially accommodate 16 individuals for the medicinal baths simultaneously. However, as the herbs would be depleted halfway through, it was imperative to ensure a new supply was available by that point, or all efforts would be in vain. Chapter 59. The first time a disciple paints a picture for the master, to put it plainly. This is a choice between adventure and caution. The more conservative option would be to allocate the herbs solely for 8 individuals. The riskier approach would involve allowing 16 or even 32 individuals to initiate the baths concurrently, necessitating a strategy to procure more body-refining herbs midway. Otherwise, any interruption would nullify all progress. After pondering for a moment, Chen Pingde concluded, I believe it would be safer to allocate these body-refining herbs solely to 8 individuals for the baths. This way, we would not need to take excessive risks. Agreed. Chen Dao exhaled softly. That is also my perspective. Huh? Chen Pingde cast a glance at Chen Dao and couldn't help but chuckle. This doesn't seem like you? Haven't you always believed in seeking wealth through risk? Chen Dao remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. One must take risks when necessary, and be cautious when the situation calls for it. The most important thing is, I do not wish for anyone to perish. I promise to bring them back alive. Indeed. Chen Pingde's expression grew somewhat complex, but he merely nodded without speaking further. Let us not dwell on this. Chen Dao shook his head and continued. The body-refining herbs have been prepared by my master for me. I do not require any from this batch. As for these 8 bundles, father, you shall take 1. Lu Shu will take 1. Niumang will take 1. And the remaining 5 shall be distributed among the brothers. How many for the Menghu gang? Together with you and Lu Shu, the Menghu gang will receive 4 bundles, while the Dao gang and Niumang will also receive 4. Understood. Chen Pingde nodded, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face. That little rascal, how about you let the Dao gang take an extra share this time? After all, the Menghu gang hasn't contributed much this time. It feels a bit like rewarding the idle in no need. Chen Dao replied earnestly. We are all family. There is no need to be so meticulous about division. Besides, these are only 8 bundles of body-refining herbs. I will ensure that each brother receives a share in the future. However, these herbs should not be distributed carelessly. They must be given to the strongest brothers, as this first batch of body-refining herbs is particularly precious and should not be wasted. Chen Pingde narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Chen Dao, pausing for a moment before breaking into a meaningful smile. I understand your intentions. You wish for the Dao gang and Menghu gang to have a bout, don't you? The bonds between men are often forged through conflict. After a fight, they become familiar. That makes sense. The following day, at the previously vacant open ground, Wu Tianxia, the fastest sword in the world, stood grinning at the lively scene before him, noting that it had been quite some time since such a spirited atmosphere had graced this place. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that Zhu Jian had generously donated all the medicinal materials from his pill shop to the Dao Gang, which truly was a remarkable gesture. On the ground, two bare-chested men stared intently at each other, slowly shifting their positions as they sought out weaknesses in their opponent. Meanwhile, the men of the Dao Gang stood nearby, their spirits high as they shouted, "Beat him! Beat him! If you win, you can cultivate." The Menghu Gang, boasting more members, shouted even louder. "Hit him! Why are you just circling around? Just hit him!" Some impatient individuals rushed to the front, exclaiming, "Are you capable or not? If not, step aside and let me." The rules were simple. Each side would first designate their best fighter, and then the remaining 5 would divide the first batch of body-refining herbs. Everyone's spirits were soaring. After all, the 49 bundles of body-refining herbs signified the commencement of their cultivation journey. From this point forward, they would no longer be mere mortals. Wasn't this the very aspiration they had always yearned for? Seeing this, Chen Pingde could hardly contain himself and ran forward, shouting, "Silly Biao, throw your punches. Can't you stop circling around? Stop circling. Are you putting on a show?" Coughing, Silly Biao scratched his head awkwardly. "This is my first time fighting in front of so many people. I am a bit nervous. I've seen those experts fight. Don't they always circle around first? It seems more professional. Professional, my foot. If you don't make a move, I'll replace you." "Don't, boss. I'll go right now." With that, Silly Biao took a deep breath, ceased his circling, and with a fierce shout, swung a punch forward. The man from the Dao Gang also roared in response, throwing a punch to meet his attack. Adoptive father, Chen Dao stood beside Wu Tianxia, the fastest sword in the world, and, noticing his master was in good spirits, cleared his throat and tentatively asked, "What do you think of this batch of individuals?" "Not bad," the old man chuckled, stroking his beard and nodding. "Quite good. This valley hasn't been so lively for a long time, and it feels rather pleasant with the increased vitality, since it feels good. Do you have any plans to accept them as disciples and guide them in their cultivation?" The old man turned his head expressionlessly to Chen Dao. "Put away those crooked thoughts of yours. You are my sole closed-door disciple. Do you understand what that means? It means that after you, I will no longer accept any more, and no worries, there are still ways." Noticing the old man showed no strong signs of rejection, Chen Dao quickly turned toward the group of Dao Gang members who were currently cheering. "Call him adoptive father." In the next moment, a group of individuals who had been shouting loudly just moments ago turned without a hint of hesitation to face Wu Tianxia, the greatest sword of the world. Kneeling on one knee and bowing their heads slightly, they reverently proclaimed, "We pay our respects to our adoptive father." This was a performance they had rehearsed the previous night, and their execution was remarkably swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. The old man stared at the scene before him, his mouth agape in shock, and he pointed at Chen Dao, exclaiming furiously, "I absolutely refuse to accept adopted sons. If word of this gets out, I will be utterly humiliated. I have never even touched a woman's rear end in my life, and now I have so many adopted sons. Good grief." Chen Dao lowered his head, awkwardly touching his nose, and said, "Adoptive father, please do not be angry. Let us consider this from a different perspective. You need not provide them with spirit stones or medicinal herbs. We merely hope that you can offer them guidance during their cultivation. After all, without a powerful and experienced senior like yourself to provide direction, they will surely struggle to make any significant progress. Most importantly, do you not wish for your famed sword to gain recognition throughout the martial world? Just think, with so many adopted sons, your reputation will only grow larger. Furthermore, if I choose to follow the path of the righteous and establish a sect in the future, you will be the esteemed elder. And your status and prestige in the martial world will be undeniable. Above all, should anyone dare to bully you, these dozens of adopted sons will stand as your most loyal support." The old man fell silent for a moment before he murmured, "This is the first time I have encountered a disciple painting such grand visions for their master." Chapter 60. The 10th disciple, Chen Dao, pays homage to his master with a serious expression. Chun Dao spoke. This is not mere fanciful dreaming. It is sincerity. Adoptive father, you are of advanced age, having faked your death to escape Linghuan's sect, and you can only hide away in this secluded place, even fearing to show your face. Yet, I believe you yearn for the bustling lights of countless homes, even if you find yourself constrained. We have come here with genuine intentions, if you earnestly guide us. Once we establish ourselves and become equal to Linghuan's sect, I trust that you will be able to appear openly in any city. Wu Tianxia, the greatest sword of the world, remained silent for a moment before he sighed deeply and said, Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Upon hearing this, the members of the Dao gang exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up, and one by one they retrieved tea from their robes, kneeling on one knee and bowing their heads as they said in unison, Adoptive father, please enjoy this tea. Enjoy tea? Nonsense. The old man glanced at them, somewhat speechless. I have no desire for tea. You all can drink it yourselves. You even prepared tea in advance. This was clearly premeditated. At that moment, an even louder and more resonant voice called out from the side, We pay our respects to our adoptive father. The members of the fierce tiger gang also knelt, bowing their heads in solemnity. Chen Pingda hurriedly ran to the old man's side, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness as he stammered, Adoptive father. It is said that having a multitude of adopted sons is even more fulfilling than having a garden of students. Since you have already accepted the Dao gang as your adopted sons, surely you would not mind the members of the fierce tiger gang as well. There is nothing more impressive than having hundreds of adopted sons to aid you in making a name for yourself in the martial world. At the beginning, Chen Pingda stumbled over the title of adoptive father, but by the end, his words flowed more smoothly, even revealing a trace of genuine emotion. Chen Dao watched in disbelief as his father spoke, having always thought himself shameless, only to realize that his father surpassed him in audacity. Truly, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Wu Tianxia, the greatest sword of the world, hastily grasped Chen Pingda's shoulders, his expression pained and his voice trembling as he said, Brother, could you please rise? Let me collect my thoughts. My mind is a bit muddled right now. Take your time, adoptive father, Chun Dao replied. The old man then sat on a wooden stump, staring at the array of muscular men kneeling before him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was about to ascend to a throne. Just moments ago, he had been observing these individuals sparring, and now it had escalated to so many of them acknowledging him as their adoptive father. How had this progression occurred? Wait a minute, how did he end up with so many adopted sons? He had never formally accepted any. Where did the first adopted son even come from? Glancing sideways at Chen Dao, he suddenly realized that it all stemmed from the boy's proclamation, once a master, always a father, which inexplicably led to this situation. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse under his breath, feeling a headache coming on as he turned to Chen Pingda. Brother, you should retract that title of adoptive father. Judging by appearances, we are not far apart in age, and if this title spreads, my old face will be thoroughly disgraced. Moreover, the hierarchy is all wrong. Your son acknowledges me as an adoptive father. And this is utter nonsense. The old man's face darkened as he interrupted his own thoughts, realizing that this matter was becoming too convoluted. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget about these convoluted titles. You are all my disciples, and we shall maintain the master-disciple relationship. Very well. Chun Dao's eyes brightened as he knelt once more. 10th disciple, Chun Dao, pays homage to his master. Then, one by one, the others followed suit. 11th disciple, Chen Pingda, pays homage to his master. The members of the Dao gang stepped forward as well. 12th disciple, Niu Mang, pays homage to his master. 26th disciple, Ba Jie, pays homage to his master. 45th disciple, Sha Biao, pays homage to his master. 108th disciple, Zhong Meng, pays homage to his master. 139th disciple, Lu Li, pays homage to his master. Ah! The old man surveyed the multitude of disciples before him, a serene expression settling on his face. How wonderful! I never imagined I would have so many disciples in my lifetime. With satisfaction, Chun Dao moved closer to the old man, offering him a gentle back rub. Once he saw the old man's expression soften, he cautiously inquired, "Master, I recall you mentioned yesterday that as your disciple, you would cover the costs of spirit stones and medicinal herbs." The old man froze in place, his expression impassive as he turned to Qian Dao. "I did not quite catch that. Would you kindly repeat it?" "Ahem. It's nothing, just a casual question." "Humph." The old man snorted coldly before responding. "The spirit stones loaded onto those carts are sufficient for your needs. Do not be too greedy." Qian Dao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Master, you knew?" "Of course." The spiritual energy was seeping out through the cracks of the carts. "If you couldn't see it, how could I possibly miss it?" "Huh." Qian Dao suddenly seemed to grasp something. "Can cultivators all see it?" "Naturally. And Uncle Wu Jujian can see it too. Isn't that obvious?" The old man shot a glance at Qian Dao, pondering for a moment before breaking into a smile. "What? You didn't think Jujian could see it, did you? How amusing. Ha 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 ha." Qian Dao's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. Meanwhile, Chen Pingde felt even more awkward, recalling how long they had performed in front of Wu Jujian. Wishing he could just sink into the ground, at that moment, Qian Dao hurriedly interjected, "Master, I did not intend to keep anything from you. It was merely—" The old man shook his head, interrupting Qian Dao. "No need to explain that, I understand. Having a bit of caution is not a fault." However, he slowly rose, surveying the array of strong men before him. "Since you all recognize me as your master, I must find a way to assist you in obtaining your body-refining medicinal herbs. This is indeed a vast quantity." The old man couldn't help but curse again before continuing, "Do not expect me to foot the bill, but I can certainly guide you to where you can find them." "In the capital city." "The capital city?" The old man's expression turned serious as he nodded. "Dower, are you aware of the relationship between the Great Zhou Kingdom and the various sects?" Chen Dao pondered for a moment before responding. "From what I have observed, the major sects seem to hold more power than the Great Zhou Kingdom." No, the old man shook his head gravely. "To be precise, the major sects are dependent on the Great Zhou Kingdom. Yet they remain independent of it." Chapter 61. You all seem to be quite unconventional. The primary point to convey is that the Great Zhou Kingdom has been endeavoring in recent years to undermine certain established sects while simultaneously supporting the rise of emerging sections. The conditions offered are exceptionally generous, including substantial amounts of spiritual stones, elixirs, and magical treasures, as long as these nascent sects acknowledge their allegiance to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Furthermore, the Great Zhou Kingdom has insinuated that merely a superficial acknowledgement of allegiance suffices. And in reality, they would not impose any commands upon the sections. However, even with such leniency, only a handful of sects are willing to acknowledge their loyalty to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Chen Dao, deep in thought, nodded slightly. "Is it because other sects will ostracize them?" "It is far more severe than that." The elder shook his head, his expression grave. "There are too many conflicts of interest between some established sects and the Great Zhou Kingdom. Even if they wish to do so, they find themselves unable to act, trapped by their circumstances. Conversely, the emerging sects face no such concerns. However, the established sects will not only ostracize any sect that acknowledges allegiance to the Great Zhou Kingdom, but may even unite their elite forces to obliterate the compliant sect, serving as a warning to others contemplating similar thoughts. Over the years, 6 emerging sects have openly declared their allegiance to the Great Zhou Kingdom, and without exception, all 6 have been exterminated. The 6th sect even relocated its base to the capital. Yet, on a rainy night, the gates of the capital were breached, and that sect was annihilated right under the watchful eyes of a certain individual. Qian Dao, perplexed, furrowed his brow. With such provocation, wouldn't that individual display some displeasure? Naturally, there was displeasure. It is said that on that day, the sound of shattering porcelain could be frequently heard from within the palace. Yet, what could be done? That individual could not mobilize an army to declare war on the sect, for that would swiftly lead to the Great Zhou Kingdom's annihilation by neighboring states. In 2 months, the capital will once again host the annual Great Zhou Stick Tournament. All newly established sects will participate in the competition, with generous rewards for the top 10. The reward for first place is particularly lavish, providing enough resources for a mortal to break through to the body refinement stage, 100 portions, to be precise. However, the first place also comes with an additional condition. The public declaration of allegiance to the Great Zhou Kingdom. In previous years, participants typically aimed for second to ninth place, viewing first place with trepidation. As expected, the results have not disappointed. The sects unfortunate enough to claim first place in recent years have seen their graves grow several feet high. Jianghu, contemplating, nodded. Master, do you mean we should aim for second to ninth place? No. The elder shook his head. Given your current strength, how could you compete for second to ninth place? You should aim for first place. No one will contend with you for it. First place? Jianghu frowned. Isn't the mortality rate for that position excessively high? It is somewhat elevated. The elder's expression turned serious. However, the rewards are extraordinarily generous. First and foremost, the Great Zhou Kingdom is eager to foster a sect that openly acknowledges its allegiance. They desire that reputation. Moreover, to demonstrate the benefits of allegiance to the Great Zhou Kingdom, they will undoubtedly provide robust support, far beyond your expectations. Of course, there are risks involved. The previous 6 sects were completely annihilated primarily due to their excessive pride. The leaders of the first 5 sects sought the support of the Great Zhou Kingdom while simultaneously wishing to avoid becoming public enemies in the martial world, thus offering a significant portion of the elixirs and treasures bestowed by the Great Zhou Kingdom to several major sects in hopes of gaining their protection. Alas, they received the items but still faced destruction. The 6th sect attempted to be clever by relocating to the capital. However, fearing the disgrace of being perceived as cowardly, they only found a small courtyard near the city gates. Avoiding proximity to the palace and even refusing the protective forces dispatched by that individual, their excessive pride ultimately led to their demise. But you are different. The elder cast a complex glance at everyone. You are less constrained by such trivialities. When you receive substantial support, there will be countless ways to survive. For instance, you could relocate right beside the palace. If you truly do not care about the rumors in the martial world, you may even have the entire sect enter the palace to seek positions. Any position will do, as long as you can enter. Alternatively, you could approach the high-ranking officials in the capital and declare them as your adoptive fathers. One by one, you could claim all 36 high-ranking officials in the capital as your adoptive fathers. Should you establish a sect and openly declare allegiance to the Great Zhou Kingdom, you would effectively become indispensable to them, let alone being adopted as sons. As long as you are unafraid of being labeled cowardly in the martial world, residing in the palace would be feasible, with 3 armies stationed outside for protection. In such circumstances, it would be challenging for you to meet your end. However, your reputation might become irreparably tainted. After a moment of peculiar silence, Jianghu finally said thoughtfully, Master, you may have some misconceptions about us. We are not the type to casually adopt fathers. After a pause, he raised an eyebrow. However, is the support truly that significant? It is immensely substantial. That 100 portions of body refining materials are merely the visible part. Behind the scenes, you will receive whatever you desire and be expedited to grow rapidly. Chun Pingda nodded in understanding. I am beginning to grasp the intent of that individual. They seek a supported sect to serve as a benchmark. Correct? Precisely. Thus, the closer you draw to that individual, to the palace, and the more officials you recognize as adoptive fathers, the more pleased that individual will be in their eyes. This would serve as an exemplary model of martial sects aligning with the Great Zhou Kingdom. The previous 6 sects met their demise largely due to their indecision, failing to steadfastly choose the Great Zhou Kingdom and even rejecting military protection from it. Chapter 62. The growth of the Dao sect will commence with the recognition of fathers in the capital. I understand. Jianghu nodded seriously. Master, you need not elaborate further. Let us set forth. He then gazed expectantly into the distance. The growth of the Dao sect will indeed commence with the recognition of fathers in the capital. Chun Pingda also nodded in deep agreement. But must we only recognize those officials as adoptive fathers? It feels somewhat precarious. Do you think that individual would be willing to acknowledge 130 sons? Perhaps that could even position us for the throne. The elder fell silent, his expression inscrutable. He understood that for this group, matters of face held little significance. Were it any other sect, such actions would indeed be a source of immense shame, and their disciples would feel deeply humiliated. Yet, he glanced at the robust individuals below, each face brimming with anticipation, devoid of any hint of disgrace. However, If these individuals could indeed align their actions with their words, they could swiftly grow into a formidable force. Well then, master, shall we depart? Depart? The elder muttered an expletive under his breath. There are still 2 months until it begins. What's the rush? Follow me. I need to prepare some medicinal baths for you. By the way, when we go to the capital to recognize fathers, you must not mention my name, Wu Tianxia, the first fast sword. What is it? I still wish for master to assume the role of the supreme elder. Forget it. The elder's lips twitched slightly. I still have my dignity. I cannot afford to lose face like that. Several wooden barrels filled with brown medicinal liquid were arranged in a spacious clearing. The liquid stung as if it were filled with thorns, causing a sensation akin to countless ants burrowing into the skin, both itchy and painful. Qian Dao gritted his teeth to suppress any sounds of discomfort, and to distract himself from the pain, he gasped heavily and trembled. Master, you mentioned that those who practiced the path of kings would lose cultivation upon the death of their subordinates? What of it? Then wouldn't your feigned death to escape from Linghuan's sect be known to all the sect leaders? The elder, seated on a wooden stump sipping tea, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Do you really think the death of a single person would cause the leader's cultivation to diminish? What else? It isn't that complicated. If that were the case, would those sects dare to go to war? If they fought and their own cultivation diminished to 0, what would be the point? But master, you said, the notion that the death of a subordinate would cause a loss in cultivation is merely a generalization. The specifics are much more intricate. The cultivation of those who follow the path of kings is intrinsically linked to the fortunes of their sect. These fluctuations in fortune are entirely normal. For example, if many individuals within the sect recently suffered from stomach ailments, the sect's fortune may decline slightly if several individuals lose their wives during childbirth, leading to profound sorrow. That too would result in a decline in fortune. Internal strife within the sect can swiftly diminish fortune, whereas harmony and unity would lead to an increase if a formidable enemy approaches. Causing unrest among the populace, fortune will also decline. However, if the sect leader steps forward to calm the people, the fortune may rise accordingly. Conversely, if the entire sect harbors animosity towards another sect, even if members of their own sect perish along the way, the prevailing spirit of the populace could lead to an increase in fortune. In simpler terms, this fate is merely a manifestation of one's power and influence. It is not solely determined by life or death. Rather, fate fluctuates daily, and as long as there are no mass instances of false death, it remains imperceptible. At this moment, Qian Dao, enlightened, nodded thoughtfully, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and continued. Aside from the paths of kingship, virtue, and combat, are there other paths to choose from? That would indeed be as plentiful as hair. The elder casually seized a roasted sweet potato, blew on it a few times, and without peeling it, stuffed it into his mouth. After swallowing, he spoke. For instance, there is the path of seduction. It is a path dedicated to women. The more men they attract, the stronger their cultivation becomes. In larger cities, nearly all the young ladies in the brothels are practitioners of this path. There even exists the path of slumber, where the longer one sleeps, the stronger their cultivation grows. As long as their lifespan allows, one could sleep for a millennium and emerge virtually invincible. There are all sorts of chaotic paths. Everyone has their own. There is even the path of childbirth, wherein the more children one bears, the higher their cultivation. However, regardless of the path, the selection begins at the 5 apertures choosing path realm. Upon reaching this realm, 3 paths will emerge based on the experiences and obsessions of one's earlier life, allowing for a choice, hence the origin of the choosing path realm. Qian Dao's mouth gradually fell agape, momentarily struggling to grasp the absurdity of it all. He had always regarded cultivation as a sacred endeavor. Why, then, would the act of bearing children lead to such a significant increase in one's power? It indeed seemed rather nonsensical. The elder, unable to suppress his astonishment, remarked, "These paths were developed by later generations. It is said that originally, only the path of combat existed, which relied on spirit stones for cultivation. However, spirit stones eventually became insufficient for the multitude of practitioners. Those without spirit stones who still desired to cultivate gradually pioneered these intricate yet stone-free paths, thereby benefiting the community." He then shook his head, lamenting, "Now I regret not choosing the path of the master. Had I done so, with so many disciples like you, my cultivation would have soared. Enough of this idle chatter. Immerse yourself in the potion." A month later, boom. Qian Dao, bare-chested, satisfiedly retracted his right fist, gazing at the massive tree before him, which bore the imprint of his punch, and could not help but grin widely. The effects of a month of medicinal baths combined with body training were indeed remarkable. Curiously, his original muscle mass had slightly diminished, rendering him seemingly more slender, yet the strength brewing within him was incomparable to what it had been before. Meanwhile, Chen Pingda was excitedly exchanging punches with Liuzi nearby. "Come on again. Too slow. Once more." Liuzi, wearing a resigned expression, complied, appearing much more spirited than before, his strikes imbued with greater vigor, his eyes reflecting a mixture of exasperation and amusement as he regarded his elder. Just then, Wu Tianxia, the fastest sword in the realm, suddenly descended, stepping onto an ancient sword. Looking somewhat fatigued, he tossed a wooden umbrella into Qian Dao's arms. "This wooden umbrella, I sought the assistance of an old acquaintance to appraise it. It is indeed a magical artifact. Magical artifacts can only be wielded by foundation-building cultivators. The boxing gloves in the hands of that receiving elder are also magical artifacts, intended for those below the foundation-building stage, specifically for the Five Apertures realm. However, the efficacy of your magical artifact is somewhat." Chapter 63. Is the efficacy of this magical artifact rather poor? What? Chen Dao furrowed his brow, expressing slight disappointment. Is the efficacy of this magical artifact rather poor? He held a certain anticipation for this artifact. After all, it was the first magical artifact he had received upon entering the cultivation world. It cannot be described as poor. The elder paused awkwardly before continuing. Although this magical artifact resembles a wooden umbrella, it lacks the ability to shield from rain. In truth, this item, which bears a striking resemblance to a wooden umbrella, is essentially a sword case for sword cultivators. A sword case. Indeed, its sole function is to nourish spiritual swords, allowing them to retain their sentience, and it can simultaneously nurture multiple swords. For instance, ordinarily, if a person possesses 5 spiritual roots, they can nurture up to 5 spiritual swords within their body. However, with the aid of this sword case, one can nurture even more. This wooden umbrella has 12 ribs. Each rib allows for the nurturing of 1 spiritual sword, totaling 12 spiritual swords. This item is quite fitting for our path of affinity swords. Chen Dao's expression initially brightened with joy, but he soon fell into contemplation. After a moment, he inquired, "Master, do you believe there exists a sword technique capable of simultaneously manipulating multiple flying swords with precision?" "No." The elder's expression soured. "The reason our affinity sword technique is so swift, to the extent that even gold core cultivators cannot evade its speed, is quite simple. Typically, when a cultivator manipulates a flying sword, their consciousness must remain tightly bound to the sword. Only then can they achieve pinpoint accuracy. However, if their consciousness travels with the sword, its speed cannot be overly rapid. Moreover, if one were to be ambushed during this time, they might find themselves unable to evade and consequently meet their demise. Our affinity sword technique is swift precisely because, at the moment the flying sword is launched, the consciousness is severed, leaving it to fate whether one has an affinity with the opponent. Therefore, the sword technique you seek does not exist. Very well, this wooden umbrella is yours. The method of manipulation is straightforward. Once you break through to the 1 aperture body realm and reach the 2 apertures chi realm, you may utilize this magical artifact. Of course, this is only a rudimentary usage. To wield it skillfully, you must await your ascension to the foundation-building stage. Take some time to ponder this wooden umbrella. It should possess other functions, as any artificer capable of crafting a device that mimics human spiritual roots to create 12 ribs for nourishing spiritual swords must be at least a master artificer. A master artificer's creations, even when casually crafted, will not merely possess these effects, and no need to worry. Continue your body training. Another 20 days later, Chen Dao let out a mighty roar, clenching his fist tightly, swinging it in a half-circle before striking it forcefully into the massive tree before him. Bang! His fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, plunged into the trunk. Good, good, good. Dao Master, impressive. Accompanying this punch, cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. The members of the Dao Association gathered around, their faces alight with excitement and envy as they applauded. Qian Dao, however, remained composed. In a place unseen by others, he slowly withdrew his right fist from the tree trunk, discreetly concealing it behind his back, and cast a glance at the crowd, softly stating, "Niu Mang. Here, the breakthrough to the one aperture body realm has successfully occurred, including for the members of the Fierce Tiger Gang." Indeed, after the members of the Fierce Tiger Gang dispersed, Qian Dao could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of amusement as he brought his blood-stained right fist before him, swiftly wiping away the blood and wood splinters before exhaling a sigh of relief. One must admit, breaking through to the one aperture body realm felt like an earth-shattering transformation compared to before. If one were to measure his strength, he could easily defeat 10 of his former self, a mere mortal. This single punch, in particular, held tremendous power. When it struck the tree trunk, his fist was completely embedded within it. Were this punch to land on a person's abdomen, it would undoubtedly puncture through, leaving no armor intact and sealing the fate of their internal organs. Yet, while the power was immense, he felt the pain as well. After delivering this punch, he had no knowledge of how his enemy felt, but he could distinctly sense the throbbing pain in his right fist, as the splinters had embedded themselves into the back of his hand. Just then, Niu Mang approached, accompanied by several burly men. Aside from Chen Pingda and Liuzi, all those who had broken through to the one aperture body realm were present. "Dao Master, the others have arrived." Chen Dao nodded, scanning the crowd. With one hand resting behind him, supporting the wooden umbrella, he let his eyelids droop in silence for a moment before softly speaking. "You all are members of my father's Fierce Tiger Gang. The reason you have been able to break through to the one aperture body realm this time is that I hope you at least know who provided you with the medicinal materials for your training. You must remember this favor. Do not mistake the benefactor." The men from the Fierce Tiger Gang exchanged glances before hesitantly clasping their fists in respect, saying, "We brothers will never forget the favor bestowed by the young master." Chen Dao nodded slightly, casually replying, "It's nothing. You may leave." After the group departed, Niu Mang leaned closer, his eyes glinting as he queried, "So, Dao Master, are you planning to seize power?" "Seize what power?" Chen Dao replied, slightly exasperated, casting a glance at Niu Mang. "What power would there be to seize from my father?" "The power of the Fierce Tiger Gang. That, it is merely to ensure they remember who provided the medicine." "Enough?" Qian Dao paused, then turned to face the gathered individuals, a gentle smile breaking forth. "So, how does it feel to be cultivators?" Niu Mang, with an expression of exuberance, laughed heartily as he raised his left arm to pat his solid muscles, proclaiming with pride, "I am not boasting, Dao Yi. In my current state, should I charge through the city gates once more, I, Niu Mang, could easily tear apart the entire garrison single-handedly. I could do it too." Beside him, a bronze-skinned man, refusing to be outdone, thumped his chest and declared, "I even feel capable of contending with Niu Mang for the second position." Niu Mang paused, turning his impassive gaze towards the man beside him. "Lu Jianghu, have you lost your senses?" Coughing awkwardly under Niu Mang's scrutiny, Lu Jianghu replied softly, "I only mentioned it was a feeling. It appears I was mistaken." "Ha!" Observing Lu Jianghu's retreat, Niu Mang scoffed derisively, yet his back straightened even more, exuding the image of a stalwart man, completely shedding the sense of humiliation from being trapped in a hidden chamber, awaiting his fate in the alchemical furnace. "By the way, Dao Yi," Lu Jianghu hesitated, stammering, "My wife expressed a desire to cultivate." Niu Mang, taken aback, could not contain his fury and slapped Lu Jianghu's head. "I know you're soft-hearted, but I didn't expect you to be this soft. How dare you voice your wife's whims? What, do you mean to say that while all the brothers in Daobang are still waiting for their medicinal herbs, you want to share for your wife first?" "That is not what I meant," Lu Jianghu protested, crouching on the ground in grievance, cradling his head. "I was just asking." "You dare to ask?" Niu Mang's anger flared, ready to roll up his sleeves. "Enough!" Chen Dao interjected calmly, gently lifting Lu Jianghe from the ground and patting his shoulder a few times before smiling. The medicinal herbs for body refinement are indeed prioritized for the brothers. The first batch will certainly be used by Daobang's members. But do not worry, once all the brothers break through to the Qitong Tea realm, the remaining herbs will be used for their families. Ensuring that each and every one becomes a cultivator, I promise to lead each of you to become cultivators. Lu Jianghe's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his jaw clenched as he trembled. Dao Yi, with your words, I, Lu Jianghe, am willing to sacrifice my life for you. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks, his breath hitching with emotion. Chen Dao, taken aback by the profound expression on Lu Jianghe's face, found his hand, which had been resting on Lu Jianghe's shoulder, momentarily frozen in midair. Lu Jianghe. Niumang stared expressionlessly at Lu Jianghe's dramatic display, speechless. Isn't this a bit over the top? This is a genuine expression of emotion. Lu Jianghe insisted, kneeling on one knee, drawing forth a large blade from his robe and plunging it into the ground as he gazed up at Dao Yi, his voice rising again. I, Lu Jianghe, am willing to sacrifice my life for you. Chen Dao fell silent for a moment, awkwardly retracting his hand from midair, stiffly stating, actually, there's no need for sacrifice. Living is preferable. No, I insist on sacrificing myself. All right, enough. You may rise. Chen Dao looked at Lu Jianghe, who remained kneeling, and rubbed his temples in mild exasperation, then turned to the two other brothers from Daobang who had also broken through to the Qitong Tea realm along with Niumang. You all may leave as well. After they departed, Chen Dao gazed at their retreating figures, unable to suppress a laugh. Lu Jianghe's display had indeed been somewhat exaggerated. Yet what Niumang failed to perceive was that Lu Jianghe was not merely putting on a show. He was making a declaration. Yes, a declaration. Lu Jianghe had engaged in a dialogue with him through an expression that, although exaggerated, conveyed a message understood only by the two of them. It must be said that despite their various misfortunes leading them to a life of banditry, these individuals were not foolish. They were, in fact, quite astute. He appreciated intelligent people. With a gentle shake of his head, Chen Dao strode forward, for the time had come to make their way to the capital. Dour, on the official road leading to the capital, Chen Pingde glanced anxiously ahead at the scarcely populated pebble path. Do you think this journey to the capital will go smoothly? It will. Why? Ultimately, everything tends to resolve for the better. And what if it doesn't? Then it simply hasn't reached its conclusion. Wu Tianxia, the foremost swordsman, had also set forth alongside them, though his master remained hidden within a carriage, disguised as a coachman. After all, his current identity was that of a deceased sect leader from Lingquan's sect, and thus he could not afford to be openly visible at that moment. They had yet to encounter any pursuit from Lingquan's sect. The situation was still brewing, akin to the calm before a storm. Seated in the driver's seat of the lead carriage, Chen Dao held a wooden umbrella, staring silently ahead for a moment before speaking. Do you know why the Great Zhou Kingdom is so eager to have a sect publicly declare allegiance to it? Niumang pondered for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, because they desire unification. Not entirely accurate. Chen Dao shook his head, his expression serene. Though my master did not elaborate, it is evident that the person from the Great Zhou Kingdom practices the path of kingship. Their urgency for a sect to publicly announce allegiance is simple to deduce. They seek both fame and power. This individual wishes to elevate the Great Zhou Kingdom to a higher status. I aspire to occupy that position as well. Niumang mused for a moment before becoming excited. Then when Dao Yi occupies that position, can I be appointed as a prime minister? Absolutely not. Why not? You are too foolish to, Then what position can I have? Chief eunuch? No, Dao Yi. Why not let Lu Jianghe take the position of chief eunuch? Just imagine his wife's expression then. It would be quite amusing enough. Chen Dao lightly shook his head, gazing at the crimson horizon, lost in thought as he murmured, if I were to occupy that position, the world would surely become even more splendid. Dao Yi. Why do you wish to occupy that position so much? Don't you? I do not. It seems too exhausting. The affairs in the palace are far too troublesome. Do you understand such matters, Dao Yi? Naturally, I do not. But there are those who do. Moreover, Chen Dao suddenly chuckled, glancing at Niumang. Do you not think that this individual, so eager for fame and power, harbors some personal desires. My master may not have mentioned it, but it can be inferred. Just as sect forces ascend when their fortune reaches a certain threshold, the Great Zhou Kingdom is likely to ascend as well. In time, the Great Zhou Kingdom could even evolve into the Great Zhou, Celestial Kingdom, a realm where all cultivate and everyone is as a dragon. That moment, a seemingly delicate maiden appeared on the official road ahead, slightly staggering as she ran towards them. Upon spotting Qin Dao and his group, her eyes lit up, and before she even arrived, her voice rang out, "Big brother, you've finally come to rescue me." Her voice sounded extraordinarily pitiful, and without a moment's pause, she dashed into the midst of Qin Dao's group. Just then, a group of men wielding knives pursued closely behind, their faces dark as they halted before Qin Dao's group. The leader stepped forward, casting a glance at Qin Dao and solemnly declaring, "This thieving girl has defiled the statues of our past sect leaders from the Fian sect. This grudge must be avenged. Hand over the thief within 3 breaths, or we shall consider you all as blood enemies of the Fian sect." Qin Dao regarded the group of approximately 30 individuals with a slightly sullen expression. Remaining silent, this was an unwarranted disaster. This matter had nothing to do with him. He was merely a scapegoat. Without hesitation, he turned to Niumang beside him. "Go and retrieve the girl." "Understood." Then he addressed the group before him. "We are merely passing through and do not know this woman, nor do we intend to interfere in your conflict." "That's good to hear." The leader of the opposing group visibly relaxed at this, for it was preferable to avoid conflict. Otherwise, dealing with these people could prove troublesome. However, moments later, Niumang returned with an awkward expression. "It seems the girl possesses some skills. We searched for ages and couldn't find her anywhere." Just then, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended from above. An elderly man, his head crowned with white hair, descended gracefully on a flying sword, his voice calm yet laced with coldness. "Who dares to pursue my granddaughter?" "Grandfather!" Accompanied by a chorus of jubilant exclamations, the young maiden suddenly materialized from the void, dashing into the embrace of the elderly gentleman, her expression brimming with excitement as she playfully whined, "Thank goodness you arrived early, Grandpa. Otherwise, they would have bullied me, yeah." At that moment, upon witnessing the old man descend from the heavens, the man opposite them swiftly comprehended the identities of this grandfather-granddaughter duo. His countenance shifted from crimson to ashen. After a brief pause, he stiffly clasped his fists together and, bowing his head, nervously addressed the elder with feigned respect. "I did not intend to offend the granddaughter of the esteemed Jianghu Tong. It was merely that your granddaughter was." Before he could finish, a resounding thud echoed through the air, as if a wave of ethereal energy had surged forth. In the next instant, the man who had just begun to speak was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. He was utterly powerless to resist, soaring through the air in a crimson arc, landing heavily, his life hanging by a thread. The other men, witnessing this, dared not voice their anger as they hastily lifted their comrade's limp body, their heads bowed in shame as they scurried away. Jianghu Tong cast a disdainful glance at the fleeing group. "They don't even recognize my granddaughter. How utterly arrogant. Grandpa, you're amazing." Yeah, nestled in her grandfather's embrace, looked up with a sweet smile before pointing toward Qin Dao and his companions. "Grandpa, those people just now wanted to capture me." Bam! This time, Qin Dao and his group had little chance to resist. With a single strike, they were all sent reeling, blood pouring from their mouths, while their cart was overturned. Fortunately, prior to their departure, his master had provided him with ample storage bags to stow away spirit stones. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Qin Dao, his expression dark as a storm cloud, staggered to his feet, feeling the stabbing pain in his chest and the warm blood surging in his throat. His eyes filled with hatred as he glanced at the 2 figures before him, committing their appearances to memory. He recognized Jianghu Tong, the man who had cursed Wu Jiujin for 30 years. Grandpa is truly formidable. At that moment, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the wooden umbrella in Qin Dao's hand, exclaiming, "Grandpa, I want that wooden umbrella he has." "Very well." Jianghu Tong, his face radiating affection, ruffled the girl's hair, and with a mere flick of his finger, The umbrella slipped from Chan Dao's grasp and into his own. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, remarking, "It turns out to be a magical artifact. This lad is indeed fortunate. But since Yaya likes it, I shall grant it to you." "Thank you, Grandpa. You are so wonderful," the girl beamed, her laughter ringing out. "Grandpa is so good, Grandpa is so good." In a chorus of laughter, Jianghu Tong took Yaya's small hand and strolled forward. Though their pace was slow, each step covered considerable ground. Throughout, they did not cast a single glance at Qin Dao and his companions. Nor did they exhibit any intention of conversing. With great difficulty, Qin Dao rose from the ground, a violent cough escaping him as he expelled the blood from his throat. "Dao Yi, are you all right?" Qin Dao shook his head grimly. "Go assess the casualties." "Understood." Moments later, Niumeng hurried over, his expression grave. "A few brothers' families sustained serious injuries, but medicinal pills have temporarily staved off the worst. Thankfully, there are no fatalities." "Good." Qin Dao let out a slight sigh of relief, though a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes as he murmured, "Into the capital, within 3 days. I shall take the heads of Jianghu Tong and that vile woman." At that moment, Wu Tianxia, the fastest sword in the world, approached with a complex expression. "I cannot defeat him, I know." Qin Dao shook his head, remaining silent. "Jianghu Tong's cultivation is far superior. Currently, you are no match for him. He did not memorize your appearance, so for the time being, he is not a significant threat. We can afford to bide our time. I cannot wait. If the ones I wish to kill remain alive, I cannot even eat. His cultivation surpasses yours by a considerable margin." Qin Dao raised his gaze to the old man, his expression icy as he spoke each word with precision. "Cultivators are still human. If they are human, they can die." With that, he strode forward, joining his fellow Daoist brothers to right the overturned cart. The old man watched Qin Dao's retreating figure, momentarily taken aback. For some inexplicable reason, in that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed an unwavering conviction in Qin Dao's eyes, a belief that he could assuredly slay Jianghu Tong within 3 days. Yet, several years prior, Jianghu Tong's renown had already spread throughout the Dezhou kingdom, even eclipsing the reputation of Ling Quan's sect. Though he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, his fierce protection of his granddaughter and his unreasonable, tyrannical demeanor, coupled with his formidable strength, had rendered him a figure whom all despised yet none dared confront within the borders of Dezhou. In light of this, the old man could not fathom why a mere qi condensation cultivator like Qin Dao was so confident in his ability to kill Jianghu Tong in just 3 days. Had he acted earlier, he might have had a slim chance of inflicting serious injury or even defeating Jianghu Tong. But the odds were too low, and he did not dare to gamble. A failed bet would expose his identity, and Jianghu Tong would no longer hold back. They would all perish here. Soon, the group cleaned up and set off along the official road once more. However, this time, the atmosphere was thick with oppression and anger, yet more so with a sense of helplessness. Jianghu Tong's cultivation was overwhelmingly superior, to the point that they lacked even the courage to draw their blades in defense. Meanwhile, Qin Dao remained focused ahead, his expression calm as he uttered not a word, quietly calculating his next move. What belonged to Qin Dao was not something just anyone could claim. Chapter 66. You say this millennium ginseng was grown by your family? 3 days later, Qin Dao and his companions came to a halt. After a long journey, each of them bore the marks of fatigue. "We've finally arrived." Wu Tianxia, the fastest sword in the world, gazed with a complicated expression at the moss-covered city wall before him. "This is the capital, the heart of the Dezhou kingdom, and the city with the largest population of cultivators. It is said that even the street vendors here might be cultivators, or at the very least, acquaintances of someone who is. Of course, this was merely hearsay, as this was his first visit to the capital. The wall before them stood approximately 10 meters high, its reddish-brown stones adorned with patches of moss, exuding a profound sense of history. Yet, curiously, the wall did not rise straight. Rather, it sloped slightly, wider at the base and narrower at the top. When they first set out, the official road was sparsely populated. But as they approached the capital, the number of people increased significantly. A glance around revealed a bustling crowd, filled with merchant caravans heading toward the capital and various passers-by on their own errands. Let us go. Chen Dao shook his head. Let us enter the city. All right. Niumeng quickly cracked the whip, guiding the cart into the line of vehicles streaming into the capital, moving orderly and efficiently. Nearby, a group of soldiers clad in full armor and helmets stood motionless, long spears in hand, in stark contrast to the guards of Stone City. The air around this contingent emanated a chilling aura of strict discipline and brutal bloodshed. Look, Wu Tianxia remarked, following Chen Dao's gaze toward the silent soldiers. These soldiers are entirely clad in black armor, with only a blood-red spear emblazoned on their chests. They are members of the Blood Spear Army. The Blood Spear Army is a military unit directly under the command of a certain figure, and their reputation is formidable. It is said that this very army, at the founding of the nation, stormed into the capital and pierced the heart of the former ruler with a single spear. Of course, the current Blood Spear Army is not composed of the original members. After all, those men have either died or aged. Nevertheless, their renown remains undiminished, and all soldiers within are at least at the third aperture cultivation stage. Chen Dao paused, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the group of soldiers draped in black armor. After a moment's reflection, he frowned and inquired, Master, did you just say that these people are all cultivators? If what you say is true, then there are nearly 10,000 of them, meaning that nearly 10,000 are cultivators? Yes, the old man licked his lips, expressing his astonishment. Indeed, this is merely a visible force of the Dezhou kingdom. The armor these soldiers wear is mass-produced by the kingdom's weaponry workshops. While they may not possess the unique abilities of magical artifacts, they are certainly sufficient for use. The black armor is infused with a small amount of obsidian, making it completely devoid of shine, while effectively resisting the spiritual attacks of cultivators. Do not underestimate them. Despite being merely at the third aperture cultivation stage, many Foundation establishment cultivators have perished at the hands of the Blood Spear Army due to reckless slaughter or violations of the law. However, the Foundation establishment cultivators they have slain are mostly rogue cultivators. Those affiliated with sects come with far too many complications. Chen Dao squinted his eyes, nodding thoughtfully without uttering another word, smoothly passing through the city inspection and entering the capital. The scene before him was momentarily dazzling. Countless vendors shouted from the roadside, while pedestrians strolled about in small groups, engaged in lively conversation. Wu, the fastest sword in the world, glanced at a row of vendors beneath the city wall and couldn't help but chuckle. Did you see that group of vendors by the city wall? That place is known as the Little Bird Market. Most of the goods sold there are only useful to cultivators. However, distinguishing between the genuine and the counterfeit is quite challenging. There's a rule. Once you buy something, the transaction is final. This means that even if you purchase a fake item, once the spirit stones are paid, you're stuck with it. If you complain and try to return it, there will surely be someone to maintain order. Although he had never been to the capital before, he had heard much about the Little Bird Market and had long wished to see it for himself. Chen Dao, lost in thought, nodded and turned to his father. Chen Pingda, Father, please take the brothers and find a courtyard to settle down in the capital. I will wander around with Niumeng to see if I can gather some information. Understood. Chen Pingda replied, his concern evident. Dower, please be cautious, I will accompany you, he added. While the capital is generally safe, it is not uncommon for conflicts to arise among proud cultivators. All right. After pondering for a moment, Chen Dao nodded that he intended to explore the Little Bird Market, and having an experienced companion might prove advantageous. Wu, the fastest sword in the world, surveyed the surroundings and remarked, the annual Great Zhou Staff competition will commence in 3 to 4 days, attracting even more cultivators to the capital. Even the number of vendors has increased. That moment, Chen Dao squatted before a vendor, examining several treasures displayed on a black cloth, which exuded an air of history. He looked up at the vendor, who appeared to be an honest man. Despite being in his middle age, the wrinkles on his face were almost as numerous as those of his master. How much for this ginseng? Chen Dao asked, picking up a ginseng root and weighing it in his hand. It was rare to find aged ginseng, and it would be a good idea to take some back for his Uncle Lu and father to replenish their health. Just a whiff revealed a fragrant aroma, suggesting it was of decent age. Young hero, you have a discerning eye, the vendor exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. You've chosen my most precious item at first glance. This ginseng is over 1,000 years old, homegrown, and absolutely authentic. The vendor patted his chest confidently, as if swearing an oath. Behind him, Niu couldn't help but twitch his lips, casting a strange look at the fervently confident vendor. After a prolonged silence, Chen Dao, maintaining a neutral expression, finally addressed the vendor. You claim this 1,000-year-old ginseng is homegrown? Is there an issue with that? None at all, the vendor replied quickly. Chen Dao shook his head, placing the ginseng back down, intending to leave. Chapter 67. This must be the Dao Master, I presume. As Chen Dao stood up, the vendor quickly called out, Young hero, you haven't even asked the price. Why not inquire? But Chen Dao did not turn back and continued to leave. Seeing this, the vendor's face fell in disappointment as he returned to his seat, muttering to himself, perhaps claiming it's a 1,000-year-old ginseng was too bold. Scaring that young man away without even asking the price. It should have been a 100-year-old ginseng wu, the fastest sword in the world, sighed. That vendor probably added some spices. I've always heard that distinguishing between true and false in the little bird market is difficult, but I didn't expect to find nothing genuine after this round. Chen Dao, feeling slightly disheartened, prepared to leave the market. However, at that moment, he noticed a group of cultivators clad in identical purple robes. Their expressions icy, striding through the little bird market and entering an inn known as the Gathering of Heroes. The old man continued to explain, I don't recognize those individuals, but they are likely participants in the upcoming Great Zhou staff competition. This inn, Gathering of Heroes, was established by the Great Zhou, boasting over 1,000 rooms, specifically built for the annual competition. Most participants will stay here, and all sects attending the event are exempt from any spirit stone fees. Chen Dao paused, turning to the old man with a blank expression. Master, why didn't you mention this earlier? Cough. The old man's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. I forgot. After all, I only heard about the capital. This is my first time here. However, it would be beneficial to gather some information inside. They say all participants exchange news here. Let us go. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dao strode into the inn, with Niu and Wu, the fastest sword in the world, following closely like guardians. Upon entering, 2 attendants approached, bowing respectfully. Greetings, esteemed guest. The Gathering of Heroes Inn is currently open only to factions participating in the Great Zhou staff competition. We hope for your understanding. Chen Dao furrowed his brow and replied sternly, We are here to participate in the Great Zhou staff competition. Ah? The attendants blinked in confusion, glancing behind Chen Dao. They momentarily failed to comprehend the situation, wondering why someone would come to the competition with 2 companions. After a moment, one of them hastily apologized. I apologize for my oversight. May I ask the name of your esteemed sect? After a moment's thought, Chen Dao's eyes glimmered with determination as he replied, Dao Gang. Very well. One attendant swiftly inscribed Dao Gang on the heroes board hanging on the wall, while the other turned to the patrons seated nearby, calling out, Dao Gang has arrived to participate in the Great Zhou staff competition. Please take your seats. Inside the inn, about a dozen tables were arranged, each occupied by several familiar faces engaged in conversation over tea. These individuals were the leaders of various factions attending the competition, while their disciples had already been assigned to the guest rooms. Upon hearing the name Dao Gang, everyone present turned in shock towards the entrance. In an instant, the previously lively inn fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The attendants stood frozen, momentarily bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Niu wore a puzzled expression, wondering when Dao Gang had gained such renown. At that moment, a man clad in martial artist robes rose, his expression serious. He clasped his fists in greeting and addressed Chen Dao. I am the leader of the Tiger Fist sect. Surely, you must be the Dao Master. Chen Dao furrowed his brow in confusion. You recognize me? Of course. The leader of the Tiger Fist sect nodded affirmatively, his eyes reflecting a hint of awe. The reputation of Dao Master precedes you. I have heard tales of your solitary battle against the flying kite merchants, the Zhou family, the Sun family, and the steward of the Qingyun sect in Xianlong City. You shattered their forces and personally beheaded the steward of the Lingquan sect at the city gate, demanding that they send someone to apologize within 3 days, or else Dao Gang would purge the Lingquan sect. Subsequently, the Lingquan sect announced its closure. Chen Dao's eyes widened in confusion. What did all of this have to do with him? He was unaware of having battled so many factions, nor did he understand the situation regarding the Lingquan sect's closure. At this moment, a beautiful woman also stood, her long legs elegantly aligned, her curious gaze fixed on Chun Dao as she coyly inquired, "I am the leader of the Thousand Fan sect. I have heard that you, Dao Master, stormed into Xianlong City out of anger for a woman. May I ask, what kind of woman could capture your heart so deeply?" Chen Dao paused, slightly stiffening, before leaning closer to his master and whispering, "Can they see through my cultivation level?" Wu, the fastest sword in the world, replied with a strange expression. "As long as you don't make a move, those below the golden core stage cannot discern your level." Understanding dawned on Chun Dao as he nodded, then walked over to an empty table, casually stating, "So the Lingquan sect has closed its doors?" "Indeed." The leader of the Tiger Fist sect replied solemnly, "After your solitary battle against multiple factions, the Lingquan sect announced its closure the following day. Someone had gone to investigate, and indeed, all the entrances to the mountain had been sealed off. At this moment, everyone in the room was so subdued that they dared not even interject, let alone speak loudly. It must be noted that the Lingquan sect was a grand sect with golden core cultivators. Such a powerful force had chosen to seal the mountain simply because of a warning from this young man before them. How terrifying must this young man's strength be? He appeared youthful, perhaps even resembling an ageless Yuaning elder. Chen Dao, his expression calm, gently lifted his teacup and nodded slightly, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. He had entered to gather information, yet with this group remaining silent, where could he glean any news? Moreover, after such an experience, he found it hard to trust the hearsay he had previously relied upon. Chapter 68. Let us prepare a modest gift and acknowledge a foster father. It was unclear how the rumor had spread, but it had transformed into him single-handedly challenging multiple factions, causing the Lingquan sect to seal its doors in fear. After a moment, he set down his teacup and feigned calmness as he softly remarked, "It's of no concern. Eventually, they will emerge." The leader of the Tiger Fist sect flashed a look of shock. Rooted to the spot, unsure of what to say. Chun Dao's words were clear. Once the Lingquan sect dispelled its formation, they would still face annihilation. Yet, it was a mystery how the Lingquan sect had managed to provoke Chun Dao to such an extent. Around him, the others bore expressions of astonishment, with no one daring to utter a word. After a long while, someone muttered, "Since you have arrived, Dao Master, it is certain that the second place in this great Zhou staff competition will belong to you." As the words fell, a chorus of agreement arose. Indeed, the second place should naturally go to Dao Gang, a force capable of frightening the Lingquan sect into sealing its doors. Could anyone dare to compete with Dao Gang for second place? However, it seemed this ranking would need to be reassessed. "Oh?" Chen Dao furrowed his brow and inquired in a deep voice, "What do you mean by reassessing the rankings?" Seeing this, the leader of the Tiger Fist sect hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Dao Master, since this is your first time at the Great Zhou Staff Competition, allow me to provide some context. This competition was established by the ruler of the Great Zhou in past years. The first place received extraordinarily generous rewards, yet they often faced joint assaults from various sects within the Great Zhou. Every sect that claimed first place has essentially faced extermination. Even the sect that claimed first place for the sixth time, despite hiding in the capital, was still attacked and wiped out by the combined forces of the major sects during the night. Thus, this year we devised a plan. Each faction participating in the competition would contribute to supporting one sect to secure the first place, while we would compete for the subsequent 9 rankings. After the chosen sect claimed its rewards, we would then divide them amongst ourselves. This way, each of us could gain more rewards while avoiding the tragic fate of being slaughtered for inadvertently taking first place." "Oh?" Chen Dao replied, his expression steady. "Are you all so fearful of this first place?" "Indeed." The leader of the Tiger Fist sect replied with a look of contemplation. Claiming first place would mean publicly declaring allegiance to the Great Zhou, which is tantamount to directly opposing the various sections. How could one possibly survive? Every sect ought to be governed by the Great Zhou, Chun Dao stated calmly. As his words echoed, the room fell into an even deeper silence than before. The leader of the Tiger Fist sect was momentarily stunned, his face flashing with fear as he awkwardly retreated, saying, What is Dao Master implying? I fail to comprehend. Fail to comprehend. Chen Dao raised an eyebrow and slowly stood. His voice resolute and commanding. It matters not if you do not understand. Let me clarify one point. How many individuals, having just embarked on their cultivation journey, possess powers far beyond the ordinary and cause chaos everywhere? How many disciples of various sects, emboldened by their status and cultivation, blatantly disregard the laws of the Great Zhou, committing arson, robbery, and abduction without fear of being apprehended? How many sects, in safeguarding their own small territories, recklessly undermine the national interests of the Great Zhou? Heroism leads to chaos. If no reforms are made, can these cultivators truly be considered cultivators, or are they no different from bandits in such a climate? Public sentiment will wane, and the fortunes of the Great Zhou will decline. Surrounding nations, with their eyes fixed on the Great Zhou, are poised to pounce at the slightest sign of weakness, yet you all only think of your own small gains. Do you not understand the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? If the Great Zhou declines, can you remain unscathed? True wisdom lies in fostering a symbiotic relationship between the sects and the Great Zhou, thereby strengthening the nation's overall power and prosperity, ultimately allowing us to absorb neighboring states, at which point you shall possess an even grander influence. Today, we of Dao Gang come forth to publicly declare our allegiance to the Great Zhou. We shall claim the first place, and any who obstruct us shall be our sworn enemies. Only when the Great Zhou thrives can we thrive. All of us in Dao Gang are the native sons and daughters of the Great Zhou, and we desire to see our nation grow stronger, rather than remain fixated on our own little domains. As his emphatic declaration concluded, the expressions of those surrounding him shifted from astonishment to sheer terror, prompting many to flee in panic, fearing that the major sects would mistake them for allies of Dao Gang and subsequently annihilate them. It was utterly terrifying. Although Dao Gang's strength was formidable, confronting those ancient sects head-on would undoubtedly spell disaster, for those sects had existed since before the establishment of the Great Zhou. Chen Dao glanced at the fleeing multitude, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "So, how was that speech?" Niumang nodded seriously. "What a remarkable declaration." "Niumang, have you too become arrogant?" No, I simply spoke without thinking," Niumang replied. Chen Dao shook his head, turning to the astonished attendant beside him and grinned, lightly tapping his fist in the air. As a newcomer, might I trouble you for a map of the capital? Moments later, Chen Dao, satisfied with the map in hand, exited the inn. Niumang, curious, asked, "Dao Master, where shall we go next?" He recalled that they had come to gather intelligence, but it seemed they had gleaned little information and instead terrified a group of people. "Next?" Chen Dao nodded with a light chuckle. "We shall allow this speech to ferment for a while. Then prepare some modest gifts and pay visits to each household." Niumang, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Dao Master, why must we be so explicit in our stance?" Chen Dao cast a casual glance at Niumang and replied nonchalantly, "It is simple. Currently, the two major forces in the Great Zhou are these, and we must choose one to align with. Only by following the trend can we reap the benefits. And why choose the Great Zhou over the sects? Because many have followed the trends of the sects. Our participation is inconsequential. However, for the Great Zhou, we of Dao Gang are the only ones steadfastly aligning ourselves with its trajectory. Being the sole supporter means we can act without restraint and be audacious. Now, let us prepare some modest gifts and acknowledge a foster father. P.S. Special thanks to the esteemed certifications from the great deities Ronghua Daoxiangxia, Shin Qinghuai, and Gun Taiji. These are true great figures, earning 20 to 30,000 a month. I also appreciate the recognition from the capitalists using the nickname Leaning on a Cane. That name has a certain charm. Additionally, thanks to everyone for the small gifts. You need not send such expensive ones. A few free gifts, lingering a bit longer on ads or clicking on them, would suffice to provide me with some earnings. Writing is quite the struggle. Woe is me, but thankfully this is a side venture. I write out of passion, and my main profession keeps me from starving for now. Once I have the means, I will write full-time, aiming for at least 10 chapters daily. Chapter 69. Father, your idea is truly unique, Niumang emerged from the pastry shop carrying 40 boxes of butterfly pastries, looking up at Chen Dao with confusion. "Dao Master, Are we truly going to deliver these butterfly pastries as gifts? While they are indeed modest, isn't this a bit too trifling? Chen Dao, somewhat displeased, shook his head. Gifts are about the sentiment. Placing too much emphasis on the value of the gift is rather mundane. Moreover, look at their status. Would they truly concern themselves with our trivial offerings? If you feel the gift is too meager, simply purchase some slightly more expensive gift boxes next door to dress them up. Oh, dear. Chen Dao and his entourage carried numerous heavy packages as they entered a courtyard in the capital. Upon stepping inside, he noticed his father approaching with a somewhat anxious expression. Dower, I have heard that you have openly declared the Dao Gang's allegiance to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Chen Dao paused momentarily, slightly taken aback by the news. Is the word spreading so swiftly? Indeed. Chen Pingda spoke with a hint of inner turmoil. The streets are abuzz with talk of a Dao Gang emerging from Xianlong City. Having quelled the Lingquan sect and publicly announced its loyalty to the Great Zhou Kingdom. They say that those practitioners, in their reckless abandon, must be regulated. Otherwise, how can the Great Zhou Kingdom expect to thrive amidst such unrest? Now, the common folk outside are murmuring that the Dao Gang is a commendable force, one that considers the plight of ordinary people, prompting many to seek out the Dao Gang, expressing a desire to join its ranks. Upon hearing this, Chen Dao couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Isn't this a positive development? The momentum is building far more rapidly than I anticipated. The practitioners have been arrogant for too long, and the common people have endured oppression for far too long. Even that individual from the Great Zhou has tolerated it for long enough. Everything is on the brink of eruption, and the Dao Gang is merely the first to step forward, capturing everyone's attention. Let's not dwell on that for now. Chen Pingda took a deep breath, speaking in a serious tone. Dower, I understand your perspective, but the looming crisis is far too grave. Should that individual from the Great Zhou harbor thoughts contrary to your assumptions? The Dao Gang lacks the strength to withstand the onslaught of those ancient sections. Thus, after conferring with your sixth uncle, we have decided to sever our father-son relationship. You need no longer address me as your father. Chen Dao's mouth instinctively fell open, his eyes wide with shock as he exclaimed, Father, do you even hear the absurdity of what you're saying? If my mother hears this, do you truly believe she wouldn't rise from the grave to claw you to pieces? Meanwhile, Niu Meng and the others stood in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. This was simply too outrageous. Hold on, let me explain. Chen Pingda shook his head earnestly. You have staked everything on the Great Zhou's favor. Yet should you lose, it will lead to irrevocable ruin. Therefore, to ensure that even in defeat, we do not face utter annihilation, we can feign a severance of our relationship. I shall lead the Tiger Gang to seek refuge with those major sections. This way, regardless of which side falls, at least we can preserve our lives and avoid catastrophic loss. After a moment of silence, Chen Dao replied with a peculiar expression. Father, your idea is truly unique. This approach is relatively straightforward. In his former world, it would be termed hedging, employing a strategy to lock in profits and ensuring that neither gains nor losses fluctuate drastically. However, he shook his head with a sigh. It is unfortunate that this method is unfeasible. Our stakes differ, rendering it impossible for us to sit at the same gaming table. The Dao Gang is the first and only under that individual from the Great Zhou, and that stake carries far greater weight than yours. Even if your Tiger Gang were to join the sect, you would merely be a minor player, and the sect may very well take you in. Not out of goodwill, but to strike against me through you, given your status as my father. Furthermore, listen, there are discussions everywhere about the Dao Gang. Do you truly believe there are no hidden forces behind this? That individual's stance is already evident. Subsequently, Chen Dao shook his head, unable to suppress a laugh. The individual from the Great Zhou single-handedly established the kingdom, and now he is aging. Do you understand the state of a founder who has entered their twilight years? It is easily imagined. The Dao Gang's stake is incomparable to that of the Tiger Gang. Your hedging can only be applied when both parties hold equal stakes. Otherwise, attempting to hedge with a small bird's nest will only lead to my complete consumption of your resources, leaving not a trace behind. Now, take a deep breath. Moreover, placing the stakes on one side will yield greater profits. Father, you should rest easy at home. Let things ferment overnight, and tomorrow, we will take a bold step. By the way, Niu Meng, Fetch 2 servings of pastries for my father and 6th uncle. Understood. Qin Pingda furrowed his brow, grasping a half-eaten butterfly pastry, chewing thoughtfully. Something feels amiss. 6th son, momentarily taken aback, instinctively queried. What seems to be wrong? Chen Pingda, his gaze fixed intently on the butterfly pastry, continued. Generally, pastries have 2 drawbacks. They stick to the teeth and tend to be dry. However, this butterfly pastry not only avoids sticking but also possesses a moist texture, providing a rich mouthfeel without being overly dry. The pastries in the capital are indeed far superior to those in Shurqing. 6th son blinked in confusion. Is that all? Just that the butterfly pastry in the capital is tastier than that in Shurqing? No hidden implications? None at all. Do you find it unpalatable? It tastes good. Then what's the issue? If we can indulge in it daily, that would indeed be a delightful affair. 6th son squinted thoughtfully, grasping the butterfly pastry and savoring it. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. I understand. The Lord means he wishes to enjoy the capital's butterfly pastry every day. This is a hint. The Lord aspires to ascend to that position. As Qin Pingda savored the pastry, he cast a perplexed glance at 6th son, wondering why he was lost in thought when such a delectable treat deserved full appreciation. Later that night, within a secret chamber of the great Zhou's royal palace, the walls glittered with luminous pearls, illuminating the room like daylight, yet without the harshness of the sun, creating a gentle ambience. Moments later, a somewhat hoarse voice, tinged with age, emanated from behind a desk in the chamber. Speak? Yes. From an unknown moment, a man clad in black, adorned with embroidered flying sparrows and wielding a curved blade at his waist, knelt on one knee, bowing his head solemnly. Chapter 70. In silken garb, under cover of night, like a family fallen into ruin. The investigation is complete. The Dao gang originated from Shurqing, initially a band of mountain bandits. They began fleeing after slaying disciples from the Linghuan sect. While passing through Xianlong City, they plundered the Linghuan sect's alchemy shop, robbing it of all its wares, and pursued the shopkeeper, executing him at the city gate. As for the rumors of Qian Dao single-handedly battling multiple factions, my subordinates have inquired in Xianlong City and found the information to be somewhat chaotic. However, it is generally true, albeit likely exaggerated. The Dao gang, originally mere mountain bandits, should not possess the strength to contend with multiple foundational cultivators. As for the Linghuan sect's closure, it was not due to intimidation from the Dao gang, but rather because the sect is on the verge of a major breakthrough, hence their retreat into seclusion. Imichim. The response came from behind the desk, while the figure continued to read and revise documents. After a moment, he spoke in a tone devoid of joy or sorrow. What do you think of the sincerity behind that child's declaration of the martial way disrupting the ban? The man kneeling on the ground hesitated, a flicker of trepidation passing through his eyes as he lowered his head further, hastily replying. I do not know. I command you to speak. Just speak. Yes. The man's mind raced, pondering for a moment before cautiously stating, in my humble opinion, whether Qin Dao's words hold truth is inconsequential. What matters is that someone has openly voiced such sentiments. However, given that Qin Dao expressed this in front of a multitude of sect representatives at the grand gathering of heroes, the likelihood of it being a mere performance is higher, suggesting an attempt to gauge the emperor's sentiments. His heart is not loyal. As soon as he finished speaking, the man draped in a yellow robe behind the desk let out a soft chuckle, placing down the imperial brush, then shaking his head with an inscrutable expression. Isn't your statement merely a reflection of your own attempts to discern my thoughts? I dare not. The man was taken aback, his eyes widening with fear, and he immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. I would never presume to fathom the emperor's thoughts. Rise. The weary man behind the desk lightly shook his head, the wrinkles on his aged face creasing further. My thoughts have never been concealed. The entirety of the Great Zhou knows them, yet none dare to speak out. I established the Great Zhou with my own hands, yet in the end, everyone opposes me. Go and make arrangements. This child must not die. Yes, a spark of understanding flickered in the man's eyes, and he nodded before slowly retreating. Moments later, laughter suddenly echoed within the secret chamber, growing louder until it was interrupted by a fit of violent coughing. The aging sovereign of the great Zhou slowly rose, discarding a blood-stained handkerchief, his gaze falling upon a piece of calligraphy on the table. All men must die. This was a piece of calligraphy brought by the man earlier. Discovered in the abandoned Qin residence in Shicheng. All men must die, a murmuring voice, seemingly lost in thought, echoed within the confines of the chamber. The sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom had aged. Yet he clung to life, for the sole means of prolonging his existence lay in elevating the great Zhou kingdom to the status of the great Zhou empire. The foremost step towards this ambition was to subdue those malignant sects, ensuring that their integration would not compromise the overall strength of the great Zhou kingdom, thus enabling a powerful surge towards becoming the great Zhou empire. The following day, Qin Dao arose and stepped into the courtyard, where he observed Niu Meng, bare-chested and donned in boxing gloves, fiercely striking a stone post. After watching for a moment, he nodded slightly, acknowledging, "You train remarkably well." Upon hearing the voice of his master behind him, Niu Meng hastily ceased his punches, sweat glistening on his brow as he turned to Qin Dao with a broad grin, exclaiming, "Master, these boxing gloves are truly exceptional." These gloves had been seized from the hands of an elder from the Lingquan sect, a magical artifact suited only for those at the 5-aperture stage. Those of the Foundation Establishment stage required a more advanced treasure. Just as Qin Dao was about to speak, a man clad entirely in black, adorned with embroidered flying sparrows and wielding a curved blade, suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by a cold-faced man in white, who bore a white sword strapped to his back. As the two figures emerged unexpectedly, Qin Dao's eyes narrowed. Their strength far surpassed his own, for otherwise he would have sensed their presence. Their peculiar attire, one in black and the other in white, evoked the image of the legendary Yin and Yang enforcers. At that moment, the man in black drew a token from his robe, presenting it before Qin Dao with a cold voice. "I am the Grand Commander of the Shi Chu Guard, directly appointed by His Majesty." After establishing his identity, he stowed the token away and continued in a monotonous tone, "Your words from yesterday have reached His Majesty's ears, hence I have been dispatched to ensure your safety. This individual beside me is one of the 3 great sword saints of the Forbidden Palace, the white-clad sword saint, at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Naturally, considering your status as a figure of the Jianghu, there are concerns about your reputation. Therefore, the white-clad sword saint will guard you discreetly, remaining out of sight, allowing you to feel at ease without worry." Upon hearing this, Qin Dao gazed at the middle-aged man in white, whose flamboyant demeanor momentarily stunned him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had anticipated that someone would be sent for his protection, but he never expected a Golden Core level guardian. This was a significant gesture. After all, the leader of the Lingquan sect was merely at the Golden Core stage, and now he found himself with a protector of the same caliber. Noticing Qin Dao's momentary daze, the man in black felt a twinge of frustration. He dreaded that Qin Dao might refuse the protection, as had those before him, due to concerns about reputation. However, the previous individuals had been compelled to acknowledge the need for assistance, while Qin Dao, by contrast, was willingly accepting it. Suddenly, the man's expression shifted as he realized that these individuals were likely mountain bandits, who may not fully grasp the significance of yesterday's conversation. What a predicament! He sighed, knowing he would have to explain the implications of those words to this group. At that moment, Qin Dao's serious expression interrupted his thoughts. No. He shook his head firmly. Though operate covertly is akin to a family in ruin, and clandestine protection equates to cleaning up after the fact. Such hidden guardianship is utterly unacceptable. He paused, glancing at the man in black and tentatively inquired, "May I ask your name?" "Wang." "Very well, Commander Wang. If it is not too much trouble, could we start anew?" "Start anew?" "Indeed." Qin Dao's expression turned earnest as he nodded. "I implore you not to appear silently in the courtyard anymore. Instead, enter through the gate, and let us announce your arrival with fanfare, honoring both of you. This would not only demonstrate respect, but also make it known to outsiders of His Majesty's grand benevolence towards our Taoist sect." Commander Wang maintained a peculiar silence for a moment before responding. "In that case, within 3 days, all the figures of the Jianghu will learn that your Taoist sect has become." He left the statement unfinished. Yet the implication was clear to all present. Generally, most sects were reluctant to associate too closely with the Great Zhou Kingdom, fearing they would be seen as its lapdogs and subsequently ostracized or even hunted. After all, some sects had existed long before the foundation of the Great Zhou Kingdom, and they never considered themselves subjects of it. Moreover, almost all sects were averse to taking orders from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Although they might profess loyalty, it was merely nominal, akin to a frog slowly being boiled in water. What does that imply? Qin Dao's expression darkened as he feigned anger. Are you suggesting that our sect would be viewed as a mere pawn of the Great Zhou Kingdom? The thought alone filled him with sorrow. He had not anticipated that even the Grand Commander of the Shichu Guard would voice such sentiments. I, Qin Dao, was born and raised in the Great Zhou. I am an unequivocal citizen of the Great Zhou. The notion of being a pawn is absurd. I merely speak the words that every citizen of the Great Zhou ought to utter. If those sects choose to act against the laws of the Great Zhou and harm its interests, should they not be condemned? I believe every citizen of the Great Zhou should rise and spit upon those sects that have devolved into malignant tumors. After a lengthy silence, Commander Wang's expression stiffened as he involuntarily twitched his lips. Brother Chen, you truly embody high moral integrity. Enough of that, Qin Dao replied earnestly. Let us do it once more. Very well. Thanks to His Majesty's gracious favor, we express our heartfelt gratitude. The gates of the Chen residence swung open with a forceful push. Members of the Daoist sect and the fierce tiger gang surged forth from the courtyard. Brandishing a loudspeaker and exclaiming without hesitation, we thank His Majesty for his concern for the Daoist sect's safety, dispatching one of the 3 great sword saints, the white-clad sword saint, to protect us. Long live His Majesty! In an instant, the news reverberated through several neighboring streets, announcing that the white-clad sword saint had come to safeguard the Daoist sect. Witnessing this, even Commander Wang found it difficult to contain himself. Hastily advising, take it down a notch. This is not appropriate. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Dao's serious expression interjected. Why should we be low-key? As citizens of the Great Zhou, why should we conceal the grace bestowed upon us by His Majesty? Commander Wang stared blankly at Qin Dao, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. He sensed that this man was not to be underestimated. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Qin Dao pressed a beautifully wrapped gift box into his hands. With sincerity, Qin Dao gazed at Commander Wang. A small token of appreciation for your efforts. Commander Wang instinctively glanced around at the gathering crowd, momentarily rendered speechless. Brother Chen, openly offering bribes can lead to dire consequences. He had received bribes before, but this was the first time in such a public setting. A mere token of goodwill. With that, Qin Dao turned to the white-clad sword saint, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Sword Saint, I trust you will take care of matters in the coming days. Please feel free to voice any demands, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Indeed, the white-clad sword saint, seemingly cold in demeanor, nodded. However, as he caught sight of the astonished gazes surrounding him, he could not help but feel a surge of joy within. Initially displeased with this assignment, he had not anticipated the opportunity to appear openly before the public. Clearing his throat, he straightened his posture. Aligning his fingers and channeling spiritual energy, he thrust towards the sky. With a piercing sound, a powerful sword aura erupted above the capital, forming the characters Qin Dao. In the next moment, a warm yet commanding voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers. From this day forth, I, Bai Run, am tasked by the holy command to protect Qin Dao's safety. As the words fell, a gentle breeze arose, causing Bai Run's robes to ripple as if he were a celestial being descending upon the world, exuding both grace and authority. Standing beside him, Commander Wang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but chose to remain silent. He had grown accustomed to Bai Run's penchant for theatrics and, once matters were resolved, preferred not to linger any longer. Clutching the gift box, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Qin Dao stared at the characters Qin Dao formed by the sword aura above his head, feeling somewhat dazed. His name now graced the skies of the capital, overshadowing even the presence of His Majesty. Surely, this would not provoke any ire. However, seeing that no one brought up the matter, he felt relieved and, with a satisfied expression, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the white-clad sword saint, bowing slightly. Then, I shall entrust my safety to the sword saint, indeed. Bai Run feigned an icy demeanor. Nodding slightly and said in a calm tone, from this moment forth, I shall remain by your side. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Very well. Chen Dao nodded with satisfaction. Niumang, please gather the brothers from the Dao Gang and the Tiger Gang, and bring along the gifts we prepared yesterday for our visits. Today's task may be quite demanding, so everyone should brace themselves for some hard work. Understood. Just then, Wu Tianxia, the fastest sword of the realm, stealthily leaned towards Chen Dao's ear and whispered, Disciple, you must exercise caution. The 9 demonic youth has also come to the capital. Though I'm unsure of his intentions, I spotted him near the little bird market this morning. Humph. Chen Dao let out a cold chuckle, his eyes narrowing slightly. No need to rush. Let me complete my visits first, as this matter cannot be delayed. He then retrieved a map of the capital from his pocket, which marked the residences of all the high-ranking officials. First, let us pay a visit to this first-rank official, the Prime Minister's residence. Prepare the gifts, mount the horses. Chapter 72. A modest gift, indeed, in front of the Prime Minister's residence. Wu Tianxia first offered a self-assured smile to the white-clad sword saint standing to the side before leaning closer to Chen Dao and whispering, Disciple, are we not playing a bit too grand? The greatest act of his life had been feigning death to escape from Lingquan's sect. His current predicament caused him to tremble slightly at the knees. Heaven bear witness, how could this disciple, who was merely at the initial enlightenment stage, already be entangled with practitioners of the Golden Core stage? This left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Chen Dao, with a serious expression, shook his head and softly replied, No worries. He then turned to Niumang beside him. Approach and request an audience. Yes. However, before Niumang could step forward, the grand doors of the Prime Minister's residence suddenly swung open. The Prime Minister, clad in official robes and accompanied by several attendants, emerged with a broad smile, greeting warmly. No need for a formal request. You must be young brother Chen Dao. Your name has been mentioned frequently in today's court session. Yet, as his gaze flicked over the imposing group of over 100 men wielding weapons behind Chen Dao, the corners of his mouth twitched. Might I inquire if Yuan has unknowingly offended you? Young brother? Those unaware of the situation might have thought the emperor had sent people to raid his estate. At that moment, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered, whispering amongst themselves as they observed Chen Dao and the Prime Minister at the entrance. Did you see? That is the Dao Master, and the group behind him belongs to the Dao Gang. This gentleman believes that those practitioners disregard the laws of the Great Zhou, recklessly slaughtering mortals, and has publicly declared allegiance to the Great Zhou, vowing to eradicate all malignant sects. It is no easy feat. Finally, a practitioner is willing to speak for us mortals. Indeed, and it is said that this Dao Master possesses unfathomable strength, capable of subduing the entire Xianlong city with a single sword. Just look, even the Prime Minister has come out to greet him. Does this not speak volumes of the Dao Master's might? This is tantamount to openly declaring war against all sects. One can expect numerous assassination attempts to follow. Ah, you are quite uninformed, are you not? That man in white is one of the 3 great sword saints of the Forbidden Palace. The white-clad sword saint. His presence beside the Dao Master signifies the Emperor's direct decree for the white-clad sword saint to protect him. This is the Emperor's will. With such a formidable figure by his side, who would dare to attempt an assassination? That cannot be taken for granted. Other sects also possess Golden Core practitioners. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, Chen Dao clasped his hands respectfully and intoned, Chen Dao pays his respects to the Prime Minister. I have come to seek an audience, for I have long heard that the Prime Minister is the stabilizing force of the Great Zhou. As long as you are in office, the Great Zhou shall remain untroubled. And thus I have come. Please, 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 Prime Minister Yuan quickly interjected, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow, trembling slightly as he said, Young brother must not speak so carelessly. The sole stabilizing force of the Great Zhou is the Emperor. I, Yuan, merely execute the Emperor's commands and cannot claim such a lofty title. Very well. Chen Dao's expression softened slightly, and he continued. Then, might there be an opportunity for Chen to converse with the Prime Minister within the residence? Any matters can be discussed here, the Prime Minister replied gravely. Young brother speaks wisely. We, the people of the Great Zhou, do not conceal our affairs. Should others see us enter the residence, rumors could easily spread. Thank you for your concern. Qindao refrained from saying more and instead clapped his hands. Niumang, bring forth the prepared gifts. Yes. The Prime Minister's expression stiffened as he stared at the ornate gift box in the man's hands. Glancing at the onlookers who had begun to murmur among themselves, his lips twitched slightly before he forced a smile. It seems young brother is not well acquainted with my principles. I, Yuan, never accept bribes and abhor both bribery and corruption. Such gifts should be returned. It is merely a modest token, not of great value, meant to express my admiration for the Prime Minister. After some back and forth, the Prime Minister ultimately ceased his refusals and waved for his attendants to open the gift box in front of the crowd. Internally, he resolved that if the contents were valuable, he would directly present them to the emperor. If not, he would accept them. After considerable effort in unwrapping the intricately layered gift box, it revealed a beautifully packaged walnut pastry. The Prime Minister stared at the walnut pastry in silence for a moment before murmuring, "Young brother is indeed a straightforward person. What you term a modest gift is truly a modest gift. By the way, is there any other matter you wish to discuss today?" "Yes." Qindao nodded earnestly. "I am a native of Shiqing and a citizen of the Great Zhou. I have always heard that the Prime Minister is a benevolent father to the people. Might you be aware of this?" A glimmer of understanding flashed in Prime Minister Yuan's eyes as he nodded knowingly. It seemed that Qindao had come to seek justice. Initially, he thought this child had openly declared allegiance to the Great Zhou due to some profound insight. But now it appeared his vision was still somewhat limited. However, as he was under the emperor's protection, no matter what grievance he brought forth today, the Prime Minister had resolved to handle it fairly. One could surmise that there must be some injustice concerning the Lord of Shiqing, but who was the Lord of Shiqing? It was too obscure. He could hardly recall such a figure. Yet he maintained an extremely amiable demeanor. Smiling gently, "If there is a grievance to be aired, I must say that the notion of being a benevolent father to the people might be a bit of an exaggeration. But it is indeed the ideal I have long aspired to die. In other words, all citizens of the Great Zhou are like children to the Prime Minister, correct?" Prime Minister Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, instinctively replying, "It is not entirely incorrect to say so, but it just feels." Before he could finish, he saw Qindao suddenly kneel on one knee, bowing his head solemnly. "I have long admired the Prime Minister's character. My sole wish in this life is to become your adopted son and learn from your virtues. I beseech you, adopt me as your son." Well, a small matter." Prime Minister Yuan instinctively nodded, only to realize moments later. His eyes widened in shock, his voice involuntarily rising an octave. "What did you just say?" "Qindao wishes to take the Prime Minister as his adoptive father. I beseech you to grant this request." "This is utterly ridiculous." The expression of Prime Minister Yuan, who was initially shocked and on the verge of refusing, suddenly froze as he noticed the white-clad sword saint standing behind Qindao. His demeanor akin to one who has just ingested a cockroach. Occupying a high position, he was no stranger to individuals attempting to forge connections with him. Chapter 73. Qindao merely admired the character of his adoptive father. However, the methods employed by those seeking favor usually involved marrying off their daughters to the Prime Minister's household or other such tactics. This recognition of an adoptive father was unprecedented. His first instinct, of course, was to decline. Yet, upon seeing the white-clad sword saint, he fell silent. As Prime Minister, he was acutely aware of the emperor's thoughts. The emperor was aging, with no offspring by his side, and it could be said that upon his demise, the Great Zhou would be swiftly consumed by those established sections. Naturally, the emperor wished to avoid death, yet the laws of nature are inescapable. Even immortals must eventually succumb, let alone mortals. Thus, the emperor's only recourse was to swiftly absorb the sects within the Great Zhou at minimal cost and consolidate all power to launch military campaigns against neighboring states, elevating the Great Zhou to the status of the Great Zhou Empire, thereby achieving a breakthrough that would extend his life. However, the sects within the Great Zhou were exceedingly difficult to deal with. It was impossible to directly mobilize troops to besiege them, as this would lead to mutual destruction and hasten the demise of the Great Zhou. Therefore, The optimal strategy was to incite internal strife within the sects themselves. In simpler terms, it meant fostering one sect within another to attack the remaining sects, often under the guise of internal conflict. This was an understanding shared by all. Thus, the 6 sects that had been coerced into openly acknowledging their allegiance to the Great Zhou had all been annihilated by the sects themselves. The court had still been troubled over this matter until the convening of the conference, when unexpectedly someone emerged. The prime minister narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young man kneeling before him, momentarily rendered speechless. This was a vortex. Once one stepped in, they were destined to become its center, unable to escape. Those sects would stop at nothing to eliminate Chen Dao here, to convey their unyielding stance to the Great Zhou, even if it meant sacrificing several golden core cultivators. The young man before him perhaps remained oblivious to this peril. He was clever, yet possibly a clever individual who had failed to grasp the prevailing currents. A white-clad sword saint, who could not provide protection. Wait, upon this realization, his lips twitched slightly. This young man seemed to understand that a white-clad sword saint could not shield him, otherwise, he would not have sought him out. Agreeing would indeed align with the emperor's will, yet it also dragged him into the vortex. But what if he were to refuse? After a prolonged silence, the prime minister, with a stiff expression, forced a smile and said, "Little brother, you are truly a forthright person. However, this adoption of an adoptive father cannot merely be a verbal agreement. We must choose an auspicious day. Perhaps we could discuss it another time." Ultimately, he resolved to employ a delaying tactic. Based on his extensive experience in politics, no issue could not be resolved with a postponement. If it remained unresolved, it simply meant more time was needed. Before leaving, Chen Dao had already observed that today was indeed an auspicious day. However, the adoption requires your parents to be present as well, not just. Before he could finish, he saw Chen Pingda emerge from the crowd, beaming, holding 2 gift boxes, and approaching the prime minister. "We all understand the customs. The gifts for the adoptive father have long been prepared." How thoughtful," the prime minister replied, his expression slightly stiffened. After a brief silence, he mustered the courage to say, "Perhaps we should defer this to another day." After all, an adoption ceremony should not lack several tables of feasting. Before he could complete his sentence, he noticed over 100 men suddenly parting, and within moments, 5 large tables appeared in the cleared space. Laden with steaming dishes and wine, evidently prepared in advance from storage bags. At this moment, Chen Pingda had already seated himself at one of the tables, smiling warmly and beckoning the prime minister. "Come." The banquet for the adoption must not be omitted. Meanwhile, Chen Dao rose respectfully, saying, "Please, adoptive father, take a seat." I swear, having navigated the political landscape for so long, the prime minister had long since developed a faade of composure even in the face of calamity. Yet at this moment, he could no longer maintain his expression, feeling internally shattered and cursing vehemently. A conspiracy, a conspiracy. This is nothing short of a blatant scheme. To think I believed this little fox sought justice. It turns out he was intent on claiming an adoptive father from the very beginning. Heh. After a few forced smiles, the prime minister waved his hand. "Please, no need to sit, however, since today is an auspicious day. It is better to seize the day than to postpone. I shall accept you as my adoptive son today." Chen Dao's eyes brightened, and he quickly knelt again, respectfully stating, "Chen Dao pays his respects to his adoptive father." "All right, rise. There is no need for formalities." Before he could finish, he saw Chen Dao, as if performing a magic trick, produce a sheet of rice paper and a brush from his robe, earnestly asking, "May I request a character for my adoptive father?" The prime minister's lips twitched once more, and he remained silent. He certainly did not believe this request stemmed solely from the young man's admiration for his calligraphy. He could already envision the day when this little fox would stand in the street, hands on his hips, verbally sparring with scholars, brandishing this very character aloft, exuding arrogance backed by a powerful patron. After a moment of contemplation, he ceased his hesitance, rolled up his sleeves, and took the brush, writing with earnest intent. After a brief period, he returned the paper and brushed to Chen Dao and paused before shaking his head. "You are indeed bold, young man. In truth, you need not go to such lengths. You are correct. If you take action, There will be those who stand behind you. Chen Dao, satisfied, accepted the calligraphy and smiled. My adoptive father worries too much. I merely admire the character of my adoptive father. With that, he clasped his fists in farewell. Then Chen Dao shall not disturb my adoptive father further. He then turned to leave. The banquet, freshly set, was dismantled just as swiftly, as if nothing had transpired at all. Watching Chen Dao and his entourage depart without a hint of hesitation, the Prime Minister's lips twitched once more, shaking his head in bemusement. At that moment, a man with a small mustache approached hesitantly and inquired, "My lord, shall we assist him?" "No need," the Prime Minister replied calmly, shaking his head. "Let us see if he can survive 3 days. If he cannot, it is of no consequence. Merely observe." "Understood." Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon. Chen Dao and his companions, satisfied, walked the path back to the Chen residence. Throughout the day, they had visited 36 high-ranking officials in the capital, with the Prime Minister setting a precedent and the white-clad sword saint by their side. Everything had progressed smoothly, and he had gained 36 adoptive fathers. Chapter 74. 9 Demon Youth, a fortune-teller just predicted for you. Even in the final few visits, the officials had been prepared well in advance. At this moment, Chen Pingde shook his head, reflecting, "Dower, why do I feel that those officials look at you with a hint of skepticism?" He referred to the aforementioned officials. "Quite normal," Chen Dao replied. A hint of fatigue in his voice. "I have placed myself at the focal point of both sides. To put it plainly, the sects and the Great Zhou are determining the outcome based on my life or death. If I survive, the Great Zhou wins, that if I perish, the sects prevail. However, while the sects can spare no effort and even risk everything to assassinate me, the Great Zhou cannot afford to do the same to protect me. Hence their lack of confidence." Beside him, Niumang, slightly perplexed, asked, "Why can't the Great Zhou fully commit to protecting Dao Yi? There are many factors involved, multiple factions at play. Most importantly, we have yet to demonstrate whether we are worth the Emperor's investment. However, there is no need for haste. In the end, everything will turn out well." This statement did not escape the attention of the white-clad sword saint beside them. Yet, the sword saint remained unresponsive, gazing ahead with a calm demeanor, neither interjecting nor reacting. Just then, whoosh, a powerful crossbow bolt, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, suddenly shot towards Chen Dao's brow from atop a nearby roof. A mere trick. The white-clad sword saint, maintaining his composure, did not even draw his sword. He merely formed a sword gesture with one hand, and a blade of sword energy shot forth from his fingers, knocking the bolt aside. He then rushed forward, ready to apprehend the archer behind him. "Sword Saint, wait!" Chen Dao urgently called out. "This is surely a diversion. Do not pursue." This was no longer mere speculation. It was an obvious ploy. Yet, he could not voice this outright, lest he offend the white-clad sword saint, a valid point. The white-clad sword saint did not display any anger. Instead, he nodded slightly and fell silent, standing with one hand resting behind him, his eyes shimmering with a glint of sword light as he scanned his surroundings. Chen Dao let out a subtle sigh of relief before turning to the side and addressing Niumang. "Let us return to the manor and rest for the night." He then casually glanced at a certain Eve, choosing not to elaborate further. This was merely a test, an initial encounter, or perhaps it bore a deeper implication, a warning, if you will. Yet, he remained unconcerned. For a force to develop swiftly, it must tread upon the corpses of others. And the benefits derived from exterminating sects were substantial, sufficient to propel the Dao Gang's rapid growth. It is worth noting that many within the Dao Gang were still mere mortals, yet to embark on the path of cultivation. And resources for training were in scarce supply at this stage. A night passed without incident. On the following day, as Chen Dao rose from his slumber, he spotted Niumang practicing his punches in the courtyard. It was unclear how long he had been at it. Every time Chen Dao awoke, Niumang was diligently honing his skills. To enter the second stage of Qi training, one must become intimately familiar with their own body. For the power that comes with the first stage can expand rapidly, making it difficult to fully control one's form. Thus, the task at hand is to utilize methods such as punching and body conditioning to expedite this familiarization process. Only then can one perceive their dantian and generate spiritual energy. For those gifted, This step can be accomplished in a day. For the less fortunate, it may take 3 to 5 months, and for those truly lacking in talent, it is not uncommon for it to take 2 or 3 years. Naturally, the best way to become acquainted with one's body is through life and death battles. There is no better method for adaptation. However, engaging in such perilous encounters before mastering one's body carries a high mortality rate, which is why most cultivators refrain from this approach, opting instead for sparring among peers. This moment, upon noticing Chen Dao's arrival, Niumang quickly ceased his practice, grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, and hurriedly approached Chen Dao, speaking earnestly, "Dao Master, I have gathered information on the whereabouts of the 9-demon boy. He has taken residence at the Huadai Inn." "Very well." Chen Dao's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded. "Let us proceed. It is time for him to return what belongs to me." He then turned to the white-clad sword saint, who had been standing by his side. "Sword saint, if a cultivator defies the laws of the Great Zhou in your presence, will you execute them or not?" The white-clad sword saint seemed to have not heard, gazing vacantly towards the rising sun in the distance. After a brief pause, he turned his head towards Chen Dao, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "If you command me to strike, I shall do so. Should you instruct me not to, I shall feign ignorance. For the time being, I am at your service." "Understood." Chen Dao nodded in comprehension. Tio put it plainly. The reason that individual had dispatched a golden core sword saint to his side was not solely for his protection. After all, such words could be uttered by anyone. They were not worthy of the personal guard of a golden core sword saint. The underlying meaning was clear: to test whether he possessed the audacity to stir up trouble, to engage in sect affairs. The white-clad sword saint was, in fact, a pawn bestowed upon him, a tool to instigate sect conflict. If Chen Dao merely viewed the sword saint as a bodyguard, it would not be long before the sword saint withdrew. For that individual sought not a mere talker but rather someone willing to take a stand, to convert the Great Zhou's declaration of war against the sects into internal strife among them. After all, that individual did not intend to annihilate every sect. Rather, they aimed to suppress a handful of rebellious sects while bringing the others into submission. If war were declared in the name of the Great Zhou, the animosity would deepen considerably, making it nearly impossible to negotiate submission thereafter. In essence, Chen Dao now found himself a pawn in that individual's game of war. Yet, it was Chen Dao himself who had willingly placed himself in this position, and he was content with it. After all, having brushed against danger, even without experiencing it firsthand, one would inevitably carry the scent of blood, a scent that was sufficient for him at this juncture. With his eyes narrowed, having sorted through all the implications, Chen Dao spoke softly. "Prepare the horses. We shall depart for the Huadai Inn." Inside the Huadai Inn, the 9-demon boy wore a dark expression as he scrutinized a message in his hand. Today, he had received alarming news. A Dao gang had killed an elder of the Linghuan sect in Shiqing and had made their way to the capital, openly declaring allegiance to the Great Zhou. He was well aware of this Dao gang. He had investigated thoroughly in Shiqing, where his disciple had met his demise at their hands. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to in the capital and had not sought out the Dao gang immediately, only to find them brazenly declaring their allegiance now. It was truly a path to self-destruction. Just then, a male voice rang out from outside the inn. 9 Demon Boy, a fortune teller just predicted your doom today. Chapter 75. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Dao, a resident of Shiqing, seeking death. Hearing the blatant provocation from outside, the old demon's face darkened as he slammed his palm on the table. Rising abruptly, he drew a massive axe from his robe and strode towards the door. There were indeed individuals in this world he could not defeat, yet he was confident that none would pose a threat within the capital. The Great Zhou forbade any cultivators above the foundation establishment stage from appearing openly in the capital, and at that stage, no one could rival the 9 Demon Boy. This confidence had been forged over many years. Meanwhile, Yaya, clutching a wooden umbrella, gazed at the scene with a hint of disdain and a smile, lifting her skirt as she followed her grandfather outside. It was truly amusing that someone dared to provoke him. Outside the inn, Chen Dao stood calmly at the entrance. After uttering that one line, he fell silent, his expression slightly distracted, lost in thought. Niumang and the white-clad sword saint stood to either side of him. A crowd had already gathered around them. The people of the Great Zhou possessed a unique talent for quickly identifying where excitement was brewing. When something of interest occurred, within moments, the area would be surrounded by onlookers. For most, the only joy in a day was to witness such spectacles. Whether it was merchants, passers-by, or women cradling infants, all halted their activities, their faces alight with anticipation as they gathered at a distance, quietly waiting. Even a vendor who had been setting up nearby paused, hoisting his burden to find a stone stool, squatting atop it while pulling out a pipe, gazing expectantly at Chen Dao and his companions as he began to light it. Just moments later, they witnessed the nine-demon boy, his face dark and stormy, striding out of the inn wielding the massive axe. He scanned the area before his gaze settled on Chen Dao, who stood at the forefront. The nine-demon boy felt a sense of familiarity with this figure, pausing momentarily before coldly demanding, "Were you the one who issued the provocation?" "Indeed." Chen Dao nodded casually. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Dao, a resident of Shiqingdao. Of course, you may have heard of my name. The Dao Gang is my faction. Not long ago, we crossed paths on that occasion. Your granddaughter attempted to manipulate the Dao Gang into clashing with another faction, thereby shielding herself, and stole my wooden umbrella in the process." He sighed lightly, shaking his head. "Did your father not teach you to refrain from stealing from others? When we were bandits, we adhered to the rules of the Jianghu. Regardless of the value of goods, we only took what was rightfully ours. How is it that you are even less principled than a bandit?" Chen Dao. The nine-demon boy's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the young man before him, a cold smile creeping across his face. His fingers tightened around the axe's handle as spiritual energy surged from his arm into the weapon. This name had indeed been surfacing frequently of late. "You killed an elder of my Linghuan sect. Initially, I had no intention of seeking you out, allowing you to live a few more days. But here you are, daring to provoke me, though you truly believe that by becoming a lackey of the Great Zhou, you have the right to challenge me, a peak foundation establishment cultivator? Do you really think that I, the nine-demon boy, would adhere to the laws of the Great Zhou that prohibit killing within the capital?" As his words escalated, so too did the intensity of his aura. With a deep breath, the nine-demon boy summoned a torrent of spiritual energy into the massive axe, raising it high as he roared, "You are simply courting death." With the axe raised, a colossal phantom of a thunderous axe materialized above him. In the next moment, this immense phantom, imbued with an unstoppable force, came crashing down towards Chen Dao's head. "Had I known you were Chen Dao, I would not have allowed you to leave alive that day, die." Throughout the entire ordeal, Chen Dao remained steadfast, not even so much as fluttering an eyelid. His expression tranquil as he gazed at the furious child of the nine demons before him, akin to observing a frenzied, stray dog bereft of its home. He did not even attempt to evade the commotion. Meanwhile, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, which had previously gathered to witness the spectacle, now scattering in panic, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of the impending attack. In the next moment, the clang of metal colliding, echoing with multiple reverberations, buzzed in the ears of the onlookers. Those who were fleeing instinctively turned back for a fleeting glance. Upon doing so, disbelief and shock froze them in place. They beheld the massive phantom axe suspended in the air, halted by an ancient sword that appeared to be wielded by no one, now hovering a mere 3 centimeters above Chen Dao's head. Such a strike had been thwarted. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the nine demons child, who abruptly turned his gaze toward the white-clad man standing beside Chen Dao, realizing that it was not Chen Dao who had intercepted his blow, but rather this enigmatic figure standing behind him. It was then that he took note of the white-robed man and the ancient sword, thoughts racing through his mind, swiftly connecting the man before him with a name that resonated in his memory. The renowned figure clad in white, known for his solitary demeanor and mastery of the sword, and notably, one of the 3 sword saints of the Forbidden Palace, none other than the white-clad sword saint. The nine demons child retracted his massive axe, his countenance shifting between shades of anger and uncertainty as he rasped toward the white-clad man. "You have indeed surprised me, esteemed white-clad sword saint of the Golden Core stage. Willing to act as a mere shield for such a scoundrel, aren't you concerned that this will provoke laughter throughout the martial world?" He had failed to recognize the man earlier, never imagining that this figure in white would be the illustrious sword saint. For how could such a renowned master stoop to guard a mere nobody? Especially given that this man had just stood behind Qin Dao, exuding an air of inferiority, making him all the more difficult to notice. "It seems you have failed to look up at the heavens today," remarked the white-clad sword saint, shaking his head nonchalantly. "What do you mean?" "Nothing of consequence." "Very well." The 9 demons child remained rooted in place, his expression tumultuous as he regarded the eyes of those nearby, feeling an undeniable flush of embarrassment. Yet, he could do little, for the presence of the white-clad sword saint rendered it impossible for him to act against Qin Dao today. He could not suppress a harsh retort, his voice laden with menace. "However, you best ensure his safety, for I have set my sights upon him." With that, he darkly grasped Ye's hand and strode away. "Leaving?" Qin Dao shook his head. "You cannot depart." "What?" The 9 demons child scoffed, halting his steps to turn and sneer at Chen Dao. "Do you truly believe you can keep me here?" Chapter 76. Should such a notorious villain be executed? Ask the one in white behind you if he dares to detain me. I am the 4th elder of the Lingquan sect. Do you think he understands what it means to provoke me? "I do not comprehend," replied Qin Dao, shaking his head. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the crowd and proclaimed, "Good people, please listen. This man is known as the 9 demons child. He is a practitioner of the foundation establishment stage, who, in pursuit of his selfish desires, has forcibly taken countless innocent women, desecrating them to death, leaving such horrific scenes that even my esteemed adoptive father, the Minister of Justice, could not help but weep upon witnessing them. Such a man, I ask you all, should he be executed?" The crowd fell silent for a moment, disbelief flickering in their eyes, and not a single soul dared to speak. They had certainly heard of Qin Dao over the past few days, the practitioner who spoke on behalf of the common people. Yet, they never imagined that he would question whether the 4th elder of the Lingquan sect should be publicly executed. This was unfathomable. They were all too aware of what the Lingquan sect represented. Not to mention the elders, even a mere disciple of that sect could commit heinous acts in their own county without fear of retribution from the city lord, often treated with utmost courtesy and allowed to act with impunity. The elder of the Lingquan sect was an even greater figure, and thus, no one dared to voice their thoughts, aware that the first to agree would surely be marked by the 9 demons child. Facing dire consequences on darkened paths in the future, they had come merely to witness the spectacle, not to stake their lives on it.